Jiang Ying, having undertaken a weight loss journey, awakens to find herself transformed into a malicious, supporting character. To secure a better life, the original persona resorted to every conceivable means. Engaging in schemes, seduction, and administering drugs, she sought to bear a child, believing that maternal lineage would elevate her status. In short, her actions were nothing short of explosive. Just as Jiang Ying marveled at the astonishing turn of events, the newborn child emerged with a fierce, plaintive voice. "Woo, foolish woman, I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to perish." As a medical student, Jiang Ying, holding a profound respect for life, nurtured the prematurely weak child with the aid of a mystical spring, gradually fostering its growth. The newborn swiftly turned the tables, declaring their alliance as mother and child, united against a common enemy. "Mother, I have been reborn. Do not fear. I shall protect you." "Humph, you blind fools. My mother is no lowly farmer's concubine. She is the true legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jiang." "You scoundrel of a father. Did you truly believe I was unaware? In your dying moments, you repeatedly called out my mother's name." Jiang Ying. With a robust reincarnation advantage, she need not worry. All she had to do was observe and catch the unfolding drama. Little did she know that by merely surviving, she would become the most esteemed woman in the world. Chapter 001. The Painless Transition to Motherhood. Jiang Ying was roused by the shocking sensation of soreness, numbness, and coldness beneath her. Assuming her long-lost menstrual cycle had returned, she was about to rejoice when an eerie tremor emanated from the foot of the bed. "Miss, you have given birth to a son, but, alas." The elderly woman's voice trembled and sighed, evoking a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the situation was far from favorable. Jiang Ying's gaze fell upon the dilapidated wooden bed, the pure white canopy overhead, adorned with crudely crafted sachets hanging from its sides. Upon observing the antiquated charm of the room, a chill ran down her spine. Good heavens, her weight loss had inadvertently aligned her with the trend of transmigration. Why had no one warned her that excessive dieting could lead to such a fate? Turning her head, she found a middle-aged woman dressed in ancient attire standing beside her, cradling a silent, swaddled infant. Seeing her consciousness return, the woman awkwardly placed the swaddled child in the crook of her arm. "Miss, your child is inherently frail, and due to your excessive worries, the baby has not even uttered a cry. It is as weak as a kitten. I have done all I could. So weak that it cannot even cry. Raising it will be a challenge. Please spend a moment with your child while I check if the young master has arrived." Jiang Ying instinctively recoiled a meter away from the rosy bundle beside her, accidentally colliding with the bed frame, which left her with a sharp pain in the back of her head. As she reached out to touch, tears streamed down her face. "What is this? I have never even held a boy's hand, yet here I am, having given birth to a child in a sudden transmigration. Is this truly the fulfillment of my wish for a painless motherhood?" The truth was, her visit to the Guanyin temple was merely to accompany her classmates in a social outing, who desired a troublesome child. Despite her disdain, her gaze could not help but scrutinize the tiny infant. The newborn, no larger than an adult forearm, had fingers as slender as bamboo skewers, its skin pale and wrinkled, with peeling fetal scabs visible on its forehead, shoulders, and the backs of its hands. The child could hardly be described as anything but ugly. Jiang Ying wept silently as memories of the transmigration background flooded her mind. Tragically, she had taken the place of a girl from a destitute family, sold by her elders for 10 taels of silver, only to escape and subsequently become an unthinking concubine struck by misfortune. The man who collided with her was the only prince of the current dynasty, named Yanzhua. To avoid being coerced into marriage by his stepmother, Yanzhua, after the original persona's deceitful entanglement with him, cleverly crafted the illusion of indulging his concubine in reckless behavior. Unexpectedly, the original persona had learned some medical skills from the village's old doctor, and in her relentless efforts to secure his long-term patronage, she succeeded in seducing Yanzhua, resulting in an early birth of a son in July. Subsequently, the original persona endeavored to support her son, leveraging maternal privilege to ascend the social ladder as Yanzhua's favored concubine. Regrettably, this was not the conclusion but merely the beginning of a tragic tale. Both Yanzhua's scheming legitimate wife and his cunning stepmother were formidable adversaries. Within a few years, the original persona perished amidst the deadly rivalries of the inner court. When she died, her son Yanzhi was merely 6 years old. After her demise, Yanzhi was smothered by his legitimate mother's machinations, growing into an arrogant and reckless wastrel. At his coming-of-age ceremony at 20, Yanzhi caused his biological father to die of rage and slaughtered his legitimate mother, becoming a notorious villain within the capital, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his legitimate mother's son, thus fulfilling the protagonist's narrative. Jiang Ying, is there a phrase of exasperation I ought to utter at this moment? Even the slowest of minds would grasp that Yanzhua's legitimate wife, Jiang Ying, was the favored child of destiny, while she, as the minor concubine, was merely the cannon fodder beneath the great heroine's feet. How utterly absurd! The heavens are toying with her. After a moment, Jiang Ying closed her eyes, gazed down at the frail child beside her, her emotions a tumultuous blend of sympathy and complexity. Ultimately, he was merely a pawn in this grand game. Hiss. A peculiar wave surged through her, causing Jiang Ying to stifle a cry while instinctively clutching her chest. A sensation of warmth, swelling, and mild discomfort enveloped her, more exasperating than the onset of menstruation. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable feeling of blissful entanglement. When Jiang Ying became aware that she had begun to lactate, the previously unresponsive little monkey finally emitted soft whimpers akin to a puppy. The sounds were feeble and delicate, reminiscent of a newborn puppy. Faced with such a limp little creature, Jiang Ying instinctively felt a shiver of dread. After all, she was infamously dubbed the Extinction Mistress, and her home could harbor no living being besides herself, not even Flora. For quite some time, Jiang Ying remained stiff and motionless. Eventually, she summoned the courage to gently caress the child's tiny face. The preterm infant, born 7 months early, was little more than skin and bones, with only a pair of chubby cheeks offering a hint of flesh. It was no wonder Aunt Chen remarked that this child would be difficult to nurture. In her view, it was not merely a matter of difficulty, it was as if the child could perish at any moment. "Don't be afraid," Jiang Ying uttered hoarsely, unsure whether she was comforting herself or the oblivious little one. However, she was delighted to find that her precious space still existed. Jiang Ying was a 5th-year medical student, fortuitously endowed with a miraculous healing space containing fertile black soil, abundant with rare medicinal herbs, as well as a natural, pollution-free spring capable of enhancing one's health. She had planned to exploit this space for wealth accumulation after completing her undergraduate studies, but who could have anticipated that she would transmigrate to ancient times due to a weight loss endeavor just before graduation? Nevertheless, as long as the space remained intact, she harbored no fear regarding her transmigration. In a brief span, her garments were thoroughly soaked. Jiang Ying touched her chest, noting its modest size, significantly smaller than her 120-pound frame. The sheer volume of milk she produced was astonishing. Boldly, Jiang Ying cradled the child, lifted her clothing, and was about to nurse him. However, upon realizing the child's frailty, she hesitated, fearing he might struggle to suckle. Instead, she summoned half a cup of spring water from her space, along with a small vial of essence extracted from the Tianshan snow lotus. The spring would nourish, while the lotus would invigorate. Even someone who had just drawn their last breath could be revived. How much more so a living child? Just as she mixed the spring water with the extract and dabbed it on the infant's lips, a defiant voice exclaimed, "Pa, pa, pa. Foolish woman, what are you feeding this young lord? Poison. I knew that your remark about it would be better to strangle him at birth was not made in jest. You poison me, yet I shall grow, and one day marry a wife to honor you." Jiang Ying. Who is speaking? Bewildered and startled, she glanced around, before finally looking down at her little monkey. Could it be that she could hear his thoughts? Such an avant-garde transmigration boon was truly hers to possess. In the next instant, the golden finger appeared, its eyes not quite eyes, its nose not quite a nose. "What are you staring at? Silly woman, should I not be fierce toward you?" Chapter 002. Overflowing Milk. Who told you to be foolish and leave me all alone, struggling under Jiang Yin's hand? Are you unaware of the saying, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather? My eventual demise was so tragic, torn apart by horses. I can feel my head no longer controlling my limbs. Jiang Ying passively endured the scolding, unable to retaliate even with words. What was even more exasperating was that the little rascal, in his fury, lost control of his bowels. He ceased his tirade, his violet-tinged lips pressed tightly, his face flushed a deep shade of purple. Jiang Ying couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of triumph. Scold away, scold away. I see that not only can you not control your limbs, you also cannot manage your bodily functions. With a malicious gleam, she pried his mouth open and administered 2 droppers of nutrient solution. Let us call it nutrient solution for now. The little brat grumbled, utterly displeased. But he ceased his curses, squirming uncomfortably in his mess. Sitting in a soiled diaper, who could feel comfortable? Jiang Ying teased him. Did you make a stinky? Want to change? Well, when you grow up, you must take care of me properly. Of course, as for a daughter-in-law or something, she has her own mother to honor. So I won't press that. But a son I raise myself. If he dares to neglect me, I'll make him repay his mother in flesh and bone. What do you think? The little rascal let out a loud burp. The 2 droppers of liquid had left him somewhat satisfied. Jiang Ying found it curious. How could this little creature consume the equivalent of 2 granaries? It was better not to dwell on it, but once she did, her chest swelled with discomfort. Having had enough, Jiang Ying raised her voice to summon Aunt Chen, requesting her to clean up after the child and instructing, "Aunt Chen, I need some medicine to suppress lactation. Please fetch it at dawn. Oh, all right. Aunt Chen responded slowly, first pondering why Miss Jiang wasn't nursing, then realizing she was the concubine of the wealthy Master Yen. Even as a concubine, she held more prestige than the legitimate wives of ordinary folk. So why would she need to nurse? Surely, she planned to hire a wet nurse. Moreover, once Miss Jiang began nursing, she would carry a scent that would attract the child, making it difficult to serve Master Yen properly. What if the man found her distasteful and cast her aside? That would be a great loss indeed. Aunt Chen understood. My apologies, Mississippi. It is all my fault for not arranging a wet nurse in advance. In truth, not only was there no wet nurse, but even the midwife had not been summoned. It was all handled by Aunt Chen herself. After all, Master Yen had not set foot here for a full 7 months. Sometimes, Aunt Chen wondered if he had completely forgotten that a beautiful lady carrying his child resided here. Jiang Ying could not endure Aunt Chen's sympathetic gaze and waved her away. You may go. I'm taking the child to sleep. As for her previous musings about the master, Jiang Ying had no hope at all. Yenja had been wronged by the original owner and disliked her. How could he possibly come to see her? Aunt Chen hesitated, sensing her poor mood, and quietly closed the door as she left. She lingered in the corridor, anxiously contemplating. Given her understanding of Master Yen, he should not be so heartless, right? She wondered when her daughter, Ziyu, would finally manage to lure Master Yen here. Indeed, lure. She had instructed her daughter to report to Master Yen that Miss Jiang had given birth prematurely and faced complications, and it could endanger both mother and child. Inside, Jiang Ying was oblivious to all this, consumed by the fact that the little rascal had only just lain down for a short while and was already hungry again. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, rubbing against her chest and occasionally sucking on her lips. The innate instincts of a newborn, even a reincarnated soul, could not suppress them. Yanji felt a deep hunger. So hungry, I want to eat. Foolish woman, how cruel you are, even withholding food from me. It's so hard. I was hungry before I died in my past life, and now I still cannot be a glutton? Jiang Ying thought, poison? Poison your sister. She was tempted to administer another 2 droppers, letting him understand what it meant to be a glutton. However, the nutrient solution could not be consumed in excess. His constitution was too weak, and overindulgence would turn nourishment into poison. With the wet nurse yet to arrive, seeing the little rascal in distress, Jiang Ying ultimately could not bear it and slowly lifted her garment. After all, she needed to relieve herself as well, lest she become as solid as a rock. Although she could easily retrieve medicine from her space, for some inexplicable reason, she felt compelled to try. Was this the magic of motherhood? Eventually, Jiang Ying cast aside her embarrassment, pulling her garment aside, cradling the little one's head so he could feed easily. He was starved and, to his surprise, felt a surge of strength in his body, his thoughts clearer, even his hearing and vision improved significantly. Elated, he latched on vigorously, drinking greedily. Internally, he sighed with satisfaction. Wow, this is delicious. So fragrant. What a delicacy. Foolish woman. Since you are so accommodating, I will generously overlook the past. To be fair, you cannot be entirely blamed. Jiang Yilin is ambitious, and what she desires is never merely the position of Yanja's legitimate wife. I bet you have no idea. Jiang Ying, Jiang Yilin, both share the surname Jiang. One is the legitimate daughter of a powerful duke, while the other is a village girl sold off in secret. They harbor a significant secret between them. What secret? Jiang Ying's mind had been blank, and she almost blurted out a question upon hearing those words. Thankfully, she managed to restrain herself in time. Otherwise, the little rascal would know she could hear his thoughts. Setting aside how to accept such an oddity, the very fact that he was now feeding without restraint could complicate their mother-son relationship if his reincarnation were exposed. Alas, she truly did not wish to lose this golden opportunity. With her son's reincarnation, relying solely on hearing his thoughts would allow her to win effortlessly. Why exert more effort? The little rascal continued to drink, smacking his lips, lost in thought. If I hadn't died early, I would have definitely exposed Jiang Yilin's false identity, causing her to fall from grace. Damn, why didn't I think of it? Does she know that I am aware of her true origins, which is why she hastily sought to eliminate me? To scheme against me at my father's birthday banquet, this woman is more venomous than a viper. In this lifetime, I must find a way to prevent the foolish woman from acting rashly. I would rather not marry Yanji than confront a poisonous snake like Jiang Yilin. Jiang Ying, so what? How fashionable, with the drama of true and false daughters. So, she is the true daughter, and Jiang Yilin is the false one? Although the original owner possessed a bit of cleverness, clinging to Yenja, she was ultimately not cultivated in a noble household, her mind weak, her methods feeble. Unable to compete with the great heroine she had been influenced by since childhood, and in the end, even her son was sacrificed alongside her. Isn't that infuriating? Jiang Ying was so enraged that she abruptly sat up, nearly rushing to the Duke's residence to drag the false daughter down. Just then, someone pushed the door open. Jiang Ying assumed it was Aunt Chen, but upon raising her eyes, she was taken aback to see a tall man draped in a fox fur cloak. His features sharply defined, with cold, piercing eyes. Ah! Jiang Ying could not control her shriek, instinctively clutching a piece of fabric to cover her modesty. Unbeknownst to her, that single cry prompted Yenja, who had initially seen nothing, to glance several more times out of instinct. In that instant he froze. Even though he knew Jiang Ying was nursing, the sight of her pale skin, glistening with the scent of milk, caused him to tightly press his lips together and turn away, coughing hoarsely into his fist. Jiang Ying felt both angry and embarrassed, her tone icy. You couldn't knock before entering? Following closely behind Yenja was his maid, Siyu, who was taken aback upon hearing the words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Has the young lady become so bold after giving birth? How dare she blame young Master Yen for not knocking on the door? While she may not know the full extent of his status, his stunning appearance and extraordinary demeanor clearly indicated that he was of noble birth. For someone of his caliber, it would be a privilege to pamper and indulge him, not to raise one's voice. The young lady had never dared to act in such a manner before. Every encounter had been marked by sweetness and affection, her voice dripping with honeyed tones that could make anyone feel enchanted. What has changed this time? Has the pain of childbirth made her take it out on young Master Yen? Yenja was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees, due to his expression. Siyu swallowed hard, fearing a quarrel might ensue, and quickly interjected, My lady. How wonderful! Both mother and child are safe. You have no idea how worried my mother was, thinking you might not pull through. But look at you. You are truly remarkable. Oh. Is this the young master? She chirped, eager to see whether he resembles young Master Yen or the young lady more. Her chatter filled the spacious room like 1,000 horses galloping by. Jiang Ying felt a headache coming on, and the little boy in her arms paused his feeding, curiously tilting his head to observe the two at the door. Oh, my wretched father has finally arrived. With legs so long, why does he walk so slowly? Does he wish for my demise? I refuse to die, you old fool. Once I grow up, I shall make you pay for your blindness and ignorance. As Jiang Ying listened to the familiar rebellious thoughts, her heart raced. Her gaze was fixed intently on the man's expression, hoping to discern whether he could hear the child's thoughts. After a moment, the man showed no signs of reaction, standing there with his usual air of aloofness. Jiang Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rising, she placed her well-fed son into the arms of the chatty maid, suggesting that he be taken to the small bed for a nap. She needed to speak with Yenja. Her original self had not only sought to climb the social ladder, but also harbored feelings of admiration, a dog-like devotion to love. However, that was the former self, not her. Thus, Jiang Ying had no desire to become a concubine to Yenja. Not just for him, she could never be anyone's concubine, even with a son. It was out of the question. Forgive me, my lord. In the past, I was too reckless and schemed against you, but the child is innocent. Please do not transfer your disdain for me onto him. As Jiang Ying spoke, she adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. She thought to herself that she was still in confinement and that it was not the right time to sever ties with Yenja immediately. To extricate herself from him would require waiting until after her month of rest. Therefore, a little flattery now would suffice to ensure a temporary peace. Yenja's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of the lingering scent of blood in the room. Though some time had passed since the delivery, the smell remained potent, indicative of the perilous situation that had unfolded. Moreover, the young lady's face was pale, her breath shallow. He found it hard to be harsh with her. I shall summon a wet nurse, Yenja said, turning away, his voice heavy, as if he were pinching his nose. He then exited the room without looking back. Jiang Ying felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. After a brief moment, she went to check on the child in the adjoining room. The little boy, well-fed and content, was sleeping soundly, a droplet of milk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ying chuckled softly and wiped it away, pondering that even with a grand spirit, in this frail body, he could only eat and sleep. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Jiang Ying wanted to take a bath. But Siyu protested, insisting, No, my lady, you must remain in confinement for over a month. You cannot be exposed to wind or water, or there will be lasting repercussions. Jiang Ying thought, I am a medical student, I know better than you. However, she deemed it unnecessary to argue with her. Once everyone had left, she could enter her space and wash with the spirit spring water. After a moment's thought, she inquired, has he left? Siyu hesitated slightly, biting her lip, and replied, no. But my lady, do not be disheartened. Young Master Yan is quite discerning and seldom stays out overnight. Hearing of your difficult labor, he rushed here immediately, which shows he values you greatly. Now that you have given birth to a son, he is bound to place even greater importance on you. Who knows, you might even become a favored concubine. Siyu, I appreciate your concern, but to be a favored concubine is, in essence, to be a mistress. And I cannot bear such a fate. I understand. You may attend to young Master Yan now, as I no longer require your assistance. Once assured that the room was empty, Jiang Ying joyfully entered her space to bathe and consumed medicine to help with milk production. It was unavoidable. She had produced far too much, and even with the little boy having fed, she still felt full. She needed to quickly manage this overflowing faucet. Chapter 4. A Mother's Love is Best. Jiang Ying had thought that Yanjia, being so particular, would not likely stay at the other courtyard. However, the next morning, as she opened the window, she saw Yanjia standing in the corridor, conversing with a kindly-looking, plump woman. Instinctively, she slammed the window shut. Last night, in the dim light, she had been unable to discern the man's features, but now, under the sunlight, she realized how extraordinarily handsome he was. It was truly mortifying. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the scene from last night, disheveled and exposing herself, even if it wasn't her own body. Meeting a stranger in such a state was too much for someone like Jiang Ying, who had been single for over 20 years. Meanwhile, the little boy, full of energy, woke up, stretching his arms and legs with vigor, exclaiming, "Silly woman, my diaper is wet. Come change it for your young master." As he voiced his thoughts, his cries filled the air, resounding like thunder. It was the loudest he had ever cried since birth, shaking the very foundations of their abode. Not only Jiang Ying, but even Anshin was startled, rushing into the room with a spoon in hand, asking what happened. What is wrong? Jiang Ying, leisurely sipping her hot tea at the table, ignored Yanjia and the unfamiliar woman in the room. Oh, it's nothing. Just a wet diaper. Siyu is changing it. She would not let them handle the mess. Moreover, Jiang Ying was well aware that since the little boy had consumed the nutritional fluid yesterday, it not only nourished but also strengthened his entire body. Therefore, this particular bowel movement would be quite remarkable. As expected, Siyu emerged, her face pale as she held her nose, quickly disposing of the diaper. However, Yanjia caught a whiff of it, wrinkling his brow in distaste. Jiang Ying shot him a sidelong glance. Do you have business with me, my lord? Yanjia gestured toward the ample woman beside him. This is the wet nurse. Rest assured, I have no intention of involving the child in our affairs. Now that it has come to this, I shall not treat you poorly. Once I have devised a plan, I will inform you. Until then, focus on raising the child. But what? Jiang Ying frowned, irritated by those who speak in half-truths. She despised ambiguity and fussiness, especially from a man. Observing her, Yanjia's dark eyes deepened, amplifying his cold demeanor, and he spoke softly, "You can only be a concubine." Jiang Ying exclaimed, "Huh? What was with his patronizing tone? Who would want to be his concubine? She might even reconsider becoming the legitimate wife." Pouting in displeasure, Jiang Ying replied, "I refuse to be a concubine." Yanjia's expression turned icy, sending a chill down her spine. He glanced at the wet nurse and Siyu tending to the child, ordering leave, and take good care of the child. "Yes, my lord," Siyu complied, not daring to defy him, quickly exiting with the child and the wet nurse. "Jiang Ying, we need to talk," he initiated. Sipping her tea, she replied, "Your Highness, I am well, and there is nothing to discuss. Are you aware of my identity?" Yanjia narrowed his eyes. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. "You haven't exactly hidden it. If I had any sense, I could easily find out by asking around. Your intentions are not pure," Yanjia retorted, disdain evident in his voice. Jiang Ying, upon witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of anger. "I said, Your Highness, I have already offered my apologies. Can you not treat it as if you were bitten by a dog and let it go?" As a man, he was less magnanimous than a mere woman, which was truly vexing. Yanjia's temples throbbed at her words. Bitten by a dog? What utter nonsense! How shameless! If she were such a brazen woman, she should have kept her distance from me from the very start to avoid such troubles. Yanjia was exceedingly frustrated and coldly replied, "It was my mistake in judging you, but while you may not care for your reputation, I, Yenja, shall not allow my own flesh and blood to become a source of ridicule. Jiang Ying's heart sank. She knew matters were far from simple. In ancient times, men placed great importance on their offspring. Having multiple wives was commonplace, and the presence of one more child or one less was of little consequence. As a prince, Yenja lacked for nothing, making it exceedingly difficult to abscond with his child. With no immediate retort, Jiang Ying resorted to obstinacy. I don't care. Even if I must spend my entire life in this humble courtyard, I refuse to become a concubine. I would rather be a modest wife than a highborn mistress. Have you not heard? Rather than live a life rife with deceit in a harem, why not enjoy my current peace and freedom? Yenja's brow twitched slightly, taken aback. Was she capable of such profound insight? It was puzzling. Just a short while ago, she had wept and clamored to enter the estate. And now she had come to this realization? Alas, the question now was not whether she wished to, but whether he wished to. Yenja remained as cold as ever, declaring, "You need not think otherwise. If you are unwilling, I can easily take the child and raise him under another's care. In any case, my son shall grow up under a name of honor, not as a mere illegitimate child. I shall grant you a month to consider this. Once the confinement period is over, your choice shall be of no consequence." Jiang Ying, you despicable man. She fumed. You relish in your power, do you? The shameful deeds of the original owner were not mine. Why must I bear the brunt of the blame? Just as she was fuming, the piercing cries of a child echoed through the air, heart-wrenching and deafening, as if the child were being mistreated. Yenja flung open the door to the room. What is happening? At his inquiry, the wet nurse, Duan, stood outside the corridor, embarrassed, cradling the inconsolable child. Your Highness, it appears the young master refuses to drink from my breast. Perhaps my milk does not compare favorably to that of Miss Jiang, and the young master finds it unpalatable. Humph. Indeed, it is dreadful, utterly foul. I don't want it. I want my mother's milk. Ah! You are so cruel, denying me even a sip of breast milk, intending to let me starve. Foolish woman, I beg you, just let me have a taste. I promise I will never dislike you again, and will ensure you lead a good life, better than being married to that wretched father. The little one wailed, sounding as though he mourned the loss of his mother. Jiang Ying felt a pang of sympathy. Was it worth trading a mouthful of milk for a dutiful son? However, given Yenja's earlier harshness, he could not bring himself to shamelessly plead with Jiang Ying for milk. Instead, he instructed Qi Ren to find more wet nurses. Before long, several wet nurses of various kinds stood in the courtyard, even bringing cow's milk. Yet, no matter what wet nurse or milk was offered, little Yenji adamantly refused. He cried and screamed until his voice grew hoarse. The little spirit, who had thrived on mere drops of nutrient solution, was now exhausted, his face flushed from crying, lips pale, and his limbs limp. Jiang Ying's heart ached at the sight. Yenja, feeling the pressure, remarked, I only want you. Can you not comply? Chapter 5. The Unworthy Father. Jiang Ying pondered until she noticed Yenja's growing impatience, then huffed, I will feed him, on one condition. You must increase my monthly allowance. Yenja, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? I have calculated. Previously, my allowance was merely 10 taels, and you provide 5 taels for a wet nurse. A child requires at least 2 wet nurses, which totals 10 taels. Why not simply give it all to me? In this dynasty, 1 tael holds a purchasing power equivalent to 1,000 of your modern currency. 20 taels equate to 20,000. Raising a child and nursing him for a month at that rate is not unreasonable, is it? Besides, with Mama Chun and Siyu, I need not even care for the child. I merely need to provide a bit of milk. This seems like a profitable venture to me. I refuse to let outsiders benefit. The key point was that the little one would not drink from anyone else. He was discerning enough to know that her milk was of superior quality. Yenja found himself at a loss for words.
Qi Ren,
who had returned with the wet nurses, was left dumbfounded by her audacity. Is this woman out of her mind? She clung to the prince before, and now that path is blocked, she is resorting to extortion?
What?
Is that so? Jiang Ying retorted, displeased. She had already made concessions. All for the sake of her son. What more did he want? Pouting, she added, 20 taels is already quite modest. Your status is elevated, and you lack for nothing. However, my humble courtyard requires funds for sustenance and necessities. This childbirth journey has been perilous, and I must purchase supplements. The child is weak and cannot afford to be deprived of nourishment. As Yenja listened, his expression grew increasingly grim, fearing that her next words would lead them to the streets begging for alms. With an exasperated wave of his hand, he commanded, Qi Ren, Give her 120 taels. Tomorrow, summon Dr. Zhu. My son shall not perish. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. 120 taels? That's 120,000. This is rather reasonable. Yen just stepped closer, stating, as long as you act with propriety, care for the child, and do not covet what does not belong to you, I can offer you not only 120 taels but even 200. Jiang Ying's heart soared, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Yanjia as if he were a walking treasure tree. She could hardly help herself. She had always been timid, and even with her miraculous space, she had never managed to earn much. Coming from a family of humble means, her parents had emphasized sons over daughters. And as the fourth child, her education was funded by loans. For her, 120,000 was an immense sum, let alone 200,000. Meanwhile, little Yen Ji sensed a looming danger, exclaiming, No, no, no. Silly mother, don't be deceived by him. This man may look good, but his wits are lacking. In his past life, he was led around by Jiang Ying, leading us mother and son to such a tragic fate. Have you forgotten? I later discovered that you did not die of illness, but were poisoned slowly by Jiang Ying. When you died, you were paralyzed in bed, your body rotting, limbs and head severed. Jiang Ying, will you please be quiet? That settles it. I will go feed him. Jiang Ying, in a fit of anger, rushed into the room, cradling the child. This obstinate child needed to see a little consequence for his behavior. The door slammed shut with a thud, causing Qiren to jump in surprise as he approached Yanjia. Your Highness, will she truly care for the child? Yanjia furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Just take a look. Inside the room, he mused, he, though my foolish mother may lack intelligence, she possesses remarkable beauty, a quintessential beauty indeed. Moreover, she doesn't seem to be truly heartless. Surely, I must have misunderstood my foolish mother in my past life. I shall make amends in this one. Jiang Ying halted her raised hand in midair. Oh, dear, how can I possibly continue this? She decided to let it go. After all, what grievances could one hold against a mere child? The true troublemaker was Jiang Ying, and any mischief should be directed towards her. After a moment, Jiang Ying exited the room, having fed the child. Yanjia's expression lightened somewhat. He exchanged a glance with Qiren, signaling him to provide some monetary compensation. For the time being, he was indeed satisfied with her performance. However, little Yanji was far from pleased, particularly with the haughty demeanor of his father. You boast of wealth, old man? How dare you throw money at my mother? Just wait until I can stand. I'll surely drench you with my urine. Jiang Ying was determined. Any hesitation on her part would be a disrespect to her son's intentions. Thus, she accepted the silver note with a cheerful demeanor and approached him. My lord, thank you. It has been quite some time since you held our son. Perhaps you might do so now. Before Qiren could interject, Yanjia shot him a glare. Slowly, he bent his left arm, gesturing for Jiang Ying to place the child in his embrace. Jiang Ying felt a sense of unease, but was too focused on her son's intentions to ponder it further. Joyfully, she nestled the swaddled infant into Yanjia's arms. To be frank, Yanjia felt quite anxious. He had never held a child before, and since he could remember, no one had embraced him apart from servants. Not his father, nor his stepmother. Therefore, when he looked down at the frail baby, his heart softened. Little Yanji chuckled mischievously. In the next moment, a stream of liquid surged directly towards Yanjia's chest. His clothing was instantly soaked, and an overwhelming scent wafted to his nostrils, nearly blinding him. Yanjia! Jiang Ying laughed uncontrollably. Your son has just urinated on you. Ha ha ha, you're drenched. She had deliberately loosened the swaddle when handing the child over. The little rascal, having consumed nourishment, was indeed healthy despite his slight frame. The child reveled in his mischief. Oh yeah, success. Old man, let my youthful urine remedy your blindness and ignorance. Alas, it's such a pity it didn't hit your face. Once I grow a bit, I'll surely manage that. Jiang Ying laughed until her stomach hurt. Yanjia, with a face as dark as coal, nevertheless held onto the child tightly, refusing to relinquish him out of disdain. Qiren reached out to assist, but Yanjia shook his head, calling for Aunt Chen and Siyu. Qiren, being a rough man, had no experience in handling children. Finally, when Aunt Chen and Siyu arrived to change the baby's diaper, Yanjia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He couldn't wait to change his clothes. Standing tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility and charm comparable to the most dashing of entertainers, he was indeed a sight to behold. It was no wonder that the original owner held him in such high regard. Siyu stayed in the room with the child while Aunt Chin nervously emerged. It's all the fault of this old servant for not educating the young lady on the dangers of letting you hold a child. Even if she did, proper arrangements should have been made. Clothing should have been worn properly and the diaper secured, so that even if there was an accident, it wouldn't result in such a mess.
Ha!
Jiang Ying scoffed. And here you are, acting all high and mighty? Nonsense. What father hasn't he gone through this? Chapter 6, Sensuality. Yenja keenly detected her discontent from her scoff and shot her a sidelong glance. His voice was cool. Very well. I shall be more cautious in the future. Aunt Chin felt as if she had been granted a pardon. Jiang Ying remained silent, feigning innocence. Though Yenja appeared not to be looking at her, his peripheral vision was keenly attuned to her presence, sensing something had changed, yet unable to articulate it. His gaze traveled from her exquisite face down to her slender neck, smooth and pale, the subtly alluring collarbone, and further down. If he had not seen it before, it might have been easier to ignore, but having witnessed it both the first time and yesterday, it was all too vivid. The soft curves were enticingly rounded and full, a tactile delight. A hint of longing stirred within him, causing numerous restless nights as he took cold showers, loathing himself. Yenja felt an inexplicable warmth spread through him. Realizing his reaction was inappropriate, he quickly dismissed those untimely, alluring images from his mind, lowering his gaze. I have been quite busy lately. If there is something, let the maid summon Chi-Ren to the estate. Ideally, he preferred not to be disturbed. His stepmother had sent someone to the emperor to poison his mind against him, and the emperor was notoriously suspicious, making matters quite troublesome. At such a time, he did not wish to divert his attention to the Jiang family. Jiang Ying shrugged, indifferent. If they chose not to seek him out, it would be perfect. Once her confinement ended, they could part ways amicably. In the carriage back to the estate, Yenja felt that something was amiss. He turned to Chi-Ren. Do you not perceive any changes in Jiangshi? Chi-Ren was taken aback. Changes? What changes? To him, she still seemed as greedy as ever. A simple peasant girl with few letters to her name, foolishly aspiring to be the Lord's legitimate wife. What a joke. With her looks, she would be lucky to be a concubine, let alone have a proper standing. Yenja furrowed his brow in thought. I sense she no longer seems so fixated on me. Noticing Chi-Ren's peculiar expression, Yenja shot him a warning glance.
How dare you? Ierbo no regrets.
Rather, I find it curious that she once went to such lengths to enter the household, employing even the most underhanded tactics, yet now, upon my agreement to take a concubine, she objects? Furthermore, she dares to request 20 taels? Is it not strange that she, who once sought to climb the social ladder, has come to regard 20 taels with such importance? It was not that the original owner was indifferent to the sum. On the contrary, driven by ambition. He understood that becoming Yenja's concubine would yield countless returns far exceeding 20 taels, thus rendering such a trivial amount insignificant. But Jiang Ying was different. Compared to the original owner, she was far more pragmatic. What was secured in hand was the most reliable. As for being a concubine, that was never her aspiration.
Chi-Ren nodded wholeheartedly.
Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Yenja continued, I can't help but wonder if she has some ulterior motive. The Jiang family has too many tricks up their sleeves, and I have developed a psychological aversion to them. There was a time she played the obedient role for a while, only to suddenly send Siyu to claim she was unwell and needed a doctor. I assumed it was a remnant of an injury from a horse, so I summoned a doctor to attend her, only to discover she had drugged me in my tea. By the time I woke the next day, I had been thoroughly taken advantage of, though men might not consider themselves at a loss in such matters. Being with an unwilling partner left a bitter taste. The embarrassment was paramount. After years of galloping on horseback in the military, to be outsmarted by a mere peasant girl was a source of deep resentment for Yenja. Chi-Ren pondered for a moment before suggesting. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps she has gained some insight after a close encounter with death? After all, the Lord does not hold any real affection for her. She is but a simple peasant. How high can her aspirations truly be? If she cannot manipulate your heart, nor attain a higher status, why not simply ask for some money? Your reasoning is quite sound, Yenja reassured himself. Chi-Ren, noticing his continued distress, chuckled.
Oh.
My lord, do not overthink it. She is merely a simple peasant, hardly worth such contemplation. Moreover, do not always say that any issue resolvable by money is hardly an issue at all. The Jiang family has bestowed upon you several hundred taels, and in return, has presented you with a healthy, chubby son. Ultimately, one might argue that we have reaped the benefits, have we not? If you truly harbor no affection for her, simply take the child back and entrust him to the care of old Madame Chi. She will provide for him. Old Madame Chi is Yenja's maternal grandmother. And after the untimely death of the previous princess consort, the prince quickly remarried Princess Consort Tong within 3 months. Yen's hardships have largely been alleviated by the support of his grandmother and maternal relatives. Should he indeed decide to send the child away, his grandmother would surely not turn a blind eye. However, he is reluctant to trouble the elderly matriarch with such sordid matters. Furthermore, having already experienced life without a mother, he is unwilling to subject his son to the same fate. Perhaps it is best to defer this decision for now. Yenja closed his eyes. Upon returning home, his first task was to send Qi-Run to locate Dr. Zhu. Qi-Run returned empty-handed, as Dr. Zhu was not at home. He had gone to attend to old Madame Jiang, whose old ailment had resurfaced. Very well, ensure you bring Dr. Zhu to examine the two ladies first thing tomorrow morning. Qi-Run couldn't help but muse that the prince was quite attentive. After all, one's own child is of a different ilk. The following day, at dawn, Jiang Ying awoke and, upon parting the curtains, was greeted by the warm sunlight streaming in, enveloping the quilt in a gentle glow. "See you," she called, as she reached to scoop the child from under the covers. Indeed, the little rascal had spent the night with her, refusing to sleep alone in the crib, claiming he was afraid of the dark. Jiang Ying was at a loss. How could such a formidable little villain confess to a fear of darkness? Despite her attempts to have Chun Ma and Siyu accompany him, he continued to wail, adamant about not sleeping. Ultimately, he found his way to Jiang Ying's bed, where he nibbled on a few morsels before finally settling down to sleep. Jiang Ying, exasperated yet weary, contemplated tossing him aside but ultimately succumbed to fatigue, her eyelids heavy. "Fine, I shall deal with it tomorrow." Siyu soon entered the room, where Jiang Ying was dressing herself while the little one slept soundly. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and with two distinct sounds, he was startled awake by his own flatulence, bursting into tears. Siyu was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is wrong with the young master? Quick to act, she rushed to comfort him. Jiang Ying, taking a moment to process, was soon assailed by a rather unpleasant odor. With a mix of disdain and laughter, she mused, "Oh, the little imp has frightened himself with his own toots.
This is a first for me."
Such a fragile little creature," she scoffed, continuing to dress. Siyu chuckled and hurried to fetch a fresh diaper for the little Yenji. The infant, now blushing fiercely, managed to stammer, "Foolish woman, do not ridicule me. I may seem weak now, but just wait until I grow up. I shall be as strong as an ox. At that time, will you not rely on me for protection? And where is your mother?" Jiang Ying feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear, as she conversed with Siyu. Observing Jiang Ying struggling with the fastenings of her garments, Siyu turned to place the freshly cleaned child down and swiftly assisted Jiang Ying in getting dressed. "My mother has gone to buy groceries. She insists that during your confinement, eggs and a hen are essential. Thus, she has decided to purchase several to raise in the backyard, ensuring easy access to both eggs and chicken later on. The monthly allowance for Siyu and her mother is provided directly by Yenja, not drawn from Jiang Ying's resources. More chicken? Or perhaps stewed chicken? What flavor will it have? Can we have spicy chicken?" "Miss, during confinement you cannot eat spicy food. You must endure," Siyu advised. "Endure? Not a chance." Chapter 007. Loquaciousness. The spiritual spring water could easily remedy her postnatal deficiencies, rendering any dietary restrictions unnecessary. Yet, Chen Ma was as strict as ever, even going so far as to pile 2 quilts atop her in this warm spring season. Such torment. Let us go outside and bask in the sun. I feel stifled within these 4 walls. See, you wore a pained expression, miss. During confinement, one must not expose oneself to cold, nor be subjected to drafts, nor consume spicy foods. Am I to become a cripple? Jiang Ying could recite her words verbatim. Patting Siyu's rosy cheeks, she reassured, "Worry not, my dear. I notice the child has a slight jaundice. Sunlight, especially the morning rays, can effectively alleviate it. Otherwise, the jaundice could worsen to a dire extent." Siyu's face was one of alarm. "Is that true? Miss, I am not knowledgeable in these matters. Please do not deceive me. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, merely exaggerating for effect." Thus, when Shiren and Dr. Zhu arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Jiang Ying languidly seated on a swing, soaking up the sun, utterly content. They had even moved the crib outdoors, allowing the young master to lie side-sleeping under the sun's embrace. Shiren was utterly bewildered and questioned Dr. Zhu. "Is it permissible for a woman in confinement and a newborn to be outside?" Dr. Zhu wore an equally astonished expression. "I believe it is acceptable, though perhaps not advisable." At that moment, Chen Ma approached with a bowl of sweet wine and poached eggs, Jiang Ying's breakfast, for she had awoken late. However, she did not feel hungry. Accustomed to university life, she often slept until she awoke naturally. Glancing up, she noticed two outsiders had entered the courtyard. Jiang Ying smiled slyly. Qi Hui, is it not fortuitous? Sweet wine and poached eggs. Would you care for some? Qiren, is this truly the time to discuss food? He was on the verge of exploding with frustration. This woman, it seemed, could not change her ways. Brazenly taking the young master out for fresh air just 2 days post-birth. Fuming, Qiren stepped forward. Jiang Ying, the money you desired has been given. Could you refrain from causing trouble and properly care for the child? While you may have borne him, the young master's life holds far greater value than yours. Should anything happen, you would be unable to bear the consequences. Jiang Ying's eyelids twitched. His words were indeed harsh. You are correct, Qi Hui. Jiang Ying feigned acquiescence, but her expression revealed indifference. See you, why have you not taken the child inside? Qi Hui is about to lose his temper. I am not Qiren, he retorted. Is he not simply concerned? Moreover, the young master is her own flesh and blood. Would she not feel the most pain if anything were to go awry? As he opened his mouth to explain, Jiang Ying had already turned away to summon Chenma. Is the hot water ready? Where is the wooden tub?
Chenma nodded,
affirming that everything had been delivered to the room. Very well, I shall suffice with 2 poached eggs. Let us go inside and bathe the young master.
Qiren interjected.
What nonsense! Fresh air is forbidden, yet bathing is acceptable? Jiang Ying. Qiren could no longer contain himself. Jiang Ying turned her gaze back, her beautiful eyes glinting with icy resolve. Qi Hui, while one may indulge in a variety of foods, one must not misuse titles. I have not agreed to become a concubine. You shall address me as Miss. Qiren was left utterly speechless. Turning up his nose, he muttered, You have already borne a child, and yet you still insist on being called Miss. Jiang Ying paid him no mind. So, what if she had given birth? As long as I wish it, I shall remain eternally 18. Besides, the original was merely 16. The 3 of them in the room were caught in a flurry, while Qiren was filled with anxious urgency, desperate to enter, but too wary to force the door open. Dr. Zhu adjusted his medical bag beside him. Are we to simply stand here? Qiren stamped his foot. Of course, we must see. The young master is inside, is he not? With a creak, the door swung open. See you stood within. Qi Hui, Dr. Zhu, my lady has invited you in. Qiren instinctively craned his neck to peer inside. Greeted by a misty atmosphere, they were indeed bathing. What nonsense! Why would a 2-day-old child require a bath, especially a premature one? Qiren was convinced Jiang Ying was merely creating chaos. Angrily, he barged in, only to find little Yanji not only bathing but soaking in a medicinal bath. His face turned crimson with rage. Jiang Shi, how dare you? The young master is still so small. Why subject him to such nonsense? Cease this immediately, or I shall return to inform the master, and you will bear the consequences. Qiren's voice boomed, thunderous, as if the sky were collapsing. Chen Ma and Siyu were taken aback, instinctively reaching to pull the little Yanji from the water. Jiang Ying cast a sharp glance, forbidding any embrace, declaring, This is my territory. The child is my own flesh and blood. I dare anyone to act fiercely and gesticulate here. What a large flaw this is. If you're ill, go home and take your medicine. Jiang family, you are formidable. Qiren, filled with ire, turned to Dr. Zhu, urging, Dr. Zhu, you must speak. Is her behavior not harmful to the child? I have the utmost faith in your medical expertise. If you say it's unacceptable, then certain individuals will face repercussions upon returning to my place. Dr. Zhu appeared troubled, yet he did not evade the issue. According to his understanding, it was indeed inappropriate. He asked, May I inquire, what is the purpose of the concoction Jiang girl has prepared for the child? Jiang Ying observed the child splashing in the water, appearing quite content. This feels nice. I like this water. Bathing is truly delightful. Silly mother, don't blame Brother Qi. It's just his nature to be loud and dramatic, but he has a soft heart. In our previous life, when our father went far away and we were tormented by Jiang Yilin, it was he who helped us to remove the birth crust. Given the heartfelt sentiments of the child, Jiang Ying patiently replied. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu, who had previously been somewhat relaxed, suddenly tensed. Qiren, with keen eyes, noticed this shift and pressed, Dr. Zhu, why are you hesitating? Speak up. With a sigh, Dr. Zhu admitted, it's not a significant matter. It's merely a common flaw among cleanliness-obsessed mothers. They cannot abide seeing dirt on the child's skin, desiring a spotless and beautiful child. To that end, They will resort to picking and scrubbing, determined to rid the child of any birth crust. However, the child's skin is delicate. Should they cause injury, it could lead to inflammation and pus, potentially endangering the child's life. Upon hearing this, Qi-ren became frantic, exclaiming, "I knew it. Jiang family, did you hear that? Hurry and take the child out." Jiang Ying smiled and proposed a wager, stating, "I bet you that after steeping for half a cup of tea, the child will emerge, and the birth crust will be gone. Not only that, but the skin will be even smoother and fairer." Without absolute confidence, she would not have taken action. Moreover, the spiritual spring paired with the medicinal herbs would only benefit the child, not harm him.
Qi-ren scoffed.
Who do you think you are? Just because you've learned a little, you think you can flaunt your skills? Dr. Zhu has already declared it inadvisable, yet you insist on proceeding. Jiang Ying ignored his banter and simply asked, "Dare you to wager?" Qi-ren's brows furrowed, as he replied, "I have no time to gamble. Should anything happen to the young master due to your meddling, I will not spare you." Jiang Ying shook her head, thinking, this obstinate man. It seems he will not believe in my expertise until faced with undeniable evidence. She glanced over Qi-ren, searching for a couple of his minor health issues, and ultimately found one. There was a scar on the left side of his neck, slightly raised, with a faint pink hue. Chapter 008. A lesson for you. Qi bodyguard, that scar of yours, is it from an arrow wound? Jiang Ying pointed, her expression confident and her tone calm. If what I say is incorrect, I shall apologize. But if I am correct, I kindly ask that you treat me with more respect in the future and refrain from your incessant doubts.
Qi-ren scoffed.
Entirely skeptical that she could articulate any valid reasoning, Jiang Ying remained unperturbed, even smiling as she elaborated. Such a wound typically begins as a fine line of blood, with minimal pain, easily overlooked. After about half a month to a month, the pain intensifies, swelling appears, and inflammation leads to pus, even causing persistent fever. No ointment will work, and ultimately, one must resort to cutting the wound open to drain it, before it can slowly begin to heal. Am I correct, Qi bodyguard? Qi-ren's mouth fell open, unable to close as he absorbed her precise account of time, symptoms, and treatment methods. How do you know this? Did Chun Ma and Siyu tell you? Qi-ren was unwilling to accept that Jiang Ying had deduced this through her own medical knowledge, desperately seeking a more believable explanation. Jiang Ying shook her head, stating, "No one else. It was solely my own diagnosis. If you do not believe me, I cannot help that." However, she trailed off deliberately, which instinctively heightened Qi-ren's tension as he leaned slightly forward. Yet within, he was already inclined to trust her words. Observing Jiang Ying, he sensed that perhaps the condition had worsened. Jiang Ying lowered her gaze to sip her tea. Yet the issue remained unresolved. "You may not notice it yourself, but others can perceive it. Ask Dr. Zhu if you doubt me. When you sit upright, your head tilts slightly towards the injured side, almost uncontrollably." Qi-ren, taken aback, raised his hand to touch the slightly raised scar, incredulous that it had not fully healed. "Dr. Zhu, please examine this for me. She must be deceiving me." Dr. Zhu, seated to Qi-ren's right, had yet to see the supposed scar. Feeling a strong itch of curiosity, this was not a wound he had treated. Upon Qi-ren's request, he turned to examine the scar closely and then stepped back 2 paces to allow Qi-ren to sit properly for observation, finally sighing heavily. "Indeed, there appears to be some validity to what Miss Jiang has said. At my age, my eyesight has deteriorated. Having interacted with you so many times, I had not noticed it at all." Qi-ren suddenly panicked. What is wrong with me? Dr. Zhu, it is most likely a fiery sore. Is that not so, Miss Jiang? Jiang Ying set her teacup down, complimenting, "Dr. Zhu, you have keen eyesight. I must admit, without your astute observations, I might have overlooked it." Given Miss Jiang's meticulous approach to diagnosis, her medical skills must be commendable. I was too hasty in my judgment. Listening to their mutual compliments, Qi-ren felt utterly disoriented. Wait. I'm the patient here. Why are you two exchanging flattery? You're the patient? Did you not come to instruct me on how to conduct myself? Jiang Ying retorted, raising her gaze with a hint of reproach. Qi-ren's expression turned sour as he recalled his earlier arrogant doubts about her. The atmosphere grew quiet and oddly tense, with only the sound of the child splashing in the bath echoing. Despite being merely days old, infants are remarkably adept at playing in water, having been immersed in amniotic fluid prior to birth. Moreover, infants naturally enjoy water. Some even swim proficiently by just a few months old. Time elapsed. Jiang Ying disregarded Qi-ren and Dr. Zhu, directing Siyu and Chun Ma to lift the child from the water. The child emerged, glistening and calm, and with a mere wipe of a cloth, was rendered immaculate. Yet, the water was filled with numerous flakes resembling skin debris. Chenma was astonished, exclaiming, "Miss, it truly is clean." The young master now had smooth skin, a delight to the touch. Siyu, while dressing the child, playfully patted the soft, chubby little bottom.
Yancy, see you.
"Is it appropriate for you to indulge in the infant's charm in front of your future husband?" Jiang Ying interjected. "Siyu's future husband?"
Who might that be?
Turning her head, she quickly found the answer. Within the room, only 2 men were present. Dr. Zhu, being of advanced age and a married man, was out of the question. Thus, it could only be Qiren. Jiang Ying could not suppress her curiosity, her eyes darting between Siyu and Qiren.
Siyu,
Unfazed, dressed the child and entertained him with a rattle, causing the infant to giggle. Meanwhile, Qiren felt increasingly guilty, not only feeling the weight of his conscience, but also sensing his legs weaken under Jiang Ying's penetrating gaze, as if she were observing a corpse. Was his time running short? Surely not. That trivial wound. Had it not festered, he would have thought little of it. On occasion, in hot weather, he experienced a slight burning sensation, and while exerting himself, he felt a bit of numbness. Aside from that, he felt no other discomfort. Qiren pondered over how to discreetly assist Zhu Rong. "Dr. Zhu, surely the fire sore is merely a minor ailment? I shall accompany you shortly. Please ensure it is thoroughly treated." He intentionally lowered his voice, whispering conspiratorially, wishing to avoid being overheard by Jiang Ying. He could not afford to lose face. Consequently, Zhu Rong blushed and shook his head. "You, my dear boy, are mistaken. I am too old to treat such conditions. The fire sore does not manifest merely on the skin. It resides within the tendons. Have you heard of Guan Yu's bone scraping technique? To remedy a fire sore, one must employ a skilled hand to meticulously scrape away the embers from the tendons. Alas, my eyesight and strength have waned with age. If I were to accidentally injure your neck tendons, resulting in a crooked neck or paralysis, would you hold me accountable? Master Qi, you truly pose a question. I am but 18, unmarried, and the prospect of a crooked neck or paralysis is hardly something I could blame you for, is it?" Qiren's apprehension grew. He recalled the time he had sustained an injury in the wilderness and had hastily sought treatment from a local herbalist. It was likely this carelessness that had sown the seeds of such a significant ailment. Zhu Rong glanced at Jiang Ying, who was by the bathing tub. "She has already discerned your affliction. Why not seek her assistance instead of looking far afield? Moreover, I have reason to believe that fire sores are not particularly challenging to treat, yet they have a high recurrence rate and require considerable skill. If not completely eradicated, they will resurface with the gentle breeze of spring." Qiren's darkened expression reflected his dismay. What would happen if it remains untreated? Zhu Rong turned sharply, regarding him with a puzzled expression. "If you are unwell, why do you not seek treatment? The risks are far too great. Over time, the embers may spread, potentially encroaching upon your mind." Qiren, with a face resembling a darkened pot bottom, sprang to his feet, his gaze upon Zhu Rong as if it were ablaze. Chapter 009. Heartfelt Submission. Jiang Ying observed with amusement as Qiren placed a heavy pouch and a fine jade pendant upon the table before her. Pretending to be oblivious, she inquired, "What does this mean, guard Qi?" Qiren gritted his teeth. "Jiang auntie." "Oh no. Jiang miss, Jiang young lady, I regret my earlier lack of discernment. Surely you possess the magnanimity to overlook my previous transgressions?" Jiang Ying remained silent, idly toying with a jade pendant in her hand. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qiren cast aside all pretenses, grinning widely. "This jade pendant is a gift from my lord, truly splendid. Initially intended as a family heirloom. Upon realizing I am the last scion of the Qi family, I thought it better to cherish my life above all else, correct?" Jiang Ying nearly laughed at his antics. This lad was cunning and peculiar, yet not entirely unpleasant. Instinctively, she glanced towards Siyu. Both Siyu and Aunt Chun were loyal and diligent, and considering the budding connection between him and Siyu, Jiang Ying felt compelled to take action. She called for Siyu to approach. Qiren, brimming with excitement, thought that at last, he might rid himself of this hidden peril. However, Jiang Ying smiled and handed the jade pendant to Siyu. "This is for you. Continue to be loyal to me, and take good care of the young master." Siyu was taken aback. "Ah, but just now, that was the consultation fee given by guard Qi to the young lady. Can it truly be given to me in front of him?" Meanwhile, Qiren felt genuinely vexed. "Sister, that is my family heirloom. Must you bestow it upon a servant in my presence?" Jiang Ying internally scoffed. "You simply do not understand. I am merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances." Qiren was at a loss for words. After much hesitation, he finally managed to say, "I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Today, Dr. Zhu and I shall take our leave. When you have time, please send word." Without a day and a half to recuperate, he found it difficult to recover. Furthermore, he needed to allow the Jiang family time to prepare. Yet Jiang Ying remained silent, rising to retrieve a cloth from the bathing tub, squeezing out the water, and offering it to Qiren. "Try applying this to your wound." Qiren's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he had been caught in a jest. Jiang Ying, sensing his thoughts, remarked with a hint of a smile, "If you distrust those you employ, then why accept my consultation fee? You have already compensated me. Why question my medical prowess?" Qiren's face became a canvas of complex emotions. "Sister, that water contains not only skin flakes, but also dirt you cannot see. You expect me to believe that a cloth soaked in someone else's bathing water can cure me?" Jiang Ying, feeling fatigued from holding the cloth, grew irritated when Qiren refused to take it. "If you refuse to try, then so be it. I shall tell you that while the water may appear unclean, the medicinal properties within are worth far more than 10 jade pendants." Qiren's eyes widened, and Zhu Rong gasped in astonishment. Observing Zhu Rong's eager gaze fixed upon the cloth and bathing water, Qiren could no longer hesitate. He snatched the cloth and, without further ado, pressed it against the scar. Jiang Ying smirked. "Now that's more like it." Moments later, Qiren felt a refreshing sensation radiate from the area covered by the cloth, spreading throughout his body, rendering him momentarily speechless with delight. The light in his eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Ying, with newfound confidence, collected the pouch. "Well then, does this prove I have not deceived you?" Zhu Rong could not contain his curiosity. "Qi, what does it feel like?" Qiren bit his lip, lowering his gaze. Primarily out of embarrassment, for he could not bear to meet Jiang Ying's eyes. "It feels quite good. Refreshing, indeed. It alleviates the burning sensation." "That is a sure sign of efficacy," Zhu Rong declared emphatically. Jiang Ying clapped her hands together. "Then it is settled. You may return for a thorough treatment once I have recovered from my confinement. While it could be done now, given your prior arrogance, I intend to teach you a small lesson. Let this month be one of anxious anticipation." Qiren finally recognized Jiang Ying's formidable talent and dared not speak further, reluctantly removing the cloth from his wound. "Jiang young lady speaks wisely. I shall return in a month. However, during this month, is there no need for special care? What if, as Dr. Zhu said, the embers spread to my mind?" Jiang Ying could not help but chuckle, reaching into her sleeve to retrieve a crystal from the spirit spring. "This, when used as a warm compress, will stabilize your condition for the month. It is merely a minor ailment. There is no need for elixirs." With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, Qiren accepted the crystal, suppressing his pride, and bowed deeply to Jiang Ying. "I thank you, Mississippi." As they retraced their steps, Zhu Rong's gaze remained fervently fixed upon Qiren's chest, where Jiang Ying had placed the crystal. He found it unremarkable that a crystal could heal, given that many stones were mentioned in the Compendium of Materia Medica as medicinal agents. However, he was intensely curious about the nature of the stone and longed to possess even a fraction of it. After much internal debate, he finally could not restrain himself and asked Qiren, "That young lady Jiang, could you possibly spare me a tiny bit of the medicinal stone she gave you? Just a smidgen will suffice, even powdered." Qiren instinctively covered his chest. "Good heavens! I knew you had been eyeing me with ill intent all along, Dr. Zhu. You are a trusted confidant of my lord, and I ought not to withhold from you, but I have already given away my family heirloom. This small piece is hardly the size of a pigeon egg and must last me a month. How could I possibly share it?" After much persuasion, Dr. Zhu finally managed to convince Qiren to allow him to scrape off a small amount of powder from the crystal using a handkerchief and a dagger. Even then, Qiren lamented, "Dr. Zhu, your method is far too rough. Look, you've gouged a pit into it." Zhu Rong retorted, "You little rascal. Do you think I am old and lacking in strength? There is no pit, merely a few faint scratches." Meanwhile, within his handkerchief lay a thin layer of powder, scarcely more than the dust on his table. Chapter 010. The Scoundrel Father Seeks Trouble. Bathing, bathing, still more bathing. Having filled his belly with milk, the young Yanji stretched his increasingly vigorous limbs, internally shouting with glee. Jiang Ying paid him no mind, seated at the table, organizing her possessions. "Today, apart from that jade pendant, I earned 20 taels. With the 80 taels saved during my pregnancy and the 120 taels given by Yanjua, I now possess a considerable fortune of over 200 taels. Although this amount may not suffice for a life adorned in gold and silver, it certainly allows for a modest period of comfort. In the future, Jiang Ying can also rely on her abilities to heal others and earn money. It seems that once my confinement is over, I can bid farewell to Yanzhua without any burdens. With a relaxed mindset, time passed swiftly, and before long, over half a month had gone by. I assumed Yanzhua would find this place unappealing and might not return for quite some time. To my surprise, just after half a month, he reappeared, his eyes still harboring a depth I could not comprehend. Jiang Ying touched her face, puzzled, and wondered, "What is it? Why does he keep staring at me?" Siyu responded with a slight hum, lowering her head almost to her neck, and after a brief moment, she quickly glanced at Jiang Ying before hastily looking down again.
No, no.
Jiang Ying frowned, perplexed. What is going on? Have I encountered something supernatural? Today's oddities abound. The only one who seemed unaffected was Ren, who smiled like a vendor and graciously presented Jiang Ying with a bouquet of wildflowers he had picked along the way. "Miss Jiang, I saw these blooming beautifully on my way here. Please enjoy their freshness. I will still require your assistance with my ailment in the future." For the past half-month, he had consistently adhered to Jiang Ying's prescriptions. Remarkably, the results were extraordinary. Not only did it alleviate the heat and numbness of his scars, but it also diminished their appearance. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt particularly invigorated each night after applying the medicinal solution, awakening the next morning feeling refreshed. The prince even remarked that his martial skills had noticeably improved. Initially, he was skeptical of the potion's efficacy, sharing his doubts with Dr. Zhu, who jested that such miraculous effects were unlikely, suggesting he might have simply been destined to improve. However, everything changed when he accidentally consumed a cup of the medicine and, on that very day in the training grounds, defeated a longtime rival he had previously struggled against. Ren was overjoyed and excited but chose to keep this good fortune to himself. After all, the more people who knew, the greater the risk of someone attempting to steal his precious elixirs. Now, after applying the medicine to his neck each day, he gulped down the remaining solution without a second thought, unwilling to waste a single drop. He contemplated that once he had sufficient funds, he would earnestly seek more. Thus, he treated Jiang Ying with exceptional attentiveness. Yanzhua observed this interaction with a sense of unease, his tone turning icy. "What is this? Jiang is merely his concubine. Why refer to her as Miss?" Ren felt an internal struggle. Knowing that Jiang Ying had insisted that her subordinate refrain from calling her aunt since she had yet to officially enter the household. Yanzhua cast a cold glance at Jiang Ying. She shrugged. "I spoke no falsehood. A concubine is a concubine, and a mistress is a mistress. Hierarchy must be maintained, or chaos ensues. A concubine holds no title. So, what else should I be called?" Yanzhua pondered this and reluctantly acknowledged the truth in her words, yet a sense of discomfort lingered within him, especially as he watched Jiang Ying's rosy complexion and radiant smile. She seems to be enjoying her confinement quite well. According to Ren, she was skilled in medicine and had cared for the child exceptionally well. Previously, her feigned madness before him had left him questioning her true capabilities. "Where is the child? Bring him out for me to see." Yanzhua had come a long way merely to verify the truth of Ren's words. He found it hard to believe that the medical skills learned from the village's old doctor could be so impressive. Jiang Ying did not intervene, and soon, Mama Chen brought the child over. Mama Chen's face radiated with joy, appearing years younger, her eyes fixed on the little Yanji in her arms. The cherubic infant, plump and fair-skinned with a head full of hair, was utterly adorable. In just half a month, he seemed almost as large as a month-old baby. Mainly because of his rosy complexion and striking beauty, his large, blinking eyes, long curled lashes, and rosy lips surpassed even those in paintings. Not to mention even Mama Chen, who had been watching him daily, could hardly believe that this chubby little fellow was the same emaciated child she had seen just 2 weeks prior. She eagerly shared her delight with Yanzhua. "Young master, see how well the little master is doing? Eating and sleeping well, changing every day, and growing more and more like you. This is all thanks to Miss Zhang's dedication." Yanzhua, still skeptical, slowly leaned closer to the swaddled infant. Suddenly, he was struck dumb. "Is this my son?" His face flushed with anger. "Jiang, how dare you kneel before me?" Jiang Ying looked up, utterly bewildered. "What is wrong with you, Duke?" Yanzhua's furious shout did not intimidate Jiang Ying, but left Mama Chen and Siyu trembling as they knelt in fear. Yanzhua ignored them and seized Jiang Ying's hand. "Tell me, where have you hidden my son? I should never have trusted you, allowing you to become so brazen as to abandon your own child and deceive me with someone else's beautiful child." Jiang Ying, perplexed, thought to herself, "What is he rambling on about? Did he hit his head on the way out?" Shaking off his grip, she retorted, "If the Duke has a problem with his eyesight, he should seek treatment soon." "What do you mean swap children?" This is my child. Do you think I am blind? How could such a drastic change occur in just half a month? A child does not despise his mother as appearance, yet you dare to utter such absurdities. Yanzhuo was consumed by rage, his disappointment and disdain for Jiang Ying deepening. He regretted not taking the child away that day. In his fury, he felt as if he could kill Jiang Ying. Just as disaster seemed imminent, Qi Ren intervened. Your Highness, please calm down. I can attest that this is indeed the young master, not as you suspect. You dare speak in her defense? Yanzhuo shot a fierce glare at Qi Ren. Qi Ren leaned in closer to whisper in Yanzhuo's ear, No, Your Highness, this is truly the young master. Do you not recall that I mentioned the young master has a birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on his earlobe? Look at the infant in Mama Chen's arms. Is the birthmark still there? Jiang Ying, angered, turned her back, unwilling to engage with the madman. The awake little Yanji waved his tiny fists in Mama Chen's arms. Dad, you are truly blind and foolish, unable to recognize your own son. And you dare to slander my mother? You are hopeless. At least Brother Qi has the sense to notice the birthmark. This birthmark is a family trait passed down from my mother, just like me, my mother, and my grandfather and uncles all have it, just in different positions. Yanzhuo's expression turned furious. But he indeed noticed the faint plum blossom birthmark on the child's earlobe. It was subtle, but undeniably there. He was momentarily stunned, his lips moving mechanically. Qi Ren, are you certain this is the first time you've seen the birthmark? Qi Ren dropped to his knees. Your Highness, please see the truth. If I speak a single lie, may I suffer a terrible fate. Seeing this, Mama Chen and Siyu also swore we would never deceive the young master. This is indeed the young master. Jiang Ying has not stepped out of the courtyard for over 10 days. How could she possibly have swapped the child? Besides, we have all watched the child grow and change day by day. At this moment, Mama Chen's earlier excitement vanished, replaced by dread. She never expected that her efforts to raise the child would lead to such a near disaster. She deeply sympathized with Jiang Ying. Ahem. Yanzhuo felt he had made a tremendous blunder and was quite uncomfortable. Chapter 011. An unusual scoundrel. In truth, the moment Qi Ren mentioned the birthmark, he had already realized he had wronged Jiang Ying. But what could he do? As a princely lord, would he really stoop to apologize to a mere village girl? After a moment of silence, he decided to maintain his facade. Fine, everyone rise. Such a drastic change in such a short time, I merely had reasonable suspicions. It is your cowardice that has led to such fright.
Mama Ken, see you.
Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Qi Ren rose to his feet and ruffled his hair, evidently accustomed to the affectionate guidance bestowed upon him by Yanzhuo. As he settled down, Yanzhuo found the child increasingly endearing. With thick brows and large, expressive eyes, the boy exuded an unmistakable cleverness, and above all, a dignified demeanor that spoke of an indescribable grace, much like his own. It was clear to Yanzhuo that this child would undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of the nation. It was unexpected for someone of Zhang's crude and uneducated ilk to bear such an exceptional offspring. Clearly, his intention to bring the child back to the estate was a most astute decision. Such a heavenly being should not languish in obscurity.
Chenma.
Bring the child to me, Yanzhuo commanded. Chenma, not daring to defy him, hurriedly and cautiously placed the child into Yanzhuo's arms. With his left hand cradling the child, Yanzhuo recited a line of poetry. Great destiny begins not with falsehood, while the lingering light still resonates.
Ji.
Meaning sincerity and authenticity. From now on, your name shall be Yanji. Jiang Ying secretly grimaced. Who gave this dog of a lord the authority to name him? How presumptuous. Ugh. How could he not recognize his own son? What audacity to name him. Well, I do find this name quite appealing. It embodies the essence of sincerity and authenticity, doesn't it? No wonder I have a penchant for violence. Pursuing what I love is indeed an expression of sincerity. Roar. Let us eliminate those evildoers, eradicate those duplicitous scoundrels. Jiang Ying, you comprehend the meaning, do not? Yanji, do you like it? Yanzhuo leaned down, gazing at his son with a hint of anticipation. To his surprise, the once docile and endearing child suddenly pouted and erupted into tears, wailing loudly. I don't want your embrace, you worthless father. The term worthless was one Jiang Ying had only recently learned from Jiang Ying. It described a man who neglects his responsibilities towards women, children, and family. Who told you to treat my mother poorly in the past? You only know how to wield power and engage in battles, leaving all authority in the household to Jiang Yilin. You have no idea how she tormented the two of us. You still cherish the twins she bore, unaware that neither is truly yours. Are you not the epitome of a foolish father? With a loud crash, Jiang Ying stumbled and knocked a teacup off the stone table. The porcelain shattered into countless pieces upon hitting the ground. Yenja cast her a displeased glare, remarking on her lack of decorum. Mind your own business. Her enchanting, dewy eyes, however, were fixed intently on the top of Yenja's head. Look, Yenja felt a flutter of anxiety as she continued to stare.
What do you see?
Jiang Ying, green. To live well, one must always wear a hint of green atop their head. The green light enveloping Yenja's head resembled a vast meadow. The latter, unable to comprehend her words, struggled with the fussy child in his arms. His right arm was injured and rendered useless, and he could only manage to hold Yanji with his left hand, which was already aching from the effort. Though he remained silent, he endured the discomfort. Yanji, acutely aware of his distress, continued to kick and cry, "Worthless father, don't overexert yourself. You are incapable. When I grow up, even if you are a brilliant strategist, I shall lead, and you will have to heed your son's commands." Jiang Ying burst into laughter. Fully disarmed, frustrated, Yenja thrust the child back into her arms. "Foolish woman, look at how the child is crying, and yet you find amusement in this." However, no sooner had he spoken than the child ceased crying. Yenja shot a fierce glare at the oblivious child. "All right, little Yenji, stop crying. Your father's appearance is a gift from your parents. We cannot impose unreasonable expectations, can we?"
Crash.
Another cup shattered, this time flung from Yenja's hand in exasperation. Jiang Ying blinked. "Hui, is the Lord angry? Strange. Usually a man of any valor would crush a cup in frustration, yet he refrained from doing so."
Key.
"Provoke him as much as you wish. The Lord may not be able to crush a cup, but he can draw his sword." Jiang Ying understood the adage that a cornered rabbit will bite, so she decided to retreat gracefully. All right, it was my foolish tongue that misspoke. Your Highness, is there any decree you wish to convey?" Yenja clenched his fists within his sleeves, fixing Jiang Ying with a fiery gaze. After a long pause, he coldly uttered 3 words. "You wait." He departed as abruptly as he had arrived. Jiang Ying shrugged. What a temper. Yenja strode forward with purpose, while Qiren retreated, mouthing apologies. "I'm sorry, I truly did not understand why the Lord was in such a frenzy. I shall inform you in advance next time he arrives." Jiang Ying raised 3 fingers to Qiren, indicating all was well. This series of antics left Chen Ma and Siyu utterly stunned. After a time, upon witnessing Jiang Ying lull the child to sleep, they regained their composure. Siyu looked pale as she gazed in the direction Yenja had departed. "Miss, do you not realize that young master, Yen, is not an ordinary person?" Jiang Ying lazily fluttered her eyelashes. "Are you unaware?"
Siyu trembled.
I didn't know. She had only realized when she saw young Master Yen emerge from the Duke's residence earlier that day. Although she had previously sought Qiren a few times, they had always met at a considerable distance from the Duke's estate. She had never imagined. But how did she know? And why was she so unfazed? He was the Duke, after all. Seeing Siyu's pitifully startled expression, Jiang Ying patted her shoulder. "It's fine. The Duke is but a man, with 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth. He is neither a wolf nor a tiger. He cannot consume us." Siyu mused. That does seem somewhat reasonable. But a duke, is as distant as clouds in the sky to me. How could he descend to our world? Siyu turned to her mother. "Mother, are you not afraid?"
Chen Ma.
"Afraid of what? I am merely a wet nurse hired by young Master Yen for 2 taels of silver a month. My sole responsibility is to care for Miss Jiang and the young master. The affairs of the Duke do not concern me. However, Siyu, consider this. What is the status of our Miss Jiang? What chance does she have of entering the Duke's residence in her lifetime?" Siyu came to a sudden realization. If they did not enter the Duke's residence, they were merely ordinary people. Ordinary people had nothing to fear. Yet soon, Siyu recalled another matter, her face contorting in distress. But did not the Duke say he would take the young lady as a concubine? Chen Ma waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry about that. If he wishes to take her, it will depend on whether the young lady desires to go. He cannot simply force her into a bridal sedan, can he?" From her observations over the past few days, Chen Ma noted that Miss Jiang was no longer as naive as before. Would she truly agree to become a concubine? Although she did not understand the reason behind Miss Jiang's sudden change in temperament, Chen Ma was pleased. She admired the current Miss Jiang, who was both capable and principled. What a good girl. Duke's residence. Upon returning, Yenja immediately downed 3 cups of cold tea without uttering a word, his anger still simmering. How outrageous, that village woman. No longer could he delay. He must ensure Jiang entered the estate post-haste. Setting aside other concerns, Yanji was a worthy individual. when he had held him earlier. He had discreetly assessed the child's potential. He was an excellent candidate for martial training. However, the current princess would undoubtedly oppose such an action, should he force the matter. He would risk being labeled disrespectful to his legitimate mother and unfilial. Such empty titles were of little concern to him, but the emperor valued filial piety. If he were to lose the emperor's favor due to this affair, everything he sought to protect would be in jeopardy. Thus, a more circumspect approach was necessary. After the burning of an incense stick, Jiang finally caught up to Yenja. "Your Highness, why did you run off so quickly? I could hardly keep pace." Yenja scoffed coldly. "Is it your body that cannot keep up, or your heart? I see you are eager to relinquish your duties here and attend to the Jiang family instead. Does she truly captivate your soul?" Jiang chuckled. "Your Highness, Jiang girl is neither a ghost nor a specter to bewitch anyone. I merely find her sharp tongue hides a tender heart. She is not malicious, after all. Or else why would she treat her subordinates' ailments?" "Humph," Yenja retorted with a cold smile. "A mere act of kindness has so easily won your favor. You, who are supposed to be one of my trusted confidants, have shown such a lack of principle." He recalled the harsh words he had hurled at Jiang in the past. Words too vile for him to repeat. The sudden about-face was intolerable, and Jiang refused to acknowledge it. Yenja regarded him with disdain. Jiang was aware of his own inconsistency, but reasoned that Jiang had undergone significant changes. If she dared to reform herself, why should he cling to the past? He momentarily ceased to argue, choosing instead to grin ingratiatingly. Each time he did so, the prince would not hold it against him. A tactic that had proven effective time and again. As expected, it was not long before Yenja, pained by his laughter, waved his hand dismissively enough. "Begone, and attend to your affairs." Jiang, having successfully executed his scheme, grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. After taking a few steps away, he suddenly turned back. "Your Highness, I speak truthfully. Jiang's medical skills are exceptional. Why not allow her to treat your hand? Instead of desperately seeking a renowned physician to no avail, it would be better to try her out, as there is nothing to lose." Yen just slammed his left fist onto the table. "Who do you call a dead horse?"
Jiang, imispuka.
"I shall take my leave at once." The topic was swiftly closed. Yen just sat upright, his index finger idly tapping the table. To believe that the village woman was a divine healer and seek her aid was preposterous. Nevertheless, he devised a plan that would compel her to enter the manor, even if she were reluctant. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The child finally reached the 1-month mark. The prison-like days had finally come to an end. Jiang Ying awoke early, feeling as if the air was fragrant and like a crazed dog. She dashed out of the courtyard to frolic in the fields. Yen just squandered his wealth, yet remained stingy. Which noble would keep a concubine in a remote village where the land was tilled? While others had golden houses to hide their beloved, he had a farmhouse to conceal a ghost. To borrow a corpse and return it to life, was that not akin to being a ghost? She strolled along the field paths with little Yenji, and upon returning from gathering supplies, she appeared both startled and joyful. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow, and, after placing little Yenji in the crib, seized her hand to check her pulse. "What troubles you? Have you lost your spirit?" The pulse was normal, albeit slightly rapid, indicative of a disordered heart. I am fine," C replied, pulling her hand back with a dazed expression. Jiang Ying frowned. "What is it?" "If you do not speak, I shall inquire myself." Left with no choice, Siu finally divulged the truth. "Actually, it is good news. There are rumors in the West City that the prince has entered the palace to seek a favor on your behalf, to bring a concubine into the manor. The princess consort disdains the embarrassment and fell ill with rage. The prince, with no other recourse, knelt outside the imperial study all night, ultimately securing the emperor's agreement. Soon, you will become the legitimate concubine of the prince." No one understood Jiang Ying's origins better than Siu. Thus, after a brief moment of unease upon hearing the news, she gradually came to terms with it. A noble concubine, adorned in fine garments, with no worries about food or clothing, perhaps this was a blessing for her daughter. The young master would be duly recognized in the family lineage and would no longer have to suffer in silence. Her disappointment stemmed from the fear that she might no longer have the opportunity to serve Jiang Ying closely. There was another matter, however, that made Siu avert her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Ying's eyes. Jiang Ying squinted. "How should I put it? I am not surprised by Yenja's actions. The dog prince is capable of imposing unreasonable demands. But surely, it cannot be merely this?" It seemed that both the original body and Jiang Yilin had entered the manor at the same time. "Siu, how have I treated you?" Jiang Ying began to probe her mind. Si lowered her head. You have treated me well, miss. Though our time together has been short. You have been the kindest person to me aside from my mother. Chun had been widowed early, driven from the village by her husband's brothers. Struggling to survive with her daughter, enduring countless hardships and disdain from others over the years. At such a young age, Siyu had already faced many adversities. It was only after finding refuge under Yen Zhe that her life improved. Thus, both mother and daughter cherished their current situation, especially during this period spent beside Jiang Ying. Devoid of quarrels or scolding, they felt like a family. Then you should not hide anything from me. Speak, is there something you have not told me? Jiang Ying teased, lifting Siyu's chin playfully. Siyu's face flushed, miss. Not going to speak, are you? Then when Chiron arrives next time, I shall reveal that you have feelings for him, miss. Siyu exclaimed, growing anxious. Jiang Ying delighted in the unfolding drama. Oh, I was merely jesting. But do you genuinely have an interest in Chiron? Siyu's face turned crimson, like fresh liver, as she stamped her foot and declared, if you continue to tease me, I shall throw myself into the well. And indeed, she began to head towards the backyard well. Jiang Ying quickly pleaded for mercy. All right, my dear Siyu, I shall not jest with you any longer. Now, you must tell me everything clearly. Thus, Siyu could no longer keep her secrets. Stammering, she finally confessed, it is a betrothal. Chapter 13. A concubine with no rights. The emperor has permitted the prince to take you as a concubine, and the young master will be the legitimate son, but the prince remains displeased with the situation. Hence, he has also arranged a properly matched principal wife, none other than Jiang Yilin, the legitimate second daughter of the Jiang Duke's household. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's heart, which had been suspended, finally settled. I knew it could not be just me, without Jiang Yilin being involved. Siyu, fearing Jiang Ying's disappointment, quickly added, do not be too disheartened, miss. It is said that Jiang Yilin has a very good disposition, gentle and virtuous, kind-hearted, and the Jiang family, being a prominent clan, would never mistreat their concubines or illegitimate children. Since your origins cannot be changed, perhaps the prince is merely considering your well-being. After all, being a concubine under a jealous principal wife is entirely different from being one beneath a generous and kind-hearted wife. Moreover, you both share the surname Jiang, which means you are of the same clan, making future interactions easier. Jiang Ying, feeling disinclined to speak, thought to herself, let me be melancholic for a moment. Yet, even silence seemed a luxury, as her little son awoke at some point, hearing her conversation with Siyu and panicked. It's over. She asked coming. What must come eventually cannot be evaded. What nonsense about being kind-hearted and gentle.
Pa.
There is no woman with a more venomous heart than Jiang Yilin. Oh, dear mother. You must not heed Siyu's nonsense. Jiang Yilin may appear mild and harmless, but at her core, she is a wolf in sheep's clothing. You suffered under her for 5 long years in your past life, eventually succumbing to poison and dying alone on a cold winter night, your body found frozen solid, with no one to care.
Bang.
Jiang Ying's fury escalated as she slammed her palm onto the table, startling Yen Zhi. Yen Zhi felt profoundly melancholic. At first, he had not sensed it, but these days, as he grew within the infant's body, he often reacted instinctively to the world around him. For instance, he would cry upon being startled by his own farts, fear thunder, suck his fingers, lick objects, and tug at his tiny feet. Just as he was wallowing in his gloom, he suddenly burst into tears for no apparent reason. With a heavy heart, See, this is how it is. As Si rushed towards the crib, unable to bear the sight of her young master weeping, she gathered him into her arms, gently soothing him with tender words. Do not cry, dear one. Our little master is the bravest of all, unafraid of the fierce mother. You are the sweetest. Mother is not angry with you, but rather with the wicked people. Jiang Ying interjected, Nonsense. I am indeed scolding him. Such a mischievous child. Why must we always dwell on unpleasant matters? Who can endure such talk day in and day out? Yen Zhi, unaware that Jiang Ying could hear his innermost thoughts, genuinely felt that Jiang Ying was not scolding him. But who was she scolding then? The scoundrel father? He gradually regained his composure, his cries subsided, transforming into a flurry of movements. Wonderful, wonderful. Being angry at the scoundrel father is the best. Do not agree with him. No matter how illustrious the status, being a concubine brings no good days. Moreover, Jiang Yilin is also coming to the residence. That venomous snake, one should keep as far away as possible. When I grow up, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Jiang Ying's cheeks, initially puffed up in anger, brightened upon hearing these new thoughts, and her anger slowly dissipated. A sudden realization struck her. Indeed, She possessed the golden finger of having a reborn son. If only she could foresee the pivotal moments. Meddling in this arranged marriage would surely be an effortless endeavor. Thus, Jiang Ying feigned continued anger, reclaiming her son from C's embrace, and commanded in a solemn tone, "Leave me be. I wish to contemplate in solitude." C glanced at the wide-eyed Yanji, her concern evident. "Miss, shall I take the child away, so you can have complete peace?" She worried Jiang Ying might unleash her frustrations on the child, although the likelihood was slim. She had witnessed Jiang Ying's unpredictable nature before and dared not take chances. Jiang Ying, however, intended to use Yanji for her own guidance and would never relinquish him. Maintaining a stern facade, she insisted, "Out you go. No further discussion." C pouted, glancing back multiple times as she exited the room. Just as she crossed the threshold, the door closed behind her. She clasped her hands in silent prayer. "Little master, may you find your own salvation." Jiang Ying stood with her arms akimbo, propping her chin on her hands, locked in a challenging stare with little Yanji, who was set upright on the blanket. "Yanji, what is your foolish mother doing? Is this a game of staring?" Jiang Ying retorted, "Go to your mother." But she realized that she was, in a sense, referring to herself. She wished to compel the mischievous child to divulge the contents of his mind. However, after much effort, she could not find the key to unlock his thoughts. With no other recourse, Jiang Ying forced out a few tears, performing a display of self-pity. "Oh, my precious son, your mother does not wish to be a concubine. Last night, I dreamt of becoming a concubine to your father, only to encounter a duplicitous and cruel matriarch who tormented me unmercifully, leading to my tragic end and yours as well. My awakening brought clarity. Being a concubine means no rights. A concubine's child is treated as lesser. Always belittled and bullied by the matriarch's offspring. How wretched." As Jiang Ying continued, she noticed the corners of Yanji's eyes turning red at a visible pace, indicating she had struck a nerve. This must surely compel him to reveal his thoughts. Indeed, a single crystalline tear rolled down Yanji's obsidian-like eyes, conveying deep-seated grievances. Yes, being a concubine means no rights, and being a bastardee means even fewer rights. Oh, mother, at last your mind seems clear. In my past life, I was completely unaware of the torment inflicted by Jiang Yilin's children. I tried to avoid conflict, but they never spared me. They trapped me in the flower bed, forced mud into my mouth, poured filth upon me, and even poisoned the little dog I had rescued, roasting it before my eyes. When I sought your help, you only urged me to study harder, claiming that if I excelled, my scoundrel father would notice me, and I could punish them. But my ink and paper were thrown into the latrine, and they would lock me away before class, ruining my homework, leading my teacher to dislike me even more, leaving me no chance to improve. Later, you died, in a truly horrible manner, and I can never forget how you looked, frozen like an ice block. But I did not know someone had harmed you. I sought out Jiang Yilin, thinking she would care for me, but she pretended to be gentle while secretly calling me a wild child. When I turned 12, she treated me better, showering me with the most beautiful maidservants to serve me, feigning concern in front of my scoundrel father. It was not until I overheard her conversing with a servant in the garden that I realized she was plotting my demise, but by then, it was too late. My scoundrel father was utterly disappointed in me, having not looked at me for years. I grew up, filled with hatred for them, wishing for their demise. Of course, I also hated you, resented my scoundrel father for abandoning me, for his blindness, for not recognizing my worth. I secretly trained in martial arts and saved the young emperor during a hunting expedition, thus gaining renown. No one dared bully me. Yet my scoundrel father still viewed me with disdain. Nonetheless, I did not care for him. When my scoundrel father celebrated his birthday, how could I miss the opportunity to provoke him? I bribed a troupe to perform a play exposing the collusion between my scoundrel father and Jiang Yilin. When he discovered it, he was furious, while Jiang Yilin feigned innocence and pleaded for me before him. Infuriated, I drew my blade against Jiang Yilin, ordering her to silence herself. But I truly did not know how I ended up stabbing. The cacophony of insults and accusations surrounded me. My scoundrel father approached me. His lips moved, but I couldn't hear him, for he suddenly fell backward, eyes closed. Afterward, everyone claimed I had committed matricide and patricide, unworthy of being human. Jiang Yilin's son, Jiang Qin, pierced my heart with a sword, binding my limbs and head to a horse. My body was torn apart, pain searing through me, causing tears to flow until my world faded into darkness. Little Yanji, lost in his recounting, was oblivious to the tears streaming down his face. Jiang Ying, in a fit of frustration, struck the bed with her fist, her voice hoarse. Enough. This startled Yanji, causing him to wail uncontrollably, unable to contain himself. In his heart, he wondered, what is happening? Why has foolish mother suddenly become angry again? Is it because of the terrifying conclusion of the dream? But alas, that was not a dream, it was a painful reality. Foolish mother, in this life, we shall not be concubines, we shall forge our own path. Wait until Ji grows up to protect you and provide for you. Jiang Ying's eyes warmed, feeling as though her heart was being tightly gripped. She was both moved and furious, moved by Yanji's heartfelt devotion to her, and furious at Jiang Yilin's inhumanity, even though she was not Yanji's biological mother. Hearing of a child enduring such inhumane treatment evoked her righteous indignation.
Jiang Yilin, was it?
Very well. Our enmity begins here. It was not that she sought to meddle. As Jiang Ying in this era, as Yanji's mother, she was fated to be at odds with Jiang Yilin. The celestial forces that brought her here did so not in vain, but to alter Yanji's destiny. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Jiang Ying embraced little Yanji tightly, as though cradling a precious treasure. This left Yanji utterly bewildered. The chubby cheeks nestled against Jiang Ying's chest, basking in the embrace of what one might call maternal love. After a moment, she tilted her head, gasping for air. I can't take it anymore, foolish mother. Please let go. I'm about to suffocate. Rest assured, my dear, no one shall ever bully you again, Jiang Ying replied, tears welling in her eyes as she truly empathized with Xiao Yanji. Together, they would confront all injustices and tear apart those who trampled upon their ashes. Once Xiao Yanji was convinced that his silly mother truly did not wish to be a concubine, he burst into tears of joy. Mother, I support you. I have a plan to ensure that scoundrel father cannot coerce you. At this very moment, the old matriarch of the Jiang family is at Xianghua Temple, almost delayed in her return. Why don't we go to Xianghua Temple? Aren't you skilled in medicine? Seize the opportunity to make an impression before the old matriarch. Win her favor, and then subtly reveal your birthmark. The old matriarch has always harbored doubts regarding Jiang Yilin's birthmark. Its color is too deep and diverges from the family lineage. Once she sees your true birthmark, she will undoubtedly recognize you. At that point, you shall be the legitimate youngest daughter of the Jiang family, who would dare force you into concubinage. Jiang Ying grew increasingly excited as she listened. What a brilliant plan! She averted her face, primarily to conceal her emotional display from Xiao Yanji. Indeed, it was no surprise that the mind of a villain, nurtured through trials, was so astute. It was decided. Jiang Ying resolved to follow Xiao Yanji's advice. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned Siyu.
Siyu.
Now that you have finally recovered from confinement, I wish to go to Xianghua Temple to light a perpetual lamp for the child. Please inform them that we shall set out early tomorrow morning. Additionally, notify your mother to prepare the carriage. The scenery at Xianghua Temple is splendid, and we should stay for a few days.
Oh.
Siyu blinked, puzzled as to why the young lady suddenly wished to visit the temple again. Was it to distract herself from the matter of the prince's legitimate wife? A glance at Xiao Yanji revealed that he was doing well, which eased her worries. It was good that she had come to terms with it. She turned to find Mama Chen, who was even more concerned about the young lady than she was. She feared that the young lady might become obstinate and ultimately suffer for it. Xiao Yanji, invigorated, felt that his strategy was flawless. Yet he was at a loss for words and unable to write. Just as he was growing anxious, he heard Jiang Ying issue her orders. In an instant, his adorably perplexed face blossomed into a radiant smile. How curious. Mother is coincidentally going to Xianghua Temple. Have we developed a telepathic connection?
Ha ha ha.
My silly mother has finally come to her senses. Good days are just around the corner. Amused, Jiang Ying looked down and pinched the chubby cheeks of her mischievous child. This boy, grinning like the big bad wolf, was truly comical. Chapter 015. Xianghua Temple. Early the next morning, a party of four set out in a carriage. To Jiang Ying's surprise, Yanju did not attempt to stop them, perhaps pleased with her recent behavior. With spring upon them, withered trees were awakening. Tender buds gracing the branches, and streams babbling melodiously, the scenery was enchanting. The driver, an experienced hand, skillfully maneuvered the carriage along the uneven path, mindful of the noble passengers within. In truth, Xiao Yanji was sleeping more soundly than anyone else. Mama Chen cradled him in her arms, sitting on the outer bench, her gaze fixed adoringly upon the child, utterly captivated. Our little lord is truly well-nurtured. Even a child born at full term is seldom as vibrant as he. This sentiment had been expressed by Mama Chen countless times. Almost every time she held Xiao Yanji, she would repeat it. Jiang Ying and Siyu exchanged glances, both perceiving the playful teasing in each other's eyes. Siyu reproached Mother. You've said that 800 times. Aren't you tired of it? How could I be? Mama Chen straightened her back, earnest as ever. He is indeed exceptionally well cared for. I must confess, when you first gave birth, I feared he would not survive. For he didn't even cry. Who would have thought he would not only survive but thrive splendidly? It would be an understatement to say he is transformed. How could I not be delighted? Who wouldn't adore a plump, glutinous rice dumpling of a child, especially having witnessed him grow day by day? This is all thanks to the young lady, she added. Siyu nodded in agreement, adding, the young lady is beautiful and kind-hearted, with exceptional medical skills. Mother, have you not noticed that the young lady has transformed as well? Upon hearing this, Mama Chen instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Ying, her eyes lighting up instantly.
Today.
Jiang Ying donned a pink-green RU skirt, her figure slender and graceful. Her oval face glowed like jade, skin as pristine as snow. Her eyes sparkled with the clarity of autumn waters. Delicate features adorned her small nose and naturally rosy lips. What a striking beauty she was, standing like a graceful lotus. Mama Chen, lacking a rich vocabulary, struggled to find suitable words to praise Jiang Ying. After a moment of hesitation, she finally managed, my lady's beauty is such that not only do men wish to commit crimes upon seeing her, but even women would too. At this, Siyu burst into laughter, nearly spilling her tea. The three adults engaged in light conversation, and soon enough, Xiao Yanji clumsily stretched and began to awaken. Initially disoriented, his obsidian-like eyes rolled around in confusion before landing on the scenery outside, igniting excitement and thrill within him.
Wow, wow, wow.
Have we already set off so early? Finally, after more than 30 days, I can go out for a stroll. Seeing these familiar mountains and waters again, I believe I have truly returned to life. I, Yanji, am back. Jiang Ying couldn't help but think of an animated film. Just wait, Grey Wolf, will return. Her gaze fell upon the little rascal. At that moment, his mischievous demeanor mirrored that of the Grey Wolf preparing to cause trouble. Silly mother, how much longer until we reach Xianghua Temple? Xiao Yanji retracted his gaze from the window, looking intently at Jiang Ying, ignoring his somewhat irksome way of addressing her. Jiang Ying fully opened the carriage curtain and inquired of Siyu, how much longer until we arrive at Xianghua Temple? Replying to the young lady, our lodging is not far from the foot of Xianghua Temple, but one is to the east and the other to the west. The carriage will take a detour around the mountain foot. We should arrive by noon at the latest. Jiang Ying cast a glance at the little rascal. That works perfectly. We can have vegetarian lunch. Upon hearing the word vegetarian, Xiao Yanji's delicate brows knitted together in discontent.
What?
This young lord dislikes vegetarian food. There's no meat. This young lord cannot live without meat. Jiang Ying chuckled. Siyu, do you know why the people at Xianghua Temple do not like to eat meat? Siyu was momentarily taken aback and scratched her head. Isn't it because monks cannot eat meat? Jiang Ying suppressed her laughter, explaining. The monks believe that excessive killing is sinful. If one wishes to live long, one must cultivate compassion and not take the lives of even small creatures lightly. It was time to impart a little wisdom to the mischievous child. One must be kind and not always think of consuming meat or taking lives. It was understandable that he had not fared well in his previous life, but in this life, let us be well-behaved and strive to become virtuous youths. Xiao Yanji, confused by his silly mother's meaning, wondered if she was advising him to be kind. In the playful exchange between mother and son, they soon arrived at Xianghua Temple. The final stretch up the mountain could not accommodate the carriage, so Mama Chen, Siyu, and Jiang Ying took turns carrying Xiao Yanji up the hill. The three were exhausted, while he, comfortably perched on an adult's back, raised his head slightly, swinging his little legs left and right, enjoying the view leisurely. He even attempted to mimic a few bird calls. Jiang Ying felt an inexplicable urge to scratch him. Fortunately, the little rascal weighed only about 10 pounds. If he were any heavier, it might have cost Jiang Ying her life. Finally, they had arrived. Upon reaching the summit and gazing at the vermilion gates of the Xianghua Temple, Jiang Ying wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling as though she had been reborn. Xiao Yanji pouted, "Oh dear mother, your constitution is rather feeble. You ought to engage in more exercise. Sister Siyu carries me for much longer, without panting as you do." Jiang Ying shot him a fierce glare, causing Xiao Yanji to instantly fall silent. Siyu stepped forward to knock on the door. It was not the time for the temple to be open for incense offerings, so they encountered little company on their ascent. After a considerable time of knocking, the door finally creaked open. "Amit Ba," the gatekeeper monk said politely, hands pressed together. The temple is not open for incense today. You must return. Jiang Ying smiled amiably and explained, Young monk, we have come to pray for this child. He was born prematurely at 7 months and is quite frail. The elders say he may not survive. Please, consider the merit of saving a life surpassing the construction of 7 pagodas and grant us a favor. The gatekeeper monk hesitated, casting a glance at the swaddled bundle in Jiang Ying's arms. She discreetly adjusted the swaddling to conceal the plump, cherubic infant. While Xiao Yanji was indeed a premature baby, his condition had greatly improved over the past month due to the nourishing waters and herbal remedies. He hardly resembled a preemie now, some might even believe him to be 2 months old. Before the gatekeeper could respond, a young maid, dressed more elaborately than the daughters of common households, rushed out in a flurry. The gatekeeper, taken aback, inquired, What is the matter, dear maiden? The maid, her face etched with worry, stammered, My old mistress has fallen ill, and the medicinal pills she regularly takes have been accidentally destroyed. I have been sent down the mountain to retrieve more. The gatekeeper monk pressed his palms together again. Amitabha, might I suggest that our abbot, who possesses medical skills and often treats patients that visit the temple, examine your old mistress first. The maid shook her head vehemently. It would be of no use. My old mistress has relied on those pills for half her life, and other remedies do not suffice. Years ago, she sought out the abbot, but alas, her chronic ailment proved beyond his capabilities. Jiang Ying stood dazed on the steps, caught between entering and retreating. Xiao Yanji, with his chubby fingers straining to peel back the swaddling, trembled upon recognizing the maid. It's her. It's her. Silly mother, I know her. She is Sister Yinping, the first maid of old Madame Jiang. Hurry, silly mother, stop her, and we can see old Madame Jiang. Xiao Yanji urged excitedly. However, Jiang Ying could not heed his impulsive suggestion. She could not simply rush toward her goal, for the Jiang family was not one to be trifled with. Besides, old Madame Jiang had lived a long life. She would not be easily deceived. Moreover, Jiang Ying's intentions were not solely to seek familial recognition. She needed to first gauge the disposition of the Jiang family. If they turned out to be unsavory characters, she would be stepping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. Such self-sabotage was not something she would entertain lightly. As she observed Sister Yinping and her guards departing, Jiang Ying retrieved a small pouch from her pocket and pressed it into the gatekeeper's hands. Young monk, we are truly left with no choice. You wouldn't wish to witness a precious life extinguished, would you? Please do us a kindness. The gatekeeper monk hesitated but ultimately accepted the bribe and beckoned to a young novice sweeping nearby. These kind patrons are eager to pray for the newborn. Please, escort them inside. The novice, not questioning further, led them to light a perpetual lamp. Chenma expressed her heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, young monk. They say Xianghua Temple is the finest in the land, and today's experience certainly affirms that reputation. Jiang Ying was taken aback to discover that lighting a perpetual lamp incurred a fee, 12 taels per lamp. 12 taels. That amounted to a staggering 12,000 coins. Moreover, there was an additional charge for lamp maintenance, 100 coins per month, totaling 1,200 coins annually. If one failed to pay, the lamps would be extinguished or removed in favor of those who had settled their dues first. Now she understood why Xianghua Temple was renowned and extraordinarily wealthy. She discreetly pinched Xiao Yanji. Little rascal, you've benefited from this. Xiao Yanji let out a loud wail, and before he could continue, Jiang Ying swiftly covered his mouth. Oh, dear ancestors, keep your voice down. What if they realize we are feigning? The novice indeed appeared perplexed. Patron, why does your child's cries sound so robust? He cries loudly, but he is merely a wisp of a thing, hardly weighing 2 taels. He can hardly eat. Jiang Ying chuckled nervously. Of course. I have yet to grow teeth, so I cannot eat solid food. I can only drink milk. Xiao Yanji chimed in beside her. Smacking his lips, he added, Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry, mother. I want milk. Jiang Ying thought, how infuriating. This wretched child only calls for her when he craves something. After finding a quiet meditation room, Jiang Ying first tended to Xiao Yanji, feeding him milk with a resigned expression. Siyu soon returned with news of old Madame Jiang. Coincidentally, the person you seek resides diagonally across from us. However, her room is more spacious than ours, a private courtyard, no less. Jiang Ying mused, of course, as she was the matriarch of the Duke's household, a lady of high rank. How could she, a mere impoverished concubine, compete? Is there any commotion from her courtyard? Jiang Ying inquired curiously. Siyu shook her head. No, it is quiet, as if there were no one there, though I vaguely heard a suppressed cough. It seemed old Madame Jiang was gravely ill. Jiang Ying recalled Xiao Yanji's words. Old Madame Jiang nearly did not return this time. Clearly, Sister Yinping's anxiety was genuine. With the medicine ruined and the old matron unable to descend the mountain, their only hope lay with Sister Yinping retrieving the medicine. Understood, let us eat. The monks had just delivered a vegetarian meal, truly devoid of any meat. Xiao Yanji cast a disdainful glance, turning his head away. It's terribly bland, just 4 dishes and a soup. Greens, pickled vegetables, pumpkin vermicelli, and tofu soup. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Jiang Ying observed the overly eager Siyu and Chenma, who could not tolerate Xiao Yanji's picky eating.
Consequently,
Jiang Ying used her chopsticks to scoop a small amount of pumpkin puree and forcefully shove it into Xiao Yanji's mouth. The little one grimaced and attempted to spit it out. Jiang Ying, determined, prodded him again, sticking it to the roof of his mouth, leaving him unable to expel it. He huffed in displeasure. Chenma chuckled. That's enough, miss. The young master is only a month old. He cannot digest what we adults consume. As a student of medicine, Jiang Ying was well aware of this fact. However, Xiao Yanji had been nourished by her carefully prepared milk and the mystical waters. So, his constitution differed from ordinary infants. A bit of pumpkin puree, banana puree, or potato puree would pose no problem. After the exhausting climb, both Jiang Ying and Xiao Yanji felt utterly fatigued following their meal. Jiang Ying decisively led Xiao Yanji to bed, reasoning that if they were tired, they should sleep, regardless of the urgency. Who could have anticipated that they would sleep until dusk? Just as Jiang Ying was drifting in and out of slumber, a cacophony of footsteps and cries erupted outside. What was happening? Jiang Ying's voice was hoarse. Siyu quickly brought her a cup of warm water. Miss. It seems the old Madame Jiang's courtyard, as you instructed me to inquire, is in chaos. Old Madame Jiang has collapsed and cannot be awakened, despite repeated calls. Such fainting spells can be perilous for the elderly. If fortune does not favor them, they might not awaken at all. Jiang Ying, realizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned her water and swiftly threw off the covers, leaping from the bed. Let us go see. Siyu hesitated, miss. The young master is still asleep. And where is your mother? Let her watch him. I cannot take him. Xiao Yanji, just waking, heard her words.
No.
I want to go. Foolish mother. Come back and bring me along. Otherwise, I will cry. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching wail erupted. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, dismissing him. Why must one always crowd around joyous occasions? Is the spectacle not sufficient? Upon leaving the meditation room and turning a corner, the heartfelt whispers of Xiao Yanji faded away. Much like the reach of a poor Wi-Fi connection. From a distance, a crowd gathered at the entrance, primarily comprised of the guards led by the venerable Lady Jiang, along with a few monks from the temple. Their hushed conversations bore grim expressions. After all, the esteemed Lady Jiang's demise within their temple would surely incite wrath upon them. It was not uncommon for a few guards to be vented upon by the Duke in a fit of rage. The sobs of the maidservants in the courtyard were stifled, yet sorrowful. Only one elderly matron remained composed, urging, "Quick, fetch the abbot. Even if we cannot address the root of the issue, we must at least stabilize her condition to awaken the lady." A young monk at the door leaned against the frame, stating that a messenger had already been dispatched. But the abbot had ventured into the mountains early that morning to gather herbs, and it remained uncertain if he could be found in time. Madame Tang's legs quivered, her body uncontrollably sliding toward the ground. Silver Ji and Silver Rue rushed forward to support her, tears glistening in their eyes. Silver Shuang dashed out from within. Madame Tang. The lady's breaths are becoming increasingly shallow. What shall we do? What can we do? Silver Shuang trembled, lifting the silver needle in her hand. The physician had previously mentioned that they were left with only one desperate measure, piercing the fingernail with a gold needle, as the heart is connected to the fingertips. If this fails to rouse her, then they would be left without hope. Madame Tang's face turned pale, gritting her teeth. What are we waiting for? If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon this old woman. Let us proceed. The group returned to the room in a flurry. People are naturally drawn to chaos, so the guards at the door, the monks, and even latecomers like Jiang Ying quickly gathered from the courtyard into the interior, craning their necks to glimpse the scene within. Inside, on the right side, lay an elderly woman with graying hair on a grand chair, undoubtedly Lady Jiang. Her chest showed no signs of rising or falling. One monk could not contain himself. She has no breath. Of course, another replied, if she were breathing, would they need to pierce her fingernail? How painful. Amitba, may she be saved. Ziyu inexplicably trembled, grasping Jiang Ying's arm. Miss, it looks so painful. Should we not return? Jiang Ying initially thought she was urging her to save the lady. Taken aback, she responded, "You know I possess medical skills. Why not call for me to assist?" Ziyu shook her head. "No. Miss must weigh her own choices regarding whether to save her. I dare not speak out of turn. Given the current circumstances, the prognosis appears grim. I cannot let impulsiveness endanger you. You truly are a clever one." Jiang Ying chuckled, playfully tapping her lightly on the head as she ascended the steps. "Very well, your mistress is headstrong. I relish the challenge of wrestling with the king of hell for lives." At that moment, Madame Tang and the others had already pricked all 10 of Lady Zhang's fingers. Bloodied and gruesome, the timid Silver Rouet sobbed uncontrollably. Madame Tang, utterly devoid of hope, collapsed onto the ground, her heart like ashes, murmuring to herself, fear not, dear lady, your journey to the underworld shall not be lonely. This old servant will accompany you." Suddenly, she sprang up, crashing violently against the pillar. Jiang Ying, quick on her feet, rushed in front of her, but alas, the elderly lady's desperate lunge struck Jiang Ying's knee with a resounding thud, and they both fell. Jiang Ying, being a good person is quite difficult. Several nearby maids hurried to assist. Silver Shuang's voice trembled. "Madame Tang, what are you doing?" The lady expressly forbade any foolishness during her illness. Madame Tang, not having succeeded in her desperate act, covered her face, weeping profusely. "Oh, dear lady, I am so sorry. I am a sinner deserving of death. Do not concern yourselves with me. Allow me to accompany the lady in death. I have compromised her medicine. I am a wretched sinner, deserving of death." Jiang Ying bent down, gingerly touching her knee, grimacing in pain. Would it crack open? The onlookers finally turned their attention to her. "Madam, thank you for saving Madame Tang just now, but we apologize for our lady's plight. Please, may we know your family name so we may express our gratitude properly in the future?" With her hair styled in a married woman's bun, Jiang Ying was addressed as Madam by Silver Shuang. Releasing her grip, Jiang Ying replied, "No need for that. I intruded because I am a physician, and seeing your lady in such a pitiful state, I wish to attempt a desperate remedy." The crowd murmured in agreement, though some felt her words too blunt. A few maidservants, almost taken aback, were met with Madame Tang's sudden rise, falling to Jiang Ying's knees. "I beg of you, little madam, if you can awaken our lady, I will serve you tirelessly." In this era, there were few female physicians, and it was uncommon for women to be sought after for medical assistance, let alone be trusted. Yet, in her desperation, Madame Tang clung to Jiang Ying's leg, her forehead striking the ground until it drew blood. Jiang Ying stood firm, her expression impassive. "Let me make this clear. In your lady's condition, my words of desperation are merely courteous. If I am unable to save her, and you place the blame upon me, I shall not accept it." With spiritual springs and miraculous herbs, Jiang Ying knew that reviving a dying person was within her capabilities. Yet, appearances must be upheld, otherwise, others might assume healing was a simple task. Efforts must yield rewards. After all, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. "We shall agree to your terms, madam. We maidservants will bear witness to your endeavors. We implore you." 3 maidservants, teary-eyed, knelt before Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying nodded, pondering that the Jiang Duke's household seemed to be a reasonable lot. This glimpse into their character suggested the Jiang Duke's household was not entirely lacking in virtue. As she summoned her spiritual resources, Jiang Ying advanced toward Lady Jiang, performing a thorough examination. In truth, she had recognized the lady's ailment upon arrival. She was afflicted with pulmonary tuberculosis. In ancient times, remedies were scarce, often relying on special medicines to sustain life until the very end. While Lady Jiang had not yet reached that point of no return, the risk of shock was a common occurrence. Jiang Ying pondered whom she had been saved by in her past life. With that thought, she inserted a finger into her mouth, swiftly biting down to draw blood, and then quickly pressed her finger into Lady Jiang's mouth. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was feeding her blood. In reality, it was the infusion of a spiritual spring and the essence of a millennium-old ginseng extract. This unexpected act left everyone aghast, with the 3 maidservants and Madame Tang gaping in astonishment. "Witchcraft," someone exclaimed from the entrance. "No, it's sorcery," others murmured. "Most sorceresses from the southern wilderness are women. Who would have thought we would encounter one here in the Zhao Kingdom, resembling our own people?" She appeared quite young, perhaps only 15 or 16. But can this truly be effective? Whispers of skepticism arose. The 3 maidservants, feeling uneasy, instinctively attempted to intervene, but were halted by Madame Tang's raised arm. "Do not interfere. I care not whether she's a sorceress or a healer. If she can save Our Lady, she is my savior. Jiang Ying's hand trembled in frustration. Madam, you should be aware that your savior has long since ascended. I have no desire for such a title. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jiang Ying silently counted in her mind, and when she reached 20, she withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Madame Tang crawled forward. Savior, is that all that is required? Why has the lady not awakened yet? Jiang Ying inwardly lamented the term savior, but at that moment, the elderly lady suddenly took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, and then opened her eyes. Confused, she asked, Madame Tang, why are you on the ground? Who has punished you?
Madame Tang, says Dun.
Wore an expression of shock, her features contorting in disbelief. With both hands raised above her head, she called out, Please, immortal lady, allow me a bow. This left the three attendants from the silver capital utterly bewildered. A surge of joy welled up within them. Yet they were torn between paying their respects to the immortal lady or attending to the elderly matriarch. Ultimately, sentiment triumphed over reason, and they all bypassed Granny Tang to rush towards the old matriarch. Oh dear, matriarch, you nearly frightened me to death. Are you still feeling discomfort in your chest? It's all right, as long as you're awake. Yin Ping has already gone to fetch the medicine, and she will return by tomorrow morning. Everyone rejoiced, including the guards and monks outside. Once the door was closed, the old matriarch leaned weakly against her pillow. Due to her poor eyesight, she squinted slightly while observing Jiang Ying, yet her expression was remarkably kind. Good child, you have gone through so much trouble. I can't imagine the effort it took to rescue this decrepit old woman from the clutches of the king of hell. Jiang Ying nodded. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. Good child, could you step a little closer? I wish to see you clearly. In the presence of the benefactor who had saved her life, gratitude was expected. However, for the old matriarch, there was also an indescribable feeling of familiarity, as if she had been waiting for this person for a long time. Jiang Ying stepped forward as instructed. With each step she took, the old matriarch scrutinized her, and simultaneously, Jiang Ying discreetly appraised the old matriarch. The matriarch's features radiated nobility, her demeanor solemn, and her makeup meticulously applied. It was evident that in her youth, she was not only beautiful but also someone accustomed to luxury, a refined lady of a prestigious family. Jiang Ying felt a pang of envy, wishing she could lead a life as a successful woman like her. Instead, she had been born into misfortune, transformed into a true daughter who had been swapped. A lady born to serve as a maid, a pawn sacrificed to others, while the merits were claimed by someone else. What a cruel fate! Lost in thought, the old matriarch grasped her hand.
Good child, you seem so dear to me.
You saved my life. How about I adopt you as my godgranddaughter? What do you think? The duke's residence was affluent, yet the old matriarch believed that wealth alone could not express her gratitude. Seeing the girl all alone, reportedly with a newborn, it was clear that she was not cherished in her husband's family. By establishing a godly bond, she could provide the girl with both financial support and social standing, thereby alleviating her plight. Jiang Ying was taken aback by the old matriarch's uncommon sincerity. Adopt a goddaughter? Wasn't he that merely a means to dispense some money? Would the old matriarch truly not suspect her ulterior motives? Jiang Ying pondered. After all, she did have her own agenda. Just as Xiao Yanji had said, she first endeavored to win the old matriarch's favor with her life-saving deed, inching closer until she could reclaim her identity as the legitimate daughter. The old matriarch smiled faintly. In this world, there is no such thing as unearned kindness, but what you did to save me is an undeniable fact. Even if you were aware of my identity and sought to ingratiate yourself, so what? My dear girl, when you reach my age, you will understand that seeking something is far more reassuring than having no desires at all. Jiang Ying found herself at a loss for words. She produced a thumb-sized crystal of spiritual spring water. I do have my own requests, but I cannot disclose them to you just yet. This stone, when soaked in water, can alleviate acute ailments. If you trust me, please take a pinch the size of your fingernail each day, mixed with water. The old matriarch regarded the stone with a gradual smile. I heard from Granny Tang that you saved me with your own blood? Jiang Ying remained silent, a hint of a smile on her lips. Did the old matriarch find this eerie? The matriarch shook her head. Eerie, or not depends on the matter at hand. If it's used to save a life, then it's not eerie. Hearing this, Jiang Ying felt a slight relaxation in her shoulders. Thankfully, her biological grandmother possessed discernment and was not overly rigid, a rare quality in someone of her age. I shall take my leave now. As I suspect you are quite fatigued after just waking, Jiang Ying said as she stood, carelessly placing the crystal on the tea tray. The old matriarch glanced over and chuckled. Are you truly dismissing me, this frail godmother? Jiang Ying turned back. No rush. If fate allows, we shall see. The old matriarch laughed, though her throat suddenly felt a bit scratchy, and she suppressed a cough. Remarkably, the pain in her chest had lessened. She covered her mouth with her fingers, momentarily stiffening, her eyes brightening before dimming again, thinking perhaps it was just a fleeting illusion from her recent fainting spell. Even divine remedies couldn't take effect so swiftly. With a light laugh, she said, well, if you choose not to recognize me, so be it. Now, aside from this, do you have any difficulties? As long as it's within my capability, I will certainly do my utmost. Jiang Ying pondered for a moment before responding, if so, then please grant me 500 taels. I am currently in need. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch truly laughed, her eyes crinkling with delight as she instructed Granny Tang. Go, fetch 1,000 taels for Dr. Jiang. 1,000 taels, neither an insignificant nor overwhelming amount, was something that an ordinary person might never see in their lifetime. It was enough to purchase a modest courtyard in the precious West City. Yet, when the old matriarch ordered 1,000 taels, neither Granny Tang nor the attendants displayed any sign of surprise, indicating their complete trust and obedience toward the old matriarch. They did not underestimate Jiang Ying, nor did they perceive her request as unreasonable. Jiang Ying felt elated as she returned to her meditation room. The sweet breeze that greeted her felt like a warm embrace. This was her family indeed. How delightful. Such a good family, how could Jiang Yilin possibly deserve them? Chapter 019, A Sweet Burden. As soon as she left, the old matriarch immediately instructed Granny Tang, prepare the medicine prescribed by Dr. Jiang for me. I wish to drink it. The old matriarch shot her a sideways glance. If you have something to say, speak up. Why has age turned you into such a hesitant creature? Where is that fiery Tang Huifeng? Granny Tang chuckled. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten my own name. I just thought it might be wise to let Master Fangzhong take a look before using it. It's unproven, and thus may be unsafe. You let concern cloud your judgment, the old matriarch said, extending a finger to poke at Granny Tang from a distance. If they truly wanted to harm me, they wouldn't have saved me at all. It would be foolish of them to revive me only to poison me later. Granny Tang smacked her forehead, realizing the truth in the old matriarch's words. Consequently, she ceased her protests and helped the old matriarch drink the dissolved spring water before assisting her into bed. A night passed without dreams. The old matriarch enjoyed a deep slumber. Upon waking, she found 3 young maidens and an old companion gathered by her bedside, staring intently at her. The old matriarch propped herself up against the headboard. What is going on? Have I turned into a monster? A giggle escaped from the youngest, Yin Rui, who couldn't contain herself. She was promptly smacked by Yin Ji. Yin Shuang stepped forward. Old matriarch, you haven't slept so peacefully in a long time. Last night, you didn't wake up even once from your cough. This was indeed a rare occurrence in recent days, as she had been coughing so violently that she would often bring up blood. Everyone had been quite troubled by this. Recently, 2 maids had been taking turns keeping watch, fearful that the old matriarch might choke on phlegm during the night. Had they not mentioned it, the old matriarch would not have realized. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and disbelief washed over her. Had she truly experienced a miraculous recovery? Granny Tang bit her lip. Old matriarch, what nonsense are you speaking? Inji, quickly fetch a peachwood comb for the old matriarch to touch, to dispel the spell. The old matriarch burst into laughter. Children should not speak nonsense about spirits and deities. I do not believe in such things. However, the way her old companions clung to their superstitions was rather endearing. Taking the peachwood comb from Inji, she lazily continued to recline. I'll touch it, I'll touch it. You all think it might be the effect of Dr. Jiang's herbs and water from yesterday? The others exchanged glances, pondering the possibility. Could it really be that miraculous? The old matriarch half sat up. Forget it. It's pointless to discuss this with you. I know you won't believe me. Now, help me up. I want to drink another bowl, a large bowl, and then you all should go fetch that Jiang girl for me. Saying I wish for her to join me for breakfast. The old matriarch wore an eager expression. She felt a strong sense that this young girl would bring her good fortune, and just looking at her was soothing. Thus, even in the absence of remedies capable of alleviating her condition, she would bestow upon her extra care. Jiang Ying dreamt that she was being nudged by a pig. Upon awakening, she found a pig indeed at her chest, but not a wild boar. Rather, it was a domestic pig. The little rascal was scavenging for food, and in the process had managed to tug at her garments. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her chest. In an instant, The scene of maternal affection transformed into one where Xiao Yanji was disdainfully tossed aside by Jiang Ying by the scruff of his neck. Cursing, eat, eat, eat. I haven't even finished my rice water, and you wish to drain me dry. Xiao Yanji lamented, Mother is so fierce. I'm just a baby. I can't have solid food. I can only nurse, and I can only tolerate your milk. Who else would I seek? Are you hungry? Perhaps I should endure, and wait for you to feed before I partake? Or shall we eat together? Jiang Ying, infuriated, summoned Siyu to assist her in dressing. She also instructed Aunt Chen to take the troublesome child away, preferring to keep her view unclouded. Siyu stifled a laugh. Miss, did you not say you wanted to sleep apart from the young master? Mentioning this only intensified Jiang Ying's ire. A month prior, she had resolved to separate their sleeping arrangements, but the reasons for her continued cohabitation were best left unexamined. Pondering them only soured her mood. It was her first realization that the antagonist not only possessed a proclivity for violence, but was also gifted with the art of persuasion. The honeyed words he spoke could entice even a ghost. Just as Jiang Ying settled down after tidying herself, she observed Xiao Yanji being fed water by Aunt Chen. His expression one of profound melancholy. Jiang Ying pinched his chubby cheek, encouraging, Drink up, my dear. More water is good for your health. Nonsense. Don't feed me water. I want milk. I am not a water demon. But truly, this water is clear and sweet. While it does not sate my hunger, it is quite delightful. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, for it was indeed spring water, naturally exquisite. At that moment, Yin Rui, the maidservant of the old lady Jiang, arrived. With a naturally cheerful countenance and bright eyes, she curtsied to Jiang Ying. Dr. Jiang, my mistress has been inquiring about you since dawn. Breakfast is now prepared, and she insists that you join us. As she spoke, her gaze was drawn irresistibly to the swaddled Xiao Yanji. The child was plump and fair, with large, round eyes and delicate features, neither crying nor fussing. His tiny pink tongue busily licked the spoon, swallowing the water with a satisfying gulp before licking his lips, as if he were savoring a gourmet feast. Is this truly Dr. Jiang's child? He is so beautiful, so adorable.
Yin Hui exclaimed.
Unable to contain her admiration as she stepped closer, momentarily forgetting her purpose of invitation. Circling around Xiao Yanji, she marveled at his beauty, pondering whether he was a boy or girl. A little bear, Jiang Ying retorted with disdain. Xiao Yanji, overhearing, became displeased, emitting a series of gurgles. Wretched mother. If I am a bear, then you must be the bear mother. And the scoundrel father is the bear father. Jiang Ying instinctively recalled a nursery rhyme. Bear father. Bear mother, bear baby. In an instant, it felt as though a voice had spoken in her mind, and she could not help but hum the tune. It took her a moment to realize, damn it, I've been led astray again. Let us go, Jiang Ying muttered as she stood up. Yin Rui remained near Xiao Yanji, alternating between touching his lotus-like hands, pulling faces at him, and inexplicably smiling like a doting aunt. Only after a moment did she register Jiang Ying's summons. Lifting her head reluctantly, all right. But Dr. Jiang, the child surely cannot be without you. Can he? Perhaps we should bring him along? Our old lady adores children. Jiang Ying, however, had no intention of carrying him along, yet the little rascal had not yet had his fill of milk. He had merely sipped enough to be half satisfied earlier that morning. Since she had chosen to nurture him, she could not be neglectful. Given that Miss Yin Rui had suggested it, Siyu, bring the child along with us. Siyu eagerly obliged, yes. Oh, the sun is rising in the west. Mother is taking me out. Mother is so wonderful. Come here for a kiss, moi. Jiang Ying sighed. How does one educate a child of such unpredictable temperament? The answer is awaited with urgency. Chapter 20. Heart to Heart. In just a few steps, the group swiftly arrived at the old lady Jiang's courtyard. Yin Rui announced their arrival, and while waiting for someone to greet them, she eagerly rubbed her hands together. Miss Siyu, may I hold your young master for a moment? He is so cute, it makes me itch all over. She had always had a fondness for children, often spending her small allowances on candied hawthorn for the children of South Street. Playing with them, jumping stones, kicking shuttlecocks, flying kites, nothing brought her more joy. After a day of play, all her troubles would evaporate, leaving her invigorated to continue her duties. Longing and humble, Yin Rui showered compliments in hopes of holding the child. Siyu, unable to resist her charms, relented. At that moment, Granny Tang appeared with Yinji, smiling. Yin Rui, you mischievous girl. What are you up to now? Do not provoke Dr. Jiang. Yin Rui bounded over to Granny Tang. Granny, that is Dr. Jiang's young master. Look how adorable he is. He has completely captured my heart. I can't help but want to hug and lift him high. Yin Rui had grown up under Granny Tang's watchful eye. She knew well the child's temperament, essentially still a child herself, exuberant and spirited, with a smile that could melt hearts. Whenever she misbehaved, her silly grin would disarm any inclination to reprimand her, making her an endearing little rascal. "Oh, what shall I do with you?"
Gờ ra ni tang ti zet.
Gently poking Yin Rui's forehead. A lady of the old lady's stature could hardly be expected to raise a child who is nothing more than a lively little sprite. Yet, she refrained from insisting that Jiang Ying allow Yin Rui to hold the child. After all, he was a baby, not an object. And should Yin Rui accidentally drop him, it would be a different matter entirely. "Dr. Jiang, please ignore this silly girl. She is accustomed to being carefree around the house, where no one keeps her in check. Come, let us go inside. The old lady has been waiting for you." Jiang Ying nodded, not particularly concerned. The group entered the house. Yinji lingered behind, observing Yin Rui, who was fixated on Xiao Yanji and could not help but pinch her arm. "Tone it down. Dr. Jiang is our esteemed guest. Do not frighten him away." Yin Rui, snapping back to reality, made a face. "Not at all. Dr. Jiang is not as stingy as you say." With that, she returned her focus to Xiao Yanji, flailing her arms in excitement, her exuberance far surpassing the calm demeanor of the little one. What is with this maid? Has she lost her wits? In such a prestigious residence as the Duke's, how could they raise such an unsteady little madcap? Jiang Ying nearly choked on her tea, barely holding her composure. What a lively spirit! Yin Rui was indeed a character. And her son was no less so. At the dining table, the old lady attentively served Jiang Ying some dishes. "Are you feeling a bit weak after giving birth? You seem a bit frail. Eat more." Jiang Ying politely replied, "Thank you, old lady. It is I who should be grateful to you. The medicine you prepared last night was exceptional, allowing me to sleep soundly for once." She had also drunk a generous cup of spring water that morning, and her spirits were notably elevated. Although she still experienced occasional tightness in her chest, it was a far cry from the unbearable pain that had kept her awake. Gasping for breath, she firmly believed that Jiang Ying's medicine was several hundred times more effective than the pills she had previously consumed. However, she felt it prudent not to express her appreciation too extravagantly. After all, a commoner is innocent. It is the possession of jewels that brings trouble. The young girl Jiang, being youthful and of modest background, finds it ill-fated for others to discover her possession of such fine treasures. After finishing her meal, Yinping returned just in time. Observing Lian's improved complexion and her spirited engagement with the children, she was taken aback. Her gaze lingered on the opulent child for a moment before she approached Lian to pay her respects, exclaiming, "Madam, the medicinal pills have been retrieved." "Indeed," Lian responded. Yet her attention remained fixated on the little Yanji. Previously, the child's attire could only be described as clean and tidy, crafted by Aunt Chen from decent fabric, albeit in a rather plain style. However, at this moment, the old garments had been replaced with a cheerful red cotton jacket adorned with a tiger motif, a tiger hat, and tiger shoes, complemented by a gold necklace and golden bangles on his hands and feet, rendering him a veritable golden doll. At first glance, he was truly dazzling. Yinping dared not speak, mistaking him for a young noble from a well-connected family. It wasn't until she noticed Jiang Ying, dressed in a somewhat unremarkable manner and looking unfamiliar, that it became clear he was not one of the renowned noblewomen. Moreover, with her exceptional memory, Yinping recognized the families with whom the old lady maintained cordial relations, and she had not encountered such familiarity before. Lian nodded in satisfaction, noting, "Well, he looks much more presentable this way. In the future, during festivals I shall always send gifts for the child. Jiang girl, do not refuse." She did not inquire about the child's father, speaking with a kindness akin to that of a mother. As Jiang Ying began to refuse, Yanji interjected, "Of course. How could you not want them? The Jiang family has owed you for so many years. What harm is there in accepting some silver?" "Foolish mother. Do not tell me you dislike silver. Just the other night, I saw you sneaking about, gnawing on a piece of silver." Jiang Ying protested. "Separate the beds. Separate the rooms. Is there no privacy left?" His interruption halted her rejection, leaving Lian beaming with joy. She beckoned Jiang Ying to introduce Yinping. "This is one of my trusted maids, one of 4 in total. You've already met Yinfeng, Yinji, and Yin Rui. You know Aunt Tang as well.
They're all my confidants."
Despite the multitude of people in the Jiang household and my esteemed position, only these few can truly align with me. Lian's casual remarks struck Yinping with astonishment. The old lady seemed to hold Jiang Madam in high regard. Typically, aside from Aunt Tang, the old lady had not shown such warmth towards anyone else. Even the Duchess of the State, who had been married into the Jiang family for many years and bore them 3 sons and a daughter, had not received such affection from the old lady. Yinping, filled with curiosity, was jolted back to reality when the old lady called her, and she dazedly presented the medicinal pills. Lian accepted them, gently uncapping the bottle. "Jiang girl, look here, these are the pills I have taken for many years. Do you think they might conflict with the ones you prescribed?" At that moment, Lian held absolute trust in Jiang Ying, to the extent that she began to doubt the efficacy of the pills she had consumed for years. Had the imperial physicians been neglectful? Jiang Ying, upon seeing the medicine bottle, harbored a flicker of suspicion. Their conversation was engrossing, and seeing this, Yinjai quietly pulled the bewildered Yinping aside, lowering her voice to explain the unfolding events. Yinping felt both joy and astonishment. Really? Is the old lady no longer in danger? For now, she is safe. With the medicine returned, there should be no imminent peril. Yinping nodded, realizing why the old lady treated Jiang Doctor with such kindness. It was a matter of life and death, transcending social status. Lian, observing Jiang Ying examining the pills for quite some time in silence, felt an inexplicable urge to scratch her toes. "Jiang girl, is there something amiss with these pills?" Her lips trembled, filled with disbelief. "The famed Hu Xinglin from the Imperial Hospital is the son of my wet nurse. After her passing, I have taken great care of him. I even arranged for him to study medicine." Lian reflected, unable to fathom how Hu Xinglin could betray her. If such a trusted individual was untrustworthy, then the Duke's household would be akin to a sieve. Jiang Ying was in no hurry to speak, instead taking a pill and placing it directly in her mouth. Lian gasped in shock. "Jiang girl, what are you doing?" Jiang Ying remained remarkably composed. "It's nothing. I'm merely tasting it." "Foolish mother, how ravenous could you be? Even the medicinal pills aren't spared. Didn't you just have breakfast? You ate 2 bowls. Jiang Ying disregarded her son's protests, gently crushing the pill to savor it. Discovering indeed that it contained something unusual. After taking a sip of tea to cleanse her palate, she spat it back into her cup. "Old lady, are you familiar with orpiment?" Lian was momentarily taken aback. "Orpiment? Isn't that arsenic?" Jiang Ying explained. "Arsenic is commonly known, often used in medicine to treat ailments like intestinal parasites and epilepsy. Orpiment, which is often found alongside arsenic, can treat coughs and phlegm, which is your current affliction." The more Lian listened, the more bewildered she became. Jiang Ying's implication was that orpiment was present in her pills? Although it was effective, what harm could it cause? The issue lay in the fact that those who used the medicine did not only receive the beneficial orpiment, but also the detrimental arsenic. Though the quantities were small, the interaction would amplify their toxic properties tenfold. Regardless of whether it was arsenic or orpiment, neither should be consumed long-term. Even the slightest toxicity, if accumulated in the body without expulsion, would equate to poison. Lian was momentarily stunned by this revelation, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ying's clear eyes, unable to fathom how she had been deceived for so many years. She had not neglected to scrutinize the medicine prior to its use, yet she found no issues, indicating that there were indeed conspirators among those who handled it. Jiang Ying was not surprised by Lian's reaction. Rising gently, she suggested, "If the old lady is skeptical, we can have the guards capture a few wild cats to test the medicine. The human body is much larger than that of a cat. A substance with minimal toxicity in humans may yield significant effects on a cat. While it won't result in death, it would certainly induce lethargy or vomiting." Having dined and examined the matter at hand, Jiang Ying politely took her leave. Lian, in a state of turmoil, initially intended to keep her longer. But Jiang Ying pointed out that the child had not yet been fed, and given that Yinping had made several trips in and out, there must be something important to report, so she decided against prolonging her stay. "Very well, I shall invite you for tea another day." The old lady managed a faint smile, revealing that her intention was to stay for a full 49 days, having only completed 32 thus far. She subtly informed Jiang Ying of her plans. Jiang Ying nodded in appreciation, wishing the old lady's journey would not be in vain, hoping for her desires to be fulfilled. Lian shook her head, asserting that meeting Jiang girl was the most worthwhile aspect of her journey. In mere moments, the shock and unease on Lian's face dissipated, leaving behind an air of indifference. Once Jiang Ying departed, Lian immediately summoned several maids and Aunt Tang into the room, instructing, "Go, arrange for a few wild cats to be captured. I wish to see what fate they intend for me." The maids' faces turned pale. Aunt Tang was equally startled, opening her mouth to inquire further, only to catch sight of the medicine Yinping had just brought back, carelessly tossed about, some even spilled. In an instant, the gravity of the situation dawned on her, and she exclaimed, "Yinfeng, Hurry. Follow the old lady's orders, quietly, and do not draw attention. Among the maids, Yin Feng was composed. Yin Ping attentive, Yin Ji clever, while Yin Rui had little to offer beyond her incessant chatter. The four maids exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion, each tending to their own tasks. Only Yin Ping and Aunt Tang remained in the room. Lian shifted in her seat, her fury seemingly absent, instead smiling as she inquired, "Well, what news do you bring from your trip?" Yin Ping, lowering her head, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the old lady. What a tumultuous time this is. Not a single day of peace. Either the Duke has been hastily dispatched to the front lines, or the young masters and mistresses find themselves in unexpected predicaments. Now, even the old matriarch's medicine is suspect. To the outside world, she holds a prestigious title, enjoying a life of opulence and leisure, yet little do they know that this facade masks a reality fraught with turmoil. The entire Duke's residence is beset by chaos and disorder. Had it not been for the old matriarch's resolute fortitude, the situation would be unrecognizable by now. Yet, the Duchess remains oblivious to the old matriarch's plight, harboring resentment and speaking harshly, to the point of driving the old matriarch to seek solace in a temple. The marriage of the legitimate daughter. Silver Ping's heart is heavy, her voice faltering. Lian cast her a sidelong glance, urging her to speak freely. What is the matter? It cannot be so grave that I should consider death. If I were to perish, it might just fulfill her desires. For the sake of Shang'er at the borders, I am compelled to keep this vessel afloat. Otherwise, why would I yield such a burdensome stewardship to her? Yes, the old matriarch is inherently magnanimous, and I am but a humble servant in comparison. Silver Ping sighed with relief, for she had refrained from expressing her fears yesterday, concerned not to provoke the old matriarch in her frail state. Now, it appears that the old matriarch, having taken Dr. Zhang's medicine, has not only improved in health but also in spirit. This is indeed a blessing. Upon returning, I heard that the emperor has bestowed a marriage proposal upon our legitimate daughter to the eldest son of Prince Qin, the Yan Junwang. Such a significant matter should have been first presented to the old matriarch for her approval before any decision was made. Yet, the Duchess sent no word to the mountains, and quietly consented. I have also heard that the Yan Junwang is hastily seeking marriage solely to legitimize an extramarital affair, his intent being to bring both the mistress and their child into the household. What folly! What absurdity! The old matriarch's eyes narrowed in anger, and she struck the table with force. She believed she was mentally prepared, capable of facing any absurdity with equanimity. Who could have imagined that the esteemed daughter of the Duke would be coerced into such a union? What is Lian thinking? She constantly proclaims her ability to nurture and educate children, blaming me for raising the two young masters to be overly righteous, too single-minded in their loyalty to the court. Yet when it comes to Lin's marriage, she becomes the one to falter. That reckless, debauched individual, even if of noble lineage, what worth has he? After more than 20 years in the Duke's household, how could she be so utterly short-sighted? It is no wonder the old matriarch is furious. Which respectable young woman would accept such a marriage? To marry into the household only to raise a bastard child. We know not the character or appearance of that mistress, but anyone who can be so brazen as to be brought into the household by a man must possess cunning and guile. And with a son at her side, one can only imagine the trials that await. What if she is of lowly origins, a mere seductress? As the rightful daughter of the Duke, how can one compete with such a woman? To not contest would be a blow to her pride. To contest would only breed inner turmoil. Lian is utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Liao would agree to such an arrangement. If it were her, even if it were a royal decree, she would rather perish than ruin her children's prospects for happiness. Cough, cough, cough. The old matriarch, who had not been coughing much, suddenly succumbed to a fit of severe coughing. Nurse Tang, deeply concerned, hurriedly approached to comfort her. Oh, dear matriarch, why let yourself be so agitated? Did you not say to let them be? Ultimately, you cannot let it go. I know, the old matriarch replied. You are certainly frustrated that they do not meet your expectations. Regardless of the quarrels between you and the Duchess, the children remain Zhang's. The eldest and second sons have already faced such misfortunes. You must feel more guilty than anyone. If Lin has no proper match, you fear the Duke's return and his reproaches. Silver Ping, prepare a cup of medicinal tea for the old matriarch from Dr. Jiang.
Nustan instut.
Before long, after drinking the restorative brew, Lian gradually ceased her coughing. With a sigh, she said, Nurse Tang, you are the only one who understands this old woman, alas. Silver Ping pressed her lips tightly together, contemplating before finally speaking. Old matriarch, it is actually the legitimate daughter who consented to this. The Duchess had persuaded her. Yet it seems she has long held affection for the Yen Junwang. At these words, Lien shot upright, her once calm eyes now wide with incredulity. What did you say? Lin has been secretly involved with that wretched man?
Wretched man?
If Yenja were to hear himself referred to so, he might be driven to fury. Yet, others dare not speak ill of the royal family, while the old matriarch fears nothing. After all, the Jiang family has served 3 generations, with 3 patriarchs sacrificing themselves for 3 emperors of the Yen surname. Now, her son Jiangshang, having recently inherited the title, has also fought valiantly for the Yen dynasty. Thus, she stands firm. A marriage decree is merely an option, and there is nothing of great concern in refusing it. What vexes her is that Liao has already consented. Proving the adage true, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. Silver Ping, fearful of incurring her wrath, hastily knelt, proclaiming, no such thing. The legitimate daughter has merely admired the Yen Junwang from afar. She would never engage in anything improper. In her heart, she mused, even if the legitimate daughter were willing, it would depend on whether the Yen Junwang reciprocated. Throughout the capital, who does not know that the Yen Junwang is cold and unyielding, lacking any inclination to cherish delicate sentiments? Did not an amusing incident occur a few years back? The daughter of the Minister of Justice fell hopelessly in love with the Yen Junwang, pursuing him relentlessly until he, exasperated, summoned her to a study and subjected her to frightful tortures that left her pale and trembling. Since then, Miss Zhuang shivers at the mere mention of the word punishment, and even her father, the minister, keeps his distance, declaring that there is something morbid about him. Even now, she has yet to recover. Silver Ping cannot fathom why the legitimate daughter would be drawn to such a demon. It is fortunate if there is nothing, the old matriarch mused, feeling slightly relieved. She did not wish for the Jiang family to produce a disgraceful offspring. However, upon reflection, the situation does not appear to have improved much. A well-bred young lady. Yet she seeks to embrace such a mess. She struck her chest in frustration. Foolish girl, just like her mother. A young lady should maintain her dignity and not seek the ridicule of others. Nurse Tang reassured her. Do not be so disheartened, dear matriarch. You know well what the Yen Junwang looks like. It is no secret that many young ladies in the capital, not just our own, harbor secret affections for him. It is merely his fearsome reputation that keeps them from pursuing him further. Ultimately, there are no shortages of admirers in any realm. The old matriarch huffed. The emperor is no different. He shifts his favor as the seasons change. Why does it have to be our Jiang family? My eldest son lost his sight protecting him. My second son injured himself saving his child. Our family has already sacrificed 2 grandchildren for him, and now he wishes to offer up my only granddaughter? This is sheer audacity. Nurse Tang bowed respectfully. The old matriarch is merely speaking in anger. The emperor, were it not for his desire to compensate the Jiang family, would he even remember our Lin? The Yen Junwang is the emperor's cousin, favored and well utilized. What kind of talented young lady would not be suitable for him? Besides, even if others are splendid, if Lin does not fancy them, what does it matter? In the end, must I, the old matriarch, accept this marriage, even if begrudgingly? Lien felt utterly discontented. Nurse Tang offered words of comfort. It may not be as dire as the old matriarch fears. After all, men often have their share of concubines. It is simply a matter of precedence. This may also explain why the emperor does not regard that mistress highly. She is merely a concubine, unworthy of any real status. Perhaps once she enters the household, she may lose her allure, and with Lin's talents and capabilities, what is there to worry about in winning the Yen Junwang's heart? Within the household are 4 children, the eldest, Jiang Yuani, the second, Jiang Yuanchen, the third, Jiang Yuanling, and the legitimate daughter, Jiang Yilin, all of whom Nurse Tang has watched grow, nurturing them as her own. Her intentions in speaking thus are twofold. Firstly, to prevent the old matriarch from clashing with the Duchess, as it would be unwise to jeopardize her health over such matters, and secondly, to advocate for the legitimate daughter. Before arriving at Xianghua Temple, the legitimate young lady had secretly sought her out, bestowing upon her a golden lock as a gift for her grandson's full moon celebration. She requested that, at an appropriate moment, she assist in alleviating the tensions between the madam and the old matriarch. Granny Tang, recognizing her understanding demeanor, offered a few words of counsel, which could hardly be deemed a breach of principle. Following some further remarks, the old matriarch's attitude finally softened. Alas! This was the path she had chosen for herself. What more could I do? Should I interfere too much, her unreasonable mother would surely regard me with disdain. It was all because of her that the eldest and second brothers had faced setbacks. The thought of this pierced the old matriarch's heart with pain. She began to gather her belongings, planning to return home early the next morning. After the evening meal, she still felt unwell, prompting her to give orders. Granny Tang was astonished. After all, the 49 days had not yet elapsed. The prolonged stay at the mountain had two purposes: to assert dominance over the Luo family and, indeed, to pray for blessings for the eldest brother, the second brother, and even for the duke far away in the northern frontier. Granny Tang had not anticipated the old matriarch's sudden desire to descend the mountain. The timing seemed insincere, and offending the Buddha was no trivial matter. The old matriarch retorted with irritation, "The situation at home is dire. What blessings can I still pray for? If I wait until I finish praying here, who knows what calamity might befall my family?" The marriage of Sister Lin weighed heavily on her mind. She felt compelled to investigate further, to discern the true nature of that concubine. Hearing this, Granny Tang couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I knew it. The old matriarch has a heart of tofu beneath that sharp tongue. She often claims that Sister Lin's temperament is gloomy, unlike the children of the Jiang family. Yet in critical moments, it is evident she cares." Care? I merely wish to see my brothers, who I have not laid eyes on for so long, to ensure that the servants tending to them are diligent. With that, the old matriarch downed a cup of spirit water. What a remarkable remedy. It is effective yet palatable. We shall visit Miss Jiang shortly to bid farewell and procure more medicinal herbs. Ever since Ying Shuang had brought in the wild cat and tested the previous pills, the only person the Lins now trusted was Jiang Ying. The term procure was deliberately chosen over purchase, as their relationship had grown familiar, and the old matriarch did not wish to quantify a life-saving favor with monetary value. Jiang Ying, however, did not possess such lofty ideals. Upon her return, she promptly stripped Xiao Yanji of all the glittering adornments he wore, including the valuable pearls on his tiger-headed shoes. Xiao Yanji wailed, "Heartless mother, that was my money. Give it back." Jiang Ying placed the golden collar, bracelets, and pearls into a box, saying, "Child, you are still young. Such ostentation is unwise. What if you catch the eye of a trafficker? They might sever your limbs and abandon you on the street to beg for alms. How horrific." Suddenly, Xiao Yanji ceased his protests. He envisioned the gruesome fate of being torn apart by 5 horses. Nervously, he glanced at his wrists, then grasped his ankles and touched his neck. "Oh dear, how frightening. I no longer want them. They are mere trinkets, far less valuable than my life." Jiang Ying, having successfully outwitted the little child, contentedly stowed the box in her secure space. As dusk approached, Grandmother Jiang paid a visit. Upon learning of her early descent from the mountain, Jiang Ying felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. Surely, she had learned of the impending marriage. "Jiang girl, if you have no pressing matters, shall we descend together?" The old matriarch smiled warmly, and upon seeing Jiang Ying, many of her worries seemed to dissipate. This sensation was truly wondrous. Chapter 23. Qi Ren carries the child. Jiang Ying did not immediately acquiesce. She was not in a hurry to leave. Despite having achieved her initial purpose for visiting Xianghua Temple, Grandmother Jiang was eager to have her acknowledge her as a god-granddaughter. The recognition of a biological granddaughter was merely a matter of time, a moment when the birthmark would reveal itself in an instant. The thought of Yanji potentially plotting against her below the mountain filled Jiang Ying with agitation. She did not wish to engage with him. Yet, the absurdity of life often dictates that what one wishes to avoid is precisely what one encounters. The following day, before dawn, Jiang Ying lay in bed when she heard Qi Ren's voice. "Miss Jiang, have you prayed for the child yet? The Lord arrived at Yuhui Cottage yesterday and has been waiting all day, growing impatient for me to fetch you." He craned his neck to peer in. "Oh dear. Whether the prince is anxious is of little consequence. What matters is that he is indeed anxious. He had promised to send me a fire seed as soon as I completed my confinement. Yet where is he?" In his quest to find her, the scars on his body began to throb painfully once more. Qi Ren felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were creeping up his neck towards his mind.
"Mama Kin."
Disapproving of Qi Ren's loud voice, shushed him with a finger to her lips. "This is a holy place. What do you shout for? The young lady is still asleep. If she doesn't get enough rest, her milk will dwindle, and when the young master cries, will you be the one to feed him?" Qi Ren fell silent, frustrated, and leaned against the wall, muttering, "Fine, I'll just wait here. Mama Chun and see you were resolute." Seeing that they remained unperturbed, Qi Ren added with a hint of mischief, "Did I forget to mention that I have also arrived?" With that remark, Jiang Ying sprang out of bed, as if propelled by springs. The door creaked open, and Qiren instantly transformed into a sycophant. Miss Jiang, why not sleep a little longer? I can wait. Jiang Ying, lacking enthusiasm, shot him a sidelong glance. Do you still wish to be treated? Of course. Qiren eagerly followed Jiang Ying, nearly trailing her to the privy, only to realize his faux pas, his face flushing with embarrassment and fear. Fearful of being discovered by Yanjia and taken to the training grounds, he returned to the corridor leaning against the wall, feeling satisfied as he watched Mama Chun and Siyu hasten their preparations. Mama Chun, Siyu, you've already moved the prince out. What more can we do? Half an hour later, Jiang Ying stood outside the meditation room, cradling her son, feeling somewhat ridiculous. Just yesterday, when grandmother Jiang had inquired about her plans, she had yet to decide on leaving. Who would have thought that the reality would unfold so swiftly? Passing by the courtyard where grandmother Jiang resided, Jiang Ying glanced back, wishing she could delay her departure, in hopes of evading Yanjia. Alas, fate had other plans. Resigned, Jiang Ying bade farewell to the abbot and the temple's inhabitants. Qiren was astonished to discover that the abbot treated Jiang Ying with remarkable courtesy, joining his hands in prayer, bidding her a kind farewell. He scratched his head. Miss Jiang, are you quite familiar with the abbot? Xianghua Temple is the foremost temple in Nanzhao and a royal sanctuary. The abbot, known as Xianyin, was highly regarded by the late emperor, thus occupying an exalted position. It was strange that even he held Jiang Ying in high esteem. Ordinary, Jiang Ying replied casually. Yet, she had saved grandmother Jiang, an act known throughout the temple. In a time when medicine was scarce, a skilled doctor was greatly respected, and no one would dare offend a good doctor.
Qiren.
Standing on the steps, Jiang Ying saw no sign of him, and her temper flared. How dare he deceive me? The latter chuckled. I didn't lie. The prince truly has arrived. He simply did not come up the mountain. So both he and the carriage await below. Jiang Ying frowned. He is rather precious, isn't he? Jiang Ying secured her child to Qiren's back, compelling him to carry her down the mountain as a punishment for his earlier rudeness. Qiren gazed at the intertwining straps across his chest, feeling disheartened. He was a formidable swordsman, yet this was hardly a dignified image. Xiao Yanji pounded his fists against Qiren's back in protest. No, no, no. Qigij is too rigid and uncomfortable. Mother, give me back Sister Siyu. If not, then at least let me have Granny Chun. Jiang Ying retorted. You think too highly of yourself. What right do you have to be picky, you little one who cannot even speak or walk? Men possess great strength. Carrying a mere 10 pounds, he strode forth with ease. There was no need to change personnel midway. Jiang Ying was quite pleased with her sudden inspiration. Yet Siyu and Chen Ma felt uneasy. On one hand, they worried that Xiao Yanji might be uncomfortable. On the other, they pondered whether it was a tad excessive to have the prince's closest guard engage in such a task. Xiao Yanji had been crying incessantly, attempting to exchange her tears for better treatment. However, Jiang Ying remained unmoved, and although Chen Ma and Siyu wished to assist her, they could only take a step back and observe, feeling utterly powerless. Qiren wore an expression of helplessness. After wailing for quite some time to no avail, Xiao Yanji eventually ceased her cries, comforting herself with the thought, the higher one climbs, the further one sees. Humph, they will never understand my joy. Jiang Ying struggled to suppress her laughter, pondering, what joy? Is it not lonely at the top?
Haha.
As they approached the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ying faintly spotted several horses grazing by the roadside when Qiren suddenly halted. Jiang Ying, what is the matter? Are you not afraid your master will become furious? On the way, Jiang Ying had spotted wild fruits and, accompanied by Chen Ma and Siyu, had picked a few, urging them onward.
Qiren shyly complained. Miss.
Could you please spare me? I have several brothers below. If they see me in this state, my authority will be utterly undermined. How can I deceive them thereafter? Jiang Ying crossed her arms, appearing quite leisurely. Qiren shook his head vigorously. I will not deceive you again, I swear. Securing his promise, Jiang Ying instructed Chen Ma to set the child down. Xiao Yanji blinked in surprise. How strange. It seems my dim-witted mother has become somewhat cleverer in this lifetime. Jiang Ying silently rolled her eyes. Clever? Not even your entire family is clever. Once they had completely descended the mountain, Jiang Ying was unexpectedly able to catch up with the carriage of the old lady Jiang and her entourage. Without hesitation, she scooped up the child and called out, Wait for me. Yanjia, hearing the familiar yet irksome voice, lifted the curtain of the carriage and beheld Jiang Ying approaching the lavish carriage at an angle. Yanjia, he groaned, his temples throbbing as he shot a glare at Qiren. What is happening? Qiren was equally taken aback. never anticipating Jiang Ying would dare to disregard the prince's presence. Moreover, was that not the carriage of the Duke of Jiang? When did the carriages of noble families become so accessible? My lord, Miss Jiang saved the old lady Jiang at the temple. Perhaps she is merely going to offer her greetings? Qiren suggested, though he himself found it hard to believe. Was a simple greeting worthy of entering a carriage? Furthermore, it had been quite some time, and she had yet to emerge. Just as Qiren finished his thought, the carriage ahead began to move away. It's leaving? Qiren's eyes widened in shock as Yanzhe abruptly dropped the curtain, his voice icy. Get on the carriage. Chapter 024. A Great Son Assists. Qiren was utterly at a loss for words. Yanzhe's cold gaze bore down on him with lethal intensity. Qiren shrank back, thinking, my lord, you cannot blame me for this. Miss Jiang is simply too charming. In just 2 days, atop the mountain, she has befriended both the old lady Jiang and Master Xianin. He vividly recalled the kind gaze of the bald old monk as they descended the mountain. Miss Jiang truly possessed remarkable abilities. Why did the prince refuse to believe this? Yanzhe furrowed his brow and repeated, Master Xianin? It's one thing to associate with an old matron like the old lady Jiang, but why is there also a connection with Xianin? Yanzhe sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. The Jiang family seemed increasingly formidable. Yet, to his dismay, Qiren was utterly clueless when questioned.
What use are you to me?
Yanzhe massaged his temples and instructed the coachman to follow the carriage ahead. Disregarding Chen Ma and Si still lingering at the roadside, the old lady Jiang, lifting the curtain, noticed that she had intentionally allowed Silver Ji and the other's carriage to wait for a moment. Jiang Ying shifted her son to a different position. As her arms were growing tired, the old lady is truly kind, she remarked with a smile.
Who are those people?
Your husband? Lian Shi, having been away from the inner quarters for some time and seated at a distance, did not immediately recognize Qiren. She furrowed her brow, sensing that the man seemed unsympathetic towards Jiang Ying, and the situation appeared to be one that sought to claim someone. Such a fine girl like Jiang, who has given him a son, how could he possibly treat her so poorly? Jiang Ying's gaze shifted, sensing that the old lady might have misunderstood. Should she clarify? After some contemplation, she chose neither to confirm nor deny, stating coolly, he never liked me, so it is natural he cannot feign any warmth. This was the truth. Yanzhe was too exasperated to engage further. His intention to bring her into the household was based solely on sympathy for the child. Lian Shi's heart ached further at this revelation, lamenting, what poor judgment. Such a splendid girl, so obedient and skilled in medicine. If she were to marry into our duke's household, she would surely be adored by all. With this thought, she could not help but grasp Jiang Ying's hand, saying, child, if you do not wish for this marriage, I, the old lady, may be able to assist you. However, separation is a difficult path. Not only are there material challenges, but one must also face a great deal of gossip thereafter. Are you willing to endure that? As a woman of stature, it should not be an issue for her to intervene in the plight of an unfortunate girl in an unhappy marriage. Lian Shi held this confidence. However, Jiang Ying politely declined, thank you, old lady, but I do not have such intentions for the time being. Why would I seek separation? I have never been married. It is utterly bewildering that I have a child. How could she expect Yanzhe to agree to her taking the child away? Clearly, that was impossible. Thus, this matter required careful consideration. Hearing her response, Lian Shi felt a tinge of regret, yet life is such that one knows their own hardships best. Since the young girl had made her choice, it was not for her to impose further. Transforming her concern into a smile, she said, very well. I merely suggested it casually, nothing more. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you. Jiang Ying smiled softly and nodded, sensing the old lady's sincerity. That is quite agreeable. I shall keep that in mind. As the carriage progressed at a measured pace, Lian Shi observed the sweetly sleeping infant in Jiang Ying's arms, unable to resist playfully poking the child's tiny fingers. The child was simply adorable, plump and delightful, causing a natural smile to grace her lips. Indeed, Tang Ma replied, in my lifetime, I have seen countless children. None are as lovely as he, nor as sturdy. He is truly a treasure that all adore. Silver Rue chimed in. That girl daily laments that if she could bear such a charming child, she would have no regrets in life. The old matron laughed. You foolish girl. You are not even married yet. Where would you find a child to bear? The atmosphere within the carriage gradually lightened. Ah, Xiao Yanji stretched and awoke. The first sight her eyes landed upon was her mother's delicate chin, and she beamed. My dim-witted mother is truly beautiful. Far more so than the scrawny horses that Jiang Ying gifted me in my previous life. What an ungrateful father. Blissfully unaware of his fortune. Fortunately, in this life, my mother no longer favors that scoundrel. He, she is my mother of beauty alone. Jiang Ying thought to herself. This child's flattery is becoming increasingly extravagant. How am I to endure it? What was even more challenging to bear was the fact that the little one demanded food upon waking. With her tiny hands, she began to paw at Jiang Ying's meal. While there were no witnesses, it could be overlooked. Yet now, her situation was rather precarious, seated in the Jiang family's carriage. With the old lady Jiang and Tang Ma present, Jiang Ying discreetly brushed his hand away. Xiao Yanji paused in surprise, not pleased, and began to wail. Upon hearing this, the old lady became anxious. Jiang girl, what is wrong with the child? Jiang Ying, suppressing her irritation, reasoned that the little one was likely hungry. Are you going to nurse him yourself, or will you hire a wet nurse? The old lady, unable to bear the sound of a crying child, found it particularly heartbreaking since he was such a beautiful and charming boy. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. It's nothing. I just fed him before we descended the mountain. He isn't truly hungry. Sometimes, children simply seek comfort in nursing. Who says so? I am indeed starving. I could die of hunger.
Wah.
I want to eat. Jiang Ying was exasperated, casting a fierce glance downward. Upon meeting her gaze, Xiao Yanji's cries abruptly ceased. Lian Shi, astonished, remarked, "Oh? He stopped crying?" Jiang Ying smiled. Yes, everything is fine now. Burp. Well, let's just endure a bit of hunger. It won't lead to death. Lian Shi increasingly felt that this child was a treasure, exceptionally well behaved, making her unable to resist the urge to embrace him. Jiang Ying was more than eager, quickly passing the child over. At first, Xiao Yanji was not pleased, babbling away, but soon he had an epiphany. Oh, did she just say she wants to hold me? What a splendid opportunity. My mother's birthmark is beneath her collarbone, unreachable without nursing, but mine is on my earlobe.
If the old lady holds me,
wouldn't it be easier for her to see it? Come on. I want to assist my mother. Alas, my foolish mother. How could she survive without her extraordinarily clever and handsome son? To be honest, Jiang Ying was utterly exhausted from rolling her eyes. She tossed the self-absorbed little brat to Lian Shi. At first, Lian Shi hesitated to exert herself. It had been many years since she had cradled an infant. Eventually, with the help of Granny Tang, she managed to hold the child securely. What a good child. What is your name? The old lady cooed gently at the baby. Xiao Yanji, how childish this old lady is. How can I draw her attention to my earlobe? Aha! Suddenly, the child seemed to have a brilliant idea. Capturing Jiang Ying's undivided attention, she soon saw Xiao Yanji extend his hand, babbling incomprehensible sounds, his expression filled with excitement. Lian Shi felt she was being responded to, and was immensely pleased. She immediately leaned down closer to the child in her arms. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yanji, quick as lightning, seized Lian Shi's dangling earring. Before she could exclaim in surprise, the earring was already in the child's hand, clumsily heading toward his mouth. Lian Shi exclaimed, Granny Tang, hurry, we mustn't let him swallow it. She truly hadn't anticipated that a month-old infant could be so swift. It was a ferocious and precise maneuver. Granny Tang, aghast, immediately stood up and joined Lian Shi in a battle against Xiao Yanji's chubby little fist. Ultimately, Xiao Yanji intentionally dropped the earring behind his neck. Jiang Ying watched, captivated, as the scene unfolded. Lian Shi and Granny Tang bent low, frantically searching. They were cautious not to use too much force or be too rough, fearing for the child's safety. After a short while, they both froze, their bodies stiffening like statues for several seconds. It was evident they had seen something. Jiang Ying felt her breath quicken inexplicably. When she looked up again, Lian Shi's piercing gaze locked onto her, her expression heavy, reminiscent of a quietly rising tsunami. Or perhaps the relentless waves of the sea. Jiang girl, you. The old lady's voice faltered. Jiang Ying feigned ignorance. The latter choked momentarily, both shocked and incredulous, struggling to find her words. After a while, she composed herself and asked slowly, Jiang girl, may I be so bold as to inquire, is this child truly your own? Chapter 025 Of course, he is my own. As Jiang Ying disembarked from the carriage, and they parted ways, Lian Shi's mind continued to echo those three succinct words. Though the message was crystal clear, devoid of any ambiguity, Lian Shi couldn't help but ask Granny Tang for the 8th time. Does she mean to say that child is really hers? It couldn't possibly be one she picked up elsewhere? Granny Tang grasped the old lady's hand tightly, both trembling, their emotions mirroring each other. She understood the old lady well. The Jiang family's birthmark had been passed down through generations, known only to those who served closely within the household. Therefore, upon seeing the identical birthmark on the child, both had been rendered speechless. That child was undoubtedly of Jiang blood. Realizing this, Granny Tang's lips quivered like leaves in the wind. Old lady, do you mean to say that Jiang girl is possibly the illegitimate daughter of the Duke? It was a normal person's line of reasoning. No one would immediately jump to the conclusion of a switched child. Upon hearing this, the old lady instinctively recalled whether her son Jiang Shang had had any dalliances over the years. She then firmly shook her head. Impossible.
Vifant.
You don't understand others, but you know my stubborn son well, don't you? When he was 20, infatuated with Luo Shi, he vowed to marry no one else. Like a lovesick leopard. When I opposed, he knelt before his father's tablet, refusing food and drink, silent for 3 days and nights until I relented. All these years, he has not had a single concubine. When Luo Shi gave birth to their third son Yuan Lang, she was envious that the eldest and second sons were raised by me, and feeling distant from them, she resolved to raise him herself. She personally selected trustworthy maidservants to send to his quarters, but they were all dismissed. With such a stubborn temperament, unwilling to compromise, do you think he could be enchanted by any woman, and have a child without bringing it home? Granny Tang had been with the old lady since she was a teenager. She knew all this well, yet she couldn't fathom why. If the child wasn't the Duke's illegitimate offspring, the son bore the unique birthmark of the Jiang family. Moreover, in matters that seem absolute, they often aren't so straightforward. That cannot be, Granny Tang urged the old lady. What if a man's affairs are not easily judged? The old servant didn't doubt the Duke's character, but men, when socializing, can easily become intoxicated and muddled. Perhaps he had done something he didn't even remember. At this, the old lady pressed her lips tightly together, contemplating for a long while as she looked at Granny Tang. So, according to you, Jiang girl might have been born of a courtesan? She didn't appear to resemble one in the slightest, especially not one raised in a chaotic environment. Which courtesan would allow her child to study medicine? And a girl at that. It wasn't that she looked down upon courtesans, it was simply the reality. Women who sold their beauty could hardly envision a future beyond their current circumstances. A clever one would merely aim to marry into a decent family, as a concubine. I cannot say definitively yes or no. It ultimately depends on how you perceive it, Granny Tang replied. I, Lian Shi, am utterly bewildered. She shook her head. I don't know. This is too sudden. Too unexpected. She had no mental preparation whatsoever. This matter has both simple and complex solutions, depending on which direction you wish to take. Seeing the old lady's gaze intensify, Granny Tang swallowed hard and continued. The simple solution is to act as if we saw nothing today, ignore it, question nothing, and pretend it never happened. The old lady's eyes widened in disbelief.
How can that be?
This concerns bloodlines. Furthermore, I quite like Jiang girl and that child. If it is true. Granny Tang knew this would be the old lady's reaction, and couldn't help but smile at the look of longing on her face. I knew you wouldn't agree to the first approach. Very well, let us discuss the second. The first step is to ascertain whether Jiang girl has inherited the unique birthmark of the Jiang family, and secondly, we should investigate whether the Duke has engaged in any indiscretions during his years in the capital. We should also look into matters in the northern frontier. As long as the child is truly of Jiang lineage, he cannot have appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't you agree? Two living beings, considering their birth and growth, should not be difficult to trace. If it were an ordinary family, it might take some effort, but for the Duke's household, the resources available are abundant. Lian Shi did not deliberate long before nodding in agreement with Granny Tang's proposal. Then, I shall entrust this matter to you. Above all, remember to keep it discreet. She did not wish for anything to become public before they had gathered sufficient evidence. Especially Luo Shi. If she discovered the existence of Jiang girl and the child, who knows what kind of uproar would ensue. At that moment, Jiang Ying, who had an inkling of what Lian Shi was about to do, suddenly found herself pinned against a carriage wall by Yanjia. Every word and action was laden with oppression. Jiang clan, he said. Have I not warned you to behave yourself, to know your place, and not to challenge my limits? Jiang Ying thought, what nonsense. When have I ever been anything but proper? Was this man out of his mind? She attempted to push him away, but his chest was as unyielding as iron, and the cramped space hardly allowed for her and her son. Jiang Ying turned to place Xiao Yanji on a stool, finally freeing her hands to engage with Yanjia. Your Highness, might I ask you to refrain from nitpicking? When have I ever violated the decorum expected of a concubine? I have neither entered your inner quarters, nor flaunted my presence, nor engaged in secretive liaisons. Pray, enlighten me on how I have been improper or ill-mannered. The petite woman, with a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom and a voice as melodious as a nightingale, was delightful to behold, yet her words could inadvertently incite fury. Yan Zhe, already familiar with her sharp tongue, casually slid his left hand to the right, effortlessly capturing Jiang Ying's delicate neck. Repeat what you just said. Jiang Ying smiled, baring her teeth. I have no ability to do so. A wise woman does not court disaster, and she was no fool. It was unwise to provoke him in a moment of anger and risk self-immolation. Yan Zhe contemplated seizing the opportunity to bind her and confine her in the Yuhui pavilion until the time was ripe to bring her into the estate. Suddenly, the child on the stool began to wail, a tiny hand reaching out to clutch at his garments. You scoundrel! Let go of my mother. Do not bully her. You heartless brute. Hearing her son defend her, Jiang Ying felt a surge of joy. Regardless of its efficacy, nurturing her spirited child was a source of satisfaction. Yan Zhe looked down, following the small hand to the child's face. The little one, though rather unattractive when crying, bore a striking resemblance to him. Yan Zhe's frustration lessened slightly, and he smirked. I won't hold this against you. The child is restless. Soothe him. Jiang Ying observed his retreat and scoffed softly. Your Highness. The child bears your surname, so I shall attend to him. Why do you not comfort him yourself? She was well aware that Xiao Yanji was deliberately provoking the Duke, allowing herself to settle in a corner, ignoring the commotion. Yet, the child continued to wail, thrashing about on the soft stool, nearly teetering off. Yan Zhe, unable to bear it any longer, rose to catch the child. The sudden movement caused him to wince, his brow furrowing as he nearly knelt on the ground. After a moment's pause, a thin layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead, but he ultimately cradled the child in his arms and returned to the stool. The child nestled on his lap alleviated the burden on his hands. To his surprise, the child did not cease crying. Instead, he grew more agitated, grasping and kicking, even attempting to bite his palm with his toothless gums. Truly a little wolf cub. Yan Zhe was baffled but made no effort to evade. The child's bites were harmless. At that moment, he felt a wet warmth on his knee, and his body stiffened, an all-too-familiar sense of misfortune washing over him. Mother, do not be angry. Yababanjo, scoundrel father. How does it feel to wet your pants? Jiang Ying's eyes widened in shock as she turned to see a noticeable wet stain spreading across Yan Zhe's trousers. She felt a rush of vibrant excitement, almost wishing to applaud her son for his mischief. Yan Zhe, with legs apart and a face as dark as ink, could barely contain his disgust. Jiang Clan, I command you to take him away, immediately. Chapter 26. Leave the mother, take the child. Oh dear, am I ill? Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? Jiang Ying feigned illness, completely abandoning her son to Yan Zhe. After a brief ride in the carriage of old lady Jiang, they had now neared home. With no sign of Chen Ma and the others inside the carriage, Jiang Ying clapped her hands, jumped down, leaned against Chen Ma, and lamented. I must be cursed with a life of hardship, unable to enjoy the comforts of travel. Henceforth, let His Highness take the child in the carriage while I walk with Chen Ma. With that, she disregarded everything and strode away. Yan Zhe, holding the carriage curtain with one hand and the squirming child with the other, could still catch a whiff of the unpleasant odor. By the time he resolved to confront Jiang Ying, she had already walked far away. With no other choice, he ordered Qi Ren to mount the carriage. The two men found themselves at a loss, staring blankly at the child who had soiled his pants, while Xiao Yanji continued to cry incessantly. Regret washed over him. Had he known this would occur, he would not have acted so rashly.
Wearing wet trousers was truly uncomfortable.
At that moment, Qi Ren suggested, Your Highness, their belongings are still in the carriage. Shall we change the young master's diaper first? Yan Zhe's brow remained tightly knit. He hadn't had a moment of respite since he had laid eyes on Jiang Ying. You want to change it? I don't know how.
Qi Ren exclaimed.
Yan Zhe felt an overwhelming urge to glare him into submission. Ultimately, the two clumsily managed to change Xiao Yanji's pants, albeit with the diaper askew and seemingly inside out. Your Highness, I think it might be on backward, Qi Ren remarked. Yan Zhe shifted uncomfortably on his damp knee. Enough. Let us depart at once. The child may have been dry, but what of him? How could such a small creature produce so much urine, soaking his trousers and causing him trouble? Xiao Yanji, perceptive as he was, sensed his father's displeasure and remained quiet in Qi Ren's arms for the remainder of the journey. Upon their return home, Jiang Ying reclined comfortably, while Chun Ma and Siyu craned their necks, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Jiang Ying turned over and popped a wild fruit into her mouth, one she had picked carelessly while descending the mountain. After just one bite, she couldn't help but spit it out, exclaiming, "Oh, how sour." She glanced around, and taking advantage of Chun Ma and Siyu's inattention, she swapped it for a similar fruit from her space, a berry, small, sweet, and utterly delectable. By the time she had devoured her 16th berry, Yanjia and Qiren finally arrived. Yanjia's face was stormy, his arms hanging limply by his sides, and he strode into the main hall without a word. Xiao Yanji, held by Qiren, appeared disheveled, his clothing askew, resembling someone who had just been robbed. Upon seeing Jiang Ying, Xiao Yanji beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Beautiful, kind, wise, and graceful mother. Hug, hug, hug. That brief half-hour had taught him that his mother was unreliable, while his father was even more so. Thus, he preferred to stay with his mother. Moreover, he was quite hungry and yearned for milk. The moment Jiang Ying saw her mischievous son smiling so brightly, her heart warmed and her expression brightened. Instinctively, she reached out to take him. Qiren sighed in relief and bowed respectfully. "Miss Jiang, we have been down the mountain for over an hour. The young master is surely hungry." Jiang Ying kissed the soft, chubby face of her child, her lips lingering there, more tempting than jelly. "Very well. Let your lord wait a moment while I go and feed him."
Qiren remarked, "Miss,
"Are you certain you are not intentionally trying to make the prince wait by being so diligent all of a sudden?" Jiang Ying paid no heed to his response, cradling the child and retreating into the side room, only emerging after a considerable time. Xiao Yanji, now well fed, struggled to keep his eyes open but still adorably declared, "Mother, if that scoundrel father dares to bully you again, just hold me, and I will avenge you. I won't go just yet, I'll hold it in." Jiang Ying couldn't help but chuckle at her son's earnestness. Once he had fallen asleep, she reluctantly made her way back to the main hall. Upon noticing the tea on the table, Jiang Ying curled her lip in disdain. Chun Ma and Siyu were excessively courteous towards him. Was it truly necessary? The man exuded an aura of low pressure, casting an air of unapproachability over the entire room. Qiren stood behind him, sword in hand, discreetly casting a glance at Jiang Ying, urging her to tread lightly. Unfazed, Jiang Ying stirred the cloth in her hands and looked up to inquire, "Your Highness, are you busy? I had previously promised to cure Qi Hui's fire sore, but due to my confinement, I have been unable to do so. Once my confinement ends, I shall attend to it promptly." Qiren's tongue stumbled in confusion. "Isn't it today?" Jiang Ying shot him a glare. "Or, do you intend to wait for an auspicious day before proceeding with the treatment?" "Miss, are you jesting?"
Qiren exclaimed incredulously.
"The Lord is right here." Jiang Ying remained nonchalant. "Are you waiting for me to bring a stretcher to carry you?" Qiren shifted his feet, too intimidated to respond. In fact, Yanjia did not grant him the opportunity, his voice cold as he admonished, "Qiren." The latter nearly dropped to his knees, retreating faster than a rabbit with his sword in hand. "I will take my leave now, Miss Jiang. No need to rush. I shall return another day for the treatment." Jiang Ying scoffed, "Coward." Yanjia cast a frigid glance her way. "You, on the other hand, are quite bold, Jiang. It seems I have only just realized how audacious you are, displaying an utter disregard for others and an arrogant demeanor. Previously, you were foolish and lacked self-awareness. And though you have changed, your presence remains equally irksome." Jiang Ying had not expected Yanjia to harbor any fondness for her. Taking a seat, she sipped her tea. "Your Highness, you flatter me. Your long journey here surely isn't just to vent your frustrations upon me?" "I am not so trivial," Yanjia retorted, vexed. "Oh? Then do enlighten me. Have you come to bestow some good news upon this humble concubine?" Yanjia furrowed his brow. "Stop feigning ignorance. How could you not know? I am about to wed the legitimate youngest daughter of the Jiang Duke's residence. If you are truly unaware, are you attempting to cozy up to the old matriarch of the Jiang family? What are you implying? Do you wish to establish a rapport before entering the household?" He was convinced that this woman, who spoke not but deceit, harbored intentions to sabotage his marriage. If he could not secure a legitimate wife, she would still grasp at the opportunity to dream of being a royal consort, or, at the very least, dominate his attention when no other woman was present. Such a painfully simplistic and naive notion. Did he truly think he could not see through it? Jiang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips curling into a smirk. "Your Highness, while confidence is commendable, excessive self-assuredness borders on arrogance. Otherwise, why would you neglect others and save only the Jiang matriarch? Do you take me for a fool?" Jiang Ying thought to herself. Her approach to the matriarch was entirely contrary. She aimed to avoid becoming his concubine. Yet, whatever she said now would be futile. The man had already made up his mind, and further discourse would only be a waste of breath. Believe it or not, she tossed out, returning to savor the berries she'd procured from her space. Tart yet sweet, they were delightful to her palate. Watching her, Yen's ire flared. Unable to contain himself, he strode over and snatched away the dish of berries. This is my final warning. Cease your antics. On the 6th of April, I shall wed. And after the hour of the pig, someone will come to escort you and the child. She would do well to comply, or else Yen's expression darkened. He was not above resorting to extreme measures. Chapter 027. An Unexpected Discovery. Jiang Ying, however, was preoccupied, pondering, when exactly was the hour of the pig. A quick calculation revealed it to be around 9 o'clock, during the ancient times when the night was still, and even the dogs were asleep. She stood, nearly spitting in the direction of the retreating figure of the dog king. What a lunatic! He could not even remember his son's 100-day celebration. Yet he wished to marry Jiang Ying on that day. She would be a fool to ruin his marriage. Birds of a feather flock together. After admonishing Jiang Ying, Yen glanced at his son, relieved to see him well. Upon reaching the door, he looked down and was surprised to find he had inadvertently taken the little country girl's food box as well, which contained a handful of seemingly sour fruits. Qi, increase her allowance by 20 taels each month. For her to eat such meager fare is to neglect my son. Qi eyes lit up at his words. Your Highness, I shall ensure your generosity is delivered. Might I request permission to ask Miss Jiang to conclude her treatment before I report back? The thought of soon bidding farewell to his affliction brightened his countenance. Yen regarded him with discontent. What are you smiling about? Next time you utter Miss Jiang again, I shall have you run 100 laps at the training grounds. Qi, teary-eyed, protested, but on the 6th of April, she will be brought into the royal residence and referred to as Aunt Jiang, which is a significant honor.
Qi nodded vigorously,
though he ultimately dared not utter her name in front of Jiang Ying. Upon seeing the silver, Jiang Ying's expression softened considerably. Qi, your previous consultation fee was already sufficient. This additional 20 taels will afford you a few more medicinal soups. No, this is a reward from the Lord for you. I saw you eating wild fruits earlier, so please use this money to purchase more fruits and snacks. Jiang Ying, taken aback, thought, am I being patronized?
Goodness.
I welcome such humiliations. Let the dog king indulge himself. I shall not take offense. Performing the surgery on Qi to excise the fire element from his veins took no more than a quarter of an hour. Qi hardly felt any pain. However, when Jiang Ying wielded the scalpel, her fingertips brushing against his skin, and her proximity to him made him exceedingly self-conscious, causing his cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Once the procedure concluded, she paused, staring at him. Qi, your face is quite red. You aren't coming down with a fever, are you? Instinctively reaching out to touch his forehead, Qi quickly recoiled, lowering his head and grimacing in pain. I beg your pardon. It was then that Jiang Ying comprehended the source of his flush. A laugh escaped her lips as she meticulously put away her prized surgical tools, gifts from her mentor, signifying her achievements as a favored disciple. Alas, this journey had rendered their reunion impossible. Qi settled across from Jiang Ying, clutching his neck. She shot him a glance. Release your hand. I have already bandaged you. There's no need to fidget. Change the dressing every 3 to 5 days, and you shall recover fully in no time. Hee. Qi beamed, uncertain of what to say, resorting to a silly grin. With a stiff neck, he rummaged around his waist, finally producing a gold ingot, a reward from the Lord during the new year. Miss Jiang, may I request a bit more of that medicinal stone you provided earlier? I can mix it with water to drink instead of applying it to the wound. He now felt unwell without a daily cup of it. Jiang Ying, swayed by the gold ingot, reluctantly handed him a piece the size of an egg. Qi carefully wrapped it in paper, then in a handkerchief, tucking it away with utmost care. Just before departing, he turned back with a curious expression. Miss Jiang, why was it that when you used the knife just now, I felt no pain at all? During their first procedure, he had nearly cried out in agony. To his surprise, this time, there was naught but a dull, tingling sensation. Miss Jiang's medical skills are truly remarkable. Qi could not help but ponder, urging his lord. It would be a shame if his hand remained incapacitated. After all, he had once bested the best martial artist in the royal court, yet now even holding a child proved a challenge. Do you not use anesthetics for surgical procedures? In her space, aside from the treasures bestowed by the fertile land, she had also stocked a considerable amount of everyday supplies. including food and medical supplies such as antibiotics and anesthetics. For someone with a penchant for hoarding and organizing, having ample resources was essential. She had even planted numerous fruit trees on the fertile land, achieving fruit freedom without spending a dime. Anesthetic? I've heard of it. Ren exhibited a contemplative demeanor, ultimately shrugging his shoulders, yet it appeared to be of little consequence. Still, the efficacy of Miss Jiang's medicinal concoction was indeed remarkable. Zhe returned to his residence. Since he had bestowed silver upon Jiang Ying, he no longer felt the need to return her wild fruits. As he dismounted from the carriage, his peripheral vision caught an odd sight. Zhe had inexplicably brought the food box into the study. The attending young scholar, mistaking it for a recent change in his tastes, promptly placed it on the table alongside a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Weary from his administrative duties, as Zhe lifted the tea to his lips, he noticed the deep purple wild fruits. The image of Jiang Ying's stunning yet insufferable visage flashed through his mind. Ha, women! He scoffed inwardly, yet his fingers, almost instinctively, pinched one of the fruits, examining it from various angles. She seemed to relish it quite thoroughly. Could it possibly taste delightful? If it were tart, that would be perfect, as he had just perused an abundance of textual material and felt a bit drowsy. After a moment of self-persuasion, he hesitated, yet ultimately tossed the fruit into his mouth. The sharpness of his teeth broke the skin, releasing a burst of juice that invigorated his senses. Indeed, it was quite delicious. And perhaps it was not mere illusion. Consuming it seemed to clear his mind and alleviate his fatigue. Before he realized it, he had devoured the entire plate. Coming back to himself, he felt a twinge of discomfort and contemplated discarding the plate to erase all traces of his indulgence. Just then, Ren returned, brimming with delight. "My lord, I have returned. Jiang Yangzi's miraculous skills have completely healed my neck. If it's healed, why are you still bandaged?" Zhe shot a disapproving glance at Ren's neck. Casually, he placed the plate back into the food box and discreetly tucked it behind him. Earlier, he had firmly asserted that Jiang Ying's fare was meager. If Ren discovered that he had scavenged and consumed her leftover wild fruits, he would surely find himself the subject of ridicule. Ren blinked, sensing that his lord's inquiry was somewhat uncharacteristic. "My lord, the doctor has applied medicine. It will take 10 days to heal properly." Very well. You may go and rest. I have no further need for you here." Zhe hastily dismissed him. Ren, touched, thought to himself that his lord was only occasionally stern and seemed fearsome, but was mostly considerate of those around him. With this in mind, he resolved to share a bowl of Jiang Ying's miraculous water with himself. However, upon turning, he noticed his lord seemingly concealing something. Ren stepped forward to peer behind him. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "My lord, is this not Jiang Yangzi's item?" Zhe, that mischievous lad, typically lacked such perceptiveness while performing his duties, yet now exhibited remarkable acuity. The two of them sat at the table, though it was more accurate to say Ren perched there, his back straight, barely touching the edge of the chair. "My lord, do not let this matter escape your lips. I wish to hear it from no one, including you." "Yes," Ren shouted, abruptly rising but inadvertently pulling at his wound, suppressing a cry of pain as crimson seeped through the white bandage. Zhe noticed this and, feeling a pang of sympathy, waved his hand, opting not to pursue the matter further. Ren, in gratitude, managed to procure a crystal of the miraculous spring water, placing it into Zhe's tea. "My lord, do try this exquisite elixir." As he spoke, he dipped his finger into the crystalline powder on the table and tasted it. Zhe frowned, expressing his distaste. Once the troublesome lad departed, he regarded the peculiar liquid before him, caught in a dilemma. To drink or not to drink. After a lengthy pause, he raised the cup to his nose and, to his surprise, did not detect the strange odor he had anticipated. Rather, there was a refreshing and invigorating scent that felt oddly familiar. Zhe suddenly realized something and glanced toward the humble food box beside him. Chapter 28. Everyone loves spring water. After Ren returned to his chamber, he first lamented over his handkerchief for a while, then set about preparing the spring water to drink. Reclining on his bed, he sipped slowly, fearing to waste it by consuming too quickly. Unexpectedly, Dr. Zhu came to seek him out. "I heard that Miss Jiang has treated you. How are you faring?" "Let me take a look," he said, moving to inspect Ren's wound. The latter shot up, refusing to let him touch it. Miss Jiang instructed that the dressing should only be changed every 3 to 5 days. It must not be disturbed to avoid infection. Displaying an obstinately proud demeanor. "Dr. Zhu? So you only regard her as a doctor and see me as a mere bystander. Is that it? Very well. Next time you suffer from any ailment, do not seek me out." Dr. Zhu declared as he stepped out the door. Qi Ren, realizing he could not guarantee that, quickly pulled him back. After a series of apologies, Dr. Zhu's attitude softened. Primarily, he had more pressing matters to discuss with Qi Ren, not wishing to sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Well, Qi lad, do you still have any of the medicinal stones you purchased from Miss Jiang? Upon hearing this, Qi Ren instinctively clutched his chest protectively. The first batch had been consumed, and the remaining ones were procured with golden seeds. How could Dr. Zhu know? Qi Ren, arms crossed, exuded an air of suspicion. However, Dr. Zhu, unconcerned, continued earnestly, Qi lad, I know you are not a stingy person. Could you perhaps spare me a bit more? To be frank, the old man had only fathered a daughter after nearly 40 years of marriage. Since birth, she had borne a red birthmark on her cheek, and despite numerous attempts, they had been unable to remove it. The girl, concerned with her appearance, had remained confined to the house for over a decade, withdrawn and morose, secretly applying various powders and even resorting to cutting. Dr. Zhu's voice trembled as he spoke of this. Qi Ren, unable to bear it, hastily poured him a cup of tea. Oh dear, do not be so distressed. There will surely come a day of hope. You seek the medicinal stones, do you? Consider yourself fortunate. I have obtained another piece. I shall give you half. The story sounded quite pitiful. Without hesitation, Qi Ren produced the spring crystal, drawing a dagger from his side to prepare to cut it. Dr. Zhu wiped his tears and placed a hand on his arm. Do not rush. Let me finish. He explained that the powder he had previously taken home was stored in a small box, intended for study, but was discovered by his daughter, who had mixed it with other medicines to apply to her face. Initially unaware, he learned only days ago when she excitedly inquired whether the birthmark had faded a little. Qi Ren, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, did it truly have an effect, or was it merely an illusion? He was already inclined towards the former, after all. He had found it immensely beneficial, or he would not have parted with 2 taels of golden seeds. Dr. Zhu sighed, alas, I do not know. The powders she mixed were too numerous, and it is unclear which one, if any, was effective. Qi Ren, anxious, pressed on. So, has the birthmark faded or not? Dr. Zhu pondered. It does appear somewhat lighter. Then, that is splendid. Qi Ren exclaimed, slicing off half of the piece, and handing it to Dr. Zhu. Take this and study it thoroughly. If it proves effective for your daughter's birthmark, I shall find a way to acquire more from Miss Jiang when I next see her. Dr. Zhu, staring dumbfoundedly at the spring crystal, was deeply moved. His lips fluttered. Is it not a simple matter to request a piece from Miss Jiang? Qi Ren recalled his golden seeds, feeling a slight pang, yet waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what are we to each other? No need for such formalities. Just take it and use it. If it runs out, we can discuss it then. Dr. Zhu rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. I thank you, Qi Guardian. Over the years, I have saved some money from treating patients. I shall bring you something in return.
Oh.
Do not trouble yourself. I do not require it. Qi Ren objected, but Dr. Zhu had already dashed away like the wind. He shook his head, marveling at how sprightly the old fellow was despite his age. Unknown to all, aside from Dr. Zhu, Yanjia had also subtly begun to appreciate the miraculous effects of the spring water. Ever since he had consumed the leftover wild fruits from Jiang Ying and imbibed Qi Ren's peculiar concoction, he held the brush for 3 consecutive hours without the slightest hint of fatigue. In the past, enduring even 2 hours would have been a struggle, with the last half hour bringing on discomfort, numbness, and an overwhelming sense of weakness, leaving him drenched in sweat. Yet, Yanjia had grown accustomed to this. He even deliberately sought to challenge his limits, for it was only through such endeavors that he felt truly alive. When his hand had first become incapacitated, even raising his arm had seemed a distant luxury. It was through relentless practice and unwavering perseverance that he gradually achieved a significant recovery, enabling his left hand to grasp the brush and write once again. Despite the severity of his right hand's condition, Yanjia stubbornly believed that as long as he continued to persist, he would surely reap the rewards of his efforts. Observing the unexpected progress of his left hand, he found himself, almost as if possessed, gradually lifting his right hand to seize the brush held in his left wrist. This motion, which he had attempted countless times only to fail repeatedly, was successfully executed in the next moment. His right hand firmly grasped the brush for perhaps 10 breaths before it fell with a resounding thud onto the table. The dark ink splattered and smeared, ruining a large character he had just written. Yet, Yanjia felt no regret. Rather, his heart raced with excitement. Would his hand ever have the chance to fully recover? A small spring of vitality, akin to the subtle flutter of wings in the tropical rainforests of South America, quietly set off a butterfly effect. Jiang Ying was oblivious to all of this. She had taken the money to instruct Aunt Chen to purchase seasonal fruits for their enjoyment. After all, earning money was fundamentally for the pleasure it could bring, was it not? Aunt Chen returned shortly, bringing the finest mulberries, sugarcane, and cherries of the season. Having carefully selected the very best, Aunt Chen and Si were almost reluctant to indulge, but Jiang Ying found them lacking just a touch. Indeed, only the produce from the space could be deemed exquisite. After sampling a few, she set them aside, gifting the rest to Aunt Chen and Siyu, vowing that once their lives stabilized, she would secure a plot of land and transplant some fruit trees from the space, nurturing them daily with a spring water, confident they would yield the same quality. Amusingly, as they enjoyed the fruits, little Yan Ji could not help but drool uncontrollably.
Damn.
Control yourself. I have tasted all manner of delicacies in my past life. Woo-woo, I'm not greedy. Why don't they take it elsewhere to eat? Why must they eat it right in front of me? Little Yan Ji's obsidian-like eyes darted about, and seizing a bright red cherry that Siyu had playfully dangled before him, he snatched it away and, in a flash, stuffed it into his mouth. This startled both Siyu and Aunt Chen, who scrambled to ensure he did not choke on the pit. However, the flesh of the cherry had already been thoroughly devoured. Although the cherry was sweetly tart, it was Yanji's first experience with such a taste, and its sharpness made him scrunch his face, his eyes and brows contorting uncontrollably, even shaking his head in protest. Jiang Ying could hardly contain her laughter. After dinner, as she nursed him, she discreetly retrieved the leftover sugarcane juice from the space, slowly feeding the little monkey with a spoon. Space food does not spoil. Initially, Yanji thought Jiang Ying was feeding him something peculiar, resisting with closed lips until he accidentally took a sip, discovering its sweetness akin to honey, imbued with an indescribable fragrance. The little boy was instantly captivated. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Mother, one more spoonful, please. Is this sugarcane juice? How come it tastes different from what I had in my past life? Were those wretched servants trying to pass off inferior products on me? Wow, it's so fragrant and sweet. Mother, don't stop. Jiang Ying felt a mix of satisfaction and amusement. However, she only fed him 5 or 6 spoonfuls before halting, concerned that his delicate stomach might not be able to handle more. Though space-produced food typically doesn't pose such issues. Days passed, and at last, the Jiang Duke's residents made contact, sending an invitation to Jiang Ying. Little Yan Ji was beside himself with excitement. It's happening. Silly mother. They're coming to acknowledge you. Chapter 029, The Blind Vanguard, The Foolish Scholar. The imagination is splendid, but reality can be harsh. The visitor was Grandma Tang, who was respectful and polite, but was not there for a familial acknowledgement. She presented the gilded invitation to Jiang Ying, stating, Dr. Jiang, there are many matters at home, and it has only just been settled. The old lady has been thinking of you, and wishes to prescribe some of the previous medicines. She further elaborated. The old lady no longer takes medicines from others nor consults anyone else. She only trusts you. Your medical skills are exceptional. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are akin to the living Hua Tua. In truth, Grandma Tang harbored more personal motives for this visit. She wished to have Jiang Ying examine her 2 grandsons. One had suffered from an arrow wound that had spread poison and damaged his eyesight, while the other had sustained a head injury, resulting in cognitive decline, now resembling a 3-year-old child. Once, the 2 grandsons had been the pride of the Jiang family, one a martial prodigy, the other a literary genius, but now, the family publicly mourned their misfortune while privately ridiculed them. The blind vanguard general, the foolish scholar, and all that. With rumors circulating, Grandma Tang felt quite helpless. Yet, her request for Jiang Ying to treat her grandsons was not merely for the sake of family reputation but stemmed from a genuine desire to see them recover. Otherwise, even if the Luo family did not cast aspersions, she would still feel distressed. Your words elevate me far too much. I cannot accept such praise, Jiang Ying modestly replied, glancing at the invitation. February 13th, wasn't he that tomorrow? At the hour of Chun, 9 o'clock. Such an early banquet. Would they not allow anyone to sleep in? Noticing Jiang Ying's frown, Grandma Tang assumed she was reluctant to attend or had some pressing engagement, and quickly reassured her. Is there a dilemma, Dr. Jiang? The old lady has said that the timing is at your discretion. The doors of the Jiang residence are always open to you. This was quite flattering. And Jiang Ying's expression relaxed. Meanwhile, little Yan Ji was ecstatic, flailing his limbs in delight. Oh yeah, mother is magnificent. Grandma Tang is indeed wise. How does she speak so eloquently? Jiang Ying couldn't help but chuckle, thinking the compliment would surely give Grandma Tang a heart attack. There was no dilemma. The old lady had sent an invitation, so how could there be any trouble? They were being courteous, and Jiang Ying returned the sentiment, lifting little Yanji to rest against her shoulder. However, she felt uneasy leaving him at home alone. So she had to trouble Grandma Tang to inform the old lady that she might have to bring the child to the banquet. As soon as the words left her mouth, Grandma Tang covered her mouth and laughed, exclaiming, "Dr. Jiang, our old lady adores the little prince." I was just slow to speak. It should have included him in the invitation all along. To make amends, here, let me give our little treasure a big red envelope. A small pouch landed in Yanji's hands, which he instinctively grasped. Grandma Tang worried he might not hold it securely, cradling it with her hands, but the child, barely 2 months old, held the 50 taels of gold steady, startling Grandma Tang. This child truly had strength in his hands. "Mother, it's heavy. I bet it's gold." "Tisk tsk, I've touched more gold than silver in my past life, although they're both 50 taels. Gold is softer and tends to lose weight, so it's usually a tad lighter than silver ingots." "He trying to test me? Not a chance." Jiang Ying thought, "Look at how pleased this child is." After sending Grandma Tang off, Jiang Ying tossed the child onto the bed and opened the intricately crafted pouch, discovering, as expected, 50 taels of gold. "Oh my!" Little Yanji tilted his head to glance, beaming with pride. "See, I was right, you silly mother. You didn't believe me." Jiang Ying found herself both amused and exasperated as she watched the child suddenly pop his finger into his mouth, pretentiously biting down. She wondered, what was this? Was he hungry again? Little Yanji whimpered a couple of times. "Not hungry, not hungry." "Silly mother. Don't you like to bite to discern the authenticity of gold and silver? Hurry and bite and see." Jiang Ying thought, she wouldn't bite. Not only would she not bite, but Jiang Ying was feeling bold enough to toss the gold ingot to little Yanji as a toy. He would occasionally push it with his hands, then nudge it with his bottom, rolling the golden ingot back and forth between his feet, thoroughly immersed in his own amusement. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ying tried to extract some information, sighing, "I wonder why old Madame Jiang suddenly summoned me. It makes me rather anxious." Xiao Yanji, while playing, was brimming with thoughts. What is there to be nervous about? They have already seen my birthmark. Surely they harbor immense doubts about your identity. Rather than inviting you for a medical consultation, it would be more accurate to say they seek to verify your identity. At this moment, 7 words come to mind. Respond to change, without changing. "Foolish mother, you need not worry at all, for I am here to assist you." Jiang Ying gazed at her simple-minded son, chuckling silently. Wasn't bringing him along precisely for this purpose? Meanwhile, Granny Tang was returning to the city in her carriage, accompanied not just by herself, but also by the maid, Anji. When it came to assigning tasks, Yin Rui had been captivated by Xiao Yanji's charm and had eagerly wished to join, but Granny Tang deemed her too unsteady and declined her request, especially given the significance of this banquet. Throughout the journey, Yinji's curiosity piqued after departing from Yuhui Cottage. "Granny, do you think Dr. Zhang's husband is truly that guard we met last time? Clad in a long sword and quick boots, he embodies the attire of a royal guard in the capital. During our last fleeting glance, he appeared handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Granny Tang shook her head. "I cannot say for certain, but since he traveled quite a distance to fetch her, he must be suitable. Wouldn't you agree?" Yinji hesitated. Suddenly, Granny Tang straightened. "I say, do you also feel that while the two seem perfectly fine, there is an inexplicable oddness about them?" At her words, Yinji paused, and after a moment, vigorously nodded. Yes. Could it be that you share this sentiment too?" "I can't quite articulate it, but it feels mismatched." "Yes, mismatched indeed. In terms of status, one is an obscure little beauty, while the other is a young talent of the royal guards. That part is acceptable. However, Miss Jiang, with her generous spirit, unparalleled beauty, and exceptional medical skills, possesses a calmness and composure that suggest she has seen much of the world. Such grace and poise, how could they possibly be subdued by a simple-minded guard?" The more they pondered, the more doubts Granny Tang and Yinji harbored, yet they lacked any further information regarding Jiang Ying's identity. For 10 days, the old madam had dispatched numerous individuals from various directions to investigate, but despite their efforts, aside from a single name, they could uncover no further details. It was indeed strange. What they did not know was that all traces of Jiang Ying's past had been nearly erased by Yanjia. Initially, he had been reluctant to allow embarrassing incidents to become fodder for gossip. After Jiang Ying gave birth, he resolved to bring her and their child back to the residence. Thus it was imperative that no stain marred their reputation. Ideally, from now on, everyone would perceive Jiang Ying merely as an inconspicuous concubine, the mother of his eldest illegitimate son, Nothing more was necessary. The following day, Jiang Ying rose early. The spring sun was languidly rising, only peeking out from the horizon as they prepared to leave. Xiao Yanji, filled with energy akin to a released convict, was barely drowsy. Ziyu held the child close, gently pressing her cheek against his. Madam, look how joyful the young master is. He seems to relish going outdoors. In a few days, when the weather is clear, shall we take him for a spring outing? Both Ziyu and Mama Chen seemed to assume that Jiang Ying had already consented to becoming a concubine. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ying was secretly concocting a grand plan. Upon hearing the mention of a spring outing, Xiao Yanji suddenly perked up. A spring outing? The most suitable place near the capital is Jing Mountain. It features gentle slopes and lush greenery, reminiscent of the inner Mongolian grasslands. Occasionally, even the emperor would incognito visit Jing Mountain to unwind. However, that place is said to be haunted. As Jiang Ying instinctively perked up her ears, Xiao Yanji's playful antics soon distracted her, tugging at Ziyu's braid, much to Jiang Ying's vexation. Eating half a melon, do you not realize it affects your lifespan? The imposing gate of the Duke's residence loomed high, exuding an air of grandeur that immediately signaled its distinction from ordinary households. Flanking the entrance were two majestic stone lions, their fierce expressions embodying the hallmark of master craftsmanship. Xiao Yanji, with his adorably chubby face, playfully growled at the stone lions that stared back at him, eliciting another round of laughter from Jiang Ying. How curious it was that the child seemed to grow more mischievous by the day. Fortunately, Granny Tang soon arrived to open the door, or else Jiang Ying feared passers-by might mistake them for lunatics. The young master is truly spirited. It is a delight to behold, Granny Tang remarked, her heart swelling with nostalgia. In fact, your elder and second brothers were just like this when they were young. At that time, the old madam was alone in the capital, while the Luo family and the Duke were stationed at the borders, unable to reunite for years. Yet with the two little rascals around, the old madam never felt lonely. Who could have foreseen what was to come? Your eldest brother is now 21, and the second brother is 19, at the prime of their lives, poised to showcase their talents and forge their futures, yet their wings have been cruelly clipped. Not only the old madam but even those who had cared for the two brothers felt an unshakable heaviness in their hearts. Dr. Jiang, take care and mind the threshold, Granny Tang gently reminded as she led the way. Jiang Ying's gaze fell upon the colossal stone screen at the floral archway, adorned with graceful, flowing inscriptions. Loyalty to thoughts, loyalty to bones, loyalty to souls, she read aloud. Granny Tang chuckled. This is the town guardian stone bestowed upon the Jiang family by the founding emperor of Nanzhao. For over a century, the Jiang family has stood unwavering, all thanks to one word: loyalty. However, such matters are for the men. We women should focus on our own roles, haha. Jiang Ying nodded, recognizing that Granny Tang's words were undoubtedly reflective of the old madam's sentiments. A moon gate separated the outer courtyard from the inner residence. As they walked through, the servants of the Duke's residence were few and far between, far less imposing than one might imagine, embodying a sense of tranquility amidst their efficiency. Crossing the moon gate, Jiang Ying distinctly felt two piercing gazes fixated upon her. The inner courtyard was adorned with towering pines and bamboos, pavilions and towers, winding waters, elegant and exquisite. The long corridor twisted and turned, and at an inconspicuous corner stood a dignified 30-year-old lady and a youthful girl of 16, quietly observing Jiang Ying. The elder was none other than the esteemed Duchess, Lady Luo. The young beauty, with delicate brows slightly furrowed and enchanting eyes sparkling like autumn waters, donned a soft yellow dress that accentuated her graceful form. With a gentle blink, she appeared both charming and ethereal, embodying the fragility of a sheltered flower, yet infused with a playful and mischievous spirit. Her gaze followed Jiang Ying as she walked past, and with a slight tilt of her head, she sweetly linked her arm with Lady Luo's. Mother. Is that the lifesaver of grandmother? She seemed rather young. Why did she marry so early? However, most women in Nanzhao tend to remain at home after marriage, managing household affairs and raising children. How remarkable that she can still come and go freely to treat others. Humph, Lady Luo scoffed before she could speak, gently patting her daughter's hand. What treatment? You mustn't take the gossip of those servants to heart. The Imperial Hospital has been helpless with your grandmother's illness. What could a girl of her age possibly know? I suspect she is merely trying to annoy us because we hastily agreed to the marriage with the Qianwang residents. And she is displeased. With that, she shifted her gaze back to her daughter, Linlin. Do you truly harbor feelings for Prince Yen? Just as they were discussing others, the topic swiftly turned to herself, leading to a rather embarrassing situation. Jiang Yilin's cheeks flushed, and she delicately leaned against Lady Luo. Mother, no matter how I answer, it seems wrong. For if she admitted it, it would suggest she was infatuated and eager for marriage. If she denied it, with the marriage already arranged, her mother would undoubtedly fret over her feelings. The truth was, she genuinely liked Yanjia. A modest gentleman, of royal lineage, stands out like a crane among chickens. With an innate air of nobility and dignity, how could the common folk of the aristocracy possibly compare? She has witnessed his extraordinary grace alongside his brothers on the football field, observed his commanding presence adorned with official accolades, and even seen him in solitary reflection, sipping wine in quiet desolation. At that moment, she thought, if only she could step into his heart and become his cherished one, what regrets could possibly remain in her life? Her grandmother claimed she was a daughter of heaven, born to privilege, free to love whomever she desired and pursue whatever passions she wished without hesitation. Yet, throughout her life, she seldom acted out of caprice, for she understood her mother as aspiration for her to be regarded as a talented and refined woman, thereby allowing her mother to stand tall against her grandmother and reclaim her dignity. Thus, she endeavored with great determination, unafraid of hardship. She recognized that her grandmother had already bestowed 2 brothers upon her, harboring no lofty expectations for her. However, her mother was different. Her mother, eager for success, loathed being overshadowed by her grandmother and, unable to rely on the indifferent 3rd brother, could only depend on her. In this regard, she merely needed to exert tremendous effort in trivial matters to reap abundant rewards elsewhere. Overall, it was a lucrative endeavor. At the age of 8, she cornered her 3rd brother in the study and declared, "Third brother, you do not enjoy reading. I shall read for you. You do not wish to learn the piano. I will learn for you. You delight in playing outside. I shall persuade mother on your behalf to spare you from reproach. However, one thing remains. Once spilled, water cannot be retrieved. In this lifetime, can you accomplish that?" She aspired to be the singularly exceptional individual, the focus of the world's gaze, destined for greatness. Neither she nor her mother regarded Jiang Ying with any significance, whispering to one another. Before long, a figure came rushing towards the spot just vacated by Jiang Ying, jingling and clanging. "Sister. It's sister. Such a beautiful sister," Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, clutching a rattle and laughing joyously. Following him was his maid, cradling a mud-stained kite. As he chased after Jiang Ying, a look of alarm crossed his face, and he timidly tugged at his brother. "Second master, that is not the legitimate young lady. Please do not pursue her. Besides, the legitimate young lady is a sister, not an elder sister." The latter, tall and statuesque, towered over the maid, clad in a lake-blue wide-sleeved brocade robe and adorned with a jade crown. If one were to overlook his current slumped shoulders and foolish expression, he was indeed quite handsome. Thick brows, large eyes, a prominent nose, features sculpted as if by the wind and snow. His lips, neither thick nor thin, were rosy and silently alluring. Jiang Ying instinctively halted her steps. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuanshan beamed with delight, scampering towards her with small, shuffling steps, offering her his cherished rattle. "Sister, who are you? Would you play with Yuanshan?" Jiang Ying was taken aback, her clear eyes blinking in surprise. The little fellow wriggled, and upon spotting Jiang Yuanshan grinned broadly. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Silly's second uncle Jiang Yuanshan." This utterance of Silly's second uncle carried a tone of gleeful mockery that Jiang Ying easily discerned. As expected, the impudent child showed no restraint in his teasing. If we were to speak of the miserable fate of this young master in the previous life, the sons of the Jiang family are not much better off. Jiang Yuani was first blinded, then deafened, never to leave this small courtyard for the rest of his life. Jiang Yuanshan, foolish and daft, endured countless scorn, and ultimately lost his hands and feet to be fed to wolves due to offending a princess from a foreign land. As for Jiang Yuanling, he was truly an idiot. He ran up debts in business amounting to millions of taels, only to be beaten to death by debt collectors. In the end, only Jiang Yilin remained, mastering the inner workings of the Duke's household and winning the favor of countless maids and servants. With this, who else could find satisfaction? When discussing Jiang Yuani, Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanling, Xiao Yanji often expressed sympathy, yet when the conversation turned to Jiang Yilin, a palpable bitterness emerged. His hatred for Jiang Yilin ran deep. Jiang Ying could understand, as Jiang Yilin had been exceedingly cruel to Xiao Yanji for over a decade. But how could the 3 Jiang brothers be so unfortunate? Before Jiang Ying could fathom the reasons behind it, Granny Tang hurriedly returned, flustered. I beg your pardon, Dr. Jiang. This is our second master, who months ago fell and injured his head. Upon awakening, he became this way. Alas, she continued, quickly signaling to Ying, second master. Dr. Jiang is preoccupied with the old lady and cannot play with you right now. Let Shueji accompany you instead, shall we? Be good. Our second master is the most obedient. Granny Tang rewarded him with a piece of candy. As she finished speaking, Ying swiftly retrieved a piece of candy from her pouch and handed it to the bewildered Jiang Yuanchen. With the candy in hand, Jiang Yuanchen discarded the rattle and exclaimed in delight, "Oh, how wonderful! Candy!" Just as his joy peaked, he then placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Sister Shueji, be quiet. Mother does not like me eating candy." Due to the increased salivation from consuming candy, Jiang Yuanchen would uncontrollably drool, making him appear even more foolish. Therefore, Madame Luo detested giving him candy. Indeed, beyond regular meals, she forbade him from consuming anything extra. The commotion in the garden caught the attention of Madame Luo and Jiang Ying from the corridor, while Madame Luo was gentle and patient with her daughter. Witnessing Jiang Yuanling's disgraceful display ignited her fury, causing her to slap the pillar beside her. How outrageous! How could he come out?
Someone.
Punish Shueji, the maid beside second master, with 30 lashes and take second master back to Tingtao courtyard immediately. Without my command, do not allow him to embarrass himself outside. Madame Luo's eyes blazed with anger, her heart filled with deep resentment. Her once brilliant son had been reduced to this foolish state, and she blamed it all on the old lady. After issuing her orders, Madame Luo had no intention of revealing herself and huffed away in anger. Jiang Ying lingered for a moment before also retreating, following Madame Luo. 2 maids were dispatched to the garden, offering a perfunctory bow. Our apologies, Granny Tang. Our lady says second master must return to the courtyard. We have come to escort him. The first part of their statement was polite, yet the latter half was directed at the kite-holding Shueji as they began to hit and pinch her. You little wretch, how could you care for second master? Allowing him to run wild throughout the manor? If anything were to happen to him, how could you account for it? Have you no sense at all? If he were to offend a noble guest of the old lady, you would be in for a world of trouble. Do you think the old lady is as lenient as our lady? The old lady is strict and adheres to rules. She would not hesitate to sell you off. While their words seemed to scold Shueji for her negligence, they were, in reality, veiled criticisms aimed at the old lady. Jiang Ying listened, stunned. The 2 maids, devoid of any restraint, grasped Jiang Yuanchen's arm and began to drag him away. He struggled with all his might, only to be pinched by the maids, causing him to wail in pain. I don't want to go. Sister Shueji, I don't want to. Wah, they are so fierce. Second master. Shueji was unable to protect herself. In an instant, the garden was filled with the sounds of abuse, cries, and protests, creating a cacophony. Granny Tang's face darkened as she smiled apologetically at Jiang Ying and stepped forward to reprimand the 2 maids. What is the meaning of this? If you are to escort someone, do it properly, not tugging and pulling like this. The maids wore arrogant expressions. We are rough folks from the borders. Not as capable as Granny Tang, who knows how to navigate these matters. It is our lady who instructed us to bring second master back to Tingtao courtyard by any means necessary. What can we do? If you wish, Granny Tang, perhaps you can think of a way to speak with second master, encouraging him to return with us obediently? They prepared to mock Granny Tang, believing that a foolish person, who could not even control his own bodily functions, would surely not comprehend human speech. The maids were ready to relish the spectacle of Granny Tang's humiliation.
Granny Tang,
Feeling helpless and not wanting to delay the old lady's meeting with Jiang Ying, found herself in a difficult position, whether to persuade them or not. Just then, Jiang Ying stepped forward. Granny Tang, allow me to give it a try? It is not that she relishes meddling in others' affairs, but rather, if this delay continues, when will she be able to return home? Dr. Jiang and Nurse Tang wore expressions of deep regret. Inviting guests was meant to be a welcoming gesture, yet she felt profoundly embarrassed to present such a disheveled aspect of the household. Jiang Ying, unfazed, entrusted the child to Suyo and gradually approached Jiang Yuancheng. With a faint smile, she gazed into his eyes and asked, "Did you not just call me sister? Will you heed your sister's words?" As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of nougat from her spatial realm. The dried fruits within were crafted from the fruits of the space, possessing a somewhat soothing effect. Moving a step closer to Jiang Yuancheng, Jiang Ying extended her hand, and the delicately wrapped nougat nestled gently in her palm. Look. Sister has a far tastier candy than what you hold. If you behave, sister will share it with you, shall we? Jiang Yuancheng blinked at her, and after a moment, he indeed ceased his cries and struggles. Although he was simple-minded, he sensed Jiang Ying's gentle demeanor and soft tone, her eyes clear as water, devoid of deceit.
All right.
I will listen to the pretty sister, Jiang Yuanqing beamed. Jiang Ying grinned, fulfilling her promise by handing him the nougat and, in the process, pushing aside the bothersome old woman. A flash of anger crossed the old woman's eyes. Madam, let me remind you to be mindful of your status. Matters of the Duke's residence are not for outsiders to meddle in. Outsider? Jiang Ying scoffed, so you are aware. Indeed, I am an outsider, but precisely because of that, I possess clarity of vision. I just witnessed you humiliating your master and assaulting her personal maid, showing disrespect to the old matriarch. Might I inquire, do those hailing from the borderlands not need to adhere to rules and regulations, but instead bully and deceive, flaunting power? The old woman could no longer restrain her fury. Jiang Ying retorted even louder, impudence. I shall have Nurse Tang write a letter to the border to inquire of the Duke. Is this the servitude he has taught you? You wait and see. The two old women were cowed by Jiang Ying's imposing presence, for the Duke was far more formidable than the Duchess. You insufferable wild girl. We shall report this to the madam. Prepare to be cast out. The two hefty women, blustering yet fearful, scurried away, cursing as they went. Yuji, with her slender arms and legs, stumbled as they brushed past, falling to the ground. Inji rushed over to help her up. Nurse Tang, with a weary sigh, lamented. This household is truly a den of chaos. Due to the matters concerning the elder and second brother, the old matriarch felt guilt. And having grown accustomed to silence in the face of Luo's grievances, she had unwittingly allowed the household to deteriorate. Her authority waned as the people around Luo, most of whom hailed from the border, behaved coarsely and lacked decorum, yet remained fiercely loyal to her. The Duke's residence now resembled a patchwork of wounds, too painful to behold. Old servant thanks Miss Jiang for her righteous words. Let's depart swiftly, for the old matriarch awaits. Nurse Tang, with a throbbing headache, pondered when the chaos within the household would ever cease. The old matriarch reproached herself for permitting Luo to act with such impunity. The Duke's residence would inevitably face calamity. Sister, Yuanqing still needs. Jiang Ying had barely lifted her foot when a large shadow trailed behind her. The little friend had finished the nougat, smacking his lips in lingering delight. Upon seeing this, Nurse Tang immediately spoke in gentle tones, urging Yuji to take Jiang Yuanqing back. Today's most pressing matter for the old matriarch was meeting with Miss Jiang. However, Jiang Yuanqing stubbornly refused to leave and clung even more tightly to Jiang Ying, nearly enveloping her in his embrace. Nurse Tang felt a pang of anxiety, fearing what Jiang Ying's husband would think if he were to witness such a scene. Jiang Ying, apprehensive of being touched at the waist, found Jiang Yuanqing's hands resting there. She laughed and quickly dodged. All right, I will give you candy. However much you want. The onlookers were baffled by her sudden transformation. Nonetheless, she reached into her sleeve and produced a substantial handful of long, white candies. Jiang Yuanqing's eyes lit up as he seized the sweets and began stuffing them into his mouth, grinning foolishly at Jiang Ying. Not only Jiang Ying, but even Xiao Yanzi could not help but shake her head. This foolish uncle, has he lost all sense with that tumble? In the end, there was no choice but to bring Jiang Yuanqing along to the old matriarch's courtyard. The old matriarch, however, was not particularly inclined to see her two grandsons. Every time she laid eyes on them, her heart ached. Although Jiang Yuanqing was obediently nestled against Jiang Ying, savoring his candy, the old matriarch's gaze lingered on him, her voice trembling as she spoke. My intention was to invite Miss Jiang to play, yet I did not wish to cause you displeasure or anger. Jiang Ying shook her head. It is but a trifling matter. What family does not experience their share of chaos? Even in my own home. Though, it is just my son and me, we have our moments of discord. Indeed, it is typically I who am the instigator, she continued. Should he suddenly wet the bed or gnaw on my breast, he would certainly receive a sound reprimand. Mother and son can quarrel? Lian Shi inquired, intrigued. Jiang Ying provided a few simple examples to elucidate, and as Lian Shi listened, she found herself laughing to the point of tears. Quite delightful, Miss Jiang. Your approach to child-rearing is unlike anything I have encountered before. Jiang Ying jostled the little one in her arms. You see, rather than viewing him as my son, I prefer to think of him as a friend. Interacting with friends naturally entails less indulgence and deference. There are occasions for discipline and reprimand. A mischievous child needs a smack followed by a sweet treat. A day without discipline leads to unruliness. Xiao Yanzi interjected, Lady, perhaps you should temper your approach. Wailing and crying, hungry for milk. Only good food can mend his wounded spirit. Is he hungry then? Miss Jiang, there is a dedicated tea room next door. I shall instruct no one to disturb you. You may go there to nurse, lest the child suffer from hunger, the old matriarch suggested, her tones seemingly considerate. Yet Jiang Ying discerned her ulterior motive. She likely wished to see if Jiang Ying bore the family's distinctive plum blossom birthmark. Jiang Ying feigned compliance, rising to her feet. Though internally perplexed, did the old matriarch know where her birthmark was located? After all, even while nursing, she would only be lifting her clothing above her belly, not fully disrobing. How could she be certain it would be visible? It turned out Jiang Ying's imagination was insufficiently vivid, for just as she began to nurse, Ying Shuang knocked at the door. Dr. Jiang, I beg your pardon. The old matriarch suddenly feels unwell. May I enter to fetch a cup of water? The medicine you prescribed still has enough, for one more cup. Jiang Ying smiled. It's quite all right, you may come in. Before long, Ying Shuang had spilled a cup of warm tea onto her lap. The little maid, recognizing her blunder, promptly knelt. My apologies, Dr. Jiang. I was clumsy. Once you have finished nursing the young master, I shall fetch you a fresh outfit. Jiang Ying stifled the urge to roll her eyes and continued to play along. No matter, it is not too hot. She felt compelled to express gratitude that it was Ying Shuang attending to her. Had it been Yinger, she might have ended up with scorched skin. As Jiang Ying had anticipated, the clothing was prepared in advance and fit her quite well. When she emerged in her new attire, Xiao Yanzi felt a pang of bitterness. How contrived. Awkward. Now you see the truth of the bloodline, do you? Do you think a single outfit will win my mother's favor? In your dreams. We have endured hardship for so many years. Old matriarch. I shall be watching closely to see how you intend to make amends. Jiang Ying thought. Oh, dear son, any reparations would be for me, not you. Farewell, old matriarch, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was unclear whether it was surprise, excitement, or a blend of both. In any case, she struggled to find her voice for a time. Ultimately, she grasped Jiang Ying's hand tightly. Good child, I knew my instincts were correct. You possess the qualities of our Jiang family, and that cannot be mistaken. What did the old matriarch say? Jiang Ying feigned ignorance. However, Lian did not have any intention of breaking the ice at present. Shaking her head, she said, It's nothing. What I mean is that I have a strong affinity with you. I almost wish you were a member of the Jiang family. Previously, I had contemplated adopting you as my goddaughter, but now it seems unnecessary. It is simply the case. Yet, I cannot help but wonder about her mother. Could it truly be the reckless son's fleeting romance? The old lady was quite certain that Jiang Shang had no concubine. Thus, it must have been an unexpected incident at some point in time. In the past, she would have been furious about such matters, wishing to break her son's legs. However, now, she felt a sense of relief. While several individuals conversed nearby, Jiang Yuancheng had stealthily made his way to the edge of the Luohan bed beneath the window. Little Yan Ji was placed upon the bed. With Siyu and the long-awaited Yin Rui keeping watch over him, the two instinctively tensed as they saw Jiang Yuancheng approach. However, Jiang Yuancheng exhibited remarkable patience with the child, displaying no hint of danger, and even entertained him with a rattledrum, resembling a slightly older brother. Although little Yan Ji felt quite exasperated, upon recalling that this foolish second uncle had a similarly tragic past in his previous life, he refrained from dampening the mood intentionally. The two shared a harmonious moment, a jocular interchange between uncle and nephew. Before long, Jiang Ying and the old lady were treated to the sound of laughter, both little Yan Ji's and Jiang Yuancheng's. They turned to see the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the two of them, their innocent smiles creating a picturesque scene of tranquil and harmonious times. It was a moment so beautiful that one wished to capture it with a brush. At this sight, not only did the old lady feel her eyes well up, but even Granny Tang found herself wiping her tear-streaked cheeks, remarking, It's rare. The second young master appears to be quite fond of Dr. Jiang's son. As Jiang Ying listened, she squinted her eyes slightly. From her viewpoint, she marvelously discovered that the mischievous lad bore a resemblance to his second uncle, sharing a similarly strong jawline. The only distinction was that the child's cherubic cheeks made it less apparent. Chapter 033, A Day at the Duke's Residence. After lunch, Jiang Ying presumed that the reunion was nearing its conclusion. However, the old lady insisted that she stay, summoning a few performers and insisting that Jiang Ying accompany her to watch the play. Jiang Ying thought, what is there to see? For someone who had seen countless spectacles and grown weary of dramas, it was hardly engaging. Perhaps noticing Jiang Ying's restlessness, the old lady only watched a brief performance before changing her plans to take Jiang Ying for a stroll in the garden, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a day trip at the Duke's residence. Little Yan Ji was treated like a prized jewel by the attendants, and his foolish second uncle trailed after him, merrily munching on the nougat Jiang Ying had given him, while drooling over little Yan Ji. The latter felt somewhat disgusted, making several attempts to reach for the fine handkerchief in his foolish second uncle's possession, but his short arms could not reach. Ultimately, it was Siyu who understood his intention and reminded Yingji to remember to wipe Jiang Yuanqing's drool. At this moment, no one paid heed to the whereabouts of Jiang Yuanqing's personal maid, Shueji. After a leisurely stroll, the old lady grew weary. With a smile, she waved her hand, exclaiming, my legs can no longer bear the strain of age. Let's take a seat and rest. Yin Ping assisted her while jesting, noting that this was the farthest the old lady had walked in recent times. Typically, when Miss Jiang was absent, she would prefer to remain in the small Buddhist hall all day. As for the reasons behind this, everyone understood without needing to articulate it. Ever since the incidents concerning the eldest and second young masters, the old lady had been in a state of daily repentance, praying for the two young masters. Yet, scarcely had they settled down when the sound of a maid's sobs reached their ears, accompanied by a harsh voice cursing, "You little wretch! Do you think that just because the lady is out, we dare not discipline you? Just wait until I beat you to death." Humph. Daring to seek help from outsiders. You think you can get away with it. To tell you the truth, before the lady left, she ordered us to give you 30 lashes for not keeping a close eye on the second young master, allowing him to embarrass himself. Do you not know that the lady can hardly bear to see her eldest son in such a pitiful state, and the second son, always making a fool of himself? With that, the whips cracked against flesh, and Shueji found herself in a state of agony, regretting her decision to leave the old lady's courtyard. Her original intention had been to fetch a lighter coat for the second young master due to the midday heat. But she had been unfortunate to attract the attention of Wang Pe and Lu Pe, who, unable to act against Dr. Jiang, had vented all their frustrations upon her. With tears streaming down her face, Shueji cried out in pain and grievance. In the pavilion, Jiang Yuanqing suddenly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings for Shueji. He had been feeding little Yan Ji candies, but upon seeing the latter refuse the treat he had already tasted, he became flustered, darting around the pavilion, even forgetting to pick up the candy that had fallen from his hand. His smile had vanished, and he called out, "Sister Shueji, do not cry." This startled everyone into awareness. Granny Tang slammed her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, old lady, earlier in the garden, the two maids near the lady suffered some indignities from us. I fear they have brazenly taken it upon themselves to punish Shueji in secret." Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression shifted dramatically. What? Punishing in secret? Who gave them such audacity?
Go.
Send someone to find her. I want her brought here, even if we have to search the entire garden. The sobbing was intermittent, indicating it was nearby, but the exact location remained elusive. Moreover, it was highly likely that the two maids had fled upon hearing the commotion. After a stick of incense had burned down, those loyal to the old lady managed to catch the two maids red-handed. By this time, Shueji had been beaten to the point of struggling for breath. Seeing her younger brother distressed, Jiang Ying realized that Shueji must have treated him well in the past. Such a good girl should not suffer unjustly, so taking advantage of the distraction, she slipped a piece of spirit crystal into her mouth to safeguard the girl's life. Wang Pe and Lu Pe prostrated themselves at the old lady's feet, refusing to admit to their unauthorized punishment. Instead, they assumed a tone of righteous indignation. Old lady, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Do you truly think that those of us from the border lack spirit? Are we so idle as to waste our time disciplining a lowly maid? This was the lady's command. She was displeased that Shueji, this wretched girl, did not properly care for the second young master. Should he have fallen and hurt himself, would you not feel heartbroken, old lady? Thus, this was all the lady's intention. Initially, we were meant to deliver 30 lashes to Shueji to teach her a lesson, but we found that too harsh and chose to use the whip instead. Otherwise, this little wretch would have no strength left to cry. What a brazen display of arrogance. They even portrayed themselves as benevolent and magnanimous. The orders had come from the Luo family. They merely acted on the commands given to them. Where was their wrongdoing? The old lady was nearly overcome with rage, extending her hand to point at the two wicked servants. Someone, take them away. Upon seeing this, Wang Pe and Lu Pe quickly rose, preventing the old lady's servants from advancing. No, old lady. This was clearly the lady's command. Why make us scapegoats? The Duke's residence is not so formidable. Does it treat lives so lightly? Whatever the matter, we shall wait for the lady's return to discuss it. You accuse us of unauthorized punishment without clarifying the situation first. Is this fair? The two maids were utterly unrepentant and possessed a remarkable gift of gab. Those in the old lady's quarters had witnessed this firsthand. Initially, the old lady had endured much due to the troubles surrounding the eldest and second young masters, but her tolerance had only emboldened their audacity. The old lady's chest heaved with indignation. Granny Tang's eyes brimmed with contempt as she declared, "How dare you? Our old lady is a woman of high rank, one whom even the emperor respects. I perceive you all are courting death." Just two lowly servants had the audacity to openly challenge the old lady. Had it not been for the old matriarch's concern for her eldest and second sons, Tang Momo could not help but sigh, harboring an instinctive foreboding that today's matters would likely remain unresolved. After all, the eldest and second sons found themselves in a precarious position, with the Lu family holding leverage over them, leaving them lacking in confidence. However, to Tang Momo's astonishment, after regaining her composure, the old matriarch inquired about Jiang Ying's opinion, asking, "My dear girl, do you think I should deal with them?" The long-suppressed pain and regret found a miraculous outlet at that moment, as these were indeed children of the Jiang family, a child whose very existence felt like a lifeline in a desperate situation. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Was the matriarch seeking my counsel? Indeed, the old matriarch mused gently. Having been ailing for some time, one tends to overthink, to soften one's heart. What once seemed unforgivable in youth gradually loses its weight with time. Otherwise, today's incident would never have occurred, let alone be addressed. The two matrons clearly sensed the old matriarch's underlying sharpness in those final remarks. Although her frail face bore a smile, it emanated an oppressive aura that discouraged any provocation. The two matrons instinctively lowered their heads, trembling with unease as they pondered whether they had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. Following her statement, the old matriarch refrained from elaborating further, simply gazing at Jiang Ying with evident delight. It was a sight to behold. Other households cherished granddaughters over grandsons. Yet the Jiang family had 3 grandsons and only 1 granddaughter. The old matriarch had once held Jiang Ying in high regard when she had just returned from the border. A sprightly 8 or 9-year-old standing vivaciously in the flower hall. Though not as refined as those raised in the capital, the rustic environment of the border had shaped her character. The old matriarch generously opened her private treasury to procure fine garments and jewelry for her, taking her to banquets, eager to proclaim to the entire capital the presence of her precious granddaughter. Alas! It was not long before she inadvertently overheard Jiang Ying complaining to the servants about her grandmother's overwhelming scent of traditional medicine, sandalwood, and a lingering whiff of decay. Each time she spent time near her, it left her unable to eat, requiring an arduous hour-long bath to feel comfortable again. Such seemingly innocuous yet disheartening words had reached Lianshi more than once. Moreover, each time Lianshi attempted to draw closer to Yilin, the Lu family reacted like a protective hen, causing Lianshi's affection for Yilin to wane over time. To add to the matter, Yilin was inherently different from her brothers. As a young girl, her sensitive heart craved her mother's affection, which was often marked by respect but lacking in warmth. Lianshi was never one to impose herself on others, and while she provided the necessary care, she withdrew more than she offered. Now, with the emperor's decree for marriage, she feared Yilin would leap into a fiery pit and, in her caution, offered much advice, inadvertently stepping on the tails of both mother and daughter, leading to a confrontation. It was as if the last veil of modesty had been stripped away. That night, Tang Momo wept alongside her, lamenting, "Old matriarch, must we not take a step back? At this stage of your illness, you still concern yourself for them and the household, yet they show no appreciation. There is a saying, one cannot truly understand the feelings of another unless they emerge from one's own belly. Let us henceforth care only for our eldest and second sons, these 2 unfortunate children rejected by the matriarch, and rely solely on each other, forsaking the trivialities of the outside world." Initially, Tang Momo held some hope for Jiang Ying, but now her heart was utterly disillusioned. The two resolved that henceforth the Kongji Hall would remain Kongji Hall, while the Duke's residence would remain the Duke's residence. Neither seeking greater familial affection nor filial piety, but rather a peaceful coexistence. Yet today, they found themselves embroiled in a scandal involving the likes of Wang Pozi and Lu Pozi, making even the semblance of peace seem unattainable. Jiang Ying could distinctly sense the old matriarch lost in her thoughts, and she had hoped to escape unscathed, but the matriarch returned to the present and asked again, "My dear girl, please speak. I wish to hear your thoughts." She cared for Yilin, who did not reciprocate, and feeling her own mortality closing in, she was reluctant to quarrel or compete. However, if Jiang Ying required it, Lianshi believed that she could still muster the strength to fight. The spirit of the Jiang family had never been one of weakness. Clearing her throat, Jiang Ying suddenly felt all eyes upon her in the pavilion, including those of Wang Posey and Lu Posey. Observing their shameless and overbearing demeanor, she instinctively scoffed. Since the matriarch had posed the question, to speak falsely would betray her trust. As for me, I am gentle, magnanimous, kind-hearted, and forgiving. Alas, these descriptions do not apply to me at all. I am, in fact, cold-hearted and vindictive, unwilling to let grievances linger. Therefore, dear matriarch, do not inquire further. My response would simply be to return their own tactics upon them. A wolf with sharp fangs is a danger that must be disarmed before it can strike. With that, silence fell upon the pavilion. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The onlookers were taken aback, hearing such unreserved honesty for the first time. Did Jiang Ying not fear being labeled as ruthless? Jiang Yuancheng, crouched beside the snow-laden branches, ached for the wounds on her body, longing to reach out but hesitating. His limited understanding meant he struggled to grasp the full weight of Jiang Ying's words, yet this did not hinder his solidarity with her. Punish them, grandmother. They bullied Sister Xuezhi. Punish them by forbidding them to eat. In Jiang Yuancheng's young mind, denying food was the gravest punishment imaginable. Having feasted himself several times at the hands of the Lu family, who hoped to restore his former scholarly abilities, when he failed, they would withhold his meals, once even causing him to faint from hunger. Innocent and unfiltered, his words brought tears to Tang Momo's eyes as she stepped forward to embrace Jiang Yuancheng. Dear second son, come here, do not go near Sister Xuezhi again. She is in pain. The old matriarch will soon summon a doctor for her. Moreover, the old matriarch would surely stand up for Sister Xuezhi, delivering severe punishment to those who dared to harm her. Jiang Yuancheng, his eyes glistening with tears, reluctantly rose. I will listen, Tang Momo, I will listen, so grandmother can help Sister Xuezhi. His innocent plea, accompanied by a soft and tender voice, paired with his naive yet handsome face, was immensely compelling. The old matriarch closed her eyes. A wave of profound regret washed over her. She had erred grievously. How could she have forgotten such a fundamental principle of punishing evil and promoting good, a lesson even a 3-year-old would comprehend? Upon witnessing the old matriarch's demeanor, Wang Posey and Lu Posey sensed impending doom and turned to flee. However, the old matriarch had already issued a stern command. Bring forth those 2 old servants who overstepped their bounds and bind them, giving them 30 lashes. Should Lu Shi return and express any dissatisfaction, let her confront me directly at the Kangji Hall. Wow. The grandmother is asserting her authority. How formidable she is. Well done, dear mother. You have given the grandmother courage. Xiaoyan cheered with delight, as if witnessing the execution of a notorious bandit. Jiang Ying silently rolled her eyes, thinking, what if I were to change my name to Liang Jingru? Would that suffice? As the 2 matrons were led away for punishment, the old matriarch finally issued a dismissal to Jiang Ying. Child, you may leave now. Such a bloody scene is best not witnessed, lest you suffer nightmares tonight. Jiang Ying replied, no, that is not an option. You overestimate me. She felt only a sense of relief. The old matriarch insisted, you may not fear. But children are always afraid, are they not? Trust me, take the child home today, and when there is time, we shall invite you back to play. Were it not for the many matters still unresolved, the old matriarch would have wished to acknowledge their bond immediately and have Jiang Ying reside permanently in the Duke's estate. Furthermore, after punishing the 2 matrons, there would undoubtedly be a dispute upon Lu Shi's return. Such sordid matters, she could bear the distress alone and did not wish to burden Jiang Ying with her troubles. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying turned her gaze toward her son, who was engrossed in the sounds of the ruckus. Would he be frightened? More likely. He was inwardly reveling in the excitement. Xiao Yanji exclaimed, how dare they? Beat them fiercely. Such arrogant old servants deserve nothing less. The Duke's residence is rife with such impertinent servants. In my youth, they pilfered my allowance and sweetmeats, and when I grew older, they coaxed me into brothels, leading to countless unjust punishments from my wretched father. Alas, my current field of vision is so limited, I cannot behold the grand sights described in books. The more Jiang Ying listened, the more expressionless her face became. Ultimately, the 2 old women were rendered unconscious. The matriarch rose, instructing them to be dragged to the woodshed for temporary confinement. Come, my dear Jiang, let me escort you for a while. She resolved to prevent Jiang Ying from lingering and getting entangled in the situation, lest she incur the enmity of the Luo family. However, before the group could exit the inner courtyard, a butler-like elder rushed forward, exclaiming, Old madam, There's a carriage outside claiming to take Dr. Jiang home. Jiang Ying, perplexed, wondered who knows I am in the Duke's residence. Could it be Yanxia? How intriguing. The dog prince has indeed dispatched someone to shadow her. The matriarch pondered for a moment and decided not to let Jiang Ying leave immediately, but rather dispatched Yin Ping to follow the butler to ascertain the specifics. Only when it was confirmed that it was indeed Jiang Ying's husband would they allow passage. Upon Yin Ping's return, she nodded. The servant has confirmed. It is certainly Dr. Jiang's husband, the same one we encountered together at the foot of Xiangwa Temple. She then shot Jiang Ying an ambiguous smile, as if to convey, look, Dr. Jiang has barely made her appearance, and already her husband comes seeking her. Truly, newlyweds are as sweet as honey. Chapter 035. Absurd. Jiang Ying was taken aback. No, have they misunderstood something? Last time, Yanxia was in the carriage. The person they saw was Qiren. Jiang Ying opened her mouth to explain, but the matriarch had already kindly taken the initiative. Yin Ping, please go once more and invite the gentleman to the flower hall for a brief respite. I owe Dr. Jiang a debt of gratitude and should properly host him as well. In truth, she was eager to meet this grandson-in-law. Jiang Ying had previously expressed dissatisfaction with him. She needed to assess him thoroughly. If he proved unworthy, then it would be best to end the engagement. A decisive separation. At that time, she could welcome her granddaughter and great-grandson into the household. What a delightful prospect. In front of the Duke's residence, Qiren, donned in his unchanging light cavalry attire, cradled a mysterious sword in his arms. Upon hearing Yin Ping's words, he blinked in astonishment. Old madam wishes to invite me for tea? Indeed, young Master Qi. The two parties had already exchanged surnames, and Yin Ping smiled brightly at Qiren, as if he were some auspicious talisman. Dr. Jiang has saved our old madam's life, and since young Master Qi has made a rare visit, it would be remiss not to engage in conversation with her. Otherwise, it may appear as though our Duke's residence is lacking in hospitality. Yin Ping noticed Qiren's gaze was fixed on the carriage, which struck her as odd. Young Master Qi, have you misplaced something in the carriage? Qiren shook his head. Not at all. A living person cannot be said to have lost something, can they? Besides, when leaving, the prince deliberately used a carriage without the family emblem, clearly wishing to avoid detection by the Duke's household. After all, he is soon to wed the Duke's legitimate daughter. If they were to learn of his illicit affair, taking advantage of his medical expertise to charm the old madam, they might mistakenly believe it was the prince's intent. Should that happen, not only would the marriage be jeopardized, but enmity could also arise. Contemplating this, Qiren refrained from inquiring about Yanxia's whereabouts, instead raising his voice slightly to address his subordinates beside the carriage. I have matters to attend to inside. You all wait here. When the prince was unavailable, Qiren acted on his behalf, and none suspected his motives. Only Yanxia, nestled within the carriage, paused in his tea-sipping, perplexed. What is happening? He lifted the curtain to inquire of the guards, who had already lost sight of Qiren. The subordinates were unclear, only knowing that the old madam had invited Qiren as a guest. Yanxia, that rascal, has quite the reputation. He, the prince, was still awaiting within the carriage. Yet Qiren had gone off to visit the old madam? With a swift motion, Yanxia dropped the curtain in frustration, his anger directed at Jiang Ying, Qiren, and the teacup in his hand. Everything seemed to be going awry. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, intending to hurl the cup to the ground, but somehow, his strength surged, shattering the cup with a resounding crack. Of course, it was his left hand, the stronger one. Yet even so, this was utterly unexpected. Yanxia raised one hand, now stained with blood from the shards of the cup, yet felt no pain. Rather, a peculiar exhilaration coursed through him. Had his strength improved? Should he test it again? After a moment, drenched in sweat, he attempted to crush a second cup, but it remained intact. Moreover, his arm grew weary and weak, a sign of overexertion. Furrowing his brow, Yanxia wondered if the previous incident had merely been an accident. Yet he had indeed felt his hands recovering at an accelerated pace, particularly after consuming the Jiang family's unappealing wild fruits and Qiren's enigmatic tea. Surely, it could not all be mere illusion? Just then, the cup in his hand emitted a faint cracking sound. Yanxia glanced down sharply. While the cup had not shattered into pieces, it had indeed developed a fissure. In the flower hall of the Duke's residence, Granny Tang personally served tea to Qiren. The latter, utterly baffled, bent slightly to receive it, murmuring, thank you, you are too kind. Goodness. After so many years beside the prince, it was the first time he had been treated with such courtesy. Had they recognized him? knowing he was a trusted confidant of their future son-in-law, hence the sudden kindness? Perhaps they intended for him to speak highly of the legitimate daughter in the prince's ear? As Chiron sipped his tea, his mind wandered, conjuring various possibilities, only to dismiss them. No, it was impossible. He had stated he was there to fetch Jiang Ying. If they had recognized him as the prince's man, they would undoubtedly know Jiang Ying's true position. Yet their demeanor suggested otherwise. No one would extol the virtues of a rival for their granddaughter's affection. Dr. Jiang is exceptional, the old madam proclaimed, her expression brimming with pride. I have encountered the most responsible doctor, possessing both admirable character and appearance. And he is quite adept with children, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. He is certainly someone worthy of cherishing. Chiron was perplexed by the old madam's sudden accolades. Nevertheless, she clearly enjoyed affirmation, regardless of the topic, so he dutifully nodded. Indeed, indeed. Old madam possesses remarkable insight. You speak the truth. Miss Jiang's medical skills are indeed extraordinary, and her beauty is undeniable. This was hardly groundbreaking. How else could he have fathered a child with her? The old madam scrutinized Chiron quietly, noting his sincere demeanor and polite humility, leaving a favorable impression. Although somewhat deferential and lacking in presence, he was overall acceptable. Ultimately, these details mattered little. What was crucial was his treatment of Jiang Ying. With this in mind, she could not help but inquire, "Young Master Qi, might I ask who else resides in your household?" A girl's marriage is often fraught with complications. Simplicity is always preferable. For instance, Lin Jia's suitor, Yan Xia, has a complex family with a stepmother and half-siblings, which could lead to daily torment from the mother-in-law and an absence of a good life. If tending to a biological mother-in-law is challenging, one can only imagine the difficulties posed by a stepmother with no blood ties. Chiron felt increasingly uneasy, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. So he merely followed the old madam's lead, responding, "My parents have both passed. I am all alone." The old madam remarked, "A lonely orphan, then?" The situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. Without any connections, one's ascent in the political arena proves to be quite arduous. However, for young Miss Jiang, marrying into a prominent family means she becomes the mistress of the household, free from the obligation to serve her in-laws, devoid of bothersome sisters-in-law, and able to be the architect of her own destiny, which is rather appealing. Once she acknowledges her heritage, it would be prudent for her to reconnect with her old acquaintances and the former students of the old duke. Such alliances could assist her in advancing at least a few rungs on the social ladder. The more I ponder this, the more I find it to be a reasonable course of action, and the old matron's countenance reflects satisfaction, her lips curving into a smile. Indeed, this is far better than I had imagined. From the outset, Jiang Ying has been keenly aware of the old matron's subtle machinations, wishing to intervene yet feeling powerless. The old matron had anticipated such a reaction, allowing her to listen while denying her the opportunity to disrupt the conversation. Thus, she found herself in a side chamber with her son, under the watchful eyes of Xiang and Yingji, who were fixated on her. Yingji jested, assuring her that the old matron's inquiries were merely for understanding, and there was no cause for alarm. Jiang Ying realized the enormity of the misunderstanding. It was likely that everyone in the duke's residence believed she was intimately involved with Chiron. How ludicrous! As Jiang Ying sensed Chiron nearing the brink of madness, the old matron finally concluded her discourse. She approached Chiron, placing a hand on his shoulder, imparting sage advice that a true man must have aspirations beyond the home, yet should not neglect familial responsibilities. A harmonious life is one of balance and compromise.
Chiron. Ah?
Oh, indeed. He stammered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind her words. Perhaps the old matron merely perceived his solitude and felt compelled to offer a few kind words? Yes, that must be it. Observing Chiron's bewildered expression, reminiscent of a dazed Jiang Yuanchen, Jiang Ying chose to remain silent. So be it. A misunderstanding is simply that. Ultimately, the old matron would undoubtedly continue her inquiries, and when the time was ripe, the truth would come to light. Generally, people are more inclined to believe in serendipitous coincidences than in those deliberately orchestrated by outsiders. Finally exiting the duke's residence, Jiang Ying exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had concluded a significant chapter. A cough from the carriage interrupted her reverie, a voice reminding her that the gentleman appeared to be growing impatient. Jiang Ying retorted, "Wasn't it you who dallied inside? Is the tea at the duke's residence exceptionally delightful?" Originally, the old matron intended to accompany them, But at a critical moment, the Luo family matriarch returned, seeking to hold the two matrons accountable for their conduct, resulting in only Nurse Tang being allowed to accompany them. Nurse Tang, evidently startled by the cough, wondered if there was someone else in the carriage. His lordship, Jiang Ying remarked drowsily, as the honorific lord lingered on her tongue. Sounding akin to grandfather. Qi-Ren hastily descended the steps, urging her to hasten, lest his patience wear thin. Nurse Tang, her features etched with age, questioned, "Who? Is it Master Qi-'s grandfather?" The cough suggests he may be unwell and seeking Dr. Jiang's expertise. As Jiang Ying bent to enter the carriage, she was immediately struck by a pungent metallic scent. What had transpired? Had someone attempted an assassination on Yanjia? With this thought, she began to scan the carriage interior like a startled bird, searching for arrows. After all, in dramas, ambushes on carriages are often depicted with arrows piercing through the walls, leading the male lead to heroically save the female lead with a dramatic wall embrace. Yet, rather than feeling tension or urgency, she was engulfed by the awkwardness of the situation. Her son, sensing her unease, chimed in, "Mother, don't fret. It's just that scoundrel father who has injured his hand." The shards of the broken teacups had been cleared away, yet a noticeable stain remained on the floor. Only 3 teacups remained on the small table, one of which bore a crack perfectly aligned with the carriage door, easily visible to anyone entering. However, Jiang Ying's attention was elsewhere. Her gaze was fixed upward, towards the carriage ceiling, causing her to miss the immediate danger. The only occupant of the carriage was the pale-faced Yanjia, his hands resting casually on the bench, revealing that his left hand was wrapped in a hastily applied cloth. Jiang Ying's eyes widened. Did this rascal possess a penchant for self-inflicted torment? "Your Highness, you are a man of considerable stature, and yet, you find time to visit?" She feigned ignorance. It was merely a trivial injury, one that would heal within moments of reaching the medical facility. She had no intention of showing concern. Yanjia, without even glancing her way, snorted dismissively. "How dare you inquire about this prince's well-being? Have I not previously advised you to refrain from your little schemes?" This woman had clearly disregarded his counsel. She was to maintain her distance from the old matron and Jiang Yilin, yet here she was, brazen and unrepentant. Did he truly have to resort to confinement to teach her a lesson? Jiang Ying anticipated Yanjia's intentions from the moment she realized he was present. Shaking her child gently, she smiled. "Your Highness, there is no need for such dramatics. If you had simply inquired, you would have discovered that it was not I who sought this audience, but rather the old matron who summoned me. Why not confront the old matron instead of taking your ire out on me?" Yanjia paused, his brow furrowing at her retort, a plethora of nonsensical arguments. He commanded Qi-Ren to drive the carriage. Jiang Ying lowered her gaze, engaging in a silent duel of stares with her son. Little Yanji, brimming with audacity, mused, "Father, with such a lack of perception, it's a wonder Mother ever found anything to admire in you. Thankfully, with my efforts, Mother has opened her eyes in this lifetime. Do not worry, Mother. Once I grow up, I shall find you someone far superior. In this world, there are no two-legged frogs, and men are scarce. Why should one cling to a crooked tree?" Jiang Ying couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her son's candid remarks. Regrettably, she was the only one privy to his thoughts. Alas, solitary joy pales in comparison to shared mirth. Upon hearing her laughter, Yanjia's previously diminished ire reignited with fervor. "Foolish woman," he spat, unable to suppress his disdain. Inside, Jiang Ying's thoughts were filled with expletives while her expression remained cheerful. Foolishness is contagious, and to prevent it from affecting the prince's brilliance, it would be best for him to keep his distance. What had this woman been consuming recently? Cleverness in abundance? For a moment, silence enveloped the carriage, and Jiang Ying felt a fleeting sense of triumph. Just when she believed that Yanjia had been sufficiently subdued and would remain silent, he suddenly poured himself a cup of tea, using the very cup with a crack. Then, before her eyes, he raised it to his lips. Whether he actually drank any tea was uncertain, but she witnessed the cup splintering under his grip, breaking cleanly in two. He nonchalantly placed the shards on the table and, extending his left hand towards Jiang Ying, said, "You are skilled in medicine. Tend to this injury." Jiang Ying's head snapped up. "Your Highness, I noticed the cup was cracked." Implicitly, she expressed her disbelief that he had broken it. Yanjia narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing ominously. "I command you to dress the wound. Cease your unnecessary chatter." Jiang Ying glared at him, incredulous. What was this nonsense? Did she owe him a debt? Yet, in the next breath, he added, "Rest assured, I do not owe you any insignificant consultation fees." "How much? 500 taels?" 1,000? If the old matrons so generously bestowed 1,000 taels upon you, then I shall match it. Jiang Ying's rebellious spirit, which had been on the rise, was swiftly quelled. With a smile, she inquired, "Your Highness, are you serious?" He offered her a fleeting glance, his expression inscrutable. "Tend to the injury." "Very well." Jiang Ying resigned herself. A lack of enthusiasm for profit was surely a sign of folly. Although she had access to her medicinal supplies, she still pretended to have CU prepare a medicine box, from which she had previously retrieved the crystal essence for the old matron. After all, self-preservation is paramount. At present, there is no need for the spiritual crystal to bandage Yenja. The medicine chest contains a hemostatic powder made from donkey hide gelatin, the raw materials of which are all sourced from the spatial realm, proving to be exponentially more effective than those available on the market. Moreover, the wounds of Lord Dog had long since ceased to bleed. She sprinkled the powder, primarily to alleviate pain and promote recovery. Given that Lord Dog was rather generous in his payment, Jiang Ying decided to adorn his bandage with a flamboyant bow. "My lord, does it look good?" Jiang Ying chuckled internally. A man sporting a bow. How amusing. However, Lord Dog's hands were distinctly defined, fair and elongated, unmistakably cultivated in privilege from a young age, and undeniably handsome, not to mention how tempting they were to touch. Taking advantage of the bandaging, Jiang Ying seized the opportunity to caress them several times. Little Yenji turned his head in Lord Dog's embrace, dissatisfied. "Oh no, oh no, it seems my foolish mother has fallen into infatuation again."
No.
"I certainly do not wish to endure the tragic fate of my past life." Little Yenji lamented, bursting into tears. This interruption startled Jiang Ying, causing her to shudder. Suddenly, the sound of a sword slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. In her moment of shock, Jiang Ying felt Lord Dog's towering figure abruptly pressed towards her, the carriage walls trembling violently alongside the metallic structure. In the blink of an eye, as Jiang Ying regained her senses, she witnessed Lord Dog shielding her and the child from an assassination attempt. The glimmering iron arrowhead was firmly lodged not far from Yenja's nape. Jiang Ying gasped, realizing her earlier nonchalance had been utterly misplaced. She rescinded her flippant remarks about the lack of urgency. "My lord, are you unharmed?" After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Ying finally managed to ask, her voice trembling. In response, it was not the handsome visage of Yenja that she saw, but rather the quacking cries of little Yenji. He struggled to breathe. "Are you two trying to squash me like a sandwich filling?" Outside the carriage, the battle raged fiercely, indicating that there were indeed individuals intent on assassination. To Jiang Ying's astonishment, Qi Ren, who appeared as delicate as an embroidered pillow, fought with remarkable ferocity. Apart from that single arrow, no other weapons or assassins had approached them closely. Yenja evidently had great confidence in Qi Ren, as he rose calmly amidst little Yenji's cries. Unhurried and composed, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Jiang Ying mused, could it be that Lord Dog, with such a thick skin, could actually feel shy? However, when her gaze fell, she noticed that the bandaged hand was once again bleeding. It was likely from a moment he had propped himself up with one hand on the seat. To be fair, had he not supported himself in that manner, his imposing stature, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, pressing down upon her and their child, would have likely fulfilled little Yenji's wish of becoming the filling in a sandwich. Coughing lightly, Jiang Ying felt a wave of regret wash over her. Yenja glanced at her and the child, dismissing the injury to his left hand, and turned to grasp the feathered arrow against the carriage wall. Alas, he could not pull it free. Under Jiang Ying's intense gaze, Yenja remained unperturbed, bending slightly at the waist before swiftly drawing a dagger from his boot, cleanly severing the arrow that obstructed their path, leaving a black mark upon the wall. His decisive movements and resolute expression were so steady that even little Yenji, who was wailing, was left in awe. With tearful lashes, he gazed up. Wow, Dad has some skill. Jiang Ying pursed her lips, relieved that Lord Dog was oblivious. Otherwise, his pride would soar to the heavens. Stay inside the carriage. I shall step out to assess the situation. Yenja cast aside the severed arrow, brandishing a dagger that gleamed with sharpness as he lifted the carriage curtain. A gentle breeze swept in, stirring up dust and sand that inadvertently found its way into Jiang Ying's eyes, causing her discomfort as she blinked rapidly, both sore and irritated. Immediately, she covered little Yenji's face with her sleeve to shield him from the stinging winds. Little Yenji, momentarily blinded, flailed his arms and legs in distress. As Jiang Ying attempted to clear the sand from her eyes, she soothed him. It's all right, darling. Once we resolve the trouble outside, we shall return home. It had been a smooth journey on the way here, yet their return was fraught with misfortune. Surely, Lord Dog, with his fearsome demeanor, must have offended too many people, leading to an assassination attempt right at their doorstep. Before long, the sounds of fighting outside finally ceased. The carriage sank as Yenja, with his bow-tied hand, pulled back the curtain to enter. Jiang Ying caught a glimpse of several bodies clad in black lying outside. Her pupils instinctively contracted. Just as fear began to take root, the discomfort in her eyes dissipated. She lowered her hand from her eyes, finally feeling relieved. Nevertheless, when Yenja beheld her, he noticed her reddened eyelids and glistening eyes. He lifted the corners of his lips, instinctively ready to scold her, but as the words reached his lips, his tone softened involuntarily. "What's this? You were so fierce towards this king earlier, yet now you appear on the verge of tears in the face of an assassin?" Jiang Ying furrowed her brows, perplexed. What was he on about? Which of his eyes had seen her cry? "I didn't. It was just sand in my eyes." Upon hearing this, Yenja's previously cold demeanor softened, a smile creeping across his face. "Ah, indeed, the sand must have obscured your vision." Jiang Ying was taken aback, incredulous. How could he so casually brush off her distress? She straightened, earnest. "I truly mean it." Just as you lifted the curtain to step out, the wind and sand swept in unexpectedly. Before she could finish, Yenja raised an eyebrow, his smile fading, mimicking her serious demeanor. "Yes, this king believes you. You are not afraid, but merely blinded by the sudden wind and sand." Jiang Ying found her mouth agape, momentarily speechless. Oh, dear. Could it be that he genuinely believes this? As the carriage resumed its journey, Jiang Ying, incensed by Lord Dog's mockery, focused solely on playing with little Yenji's soft little hands, neglecting to speak. Little Yenji's large eyes flitted from side to side, thoroughly entertained, bursting with joy. Dada's emotional intelligence is so low, even the heavens would find it dull. But foolish mother is quite commendable. Keep it up. Do not give Dad any favorable treatment. Perhaps it was his uncontainable glee that had him flailing his arms and legs, his features morphing in delight. Finally, unable to tolerate little Yenji's exuberance any longer, Yenja suddenly reached out with his uninjured right hand, seizing the chubby little foot that dangled over Jiang Ying's lap. His gaze was filled with delight and satisfaction as he observed Jiang Ying playing with the small, plump arms of the child, as though he were cradling a precious jade ornament. Is it truly that amusing? He then tentatively grasped the little one's short, pudgy leg, squeezing it gently. Little Yenji was momentarily stunned. Upon realizing the situation, he couldn't help but wail. Wait, does Dad know I've been speaking ill of him?
Impossible.
Could he be deranged enough to harm this child and break my leg? It was no wonder little Yenji was in a panic. The memories of his past life were hauntingly vivid. When his foolish mother was around, his punishments were mere playful spankings, but after her demise, Jiang Yilin had taken advantage of the situation, leading to many beatings, the harshest of which had left him with a sore bottom. Yet, he had cleverly feigned illness, lying in bed for months, consuming tonics galore, leaving Jiang Yilin green with envy. There was also the incident when his father had accidentally struck him with an inkstone, almost disfiguring him. Naturally, he retaliated by parading around with a woman's veil, becoming the subject of ridicule among his father's peers. At that time, so long as he could make his father miserable, he was willing to sacrifice himself. However, now, at just over a month old, he had no means of resistance. He was akin to a fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Realizing this, little Yenji was utterly distressed, grasping Jiang Ying's sleeve with his tiny hands, tears welling in his eyes, his voice a pitiful wail. Mother, please help me, I don't want to die." A worthless father. Truly no better than a pig or a dog, and he even dares to harm his own son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying instinctively felt a surge of panic. Glancing sideways at Yenja, she thought, should Yenja dare to inflict any harm upon Xiao Yanji, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind. The one thing she could not tolerate was domestic violence and men who bully the weak and vulnerable. Everything else could be endured, but not this. In the end, however, Yenja did not make any excessive movements. He merely pinched the child's small calf lightly, teasing, "Look at this little brat, still so young. Yet his calves are quite sturdy. I can barely pinch them with one hand." Jiang Ying. Xiao Yanji. "Brother, please don't be so serious when telling jokes. It could be fatal." After a brief half-hour, they finally arrived home safely. Jiang Ying stood at the door, holding the child, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yenja. "Your Highness, please pause. My humble abode cannot accommodate a revered figure such as yourself." Yenja. Aware that she was still upset, refrained from arguing with her and simply extended his injured left hand toward her. As a healer, are you just going to watch as this prince suffers without assistance? Chapter 038. Restless. Jiang Ying looked up. What do you mean by watching? She then exaggeratedly widened her eyes to demonstrate. You're quite grown up, a minor injury shouldn't have you acting so melodramatic. Qi Ren, observing from the side, quickly seized the moment and stepped forward, cradling his dislocated arm. Miss Jiang, I too have sustained an injury. I'm uncertain if it's a fracture. Would you mind taking a look? Yenja glanced sideways at Qi Ren, perceiving him as bothersome. However, Qi Ren's feigned injury garnered no sympathy from Jiang Ying. When it was Qi Ren's turn to act pitiful, Jiang Ying replied, "Oh, is that so? Then come in quickly, and I shall examine you." Yenja, with a foot already poised to step inside, hesitated, wishing to turn and leave. At that critical moment, Qi Ren cast him a sly glance. "Your Highness, just go inside. How you enter is unimportant. What matters is achieving your objective." Yenja pondered this and found merit in it. The Grand Tutor had once remarked that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Who knows what a simple village girl might be thinking? It was unnecessary for him to overthink her mundane thoughts with his extraordinary intellect. Moreover, he indeed had matters to discuss with her. Thus, after a moment of symbolic hesitation, he strolled nonchalantly into the courtyard. Jiang Ying followed behind, remaining noncommittal. Such a proud and aloof prince. Qi Ren's injury was not severe. He had merely strained himself during a fierce encounter with an assassin. Jiang Ying skillfully reset his dislocated joint, while Qi Ren expressed his gratitude profusely, showering her with compliments as if they were free. "My subordinate has said, for extraordinary medical skills, one must look to Miss Jiang, such a serious injury. And yet it is healed in the blink of an eye. If Hua Tuo had lived a few more years, he would surely have taken Miss Jiang as his disciple." Jiang Ying replied, "All right, that's enough flattery. No matter how sweet your words are, I won't reduce your medical fees."
Qi Ren chuckled mischievously,
handing over a silver ingot with great ease. "Of course, the medical fee must be paid. My subordinate would never dare to shortchange Miss Jiang a single coin. However, about those medicinal stones." Before he could finish, Jiang Ying shot him a fierce glance. "What's the matter? Are you treating medicine as a meal? Wasn't it just a few days ago that I sold you a piece?" Jiang Ying was not particularly concerned about the spiritual crystal. As long as her space did not disappear, it was an inexhaustible resource for her. Yet, Qi Ren's eagerness made her suspect he had discovered something. Under her unwavering gaze, he waved his hands. No, I haven't misused it. A friend's family is in dire need of help, so I gave them some out of a trial-and-error spirit, which left me with less. I even lost half a block to the prince, not enough at all." Jiang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't misused it. In truth, the nurturing capacity of the spiritual spring was also limited and would not overturn their understanding. Jiang Ying opened the medicine box, revealing 7 or 8 crystal-clear spiritual crystals the size of eggs, which she had specifically taken out for show. She bent down to pick one up and handed it to Qi Ren. "Use it sparingly. This isn't a panacea. Remember, too much can be harmful."
Qi Ren obediently nodded.
"Yes, I will certainly heed Miss Jiang's advice." As he spoke, he secretly exchanged glances with Yenja, conveying a clear message. "Look, Your Highness. Miss Jiang is actually quite accommodating. As long as you flatter her a bit and offer some money, she will not make things difficult." Yenja raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" His gaze fell on the remaining 7 spiritual crystals, and he could not suppress the heat in his eyes. Seeing that he had been silent for a while, Jiang Ying was about to dismiss him when Yenja removed the jade pendant from his waist. "I do not carry silver with me, so this jade pendant shall serve as the payment for today's treatment and the purchase of your remaining 7 medicinal stones. Additionally, I apologize for doubting your medical skills and questioning your intentions at the Jiangguogong residence. Can we converse amicably now?" Jiang Ying regarded the jade pendant, which gleamed a vibrant green and displayed remarkable translucency, indeed a peerless gem. Her attitude softened. Did this mean the prince was gifting it to her? Yen just shook his head. "This jade is a relic left by my mother. It cannot be given to you, but you may use it to exchange for a certain amount of silver at the Duke's estate whenever you wish." At his words, Jiang Ying's expression turned regretful. While it was unrealistic to trade royal possessions in the marketplace, she wouldn't mind keeping such exquisite jade as a collectible. After all, if she were to return to the modern world unexpectedly, this item could become an invaluable treasure. Yet, it turned out that the dog prince merely intended to use it as temporary collateral. Not willing? Yenja observed Jiang Ying's expression and inquired. "To be frank, He was already exerting great effort to remain patient, adopting Qi-Ren's shamelessness. His primary concern was not wanting to constantly seize Qi-Ren's medicinal stones. As a dignified prince, it would be unbecoming to covet such trivial possessions from subordinate. He was certainly not incapable of purchasing them. Jiang Ying regained her composure, intrigued. Your Highness, what do you mean by a certain amount of silver? Wealth does not inherently equate to greatness. However, if one possesses enough wealth to rival a nation, then indeed, it becomes significant. She naturally hoped that Yanzhe was that extraordinary person. In that case, she could bask in his glory as a mere appendage. Yanzhe did not rush to answer Jiang Ying's query, instead observing her with a slight smile. Jiang Ying felt somewhat offended, asking, what is it? Does the prince see flowers on my face? Not exactly. You merely possess a beauty akin to blossoms, pleasing to the eye. Yanzhe realized he had unwittingly tapped into one of Jiang Ying's weaknesses, her fondness for wealth, and felt quite pleased. Unexpectedly, he had even complimented her. While Jiang Ying was not so naive as to be swayed by his cheesy lines, the usually stoic expression on her face broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming peach blossom, dazzling and captivating. After a lengthy moment, Jiang Ying finally emerged from her astonishment, raising 5 fingers. 5,000 taels. Yanzhe, with a playful glint in his eye, remarked, if I am not mistaken, Qi-Ren just gave you 50 taels for a medicinal stone, along with a complimentary shoulder realignment. How is it that for my treatment of 7 medicinal stones and the care of a hand injury, you demand 5,000 taels? It wasn't that he couldn't afford 5,000 taels, rather, he believed in the value of negotiation. Jiang Ying maintained a steady gaze, her heart unflinching. Because of your esteemed status, the responsibility and risk involved in treating you are significantly greater, hence the additional risk fee. If you find it too costly, you are welcome to forego treatment. The final sentence was delivered with the air of a true healer. Yanzhe feigned a grimace, finally conceding, very well. Including the previous 1,000 taels, I owe you 6,000 taels. In light of the monetary aspect, Jiang Ying once again attended to Yanzhe's bandaging with a much more serious demeanor. After completing the bandaging, Yanzhe noticed that this time the knot was not tied in the same butterfly style as before. Why did you change the method of tying? Jiang Ying blinked. Which method? The previous one resembled butterfly wings. Jiang Ying was taken aback. Is that what the prince prefers? Surely he is not. Yanzhe raised his wrist to examine it. This prince merely finds that your previous knot takes longer to tie, and having spent 6,000 taels, it shouldn't be in vain. Jiang Ying finally understood. The dog prince was not a delicate flower but rather a miser. Unable to find a solution, one could only dismantle the medical knot and retie it into an ostentatious bow. Would this suffice? It may be acceptable. Yanzhe, from a perspective hidden from Jiang Ying, subtly curled his lips in amusement. The matter of money was trivial. However, the ability to command a rebellious village girl with wealth brought him a peculiar joy. There is one more thing I must discuss with you. On the 6th day of the 4th month, I shall first take a wife and then a concubine. Regarding the procedures for entering the manor, before Yanzhe could finish speaking, the sudden wailing of a child interrupted him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ying rose and said, Your Highness, the child requires nourishment. I shall be but a moment. Ignore it. Ignore it. The turtle recites scriptures. Yanzhe had not anticipated this wait would extend for so long. The intermittent sounds of the child's anxious swallowing within the room made him acutely aware of the situation, rendering him restless. The woman's milk, was there truly that much? Chapter 039, Fantasies. The child gulped and gasped, as if the nourishment was inexhaustible. Yanzhe's ears flushed crimson. He had not intended to eavesdrop, but the stone table was right outside the door, and the courtyard was unusually quiet, devoid of even a servant's footsteps, leading him to inadvertently overhear. Moreover, his mind swiftly transformed the overheard content into vivid imagery, completely beyond Yanzhe's conscious control. The familiar and alluring scene set his every cell ablaze, and in an instant, his clothing clung to him as if soaked, a certain part of him taut and throbbing, to the extent that he need not lower his head to feel its fervor. In a sudden rush, Yanzhe leapt to his feet, disregarding everyone, and strode out with a scowl. Qi-Ren, standing against the wall with a sword, followed him, perplexed. Your Highness, why the sudden departure? You haven't collected the medicinal stones you purchased yet. Although he had been at a distance, he had clearly seen Yanzhe give away the jade pendant of the late princess, a hefty price for a few medicinal stones. How could he simply abandon them? Even if the prince did not mourn the pendant, surely he would value the medicinal stones. Yanzhe continued his rapid strides, his voice profoundly somber. You go back and fetch them. Stimulated by such urgency, all thoughts of marriage and concubinage fled from Yan's mind. When Jiang Ying emerged after nursing the child, the courtyard was utterly empty, leaving her bewildered. Aunt Chen, what has happened? Where has everyone gone? Aunt Chen had just finished preparing the chicken and was contemplating whether the prince would dine here tonight. Upon seeing the empty courtyard, she too was taken aback. An old servant, do not know. Could it be that there was an urgent matter? Jiang Ying was not one to seek trouble. Unable to ascertain the reason, she decided not to inquire further, particularly as she had no desire to confront Yan Jia. The discussion of concubinage was futile. Even if the sun were to rise from the west, such a prospect was impossible. In the Duke's residence, the matriarch revealed her former decisiveness and harshness, delivering a scathing reprimand to Lady Luo. In the end, not only did Lady Luo fail to save the two maids, but she also found herself enraged, her complexion turning ashen. Ultimately, the Lien family's seniority remained unassailable, and having long overseen the Duke's residence, when she chose to turn a blind eye, others might exploit the opportunity. However, if she resolved to intervene, it would be akin to a frog leaping onto a hot stove to meet its demise. Before all the servants, the matriarch showed no mercy to Lady Luo, declaring, as the matron, "Your indulgence of the servants and lax discipline is a dereliction of duty. As a mother, your favoritism towards your son over your daughter, and your inability to maintain balance is a sign of imbalance. Let alone the fact that you arranged such a marriage for Lin Jia. From this day forth, the authority of the housekeeper is returned to me, the old matriarch. Should there be any dissent, feel free to write to my son at the border. I, the old matriarch, do not believe he would dare defy me." Having spoken, the matriarch offered no time for Lady Luo to respond, summoning the two maids, Wang and Lu, to be brought forth. Previously beaten severely, their lower bodies were left bloodied and mangled, their legs rendered useless. The matriarch's countenance was grave, her voice resolute. "Everyone in this household, pay attention. Our Duke's residence is no place for frivolity. There are laws of the state and rules of the family. Those who err must face punishment. Conversely, those who perform well shall be rewarded. Today, Wang and Lu, having overstepped their bounds and insulted a distinguished guest, will be punished with 30 strikes and expelled from the residence, never to be employed again. Whereas, Shuiji, who has diligently cared for the second young master, shall be promoted to a first-class maid and awarded 10 taels of silver along with 10 days of leave to reunite with her family once she is fully recovered." A gasp echoed among the servants, sparking a wave of astonished whispers filled with both fear and joy. The primary focus was on the derision of Wang and Lu, and the envy toward Shuiji, who not only received a promotion but also a reward and vacation. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Deserved." It was about time. Those maids, Wang and Lu, have been flaunting their status as the mistress's favorites for years. Indeed, the old matriarch has not been in charge for nearly a year. And we, the older servants in the household, have either been sent to wash clothes or tend to the gardens, performing the dirtiest and most laborious tasks for the least pay. That poor girl, Shuiji, tending to the second young master amidst filth and difficulty, while also facing the mistress's challenges, has finally seen her hardships rewarded. Aside from a few maids and servants close to Lady Luo, no one in the household dared to contest the old matriarch's reclaiming of authority. Witnessing this, Lady Luo's countenance turned even paler with indignation. "Mother, is this not a bit excessive? I have never heard of a matriarch in a noble family reclaiming authority once it has been relinquished. It may have been acceptable during those years at the border, but now that I have returned to the capital with a capable husband and obedient children, why should I not manage the household?" For this reason, she had been the subject of ridicule upon her return to the capital. Thus, when her two sons encountered misfortune, the old matriarch, disheartened and unwilling to retain power, was the one most pleased by Lady Luo's predicament. Moreover, her first act upon assuming authority was to replace key positions in the kitchen and pantry with her own people. The expulsion of Wang and Lu, mere minor overseers of the inner courtyard, was of little consequence. The critical issue was that the old matriarch had executed a warning while reclaiming her authority over the household, which would undoubtedly hinder Lady Luo's standing among the noblewomen in the capital. "Humph," the old matriarch scoffed. "What? You wish to claim I am an old woman who cannot keep her word? Do you think I care for such trivialities? Lady Luo, were it not for your mismanagement leading to chaos within the residence and your sons, Igo and Chingo, being publicly humiliated by the servants, would I, at my advanced age, still concern myself with such matters?" With a thud, the old matriarch slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. "This matter is settled. If you feel wronged, discontent, or even harbor hatred towards me, then do as you wish, create a ruckus, file a complaint. I shall await the individuals you seek to bring to me for judgment. With that, she strode out, her commanding presence silencing all within the room. In an instant, Lady Luo clenched her jaw, her face drained of color. At that moment, she realized that the Duke's residence had never truly belonged to her mother. Despite this, Lady Luo's heart was filled with resentment, and she could not help but rise, her face resolute with an unprecedented determination, seemingly prepared to settle accounts with the old matriarch. However, as the old matriarch turned her face, she was pulled back into her seat by Jiang Mama, stumbling slightly. Jiang Mama, with a graceful demeanor, spoke gently, "Madam, do not let yourself be too agitated. If I may say, the old matriarch reclaiming authority at this juncture does hold certain merits." There was a truth Jiang Mama dared not voice. In reality, the old matriarch's management was indeed far superior to that of Lady Luo. Luo's selfishness is excessively pronounced, exhibiting a petty demeanor, and her ability to manage subordinates pales in comparison to that of the elder matriarch. Otherwise, such a scandal involving Wang Pe and Lu Pe would not have arisen. However, as she is merely a servant, she cannot freely criticize her mistress. Furthermore, from her perspective, it is advantageous for the Duke's residence to remain in disarray rather than harmony. How can you say such things, Granny Jiang? Have you grown senile with age? Luo retorted with an irritated expression. Jiang Ying observed Granny Jiang, pondering thoughtfully. In comparison to her closeness with Luo, she held Granny Jiang in greater esteem, believing her to possess profound wisdom and having imparted considerable knowledge over the years. Moreover, Granny Jiang was exceedingly loyal, willing to sacrifice her life for her. Who would be foolish enough to reject such a servant? Thus, Jiang Ying interjected, "Mother, why not listen to Granny Jiang's explanation first?" Luo lifted her gaze to her delicate daughter, whose sweet demeanor brightened the atmosphere, causing her irritation to dissipate somewhat. "Fine, you old crone, do explain yourself properly, otherwise, I shall not spare you." Granny Jiang, being a trusted confidant brought by Luo from her maternal home, had served diligently for decades. Her unwavering dedication during their years at the border earned her the surname bestowed by Jiangshang. Originally, she bore the surname Chao. Unfazed by Luo's tone, Granny Jiang maintained her cheerful demeanor, exuding an air of confidence for two reasons. Firstly, in just 2 months our Lin girl is to be wed. The mistress intends to prepare a dowry of no less than 150 loads, all of fine quality, not the trifling goods of minor households. A girl's dowry signifies her standing in her husband's family, and it must encompass not only the obvious gifts but also fertile lands, shops, estates, and gardens. Indeed, the more, the better. Despite the Duke's high rank and substantial salary, he is known for his generosity towards his subordinates and compassion for the soldiers, often lamenting their plight, which has left our household finances rather strained. However, the elder matriarch is different. In her youth, she possessed a generous dowry and an astute understanding of wealth accumulation. Her private treasury likely surpasses that of most noble women. When the mistress managed the household, if she were unyielding and refused to augment Lin's dowry, the elder matriarch would have had no grounds for complaint. But now that she has taken on the role of steward, it is a different matter. She cannot allow Lin to be ridiculed by outsiders. If Lin, as the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, is mocked, it reflects poorly on the household and signifies the elder matriarch's failure in her duties. The Duke would undoubtedly be displeased if he were to learn of it. Thus, the old servant suggests that the elder matriarch's reclamation of household authority could indeed be beneficial. Granny Jiang articulated her thoughts with clarity and logic, consistently considering the perspectives of both Luo and Jiang Ying. Her words effortlessly swayed both women. Jiang Ying, increasingly captivated by the prospects being painted, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of marrying the man she had admired since childhood, harmonizing with him as they amassed wealth together. Who would not long for such a life? A glance exchanged between mother and daughter soothed Luo's previously agitated heart. After adjusting her posture, her demeanor became far more tranquil. "And what is the second reason?" she inquired, still somewhat perturbed despite the earlier advantage. Granny Jiang continued, "Secondly, the elder matriarch is advanced in years. Her health diminished by illness, and the physician has advised against her exerting herself. Previously, the Duke was concerned about the elder matriarch's burdensome management, allowing the mistress to assist until she could manage independently. Now, however, the elder matriarch insists on reclaiming authority, should any misfortune befall her. The blame cannot be placed upon the mistress. The Duke is stationed at the border, while the mistress remains in the capital. already bearing enough strain without the elder matriarch's overbearing presence. It is ill-advised to allow the elder matriarch to dominate the household. However, it is imperative that the mistress does not engage in open conflict with her. Otherwise, should anything happen to the elder matriarch, the duke may harbor resentment towards the mistress. At this moment, Granny Jiang cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Ying. I should not have spoken of this in front of Lin. But I worry that as she is soon to be married, she must learn to navigate difficult family dynamics. I hope the mistress does not take offense. In an instant, Luo grasped the essence of Granny Jiang's words. In essence, it was a suggestion to temporarily relinquish household authority to deplete the elder matriarch's private treasury, thereby granting Lin the dignity she deserves, while discreetly informing the duke of the elder matriarch's tyrannical behavior, inciting his sympathy and regret. Moreover, managing the household is an arduous task. Given the elder matriarch's frail health, it is conceivable that she may not endure long under such strain. At that point, she would possess not only the authority, but also the affection and regard of the duke, ensuring her daughter's splendid marriage. This was not merely a trifling advantage, but a remarkable opportunity yielding threefold benefits. With this realization, a smile illuminated Luo's face. She pulled Jiang Ying closer, surveying her with a mother's affectionate care and hopeful anticipation. Why should I blame you? I have borne 4 children in my lifetime. The eldest and second have been left in the elder matriarch's care, now reduced to a state unrecognizable. Who else can I rely on but Lin? If Lin thrives, so too do I. Our fortunes are intertwined. Moreover, she is not marrying into just any family, the heir to the Qingjun prince's lineage, with the Qingjun princess, not the biological mother of the Yan County prince, as the stepmother in charge. Wouldn't they be a source of torment for Lin? It is better for her to learn how to manage a shrewd matriarch now, for her own benefit. As she spoke, she affectionately patted Jiang Ying's hand. Once a gentle and delicate girl, Luo had been hardened by the harshness of life at the border, yet her tenderness remained reserved for Jiang Ying alone. Her treatment of others lacked such warmth. Even her third child, whom she had raised herself, received far less affection, for the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment when relinquishing them. Luo's regard for Jiang Yuanling was markedly better than for Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuancheng. Yet it still fell short of her feelings for Jiang Ying. While Luo chattered on, Jiang Ying had already grasped the situation with remarkable clarity, feeling an increasing admiration for Granny Jiang. Mother, we have only just settled the engagement. Must you speak so openly about these matters in front of me? How thoughtless! She teased, tugging at Luo's sleeve with a feigned innocence, her gaze filled with admiration, eliciting affection from all who beheld her. Luo suddenly burst into laughter. Granny Jiang, look at this little girl. She clearly wishes to hear more, yet now she blames us for not letting her leave. With her cleverness, I dare say both the Qingjun princess and the Yan County prince will be utterly captivated by her, leading a life of unparalleled luxury henceforth. Granny Jiang smiled at Jiang Ying, affirming, indeed, this is a testament to the mistress's dedicated teachings over the years. May the legitimate daughter flourish, and may your days be harmonious and prosperous. As for the mistress, may her affection with the duke remain steadfast. Would that not be perfection? In her murky, yet bright eyes, satisfaction and delight for Jiang Ying were evident, but this joy faded considerably when directed towards Luo, even tinged with an unspoken aversion. Luo, preoccupied with gazing at Jiang Ying, remained oblivious to this nuance. At that moment a knock echoed from the door, announcing the arrival of Pinju, the maidservant attending Luo. Madam, the second young master seeks your presence. Luo, initially in good spirits, had intended to discuss more matters pertaining to the upcoming marriage with Jiang Ying. However, upon hearing the mention of the second young master, her smile instantly vanished, replaced by irritation. Yuanchen? Was he not the one who incited the elder matriarch to dismiss my servants and elevate that little minx, Xueji? What could he possibly want with me at this moment? Luo's disdain for her 2 eldest sons stemmed primarily from their excessively upright upbringing under the old matriarch's influence. Their steadfastness and unwavering loyalty were devoid of any cunning or guile, making them almost indistinguishable from the matriarch herself. The children she bore after enduring 10 months of hardship bore little resemblance to her, instead mirroring their grandmother. Who could blame her for her ire? They were returned to her shortly after birth, leaving her feeling utterly detached. Luo harbored a deep-seated aversion to Jiang Yuancheng. However, the latter had already peeked through the doorframe. Like a curious puppy, and upon seeing only his mother and sister, he playfully leaped out, exclaiming with childlike glee, attempting to startle them for amusement. This only intensified Luo's disdain, compelling her to turn her face away in disapproval. Such a fool, she had no desire to acknowledge him as her own. Jiang Ying, on the other hand, concealed her distaste, retreating timidly a step back. Only Jiang Mama approached with a smile, inquiring, "Second young master, are you not playing with the Luban lock in the courtyard? What brings you to seek the ladies?" The antics of children were endearing only when performed by actual children. At 19, Jiang Yuanqing stood tall and imposing, yet he behaved like a mere child, rendering him both foolish and out of place. Luo shielded Jiang Ying behind her, casting a weary glare at him. "You should leave at once. Don't frighten your sister any further." The abrupt rebuke left Jiang Yuanqing momentarily disoriented. He raised his hand, revealing a lady's fan and a box of perfumed powder. He took a couple of steps forward, only to halt when he discerned Luo's displeasure, silently extending the gifts, offering the fan to his sister and the powder to his mother. "No, do not be in a foul mood." Jiang Yuanqing, though somewhat tongue-tied, made an effort to articulate, "Quarreling is not good." Earlier that afternoon, the old matriarch had been scolding people in the flower hall, and although she intended for Jiang Yuanqing to be taken away, he sensed the tension in the atmosphere as he departed. A regression in intellect can influence one's behavior, yet it does not wholly dull one's perception. In fact, children are often more attuned to emotional undercurrents. Thus, upon learning from the servants that Luo and the old matriarch were once again at odds, he procured these two items in hopes of cheering them up. However, in his haste, he had stumbled and fallen, resulting in some dirt on both the fan and the box of powder. For a time, he stood there, but neither Luo nor Jiang Ying accepted his offerings. Jiang Mama stepped forward once more, saying, "Second young master, allow me to take these. I shall deliver them to the lady and the young miss on your behalf. Your filial piety will surely please the lady and bring joy to the young miss for having such a brother."
Really?
Jiang Yuanqing strained to look back, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Mama was merely fabricating her words. Jiang Mama accepted the items, her smile unwavering. "Indeed. But today the lady and the young miss did not take an afternoon nap. They are a bit fatigued. Perhaps the second young master should return for now. And when they are rested, we shall summon you to play, shall we?" As she spoke, Jiang Mama felt a twinge of sympathy. In truth, the second young master was not so bothersome. He simply needed to be treated like a child, and he could be quite obedient. Unfortunately, Luo's heart was already filled with resentment and prejudice, so that when she beheld her tall, strapping, yet intellectually challenged son, it served only to remind her of the arduous days at the border and the old matriarch's earlier mockery. Ultimately, it was a matter of inner turmoil and insecurities.
Oh.
"Hush." Jiang Yuanqing immediately placed a finger to his lips, nodding earnestly. "Yuanqing understands. Sister needs to sleep, and mother needs to rest. Yuanqing will not make a sound." Before long, he cheerfully departed the flower hall, joining the maidservant for a game of kicking a shuttlecock. Luo gazed at the fan and the powder on the table, her distaste palpable. What rubbish is this? Did he find it in a refuse heap? Such foolishness has become all too common since Jiang Yuanqing's decline in intellect. At times, he would even collect leftover snacks and pastries from the servants, a thought that filled Luo with embarrassment and irritation. Jiang Mama shook her head, observing that the items appeared relatively new. "Surely not." Luo affectionately took Jiang Ying's hand. "Regardless of their condition, discard them. Our liner deserves no such filthy, questionable items. If anyone were to see, they might think our duke's household has fallen so low that we cannot even afford a new fan. And the box of powder? That too shall be thrown away." Luo's gaze never strayed from Jiang Ying, her satisfaction with her daughter evident, while her disdain for her son was akin to that of a foul object found in a cesspool. "I fear I might catch his foolishness."
Jiang Mama,
despite her own considerable grievances with the duke's household, felt that such remarks about her own son were rather excessive. Yet Luo felt no remorse. Smoothing out the slightly wrinkled hem of Jiang Ying's dress. "Spring has arrived. It is time for our liner to have a few new outfits for the season.
Jiang Mama,
Please call upon the proprietor of the Jinxiu Pavilion to come, and also have a few outfits made for Langer. We must also reserve Liner's seasonal garments for her wedding. If we delay, they will lack the necessary finesse." Jiang Mama stood by, acutely aware of Luo's adoration for Lina, unable to suppress a peculiar smile. To avoid detection, she hastily took the fan and the powder and scurried outside to discard them in the dustbin. The cleaning maid, having seen these items in Jiang Yuanqing's possession earlier, sighed as she picked them up after Jiang Mama left. "Alas, what a pity this is." Her words caught the attention of Inrui, who approached with a glint of curiosity. "Mama Wu, what are you muttering to yourself about? What do you have there? It looks rather exquisite. Startled, Mama Wu turned to recognize her as a member of the old matriarch's household and hesitated, casting an uneasy glance toward the flower hall. Rui, puzzled, questioned, "What is with that reaction? Speak up." Mama Wu pursed her lips and quickly pulled Rui into a corner. "Look. These are gifts that the second young master saved up for a long time to buy for the lady and the young miss. They received them only to toss them aside without a second thought. It is most unfair to the second young master." Rui's eyes widened with indignation. "This is infuriating. How can they treat him so poorly?" Without a second thought, she snatched the fan and the powder from Mama Wu's hands, disregarding whether the flowers were sufficient for her arrangements, and stormed off to confront the old matriarch. "Old matriarch, you must take better care of this. Our second young master is far too pitiful." In a flurry, Rui recounted all that she had witnessed, her demeanor as fierce as if she had been fueled by gunpowder. She simply could not comprehend how, when other children fell ill, their parents were filled with concern and sought remedies, while Luo acted in tandem with disdain and contempt. One might mistake her for the stepmother of the second young master rather than his own mother. Chapter 042. This is what it means to be up against it. The old matriarch, upon hearing this, wore a profoundly somber expression. Gently stroking the fan and powder that Rui had retrieved, she sighed heavily. "In truth, I must blame myself. Had it not been for Shang'er's concern for my solitude in the capital while he was preoccupied with the war, he would not have made the decision to send the two children back under my care. For over a decade, I have been diligent, fearful that I might spoil them, leading them to favor me, thus aggravating Luo. Now, the unfortunate fate that has befallen my two sons has only bred Luo's hatred towards me, and she resents the children for the shame they bring her. But is it not the reality of the situation?" Mama Tang could not bear to hear the old matriarch take all the blame, retorting sharply, "Old matriarch, that is not fair. She willingly returned the children, and no one forced her. What is the purpose of her current display? Furthermore, a child does not disdain their mother's flaws. How can a mother disdain her own children as burdens? This is not merely anger over the children, but rather a deliberate act of defiance against you, old matriarch, leading to the unjust treatment of the two boys. The second son may be blissfully ignorant, but the eldest, despite his blindness, possesses a clear understanding of the situation. If this continues, the children may well be driven to their demise by her relentless pressure." The old matriarch, fully aware of this, clutched the fan and fragrant powder, her eyes reddening with sorrow. Suddenly, she recalled the medicinal stones gifted by Jiang Ying, and a bold idea flashed through her mind. With a swift motion, she grasped Tang Momo's hand, exclaiming, "Hui Fong, do you think it is possible for me to use Jiang Girl's medicine for the two young masters?" Her words were fragmented and unclear, yet Tang Momo, having served the old lady for many years, intuitively grasped her meaning and responded in astonishment. "Do you intend to try the medicine for Miss Jiang on the two young masters?" The old matriarch nodded bitterly. They had sought the finest imperial physicians and city doctors, yet none could offer assistance. Thus, even if it were merely a source of comfort, she wished to give it a try. What if it proves beneficial?
Dan Mama.
Initially taken aback by the old lady's proposition, pondered deeply and found it was not entirely unfeasible. She had initially intended to invite Miss Jiang to examine the two young masters. However, yesterday's hurried visit had been fraught with complications that disrupted their plans. Now that it was clear Miss Jiang was of the Duke's bloodline and the two young masters' biological sister, seeking her assistance did not seem outrageous. Yet, Tang Momo harbored another concern. Would this action inadvertently reveal Miss Jiang's identity? The two young masters bore birthmarks, one on the back of his neck and the other on his forearm. If Miss Jiang were to examine them, it was likely she would notice. Such an obvious detail would not escape her attention, and she would inevitably inquire further. At that moment, the truth would become exceedingly difficult to conceal. The old matriarch understood Tang Momo's apprehensions were indeed valid. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What progress has been made in investigating Miss Jiang's background?" Currently, they lacked sufficient evidence to establish the children's claim to their ancestry, so it was best to keep things discreet to avoid alarming the snake. However, should they clarify the origins and definitively establish Miss Jiang's identity, these concerns would dissipate. "There has been no significant progress," Tang Momo replied with a mix of regret and resignation. "I was just about to report to you, old madam. The more I investigate, the stranger it seems. How could a living person leave no trace of their existence? Surely, Miss Jiang did not just spring forth from a crevice in a rock." The old matriarch chuckled softly. "You're being foolish. She is my granddaughter." Tang Momo could not suppress a smirk. "What? Are we calling her granddaughter already? What use is our understanding without evidence? We cannot openly declare that we compared Miss Jiang with the young masters regarding the Duke's birthmarks. It is imperative to unravel the truth, for recognizing one's ancestry is no trivial matter for the clan. If we do not clarify this, the Luo family will not acknowledge it, and the Duke may also play tricks. He dares. The old matriarch declared fiercely, her brows knitting together. I have recognized this granddaughter, and no one shall disrupt this bond. Very well, you are formidable. The Duke would not dare disregard your wishes, Tang Momo conceded. I shall send someone to investigate further. However, there is another matter that has me hesitant. You previously instructed Yin Shuang to sketch Miss Jiang's birthmark for comparison. Upon receiving it yesterday, I noticed that our legitimate Mrs. birthmark differs slightly from that of Miss Jiang, the three young masters, and the Duke. What are the differences? This question caused the old matriarch to sit up attentively, her spirit momentarily roused. Long ago, when Jiang Yilin had just returned to the manor at the tender age of 8 or 9, she had examined Jiang Yilin's birthmark and felt something was amiss. At first glance, its color seemed deeper, and the edges were rough, unlike those she frequently observed on Yaij and Shinge. Consequently, she had discreetly inquired about it with the Luo family. Yet, Luo had wept and caused a ruckus, accusing her of favoritism towards males and neglecting Yilin, insisting that she was unjustly slandering them. Heaven knows she had never treated them differently. In truth, both the three young masters and Yilin were equally dear to her heart. However, Luo had a guilty conscience, fearing that Leng Ge and Yilin would grow close to her like the eldest and second sons, and had incessantly suggested that they maintain distance from Kong Jitong. For years, aside from the 1st and 15th days of the month, when the two children would dutifully come to pay their respects, they had rarely seen each other, living almost like distant relatives in the manor. After Tang Momo spoke, she turned to retrieve a piece of carefully folded xian paper from the cabinet. She unfurled it, meticulously pointing out the details to the old matriarch. Look, upon reflection, do you not find that the birthmark of our legitimate miss bears a certain resemblance but lacks the essence? Birthmarks, unlike paintings, are innate and enduring, making forgery exceedingly difficult. It is akin to flowers blooming in summer. No artist can replicate them exactly, down to the last detail. Furthermore, the Jiang family's birthmark is a delicate plum blossom, just the right size, harmoniously shaded, seamlessly blending with the skin, leaving no visible boundary. Thus, the lack of natural unity gives rise to a feeling of resemblance without essence. The old matriarch narrowed her eyes. Indeed, she had sensed something amiss the very first time she laid eyes on Yilin's birthmark. However, due to Luo's frantic outcry, she had opted not to delve deeper.
Now,
As she revisited those feelings, the earlier unease resurfaced, coupled with a disconcerting apprehension. Surely, this was merely an unfounded sensation. What could it signify? Chapter 043. Something unseen. Surely, the birthmark cannot be false? Or could it be that Luo, lacking decorum, had an affair while Jiangshang was stationed at the military camp, resulting in a child? The thought sent a chill down her spine. The old matriarch gazed at Tang Momo in shock, who slowly turned her head, mirroring her startled expression. Clearly, the two had arrived at the same troubling conclusion. The old matriarch's heart plummeted, and she leaned against a table, slowly sinking onto the rattan couch. Suddenly shaking her head, she declared, no, it cannot be. Not only does Luo not strike me as someone capable of such infidelity, but Jiangshang himself cannot possibly be that foolish. Tang Momo stepped forward. We are merely speculating. We are not asserting certainty. It would be prudent for me to investigate the circumstances surrounding the birth of Yilin during the previous matriarch's time. Since we are examining matters, it would not be too burdensome. After we ascertain that Yilin's identity is sound, we shall all rejoice. Otherwise, the discrepancy in the birthmark will linger in your mind. Old madam. Tang Momo's reasoning was sound, and the old matriarch finally gazed at the birthmark sketches on the table for a while before gently nodding. Very well. However, the priority remains with Miss Jiang. Yilin's matter is merely a side inquiry. Do not mistake the primary focus. Indeed, I understand, Tang Momo replied with a smile, inwardly amused by the old matriarch's newfound obsession. Her words implied that even if Yilin were not biologically related, it would not overshadow the importance of Miss Jiang's lineage. That very night, Tang Momo instructed her subordinates to investigate in two directions. One direction would continue probing into Jiang Ying, her household registration, birthplace, family, and so forth. The other direction would require an individual to travel to the border, questioning every woman who had been close to Jiangshang at the time, meticulously investigating to see if anyone could have borne his child. Coincidentally, Yilin and Miss Jiang were of similar age, with their births occurring around the same time. The matriarch was unable to attend to Yilin during her confinement, leaving Luo's maidservants and the temporarily hired wet nurse as potential suspects. While inquiring about these individuals, it would also be simple to check whether there were any irregularities regarding Luo's birthmark. As Tang Momo issued these instructions, she could hardly imagine how events would unfold in an unexpected direction. 7 days later, Tang Momo received a letter from the border. She opened it immediately, and upon reading its contents, her entire being trembled with disbelief. Staring at the letter in astonishment, she could not contain her excitement. Without a moment's delay, she tucked the letter away, dismissing those around her, and hurried to present it to the old matriarch. It turns out that Jiang Shang is indeed not inclined towards women. Over the years, regardless of his location, he has never had frequent interactions with either married or unmarried women. His life has been exceedingly simple. A straight line between the military camp and home, without even a fixed companion in the form of a family dog. The residence he inhabits is neither as luxurious nor spacious as those in the capital, with a limited number of servants, most of whom are closely affiliated with the Luo family. Jiang Shang has but 2 young attendants, one to manage writing materials, documents, and seals, and another to oversee his dressing, outings, and bodily needs. To put it plainly, he has no women around him, not even a female dog. The only aspect that might provoke speculation during that time was the exceptional permission granted by the Luo family for a pregnant young wife to reside in the manor. This young wife was none other than Guoshi, the daughter-in-law of Granny Jiang. Having lost her husband early on, Granny Jiang, moved by her grief, decided to provide shelter for Guoshi, who was fearful of losing her only unborn child due to the immense distress she had endured. Therefore, a small courtyard was designated for her to rest and nurture her pregnancy. For the duration of 7 to 8 months, Luo generously provided for Guoshi's needs. In a twist of fate, both women ended up giving birth on the same day. Childbirth is inherently fraught with danger, and amidst the chaos, Luo successfully delivered a healthy baby girl while Guoshi, unfortunately, succumbed to severe hemorrhaging, resulting in the tragic loss of both mother and child shortly after birth. Upon reaching this point in the letter, the contents became all too clear. The individuals dispatched for the investigation were prudent, merely uncovering the facts without additional commentary. However, upon finishing, the elder lady and Granny Tang fixated on the letter, their gazes intense enough to bore a hole through the paper. With their extensive experience in the household, the 2 elderly women quickly deduced that something was amiss. The simultaneous births of Luo and Guo, one resulting in life, while the other ended in death, bore striking similarities to the birthmark of the legitimate young lady. Jiang Yiling's birthmark was identical in both appearance and essence. And given that the Duke maintained a pristine reputation, there was absolutely no possibility of him fathering a child with any woman. Granny Tang, unable to restrain herself, began to piece together the implications, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the elder lady. This was indeed a haunting revelation. Without further contemplation, the elder lady sprang to her feet and declared, "Investigate. We must uncover the truth, even if it means dredging up the past." As Granny Tang remarked, the legitimacy of Jiang Ying was inconsequential. Jiang Ying was certainly, undoubtedly, and unequivocally genuine. After all, she was her precious granddaughter. How pitiful! One couldn't imagine the hardships she had endured all these years. At that moment, Jiang Ying was preoccupied with her mischievous son, lifting his legs to clean him up after a messy incident. "You little rascal, weren't you just crying for a potty break? What's this silence today? Look at the mess you've made. If I had a camera, I'd capture this embarrassing moment to show your future wife." Little Yanji's face turned crimson as he attempted to clamp his legs shut, but to no avail. Additionally, his private parts were quite conspicuously on display before the naive girl. The embarrassment was palpable. Little Yanji didn't comprehend the term camera that Jiang Ying mentioned, but he instinctively felt it was something unfavorable. As their time together lengthened, he began to notice that Jiang Ying was distinctly different from the foolish woman of his past life. Whether in her manner of speaking, her actions, her character, or her attitude towards him, everything was in stark contrast. He pondered if perhaps a vengeful spirit had taken over his mother's body. However, in many details, he also observed that Jiang Ying retained memories, so after much internal conflict, he preferred to believe that the foolish woman had simply been frightened by the horrors of her previous life, prompting her to reflect and embark on a new path. With this thought, he no longer felt discomfort, but rather relished the care Jiang Ying provided him. "Where's Granny Chen? Where's Sister Siu? Why can't you summon them to help me?" The little brat, thoroughly enjoying himself, unabashedly voiced his complaints. Jiang Ying, while cleaning him up, rolled her eyes in response. If it weren't for Granny Chin being out to buy groceries and see you being called away by that foolish father of yours, I wouldn't be here dealing with your mess. How did my foolish mother conveniently answer my question? He even raised his tiny hand to touch his mouth, exclaiming, "Can I talk now?" After another attempt, he realized he was still mute. Just then, Siyu returned, noticing the mess on the ground and promptly disposed of it in the wooden basin by the well, saying with a smile, "Miss, I'll clean it up shortly." As Jiang Ying continued dressing her son, she remained silent, merely rolling her eyes at the girl's naivete. Did she truly think she would come to clean up the mess? For an unmarried, childless university student, tending to excrement was indeed unfamiliar territory, and even a child could be discomforting. However, unlike Yanji's mother, she quietly handed Siyu a couple of silver coins. "Go ahead and clean it. I'm earning money now. Consider this a raise. Once the child is older, they could find someone else to assist." The last wet nurse Yanji had summoned was quite suitable, quiet and honest. Siyu happily accepted the reward. "That's unnecessary. My mother and I have managed well enough with the young master." As she spoke, she pulled out an envelope, saying, "Miss, this is a letter from the prince." What? Jiang Ying instinctively thought it might be a banknote. After all, that dog prince owed her 6,000 taels of silver. When she first arrived, she had only over 200 taels. Later, she received 1,000 taels from old Madame Jiang, 50 taels of gold, and another 50 taels from Qiren. With Yanji's 6,000, goodness, her little treasury was nearing 10,000 taels. Families, which concubine is so wealthy. On second thought, what kind of respectable girl would even consider being a concubine? The more Jiang Ying reflected, the more she believed she should rid herself of this disgraceful identity sooner rather than later. As she opened the envelope, she discovered not only silver notes but also a piece of written rice paper. The dog prince had written her a letter? Jiang Ying glanced towards the western sky, where the sun was setting. What had prompted the dog prince to behave so oddly? She scanned the letter swiftly, finishing it in a mere glance. The dog prince was indeed stingy with his words. Jiang Ying understood. He was definitely trying to appease her. Not only did he increase the silver by 1,000 taels, but he also mentioned that a betrothal gift would be sent shortly, ensuring that even as a concubine, she would not lack for dignity. Jiang Ying scoffed, crumpling the dog prince's flamboyant handwriting into a ball. What a clueless man. Even as a concubine, where is the dignity in that? At the duke's manor, Yanji instructed the steward to procure supplies in advance. His parents were alive, and even if it was his stepmother, the necessary wedding formalities would still be arranged by the royal residence. Jiang Ying was a woman sent by the emperor, and Yanji couldn't even recall whether she was round or flat, nor did he care about the betrothal gifts being prepared on that side. However, he was somewhat concerned about the stubborn woman from Yuhui Cottage, fearing she would be difficult to bring home. The steward, taken aback, inquired, "Your Highness, I'm uncertain what specifications should be followed for the purchases." Not only were the general concubines different from favored ones, but those who were beloved by their masters certainly differed from those who were not. Furthermore, the fact that Yanji personally requested arrangements suggested that the girl outside possessed remarkable qualities. After pondering for a moment, Yanji finally raised his gaze and asked, "What specifications do we have?" The steward began to contemplate an answer, but was interrupted as Yanji suddenly said, "Forget it. Let us just give her half of what the Jiang family receives from the royal residence." The steward's face contorted in shock, his eyes widening like saucers. Yanji noticed and furrowed his brow. "What? Do you have doubts?" The steward's heart raced. "Was it too much?" Yanji raised an eyebrow. "Is it too much? After all, I'm not even sure how much it typically costs to take a concubine." At that moment, Qiren stepped forward, playfully draping an arm around the steward's shoulders, saying, "Brother Shen, have our royal residence been robbed while we were away?" The latter, startled by the news, shook his head incessantly, exclaiming, "No, no." Qiren, grinning widely, replied, "Then what is the problem? The prince is not lacking in wealth. Even if he were to marry 10 or 8 concubines according to the mistress's standards, the expenses would merely be a drop in the ocean. Why are you so agitated?" Housekeeper Shen, realizing the absurdity, immediately ceased his protests and left to attend to his duties. Qiren, ingratiatingly approaching Yanjia, said, "Your Highness, your methods are truly astute this time. Miss Jiang possesses a character that is unassuming and avoids vying for favor, yet she has a singular affection for wealth. By using money to secure her in the manner, not only will you acquire a child, but you will also gain an unparalleled expert in the healing arts, ensuring that any future ailments will be of no concern." As he spoke, Qiren's gaze ardently fixated on the antique shelf opposite the bookcase. Yenja had meticulously stored the spiritual crystal he had purchased at a high price from Jiang Ying in separate boxes, neatly arranged on the shelf. Qi Ren's mind wandered to the possibility of stealthily pilfering it under the cover of night without being discovered by his master. Sensing his intentions, Yenja coldly interjected. I ask you, how did you uncover that woman's secret concerning the medicinal stones? Initially skeptical, Yenja had felt subtle changes in his body over the subsequent 10 days. Particularly in his arms, which had previously been deemed useless by the imperial physician. Thus, when Jiang Ying quoted a price of 5,000 taels, he readily acquiesced. For him, the restoration of his arms to normalcy was worth far more than mere thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of taels. However, Qi Ren found it challenging to articulate this matter. Primarily, he had little inclination to ponder, as long as it proved useful. He didn't care how it came about or what secrets lay behind it. Your Highness, you must agree, right? Perhaps a reward for your subordinate would be in order? Yenja, nearly falling for the ruse, reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to Qi Ren's backside and sending him sprawling out of the study with a curt, "Get lost." Qi Ren, rubbing his sore rear, wore a pitiful expression. Although he had failed to deceive, he did not leave. Instead, he scampered forward, resting his hands on the shelf. Your Highness, I have something of great importance to report. Leave. Yenja was not in the mood for his antics. Qi Ren persisted, his eyes glinting with mischief. It concerns Miss Jiang. Does your Highness truly wish to remain uninformed? After a moment's pause, Yenja relented, with an expression that was both unexpected yet reasonable. He learned that the old matriarch Jiang had discreetly inquired about that woman, suspecting her of using the same medicinal stones that had healed her. Regardless of how she had transformed, the woman remained as foolish as ever. With such an extraordinary asset at her disposal, how could she not hide her talents? She was courting disaster without even realizing it. Contemplating this, Yenja felt compelled to expedite the matter of taking a concubine. Otherwise, without his protection, the naive village girl might unwittingly fall prey to scheming adversaries. Qi Ren nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. While the medicinal use was indeed correct, it seemed that the old matriarch's inquiries about Jiang were not solely due to this. She had been probing into Jiang's household registration and basic information, and even sought details regarding the child's father, albeit in a surreptitious manner. Secretly investigating? Yenja found this perplexing. After all, it was merely a matter of seeking medical assistance. There should be nothing to conceal, unless there were ulterior motives at play. Suddenly, he felt a distaste for the scheming Jiang family. I understand now. This matter will be entrusted to you, at the appropriate time and to an appropriate degree. Make it clear to the Jiang family that Jiang Ying has someone backing her, someone they cannot easily manipulate. Humph. The woman of Yenja can only be looked down upon by him. No one else shall dare belittle her. At this moment, Yenja remained oblivious to the shift in his perception of Jiang Ying from a shameless village girl to a figure of his affection, taking quiet pride in his thoughts. See? Without my protection, the village girl would be utterly lost. Meanwhile, the Lady Tong of the prince's manor finally discovered the name of her stepson's concubine, Jiang Ying. She savored the sound of it, offering a slight smile. It was indeed a fine name, albeit one belonging to a girl whose intellect was somewhat lacking. What sort of existence was the prince's manor, and what was Yenja's stature? Was she, a mere lowborn, capable of enchanting him? How shameless to have borne a child in secret. Go, bring her here. As Ja's legitimate mother, I must scrutinize her before the wedding. Lady Tong spoke softly. Yet those familiar with her knew this was a clear indication of her rising ire. It was likely that this young concubine and her son would not easily escape her scrutiny. Chapter 045, A Feigned Strategy. As the prince's manor set its plans in motion, the Jiang family was not idle. Madam, regarding the two young ladies, I believe the best course of action is to apprehend the old nurse for questioning.
No Stan.
Standing before the matriarch, reported the latest findings. Years ago, her son, Chao Yong, had perished due to the tragic fate of Luo Shi, a life exchanged for another. During a time of intense conflict, the Duke had fought valiantly and the enemy, seeking to hinder him, had sent men to capture Luo Shi as a hostage. It was only through Chao Yong's valor that he had managed to fend off the pursuers, thereby preventing Luo Shi's capture and the Duke's subsequent peril. This was an act that should have been met with gratitude. However, Luo Shi, fearing the Duke's wrath for her secretive outings during her pregnancy, had concealed the truth. A month later, she had found an excuse to grant the old nurse a family name and subsequently brought Guashir into the household to ensure a safe delivery. The old nurse had likely harbored resentment toward Luo Shi ever since that incident, though she had not shown it outwardly. Later, When Guosher suffered a difficult labor and lost her child, it was entirely possible that the old nurse harbored malicious intentions to replace the child. As the matriarch listened, her brows furrowed deeper. Her narrowed, cold gaze seemed to reflect the memory of her first encounter with Luosher, a young girl clad in frosty garments, her face unadorned, timidly lowering her head. At an age ripe for innocence and shyness, her eyes were lacking in purity, revealing a certain shrewdness upon closer inspection. The matriarch had seen through it immediately. This girl would not make a suitable mistress for the Duke's household. Yet her son was infatuated, bewitched, and insistent on bringing her home. Now, what could be blamed for the current fallout? It is not that this old woman cannot tolerate others. Look at the things she has done. No household, even of lower standing, would be so foolish. The matriarch felt a mix of hatred and regret as she coughed into her handkerchief in frustration. Nurse Tang hurried to soothe her. Indeed, madam, you are usually quite composed. Why is it that in the face of great matters, your mind seems to falter? After a while, the matriarch regained her composure, exhaling, enough, a person's character is innate. What use is there in our lamentations? The situation is as it is. Nurse Tang, let us proceed as you suggested.
No stan hestita.
Noting that the old nurse was typically either with Luosher or the legitimate daughter, making it challenging to discreetly abduct her. The matriarch, upon hearing this, sat up straighter. Then we shall send them away. Where are Yin Shuang and Yin Ping? I call them in to assist me with my attire. The old lady Qi has invited me to enjoy the flowers. Today is a fortuitous occasion. This Lady Qi is the maternal grandmother of Lin Jia, the beloved of her grandson. Just imagine, if she learns that this old woman is visiting the Qi family, would she not be filled with anxiety and anticipation? Certainly. Nurse Tang replied with a smile, her eyes gleaming with cunning. As expected, the news of the impending visit to the Qi family reached Jiang Ying, who, unable to approach the matriarch directly for fear of reprimand, rushed to Luosher, tugging at her sleeve insistently. Mother, I wish to go to the Qi family as well. I have heard that Prince Yan is particularly filial to his grandmother, and if I can win her favor before my marriage, then surely Prince Yan will regard me with greater esteem thereafter. At that moment, Luosher was preoccupied with her needlework and reluctantly set it down. She affectionately grasped Jiang Ying's hand. It seems that your focus has narrowed to nothing but that future suitor of yours. Jiang Ying flushed with embarrassment. Mother, I do not. She insisted. If you keep saying that, I shall ignore you.
Haha.
Luosher chuckled softly, gazing at her daughter's bashful cheeks, her eyes brimming with affection. Very well. For your sake, I shall boldly pay a visit to the old matriarch. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. I knew it. Mother loves me the most. As it was a scheme, the old matriarch, upon the arrival of the mother and daughter, skillfully gauged the situation and ultimately decided to retain both Granny Tang and Granny Jiang. The Qi residence is quite distant. You two, being of advanced years, need not accompany us.
Bring along the younger ones instead.
Luosher had no objections, while Jiang Ying's heart had already soared towards the Qi residence, her eyes barely blinking. The old matriarch stood, casting a knowing glance at Granny Tang, before grandly departing with 4 or 5 attendants. Jiang Ying and Luosher each brought along a personal maid, with a designated footman riding ahead to deliver the invitation card, ensuring that the hosts would not feel taken aback. After they left, Granny Tang swiftly gathered a few robust and steadfast matrons, ambushing Granny Jiang as she passed through the garden and binding her inside a very secluded back room. Granny Tang commanded that water be splashed on Granny Jiang to awaken her. During the initial struggle, Granny Jiang had fought fiercely, and to avoid alarming too many people, Granny Tang had no choice but to first render her unconscious. As she groggily opened her eyes, Granny Jiang found herself bound to a chair. Her hands and feet chafed raw, disbelief and terror written across her face. It was then that she noticed Granny Tang seated nearby, sipping tea. A jolt of fear gripped Granny Jiang's heart, and she spoke with a facade of bravado. Granny Tang, have you lost your senses? Why are you detaining me? Granny Tang leisurely sipped her tea, a subtle chuckle escaping her lips. There's no need for your ire. This is all by the old matriarch's orders. Otherwise I, like you, would merely be a matron in charge. What right do I have to apprehend you? Although she had anticipated this response, hearing it from Granny Tang still sent a shiver down Granny Jiang's spine.
But why?
I have diligently served in the Duke's household for many years with few mistakes. Why would the old matriarch target me? Is that so? Granny Tang's tone rose slightly. Perhaps you should ponder carefully if you have done anything detrimental to the Duke's household over the years. It would be wise to confess. It is far better than enduring harsh interrogations from me later. We are both of advanced age and in frail health. Let us spare ourselves unnecessary suffering. Granny Jiang's heart raced, realizing Granny Tang's unsettling calmness might indicate she truly held incriminating evidence against her. Over the years as a matron in charge, she had occasionally accepted gifts and, taking advantage of her position, had quietly embezzled some funds. Such minor transgressions were common within the inner quarters, and as long as they were not egregious, the master of the house would typically turn a blind eye. Could it be that the old matriarch could no longer tolerate her and sought to exploit this opportunity to stir trouble? Yet, if it were merely for such trivial offenses, it would not be so simple to completely dismantle her. Granny Jiang pursed her lips, resolutely deciding to remain silent. She did not believe Granny Tang would dare resort to torture. However, Granny Tang did not rush to take action, merely regarding her with a half-smirk. Granny Jiang, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Since you have found yourself in such dire straits today, it is evident that the old matriarch has thoroughly grasped your misdeeds. My inquiry is merely a chance for self-reflection. I prefer to be straightforward. So let me remind you, what you need to confess pertains to the events that transpired 16 years ago in the border town of Yaocheng. Granny Jiang's pupils dilated sharply. The mere mention of Yaocheng from 16 years ago struck her heart like a hammer. Her hands, which had been resting on the chair's armrests, involuntarily clenched into fists. Granny Tang, observing her reaction with unhurried calmness, smirked subtly. She was curious to see how long Granny Jiang could endure. In mere moments, Granny Jiang recalled the impulsive act she had committed 16 years prior. At that time, her son had died, and her daughter-in-law had perished in childbirth, leaving her in profound discontent and resentment towards Luo Shi, which ignited the vengeful idea of swapping babies. Initially, she had been apprehensive, but as time passed and Luo Shi remained blissfully oblivious, showering affection upon Lin Jiao, her anxiety gradually dissipated. The daughters of the Chao family blossomed like precious jewels within the duke's household, enjoying a life of luxury. The fleeting pangs of guilt she had felt had long since vanished, and in truth, she felt no remorse at all. Her son, Chao Yong, had died saving Luo Shi. Yet Luo Shi had not even shown gratitude. Had it not been for that, how could her daughter-in-law have succumbed to excessive grief and failed to carry the child to term, resulting in the loss of a half-born infant, leaving her as the sole survivor of a once happy family? When Guoshi passed away, Luo Shi's child had not yet been born, prompting her, in a moment of fate's whim, to secretly swap the two babies. A few days later, she had used a substance to simulate death and sent Luo Shi's biological daughter far away, placing her under the name of her rural brother, providing her with a meager monthly allowance to prevent starvation, yet ensuring she lived in neglect. Recently, her brother had written to inform her that he had sold the girl to a disreputable place, which had infuriated her. What value could a mere girl hold? If they needed money, they could have simply told her. Selling Luo Shi's biological daughter was tantamount to enriching that girl while losing all her guarantees. However, as Xinghua village lay too far from the capital, even if she wished to pursue the matter, she could not reach her. As these thoughts swirled in Granny Jiang's mind, she was engulfed by tumultuous waves of panic. Could it be possible that after 16 years of secrecy, this matter could be unearthed?
Impossible, impossible.
Fearing that she might unwittingly dig her own grave, she contemplated, and under Granny Tang's ominous gaze, she sighed dramatically, feigning capitulation. I confess, is that not enough? For beside Granny Tang, two matrons approached, one wielding a pair of pincers and the other a silver needle, both advancing towards her. All of them had navigated the inner quarters and knew precisely the purpose of those instruments. Granny Jiang, unwilling to endure pain, decided to divulge a minor transgression. Whether to buy time or placate Granny Tang, hoping that Luo Shi and the legitimate young lady would return in time to save her life. Regardless, she resolved that she would never disclose the truth of the baby swap. Otherwise, not only would she face dire consequences, but her son's only bloodline would also be implicated. Over the years, I have intermittently accepted offerings from the young maids, totaling 39 taels and 7 strings of coins. Every year during the New Year purchases, I would inflate the prices of poultry and fish, thus embezzling around 80 to 90 taels. Granny Tang listened as Granny Jiang spilled her confessions like a torrent, yet when tallied, it barely exceeded 200 taels. However, concerning the two young ladies, she remained tight-lipped. Granny Tang felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "Enough! Who asked you to recount all that?" Granny Jiang, on the day the lady and your daughter-in-law, Guoshi, gave birth. What transpired? I advise you to confess honestly, Otherwise, even if I were to end your life today, no one could intervene on your behalf. This statement finally made a glimmer of cold realization pass through Granny Jiang's eyes. She was now almost certain that the old matriarch had indeed caught wind of the events from that fateful day. But could she confess?
No.
Absolutely not. Even if it meant death. Before long, anguished cries echoed from the back room. The cries persisted for a considerable duration. And just before the old matriarch and Luo Shi returned home, Granny Jiang could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness, her spine-chilling screams finally ceasing. A few servants passing by happened to overhear, and the news spread rapidly, sending ripples of anxiety throughout the entire household. Yet, Granny Tang felt no inclination to explain herself. Nor did she care whether her actions had been excessive. Upon hearing the old matriarch's return, she hastily made her way back to Kongji Hall. While Luo Shi and Jiang Ying accompanied the old matriarch home, Madame Tang stepped forward, lowering her voice to whisper in the old matriarch's ear. Yet the obstinate old crone refused to divulge anything. It was precisely because no information could be extracted that Madame Tang's countenance grew increasingly anxious. After all, with the return of Lady Luo, it would not be long before news of Nurse Jiang being bound and tortured would escape into the open. At that point, even if the old matriarch were to step forward and take full responsibility as the mother-in-law, it would be inexcusable to have subjected a stewardess by her son's side to such torment. Given Lady Luo's temperament, one could fear that the entire Duke's residence would be turned upside down. The crux of the matter was that this situation lacked justification, should it come to light. The old matriarch's reputation and standing among the gentry would be utterly obliterated. The urgency of Madame Tang's distress was vividly etched upon her face. So much so that even Jiang Ying, who was lost in the praises of the elder Mrs. Qi, could not help but notice. She leaned closer to Lady Luo. Her curiosity piqued. Mother, what is amiss? Why does Madame Tang appear so perturbed? In Jiang Ying's perception, both her grandmother, the Lien matriarch, and Madame Tang were individuals of unwavering composure, unflinching even in the face of calamity. However, this was a rather flattering interpretation. To put it more bluntly, they were lifeless, devoid of the joys and sorrows that a living being should possess. This was, in fact, one of the reasons she found the Kongji Tong so intolerable. Upon hearing her daughter's inquiry, Lady Luo cast a glance toward Madame Tang, dismissively snorting. After all, at best, she was merely a servant. Why should we concern ourselves with her anxiety? Enough. Let us return to our quarter swiftly. Indeed, Jiang Ying readily agreed. Though she mused that the tea at Kongji Tong was quite delightful. She took a couple of sips, preparing to depart, when suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Jiang Ying's voice rang out in pain. Reflexively, she loosened her grip, and the teacup clattered to the ground, rolling a few times across the wooden floor without breaking, though it left her in a state of disarray. Cradling her hand, which was now bleeding, she exclaimed, Mother, I've cut my hand. The cup had indeed been damaged, slicing into Jiang Ying's delicate finger. The wound was not shallow, with beads of blood oozing forth rapidly, creating a rather alarming sight. Silver Ping, quick to react, hurriedly picked up the empty cup from the floor. Moving closer to collect a few drops of Jiang Ying's fresh blood, and sincerely apologized, Mistress, it is my fault. I should have inspected the cup before serving you tea. Did I harm any bone? I shall fetch the physician, at once. You wretched maid, step aside. Lady Luo, both pained and furious, forcefully shoved Silver Ping away, almost sending her sprawling to the ground, before urgently commanding, Nurse Jiang, hurry. I give you until the incense burns down to find the physician. My poor Lin is soon to be wed. What shall we do if she bears a scar? Pinju, who stood beside Lady Luo, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Madam, Nurse Jiang is not here. Allow me to fetch the physician. Lady Luo, realizing the absence of her usual confidant, was engulfed by frustration. Very well. Enough of your chatter. Go quickly. Anxiously, she seized Jiang Ying's hand and placed it within her own mouth. Old matriarch, is such a minor cut truly worthy of such overreaction? By the time the physician arrives, the wound may well have healed. Jiang Ying continued to cry out in pain, her lips pursed and brows knitted, tears cascading down like a gentle rain. The old matriarch, already disinclined to tolerate Jiang Ying's delicate and fragile demeanor, now found her disdain amplified upon realizing that the girl might not be of the Jiang lineage. I say, at your age, such a trifling cut will heal in due course, she remarked. This remark ignited Lady Luo's fury, causing her to spring to her feet. Old matriarch, what kind of words are those? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Our Lin has shown you nothing but respect and filial piety. And yet you do not wish her well. Lady Luo's voice rose in a furious shout, dragging the weeping Jiang Ying away. Linlin, let us depart. We shall not linger here to vex your grandmother.
Wait.
The old matriarch's tone was frigid as she commanded the doors to be shut. Lady Luo turned in shock, her gaze piercing the old matriarch like an arrow. What do you mean? Not only did you fail to discipline the servants to prevent them from injuring Linlin with the broken cup, but you also intend to confine me and my daughter? Pray tell, what grievance have we caused you? Though she shouted for Nurse Jiang repeatedly, not a single figure appeared, and for reasons unknown, unease crept into her heart. Yet she would never show weakness before the old crone, so she continued to stand defiantly at the entrance, embracing her pitiful and fragile daughter with a mix of indignation and fury. I have been married to the Duke for 22 years, and for 22 years, you have despised me. There's a saying that even a dog develops feelings. Old matriarch, do you even possess a heart? The Lien matriarch, unperturbed by the accusations, glanced coolly at Madame Tang. Go, bring Nurse Jiang here. Today, I shall make her see clearly who it is that has been blinded by greed. Chapter 047. She is not of the Jiang lineage. Lady Luo, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, staggered back in horror. It was you who captured Nurse Jiang. Old matriarch, have you ever known me to unjustly punish anyone in the household? This implied that Nurse Jiang must have been guilty of something to warrant her capture. As the old matriarch's words fell, Madame Tang swiftly exited to fetch the culprit. Lady Luo, now utterly distracted from Jiang Ying's injury, was consumed by anxiety, unsure of what leverage the old matriarch held over Nurse Jiang. In truth, over the years, how could Nurse Jiang, being in her service, have managed to live without committing some indiscretion? There were indeed many tasks she had personally instructed her to undertake, a myriad of schemes that a woman and daughter-in-law might conjure. If all this were to be revealed to the old matriarch, how could she possibly maintain her dignity? However, the old matriarch's gaze was not fixated upon her. Lady Luo felt a momentary relief, but soon realized that the old matriarch was staring blankly at her daughter Linlin. Lady Luo, filled with dread and confusion, exclaimed, Old matriarch, what do you gaze upon Linlin for? Nurse Jiang's momentary lapse is unrelated to her. The old matriarch's heart was filled with cold derision. She had not misjudged, for Linlin was indeed a rather inconsequential entity. Was this truly the moment to begin defending Nurse Jiang? At that instant, Nurse Jiang, battered and bruised, was forcibly brought into the room by the servants. Upon witnessing Nurse Jiang's pitiful state, both Lady Luo and Jiang Ying turned pale, rushing toward her. Nurse Jiang. The old matriarch observed silently, her voice icy. Lady Luo, pay heed to every word I utter henceforth. I say this not for your benefit. You, who have treated this old crone with such affection, are you aware of the treachery she has committed behind your back? As the old matriarch spoke, her eyes, filled with mocking significance, fell once more upon Jiang Ying. From the moment you first brought her back to the capital, I harbored doubts about her birthmark. Now I can finally confirm this girl, whom you have cherished like a precious gem, is not of the Jiang bloodline. As the old matriarch's words echoed, the faces of those present transformed in shock. On the floor, Nurse Jiang, bloodied and weak, shivered violently, straining to lift her neck. Gasps filled the spacious hall, a cacophony of disbelief. Lady Luo, in a fit of rage, gasped sharply, and then, like a volcano erupting, her fury twisted her once graceful features into a grotesque mask.
Impossible.
She shrieked, her eyes ablaze. How dare you sow discord between us, mother and daughter? I have never encountered a more despicable elder than you, simply because you dislike me. You would wish to sever all familial ties. In her fury, she squatted down, grasping Nurse Jiang's clothing and pushing her. Nurse Jiang, what lies have you told them? I know you spoke out of fear for your life, did you not? Linlin is undoubtedly my flesh and blood, my cherished little darling. You cannot, must not, and have no right to doubt her lineage. At this moment, Luo sure resembled a madwoman, raging in a frenzy. However, her reaction was understandable. She cherished Jiang Ying deeply, almost regarding her as the entirety of her hopes. To suddenly learn that Jiang Ying was not her biological offspring was a revelation that few could accept. In stark contrast, Jiang Ying remained dazed and numb, her expression vacant as she gazed at the elderly matron who slandered her, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, like a puppet stripped of vitality. Luo sure, upon witnessing this, felt her heart bleed, hastily rising from the ground to embrace her daughter. Linlin, it isn't true. Do not believe it. You are my only daughter. If you are not of the Jiang lineage, then who is? At this juncture, Luo sure suddenly had a realization. What if the old woman did not mean it in that way? Might she suspect that Yilin was the child of another man? The mere thought of such a possibility filled Luo Shi with rage. How dare the old matron imply that she had been unfaithful? That she had placed a green hat upon her husband's head? With fierce determination, she raised 3 fingers, vowing to the heavens, I, Luo Qingyan, swear that I have never betrayed my husband. If I have, may I suffer a fate worse than death. Old matron, I know you have always sought to find fault with me. Very well, I swear my loyalty to Jiangshang is evident to the heavens and the sun. If you continue to suspect me and Yilin, then mother and daughter shall perish here in this Kangji Hall. And you shall see how you explain this to Jiangshang upon his return. While Luo Shi might fear many things, her fidelity was not one of them. Furthermore, to assert her dominance over the old matron, she truly took hold of Jiang Yilin and pretended to dash her against a pillar. The old matron signaled for the servants to intervene. Yet, Luo Shi, unyielding, struggled fiercely, intent on demonstrating her resolve to everyone present. The old matron could not help but shout, Luo Shi, have you no dignity as the matriarch of a noble family? What sort of spectacle do you intend to create before we have even ascertained the truth? If you wish to die, then let her go. If she does not smash her head against the wall, I shall have someone do it for her. Her thunderous voice reverberated, causing the rafters to tremble. Not only Luo Shi but also Jiang Yilin and the others were stunned into silence, frozen in place, too afraid to move. Luo Shi's feet faltered, and she ultimately refrained from causing a scene. Instead, she turned and embraced Jiang Yilin tightly, resembling a mother eagle protecting her chick. Bring it forth, she commanded. The old matron showed no signs of compassion, gesturing for Yin Ping to present the cup from which Jiang Yilin's blood had been drawn. Luo Shi turned her back to the old matron, defiantly refusing to look. Aware that she was being listened to, the old matron stated, Luo Shi, I intentionally caused Yilin to be injured and bleed for the purpose of conducting a blood test to determine familial ties. If you do not believe others, surely seeing is believing, yes?
What?
Luo Shi could no longer contain herself and spun around abruptly, as she was still holding Jiang Yilin. The motion was so sudden it nearly caused her to drop her. Jiang Yilin's gaze drifted toward the somewhat surreal teacup. The old matron spoke calmly, indeed. A blood test for recognition. Since you doubt the words of others, then perhaps witnessing it firsthand will suffice? Luo Shi laughed absurdly. Yilin is my daughter. Why would I need a blood test to prove it? I refuse. If you truly believe so, then you should harbor no fear. This is an affront to the bond between mother and daughter. I believe Yilin is my own flesh and blood. I cannot grant you this opportunity. Witnessing Luo Shi's obstinacy, the old matron shook her head. Very well, if you refuse, I shall have Jiang Momo do it instead. The result will be the same. You may not be aware, but years ago, Jiang Momo's daughter-in-law, Guashi, gave birth on the same day as you. Later, her child died, while yours survived. It was not divine favor upon you, but rather Jiang Momo's audacity that led to a swap of children. Thus, Jiang Yilin is indeed not your daughter, but the granddaughter of Jiang Momo. As the old matron spoke, Tang Momo had already brought Jiang Momo to provide her fingertip blood. Jiang Momo, having endured severe punishment, was bleeding profusely, making the extraction of her blood quite easy. Luo Shi staggered back in disbelief at the truth, her face as pale as a sheet. Yet even so, her grip on Jiang Yilin did not falter, demonstrating her profound affection for her. The old matron observed this with a cold gaze, filled with immense disappointment. As a mother, it was indeed tragic to have been kept in the dark for so many years. Though Jiang Yilin was innocent of wrongdoing, what of her true granddaughter, Jiang Ying? Cast away and suffering, she had never known a day of happiness. Although Tang Momo had not yet uncovered more about Jiang Ying's past, the glimpses of her demeanor and the fragments of her story revealed enough for the old matron to discern that she had endured hardships. Just as Luo Shi adored Jiang Yilin, the old matron longed to reclaim her granddaughter. Verify it, the old matron commanded. Luo Shi's pupils dilated, and she turned to glance at her daughter, Jiang Yilin, then at Yin Ping and Tang Momo, who were slowly coming together. One held Jiang Yilin's blood, and the other held Jiang Momo's blood. All that was needed was for them to be poured into the same cup of water to confirm their familial ties, indisputable evidence. Strangely, Luo Shi experienced a fleeting moment of madness, a desire to rush forward and knock the vessels from their hands. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Momo harbored a similar impulse. However, the old matron had anticipated this, and Jiang Momo not only failed in her attempt but was also knocked to the ground by a servant, her hands crushed beneath heavy feet as laughter rang out mockingly. Madam, do take note. If she were not guilty, Why would she cause a disturbance at such a critical moment? You have raised someone else's child for 16 years in vain. Not far away, Tang Momo and Yin Ping successfully executed the blood test, and soon, the blood in the cup indeed merged. Tang Momo's voice trembled. It is fused. The legitimate young lady is truly related to Jiang Momo. At that moment, Luo Shi quickly led Jiang Ying towards the door, unwilling to witness this absurd scene. Or rather, she dared not face such a reality, wishing to remain in her ivory tower, continuing to treat Jiang Ying as her own daughter and showering her with unconditional love. Yet, Tang Momo's exclamation of fuse shattered Luo Shi's attempts at evasion. Jiang Ying suddenly wrenched her hand away and rushed forward, fixated on the cup in Tang Momo's grasp. The red blood intermingled, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Jiang Ying staggered back, her expression fracturing. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming,
Impossible.
"This cannot be. How can I be Jiang Momo's granddaughter? I am not." Almost immediately, she fainted, collapsing like a delicate flower battered by a cold wind. "Linlin!" Luo Shi screamed, rushing forward to cradle Jiang Ying in her arms, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at the old matron. "You are a demon. If anything happens to my Yilin, I will not let you go." Previously, she had never dared to confront the old matron directly, often maintaining a facade of harmony. However, today, as this old woman threatened her Yilin, she resolved to go mad together, casting aside pretense. The old matron was well aware of Luo Shi's ignorance. Having only ever favored and coddled her, she was no stranger to it. Ironically, even with the confirmation of Jiang Ying as Jiang Momo's granddaughter, Luo Shi remained obstinately oblivious. The old matron rose, taking the cup used for the blood test, her gaze dark and piercing. "For 16 years, you have only seen this false legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence. Have you ever thought of your true biological daughter?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shi's arms, which were cradling Jiang Ying, suddenly stiffened. The old lady continued, "Where is she? Is she well? Does she have kind and loving parents like Jiang Ying? Does anyone know she is not their biological child? Would they mistreat her?" With each question, a pang of anxiety echoed in Luo's heart. Finally, she numbly lifted her head. "Did you not say she was dead? The children born of Guo were frail and sickly, having only lived a few days before passing away. If she were truly gone, then she was yours, not Guo's. The one Guo bore is now comfortably nestled in your embrace." The old lady, unable to contain her anger, was exasperated by Luo's confusion. In truth, Luo understood perfectly. She simply refused to accept the reality that the daughter she had devoted herself to for 16 years was not her own. Her mind was in turmoil. Reason urged her not to believe, not to inquire, yet an inexplicable curiosity compelled her to whisper, "She is still alive." The old lady's emphatic words struck Luo like hot oil poured onto her heart. As she abruptly raised her head, the old lady's face broke into an easy smile. "My dear granddaughter, the true bloodline of the Jiang family is naturally fortunate. Thus, she not only lives but thrives. Tang Mama, there is no need to wait any longer. Let us go fetch the Jiang girl home. As for Jiang Ying and the others, let Luo worry about them." Now that the matter of bloodlines was clarified, if Luo had even a modicum of sense, she could easily ascertain her daughter's whereabouts by questioning Jiang Mama. She was simply eager to bring her beloved granddaughter back to the household. These past 2 weeks had felt longer than ever. Filled with anxiety that the Jiang girl might not be her true granddaughter, fearing a misstep in her investigation, and dreading the possibility of her sudden appearance and disappearance. Until this moment, the weight on the old lady's heart began to ease. Once the Jiang girl was home, she could finally feel at peace. However, a group arrived hastily at the Yuhui cottage, and after knocking, Mama Chen informed them that the young lady was not at home. The old lady swayed slightly upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Where could the Jiang girl have gone? Could it truly be that their efforts were in vain? The stone in the old lady's heart lifted once more.
Observing her evident urgency, Mama Chen,
though unsure of the cause, relayed the truth. "Not long ago, someone claiming to be Zhao Mama from the prince's residence took our young lady and the young master away. Zhao Mama has a harsh appearance and seems rather fierce. I truly worry our young lady may suffer." Initially, she and Siyu had opposed the young lady's departure. But the girl appeared to anticipate it, dismissively shaking her head. "It matters not. Regardless of whether I enter this prince's residence, that troublesome stepmother will surely find a way to use me against him. You can evade the first day, but not the 15th. I shall confront her." In reality, Jiang Ying thought, so, the stepmother cannot tolerate an outsider tarnishing the reputation of the prince's residence? Very well, I shall be generous, 50,000 taels. And I promise to pack my belongings and leave immediately. From then on, I can roam freely, indulging myself and the child. Even if I am eventually found by Yenja, I will have a legitimate excuse to act shamelessly. It was your legitimate mother who drove me away. And as a powerless peasant girl, what can I do to resist? Just the thought brought her immense satisfaction. Yet, to Jiang Ying's surprise, as she reached the entrance of the prince's residence, unfamiliar surroundings led to her being confronted. A pair of women approached, the older one adorned in resplendent jewels, exuding elegance, while the younger, with a delicate visage, appeared lively and charming. Without greeting, Meng Nioniao exaggeratedly circled Jiang Ying, exclaiming, "So this is the little concubine of cousin Yen, who is said to be as beautiful as a celestial being," captivating him entirely. "But why do I find her rather ordinary? What a strong scent of poverty." Meng Nioniao suddenly complained, pinching her nose. Jiang Ying adjusted her hold on the child, lowering her gaze, and with a gentle demeanor replied, "Is that so? I find your impression quite the opposite. You possess a certain allure." Upon lifting her eyes and smiling softly, she appeared even more endearing. Meng Nioniao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an overt mockery. Did Jiang Ying truly lack the wit to perceive her sarcasm? No wonder she could only be a concubine. She seemed incapable of recognizing such blatant derision. On one hand, Meng Nioniao felt self-satisfied, knowing she was indeed quite attractive. In the capital, aside from the 4 renowned talents, she was unmatched in both beauty and intellect. Just as she was about to flaunt her superiority, Jiang Ying interrupted with a cheerful smile. "Unfortunately, a sharp tongue is a trait one cannot alter, much like a dog cannot forsake its nature." The atmosphere at the gate of the prince's residence fell silent. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that an outsider dared to confront a noble lady from the Ho residence. Indeed, Meng Nioniao was a daughter of the Ho family, a legitimate one at that. Her mother and the current princess were cousins, making Meng Nioniao, in name, also a cousin to Yenja. And she was once intended as a proper wife before the emergence of the concubine. Still, Yenja maintained a facade of civility while engaging in numerous underhanded tactics. Initially, a concubine, he then shamelessly sought an imperial marriage, leaving Meng Nioniao's mother with little recourse to assert her position. Infuriated, Meng Nioniao reached out to slap Jiang Ying, only to have Jiang Ying step back, smiling mockingly. "Are you angry, my lady? I merely wish to remind you that hitting me is one thing, but striking my face would surely be seen as a slight against Prince Yen, no?" In the capital, it was common knowledge that Yenja adored her, even going so far as to kneel in the imperial study all night for her sake. Thus, striking Jiang Ying would be tantamount to an open provocation against Yenja. However, Jiang Ying did not believe Yenja would turn against her over this incident. Since he was not present, why not take advantage of the situation?
Indeed.
Meng Nioniao was caught off guard, her hand frozen midair, unable to strike or withdraw. Meng Mama, witnessing this, hastily intervened. "Nioniao, come back. Do not lower yourself by engaging with an uncultured country bumpkin." The young lady Siyu, clutching her bundle, was visibly irked. Jiang Ying cast a comforting glance her way. "Siyu, this young lady just remarked that we exude a scent of poverty. I believe she must possess a rather dull nose to misinterpret the remarkable fragrance emanating from our bundle as that of destitution."
Huh.
Siyu was bewildered, thinking that the only scent in their bundle was that of the young master's recent mess. Just then, Jiang Ying cheerfully instructed, "Hurry, bring it out for the ladies to see if it truly smells of poverty." Siyu, understanding Jiang Ying's intentions, sprang into action, retrieving the neatly wrapped package with remarkable speed. Jiang Ying took it from her without hesitation and hurled it at Meng Nioniao's trousers, saying, "Tell me, is this the scent you spoke of?" Meng Nioniao's face contorted, her cheeks flushed crimson with rage.
"How dare you?"
This country bumpkin not only insulted her, but also threw an unknown object at her. She was determined to teach her a lesson today. Yet before she could act, the maid beside Meng Nioniao gasped, "Miss, your trousers are stained." Instinctively, Meng Nioniao bent down to inspect, touching the yellowish, sticky substance that had seeped onto her delicate fabric, spreading a foul odor around her. "What is this?" she exclaimed, retreating in horror, her face draining of color. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow, recognizing the unmistakable scent of manure. "Miss, take your time to savor it. We shall take our leave first." Upon witnessing this, Zhao Mama regarded Jiang Ying with a penetrating gaze and cautioned, "My lady, forgive me, but given your status, you must avoid the main entrance and instead use the side path." Her initial demeanor had been one of haughty arrogance, barking orders as if she were a fierce deity. Yet, after the recent exchange, she suddenly realized that Jiang Ying had refrained from causing her any trouble. Luck had favored her this time, for otherwise, she might have found herself in a dire situation. Behind them, the inexperienced Meng Niao Niao was still inquiring of the maid, "What is manure?" The young maid, her head bowed, wished she could shrink away entirely, stammering, "Miss, the manure we commonly use. It's simply excrement."
Ah, ah, ah.
Meng Niao Niao emitted a shrill scream akin to a startled groundhog, immediately pursuing Jiang Ying, who had already made considerable distance, nimbly ascending the steps and slipping through a side gate. With a teasing glance back at the approaching Meng Niao Niao, she quipped, "What is it, miss? Do you intend to commit an act of violence within the prince's residence? That would hardly be advisable, would it? I'll kill you." Meng Niao Niao, engulfed in fury, barely registered her surroundings. However, her mother, Meng Madam, intervened once more, halting her before she could act.
Niao Niao, no.
"Mother." Meng Niao Niao spat, filled with rage. How dare that vile woman mock her with excrement? Why should she not be dealt with? She ought to be captured, beaten, and have her hands severed. Perhaps then she would cease her mockery. Meng Madam held her daughter tightly, casting a glance at the child in Jiang Ying's arms, lowering her voice. "She has borne a son for Prince Yan, a fact known even to the emperor, who has sanctioned Prince Yan to take her as a concubine. Thus, despite her lowly status, she is untouchable, especially given that child, after all, he carries royal blood." Meng Madam's succinct words compelled Jiang Ying to regard her with newfound respect. Finally, a mind unadorned by mere decoration, Jiang Ying offered a faint smile toward the exit, mused, "Experience does indeed come with age. Miss Meng, perhaps you should learn from both your mother and me. Though one may be a dog born into the wrong family, one should still strive to behave properly and cease barking aimlessly." Meng Niao Niao's face contorted further in outrage. Ignoring her, Jiang Ying merrily continued on her way. Cradling the child, little Yanji's clumsy hands flailed, ultimately forming a somewhat indistinct gesture of approval, as if to say, "Mother is truly impressive," effortlessly putting that Meng Niao Niao in her place. She, consumed by jealousy over her scoundrel father, harbors resentment toward mother. As Jiang Ying walked, she scoffed, "That is unnecessary. I do not find any honor in being a mere consort to Yanjia. However, the identity of my son as royal blood does indeed command respect." Chapter 050. The Empress is my idol. The prince's residence was vast, and Zhao Mama silently led Jiang Ying and her son for over 10 minutes without any indication of halting. Siyu, on the other hand, had been left alone in the servants' quarters near the side gate. When she handed her bundle to Jiang Ying, Zhao Mama had carefully inspected it, relieved to find it filled with clean diapers. She certainly did not wish for Jiang Ying to hurl manure at the princess over a mere misunderstanding, for that would surely jeopardize her position as the stewardess of the manor. Noticing Jiang Ying's growing impatience, Zhao Mama's eyes flickered. "We are almost to the inner courtyard. Please bear with me." A hint of disdain crept onto her face as she thought to herself that Jiang Ying, evidently a country bumpkin, had never seen such grandeur before. The prince, being the only brother of the late emperor, had a residence of unparalleled opulence, and the distance from the outer to the inner courtyard was considerable. Once inside, they would have to traverse a significant distance to reach the princess's quarters, which were situated at the center, surrounded by all. The attendants had long since trained for such undertakings. The reason Zhao Mama had not offered her guidance was precisely to instill a sense of awe in Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying nodded, but after another 10 minutes had passed without arrival, her pace subtly slowed. She mused, could it be that Zhao Mama is plotting to sell them off? Lost in her errant thoughts, little Yanji kindly interjected, "Mother, are you unable to walk? It is indeed quite large, larger even than the Duke's residence. And the old hag's quarters are like a labyrinth, with corridors that twist and turn endlessly. Is it that I am too heavy? Perhaps mother struggles to carry me. Hence her sluggish pace?" Seeing Jiang Ying inexplicably stop, Zhao Mama, with her hands on her hips, queried, "What is it, my lady? Do you no longer wish to continue?" Jiang Ying regarded her, "Zhao Mama, the prince's residence is indeed quite expansive, is it not?" At this, Zhao Mama swelled with pride, puffing out her chest, "Naturally. Which noble family does not possess a grand estate? It is not something that a mere commoner can compare to. Mind you, even we who have worked here for decades might inadvertently lose our way, so stay close to me and do not wander off. If you get lost, do not blame me for not warning you."
Ah.
Jiang Ying remained unmoving, beckoning Zhao Mama over. The latter, exasperated, took a couple of steps back. What now? Why is this girl so full of trivial concerns? Were it not for the prince's fondness for her, I would have already dragged her away. Unexpectedly, as Zhao Mama approached Jiang Ying, a plump bundle was abruptly thrust into her arms. Feeling the weight, Jiang Ying quickly withdrew her hands. Zhao Mama, hold him steady. He is of royal lineage. Zhao Mama, hearing the very mention of royal blood, felt an immense pressure. Not daring to slacken her grip, she adeptly but slightly tensely cradled little Yanji. Jiang Ying observed with satisfaction, very good, very good. It is evident that Zhao Mama is quite experienced. She must have helped the princess care for children in her youth. Zhao Mama rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation. Jiang Ying continued to tease. I wondered why Zhao Mama was moving so swiftly before. I could barely keep up. It must be because of this little one. Do not underestimate him. At just 2 months old, he weighs over 10 pounds and is quite hefty. Since Zhao Mama claimed to know the route so well, she could traverse it with her eyes closed. Jiang Ying declared, all right then, you hold the child. I shall walk with purpose. With that, she casually clapped her empty hands and inclined her head toward Zhao Mama. Let us proceed. This time, Zhao Mama was not in a rush. She did not wish to admit that she had not held a baby in many years. In the prince's household, there had been none. And now that she had risen to the position of stewardess, who would still expect her to engage in such laborious tasks? Yet, with Jiang Ying having entrusted the child to her, she had no choice but to hastily follow suit. Little Yanji bounced about in her arms, exceedingly displeased. Stupid mother. Why would you abandon me with that wicked Zhao Mama? She is a ruthless woman, known for mercilessly dealing with countless wronged maids. Those poor souls never saw the light of day again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying turned in alarm, locking eyes with Zhao Mama's sweat-drenched, fierce visage. She mused internally. With that fearsome countenance, it would indeed be unwise to provoke her. Yet, as it has been said, a child of royal blood, nephew to the emperor, Zhao Mama could not possibly consider ending his life. Thus, the remainder of their journey proved to be remarkably easy for Jiang Ying. After all, the burden of over 10 pounds had been lifted, transforming her from a weighted workout to a leisurely stroll, and the difference was palpable. When they finally arrived at the pepper house of the Tong family, Jiang Ying appeared relaxed and invigorated, while Zhao Mama was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Almost immediately, she thrust the child into the waiting arms of Baiji.
Quick.
Hold him for a moment. Coughing and gasping for breath, Zhao Mama leaned against the wall, nearly expelling her lungs. Jiang Ying could not help but chuckle, though she restrained her mirth, feigning seriousness in front of Baiji. Oh dear. I had no idea that Zhao Mama, despite her robust appearance, lacked such stamina. It seemed she could hardly manage for even a short while. Suddenly, Zhao Mama cast a fierce glare at Jiang Ying, stammering in disbelief. You speak nonsense. She gasped for breath, her words slow and halting. In the room, Tong Shi, who was reviewing the account books, heard the commotion and raised her voice slightly. Zhao Mama has returned? Bring her in. Zhao Mama felt a lump in her throat, suspended in an awkward silence. After a considerable pause, she finally led Jiang Ying and her child inside with a calm demeanor, though her anger was suppressed. Your Highness, this is Jiang Shi, along with her child. This phrase was clearly squeezed out from between her teeth. Jiang Ying, cradling her child, awkwardly squatted down. Commoner has met the esteemed princess of the loyal king. Her voice rang clear and melodious like that of a lark, adorned in a modest dress of lotus pink, her hair elegantly pinned with a gold hairpin, resembling a cascade of silk, unadorned yet radiant as freshly fallen snow. Particularly captivating were her enchanting eyes, glimmering as if filled with rippling waves. Tong Shi, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ying's exquisite appearance, soon set aside the account books and smiled. Zhi has a discerning eye. She is indeed a standard beauty with a hint of roguish charm. If her status were a touch higher, and she had not yet stepped into the light, she could well be a side consort. At first glance, this seemed a compliment to Jiang Ying, yet it subtly mocked her beauty, while deriding her humble lineage, insinuating that despite her stunning looks, she was merely an ornament for others, her worth defined solely by her appearance. Jiang Ying understood the underlying meaning, but maintained an innocent facade. She flashed her signature bright smile. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind words. In truth, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and if the day were to come, I would aspire to emulate your grace, born into modesty yet determined in spirit. If one could strive to be a side consort, why not aim to become a true princess instead? You scorn me as a seductress. I retort that you are a pretender. Let us not speak of it further. Tong Shi's face paled instantly. Having already experienced Jiang Ying's verbal finesse twice, Zhao Mama promptly intervened. Your Highness, you have yet to eat your bird's nest. It will be cold soon. Let her wait outside until you finish. She needed to inform the princess of Jiang Ying's earlier display at the door. This wretched girl, appearing as innocuous as a dandelion, was actually as prickly as a cactus. Chapter 51. A Mother and Son Collaboration. Jiang Ying was left waiting outside. Bai Ji showed no intention of offering her tea. Jiang Ying did not urge her either. After all, Bai Ji was not thirsty. If she did serve tea, Jiang Ying would have to worry about the old white lotus poisoning it. Jiang Ying was well aware that the old white lotus harbored disdain for her, especially since she had thwarted the old white lotus's meticulously crafted puppet plan. The girl she had encountered at the door, Meng Niao Niao, was the old white lotus's carefully selected puppet wife. Meng Niao Niao was foolish and infatuated, and once in the manor, she would require no training from the old white lotus, inevitably becoming a compliant tool for Yanjia to manipulate. Therefore, if it weren't for Yanjia's cunning nature, Meng Niao Niao might indeed have achieved her desires. Today, the old white lotus had played her cards well, deliberately allowing Madame Meng and Meng Niao Niao to see her, hoping to watch them fight amongst themselves. However, Meng Niao Niao was no match for Jiang Ying, and at this very moment, Zhao Mama was surely embellishing Jiang Ying's crude nature within the inner chamber. At this thought, Jiang Ying could not help but smirk wickedly. Her son, Xiao Yanji, burst into laughter, his little fur standing on end. Oh dear, why is silly mother suddenly making such a face? It's terrifying. Jiang Ying, hearing his thoughts, playfully intensified her wicked grin and lunged toward her son. I say, dear son, mother would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire for you. Isn't mother good to you? Mother thinks there must be those plotting against us secretly. What shall we do? Mother is so scared. Had I known the loyal king's manner was so terrifying, I should have brought your father along. This was deliberately meant for Bai Ji to overhear, and indeed, the latter's delicate features clouded with an indescribable expression upon hearing it. Xiao Yanji, now entirely aligned with Jiang Ying, immediately raised his tiny fist in solidarity. Not afraid. Not afraid, mother. Ji knows how to deal with the old witch and the old crone. The old witch's son, that is to say. The despicable father's half-brother Yanshan, 3 months ago, forcibly took a maid named Xiang Ling from the manor. Unfortunately, after Xiang Ling regained consciousness, she cried and refused to submit to him, even contemplating escape. This only fueled Yanshan's twisted desire for conquest. He secretly locked her in the cellar, tormenting her day and night, indifferent even when she bore his child, until he ultimately drove her to death. Simply inhuman. Upon learning of this, the old witch merely scolded Yanshan verbally and imposed no punishment, fearing to reveal the matter to my despicable grandfather. Instead, she ordered Zhao Mama to dispose of the body at the city outskirts under the cover of darkness. How heartless is that? If they dare to boast before you or speak ill, just use Xiang Ling to threaten them and see if they falter. For quite some time, Xiao Yanji remained unaware that Jiang Ying could hear his thoughts, yet in many instances, it seemed that she could sense what he was thinking. Thus, he felt a connection between them, as they were mother and son, and considering the miraculous phenomenon of his rebirth, it was not too strange that they could communicate in this way. Upon hearing Xiao Yanji's revelations, Jiang Ying felt a surge of confidence. With her beloved son by her side, no one could dare to bully her. Not long after, the curtain of the inner chamber was drawn back, and Zhao Mama emerged, holding Tong Shi's hand with a facade of nonchalance. Jiang Ying perceived a shift in Tong Shi's gaze. Though still condescending, it now held an edge of sharpness. Jiang Shi. Tong Shi began slowly, poised to delve into the matter at hand. Jiang Ying touched her son's little pinky, a secret signal between them, prompting Xiao Yanji to commence wailing loudly. Jiang Ying scooped him up, her expression one of feigned regret, yet her heart soared with delight. The child is hungry. May I trouble your highness to arrange a private room for me to nurse him? The old white lotus had intentionally made her sit idle for half an hour. Returning the favor was only fair. Her obsessive-compulsive tendencies would surely be discomfort. Tong Shi was momentarily taken aback, but the child's cries were so insistent that, regardless of her feelings, the noise was giving her a headache. Already prone to headaches, she could not bear the commotion and waved her hand. Zhao Mama, quickly arrange it for her. Without delay, Jiang Ying nursed her child for nearly half an hour. When she next encountered Tong Shi, it was evident that the latter appeared somewhat fatigued. Her eyes were not as wide as before, and the sharpness in her demeanor had diminished. Jiang Ying felt a sense of triumph. Indeed, everything in the world is insignificant in the face of time. Even a fighting cock, if kept longer, would surely weaken. Jiang Shi, Tong Shi began again, propping her forehead, her voice low and contemplative. This time, Jiang Ying sat firmly, her adorable Xiao Yanji lying on her lap. Before Tong Shi could finish her thought, Jiang Ying suddenly widened her eyes in feigned terror, pointing behind Zhao Mama. Who is there? Zhao Mama stiffened for a moment.
What?
Having committed numerous misdeeds, she typically did not believe in the supernatural. Yet Jiang Ying's round eyes and trembling pupils did not appear to be an act, especially as her lips moved silently, as if whispering someone's name. Zhao Mama suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively moved closer to the loyal princess. Your Highness, is there truly something behind me? The Tong family, having ascended from humble origins to the esteemed position of a royal consort, naturally exhibited a composure far superior to that of Zhao Mama, a mere servant. Upon hearing the words, she boldly glanced behind her, furrowing her brow and exclaiming, "This royal consort has seen nothing at all. Do you truly believe in her antics? Xiangling, you claim your name is Xiangling, correct?
What?
You were scalded to death by candle wax?" At that moment, Jiang Ying's voice erupted like thunder, shocking everyone present. Zhao Mama, already feeling somewhat guilty, was startled by her booming voice. Trembling, she finally grasped the peculiarity of Jiang Ying's assertions, particularly given her status. It was inconceivable that she could know anything about Xiangling. Zhao Mama's expression darkened, and she faltered, hastily moving closer to Tong, seeking solace and strength, only to slip and collide with Tong's shoulder. Her chin struck hard, and her head met Tong's with a resounding thud, causing Tong to wince in pain and utter a quiet ouch. Regaining her senses, Zhao Mama flustered and scrambled to reassure Tong. However, as she lifted her gaze, she glared fiercely at Jiang Ying. "You little vixen. I thought you were shallow and thoughtless. But it seems you have come prepared. Who informed you of Xiangling's matters? Speak the truth. This is the residence of the Crown Prince, not a place for a mere country bumpkin to run amok." With that, she ordered for Jiang Ying to be apprehended, determined that the scandal regarding Xiangling must not be allowed to spread. Yet, Jiang Ying, undeterred, continued to address Zhao Mama. Xiangling, do not linger around Zhao Mama any longer. You, too, have stated that she is not your true enemy, have you not? She was merely ordered to dispose of your corpse at a potter's field. Is it not more fitting to confront your actual adversary?
Ha!
What did you say? You claim you were with child at the time of your death, and now the child's vengeful spirit seeks retribution? Jiang Ying's words flowed seamlessly, matching the details of the past, candle wax, pregnancy, and the potter's field, all as if she had been present at the time. Zhao Mama turned pale in an instant, disbelief washing over her. Could it be that she truly had the ability to see spirits? In an instant, Zhao Mama was rendered speechless, her limbs trembling as she knelt on the ground, clutching Tong's garment. Your Highness, she says Xiangling has returned to find us, and she is right behind me. At that moment, Zhao Mama not only feared to look back but also struggled to inch forward, her heavy body reluctant to move. Had she not feared for her life, she might have sought refuge beneath Tong's skirts. Tong, her head pounding as though it might split, furrowed her elegant brows. However, she was more seasoned than Zhao Mama, and thus forcefully pushed her aside, steadied herself against the table, and exclaimed, "How outrageous!
Jiang,
You have a great deal of audacity to sow discord within the Crown Prince's residence." Jiang Ying, keenly observing Tong's discomfort, guessed that her head was likely pounding as if struck by a hammer. In such agony, any threat she posed would prove to be nothing more than that of a paper tiger. Therefore, Jiang Ying shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Your Highness, those who commit no wrong need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door. As for Zhao Mama, perhaps it is her own guilty conscience that haunts her? Your Highness, instead of holding her accountable, you turn your ire upon me. What manner of justice is this?" She regarded Tong, whose eyes glinted with fury, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Or perhaps you are fully aware of these events and are simply redirecting your frustration at me to prevent Zhao Mama from revealing the truth. You speak nonsense." Tong, infuriated, nearly slammed her hand upon the table, bending down to seize Zhao Mama from the ground. Yet, Zhao Mama, robust in stature, was nearly unmovable against Tong's slender frame. With gritted teeth and determination, Tong twisted Zhao Mama's head, compelling her to look towards the rear. "Zhao Mama, show this royal consort where any spirits may be. It is clearly that village girl attempting to frighten you. And no, Your Highness, I cannot." Zhao Mama initially resisted vehemently, but ultimately forced herself to open her eyes under Tong's fierce command. To her relief, she saw nothing, her mouth widening in a smile until Jiang Ying murmured, "Though they may be spirits, they are not foolish. They can be seen by everyone, but their enemies remain unseen." With those words, Zhao Mama's face drained of color once more, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Tong, fully aware that if this continued, it would not be her, the exalted consort, who would intimidate Jiang Ying, but rather Jiang Ying who would humiliate her. Thus, she coldly ordered, "Bring Jiang Ying forth. She has shown disrespect to this royal consort. Confine her to the woodshed until I deem her punishment." Jiang Ying, being a person of discernment, knew that death was unlikely. However, inflicting some hardship upon her was certainly within Tong's power. Regretting not having imprisoned Jiang Ying upon her arrival to avoid this entire debacle, Tong's frustration mounted. Should the crown prince learn of this, she would inevitably have to explain herself and tread carefully. Jiang Ying had already anticipated that today was a banquet of sorts. Yet she harbored no regrets. Rather than endure Tong's veiled barbs, she would confront her directly, confident that Tong would not dare to take her life. The rest, she believed, could be managed. Just then, before Tong's henchmen could approach Jiang Ying and her son, the steward of the residence hurriedly entered. "Your Highness, the Duke has returned. Lady Jiang is anxiously sending a greeting card to the gate. He has arrived." Tong gritted her teeth, her expression filled with reluctance. Her ambitious stepson, a wolf cub she had spent nearly 2 decades raising, bewildered her with his unyielding affection for Jiang Ying. At the same time, Tong's irritation turned to astonishment at the mention of Lady Jiang. Our Qin Wangfu has had little contact with the Jiang family. Why would she come here? Upon hearing that Lady Lian had arrived, Jiang Ying instinctively tightened her embrace around her son. Could this be the moment she had long awaited? The steward, casting a glance at the silently brooding Jiang Ying, cautiously remarked, "Your Highness, the Emperor did grant our Duke a marriage. The lady in question is none other than Lady Jiang's granddaughter. It is likely she is here regarding the engagement." Tong, recognizing the logic in this, felt a surge of relief, thinking, as long as it is not for Jiang Ying, she would welcome it. With esteemed guests arriving, Tong momentarily set aside her plans to detain Jiang Ying, rubbing her temples and gracefully moving. If she is indeed the matriarch of the Duke's household, it is only fitting to extend a warm welcome. And yes, summon the Duke to the flower hall to await her. She is his future grandmother, a family far more significant than those mere trifles. With a triumphant glance at Jiang Ying, she believed she had struck a nerve. Yet, Jiang Ying remained unfazed by such clumsy provocation, muttering under her breath, "Who are the trifles? You are the trifling one. Your entire family is worthless except for you." As Tong departed with her entourage, leaving behind 2 expressionless matrons to watch Jiang Ying, the latter remained indifferent, knowing she was not permitted to leave. Jiang Ying began to roam the room with her son, noticing a plethora of fine items on the antique shelf. Seizing the opportunity while the matrons were distracted, she quickly gathered them into her space. She also discreetly sprinkled a powder into the potted plants that Tong tended, which would soon attract ants and worms, creating a veritable infestation that would surely leave Tong too terrified to eat for weeks. A banquet of sorts? To intimidate her? As long as she did not bully others, that would suffice. In the main hall of the residence, the sharp-eyed Yenja felt his mood darken upon seeing only Tong emerge, a strong urge to rush to the courtyard in search of Jiang Ying bubbling within him. It is not that he holds a profound affection for Jiang Ying, rather, he possesses an acute understanding of the Tong clan, petty-minded and ambitious. At present, his father has yet to bear any legitimate grandchildren, and Jiang Shan's reckless behavior over the years has compromised her health, leading the imperial physician to declare her chances of bearing offspring exceedingly slim. It is certain that she harbors ill intentions towards her own son. Although the Jiang family has recently become increasingly sharp-tongued and unwilling to suffer losses, that is merely in public. When pitted against the Tong family, they may find themselves without any semblance of hope, extinguished in an instant without even realizing it. Her death is inconsequential, however, his son cannot be deprived of a mother. Moreover, he was taken aback by the realization that this village girl, despite her shortcomings, possesses a commendable aptitude for child-rearing. Without her, finding another devoted mother for his child would prove exceedingly difficult. Before the tea had even cooled, Yenja found himself unable to remain any longer. Just as he prepared to take his leave, he was taken aback when the old matriarch of the Jiang family, after draining her cup, promptly placed it down and addressed the crown princess, stating that her unexpected visit today was due to hearing that the Jiang girl had come to see her. Tong's expression stiffened in confusion. What Jiang girl? Did they have any maidservants named Jiang in their household? How fortunate she must be to have caught the eye of the old matriarch. This opportunity should certainly be seized. The old matriarch, brimming with urgency, suddenly stood. "Your Highness, please do not feign ignorance before me. I am referring to Jiang Ying, that beautiful, pure, and charming girl who brought her child. She previously treated my ailment, and her medicine cured me, sparing me from an early demise. Your sudden summons of her indicates that perhaps you too are unwell? Aside from this, the old matriarch could not conceive of any other reason for Jiang Ying's presence at the Crown Prince's residence. Naturally, she bore no ill will towards Jiang Ying. Rather, her heart ached for her. She thought that from now on it would be different. Once the Jiang girl returned to the Duke's residence to acknowledge her roots, she would become the legitimate young lady of the Duke's household. It would not only allow her entry into the Crown Prince's residence, but even into the Imperial Palace itself. Such a feat would be far from difficult. Tong's expression froze in delight, her lips parting to utter, Jiang Ying? A tumult of confusion surged within her. How could it be that the old matriarch of the Duke's residence appeared to be quite familiar with the Jiang family? One was the grandmother of Yanzha's legitimate wife, while the other was merely a concubine. The relationship hardly seemed one of camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, Tong failed to perceive the peculiarities in her own expression. Her anxious gaze fixated on the entrance, wondering if she had arrived. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to discuss with her. I implore you to summon her promptly. Observing this, Yanzha silently returned to his seat, his eyes flickering, amused at the notion that even if he were not present today, she would not suffer any disadvantage. With no other recourse, Tong could only darken her countenance and send someone to summon Jiang Ying. The turmoil within her was indescribable. She was unaware that the old matriarch did not realize Jiang Ying was Yanzha's concubine. The entire Duke's household collectively misunderstood that Jiang Ying and Qiren were a couple. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying remained in Tong's courtyard, continuing her mischievous antics. She sprinkled a powder that attracted ants and earthworms in the flower beds and any areas of soil, with 2 haggard servants trailing behind her, wide-eyed but hesitant to intervene. Her identity was delicate, a mix of low and high status. As long as nothing occurred, it was manageable, but should trouble arise, they would bear the brunt of it. Suddenly, Bai Ji approached, calling for her to come to the front courtyard. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was that so? Did not the Crown Princess intend to confine her to the woodshed? If she left like this, would it not be disrespectful to the Crown Princess? How would she face the consequences later? Bai Ji, you are being pedantic. Eventually, after Bai Ji offered a few kind words and emphasized that the Crown Princess had merely been jesting, Jiang Ying, cradling her child, sauntered off, thinking it better to leave this dreary courtyard behind. Bai Ji, this is reputed to be a feng shui treasure of the palace, having been evaluated by a master. The Crown Princess had to beseech the prince for quite some time to secure it as the main courtyard. Given its modest size, the prince's study and tea room could only be expanded from the side. How could she dare to call it a dilapidated courtyard? Bai Ji was unaware that, regardless of its former glory, the pepper room would soon become a source of collective disdain. Upon reaching the flower hall, Jiang Ying feigned ignorance of Yanzha, preparing to salute him while holding her child, but the old matriarch dashed forward, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiang girl, we are family now, no need for such formalities in the future." Jiang Ying. Yanzha. Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that the old matriarch treated her granddaughter's rival with such kindness? Was it merely because Jiang Ying had treated her illness? This wretched girl had such fortuitous luck. The very reason Tong had summoned Jiang Ying was to use her position as a mother-in-law to intimidate her. Now, not only had that intimidation fallen flat, but she had also been left utterly vexed. What infuriated her most was that she could not even express her ire in front of the old matriarch. The old matriarch held Jiang Ying's hand, her gaze filled with affection. "Child, did you attend to the Crown Princess's ailment? I have matters of importance to discuss with you. Shall we find a quiet place to converse?" Tong thought, why does this old hag insist on claiming she is ill? How tiresome. Yet Jiang Ying quickly grasped the old matriarch's intent and could not help but chuckle. The Crown Princess is likely untroubled. It is merely that the prince is away, leaving her days rather solitary. Otherwise, she would not have summoned me for such trivialities. A snowstorm had struck several provinces the previous year, and after the court allocated funds for disaster relief, they feared local officials would embezzle the funds, thus dispatching the Crown Prince to inspect various regions on behalf of the Emperor. He had already been gone for some time. Upon hearing this, Tong's fingers clenched tightly on the armrest. Jiang Ying mused that in a few days, the prince's residence would be overrun with ants, earthworms, and cockroaches to accompany Tong. Alleviating her solitude and boredom, the image was undoubtedly amusing. Yanzha lowered his head to sip his tea, stifling laughter. The wild girl's underlings truly had sharp claws. The old matriarch, eager to embrace her newfound kinship, offered a few words of apology to Tong before taking Jiang Ying to leave. Tong, begrudgingly, sought to create discomfort for Jiang Ying, inhaling deeply before addressing Yenja, Your Highness, with but a month remaining until the 6th of April. The betrothal gifts for your marriage are nearly prepared. Only a few details remain. Since you are here today, why not review the list of gifts yourself? With a smile, her exquisitely crafted makeup gleaming, she added, If there are specific requirements, we can discuss them together.
Ha!
That wretched girl, now relying on the child. What good is that? Once the legitimate wife enters, what can a lowly concubine hope to achieve? Furthermore, as they deliberated on the betrothal gifts for the legitimate wife, it made clear to her the subordinate position she occupied. The bitterness was unmistakable. After she finished speaking, she eagerly awaited Jiang Ying's tears. However, the old matriarch did not pause her stride, continuing to pull Jiang Ying along. No need to dwell on that. The crown princess can decide on her own. I have no objections. If it were Jiang Yilin, that false granddaughter, marrying, it was not her precious Jiang girl. Why should she concern herself? Were her beloved granddaughter still unmarried, and Yenja a worthy suitor, she might have considered intervening for her. But now, let them do as they please. As the old matriarch led Jiang Ying away, Yenja rose, expressing, I have no objections either. Let the crown princess proceed according to the regulations. He then leisurely followed behind. Left behind, Tong sat in stunned silence, her expression contorting with increasing frustration. How outrageous. None of these individuals, great or small, regard me as the crown princess. Enraged, she could not restrain herself from overturning the teacup on the table. Bai Ji, filled with concern, remarked, Your Highness, you worry too much. The Duke has always been like this, unwavering for 20 years, not just today. As for the old matriarch, perhaps she feels her days are numbered. Hence her increasingly audacious behavior. The implication was clear. One was a foul stone in a latrine, and the other, an old crone nearing death. Why should she bother to contend with them? Understanding this, Tong indeed felt somewhat relieved. After a while, I raised my head to inquire of Bai Ji. What of Granny Zhao? Has she recovered? The maidservant assured me that she had sent a young girl to summon the physician. Granny Zhao had merely been startled, and after consuming a few doses of calming herbal soup, she would be just fine. Speaking of which, the temples of Lady Tong began to throb once more. How could Granny Zhao, who had been by my side for so many years, be frightened by such trifles? It appears her age has diminished her fortitude compared to her youth. Bai Ji gestured for the little maidservants to hurriedly clean the filth from the ground. She stepped forward to massage Lady Tong's temples. After all, Xiang Ling had been witnessed dead by Granny Zhao, and the sight was indeed rather distressing. Thus, the lady should not hold Granny Zhao accountable. Fortunately, it was merely an episode of excessive fright, and her mind remained intact. With a period of recuperation, she would again be a fine aid to the lady. The pain in Lady Tong's head had alleviated significantly, and her temper had softened considerably. She nodded gently, adjusted her breathing, and ceased her speech. Yet, in her heart, she pondered the origins of that unruly little concubine's knowledge of Xiang Ling. As Yenja stepped out of the estate, he chanced upon old Madame Jiang boarding a carriage, while Jiang Ying, holding a child, climbed aboard at a slower pace. It was one thing for them to treat him as though he were invisible, but to lift the curtain and warmly call out to his guard, Qiren, come here, was quite another.
Me?
Qiren loosened his grip on his sword, pointing to himself in disbelief. Old Madame Jiang leaned affectionately into the carriage window. Yes, I am indeed speaking to you. I have something to discuss with Miss Jiang. Might I borrow her for a day? Oh, no, for a day and a night, if you please. The old lady thought it wise not to disclose Miss Jiang's identity to others just yet, particularly since Qiren was her husband. It would be better for her to reveal it herself later. Thus, she regarded Qiren as one of her own descendants, speaking with a warmth that caught him by surprise. What was with this old woman? Ever since their last encounter at the Duke's residence, she had been probing him with questions, as if she had some ulterior motive. Now she wished to take Jiang girl away, and sought his consent. He was not a prince. What authority did he possess to decide? Maintaining a facade of cordiality was certainly not simple. Did she intend to use him to gain insight into the princess affairs? Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. After all, the Jiang family had a granddaughter about to marry the prince, and for the sake of her happiness, they could treat Miss Jiang with courtesy, let alone him. With this thought, Qiren felt slightly reassured. He turned his back to the estate's entrance and waved nonchalantly. Go on, old madam. There is no need for such formality. You flatter me. After all, the old lady would soon be the prince's grandmother. It was only right to curry favor. Seeing him so agreeable, old Madame Jiang was even more pleased. You are a good lad. As long as you continue to be so, a bright future awaits you. With that, the carriage set in motion, slowly moving forward. As Yenja descended the steps, he caught sight of the old lady hastily dropping the curtain. His eyes narrowed dangerously. What was going on? In truth, he had almost overheard everything. It was only that some of the old lady's words were somewhat indistinct, as if she were speaking in riddles. For instance, that last remark about why Qiren deserved a bright future. What had he done? To promise to lend Jiang Ying to the duke's residence for a day. But was not Jiang Ying his concubine? That audacious little brat had taken it upon himself to decide, and the old lady still thought him a good sort? Qiren turned around, only to find Yenja standing behind him, startling him. Your Highness, how did you come out? Yenja cast him a sidelong glance. What? Should I remain indoors waiting for the new year at the palace? Having turned 20 and come of age, he had moved out of the palace. After all, the prince had his own residence, and he was disinclined to endure the constant scrutiny of that hypocritical stepmother. Noting Yenja's displeasure, Qiren hurriedly recounted the old lady's request to borrow Jiang Ying. Yenja snorted. Your opinions are growing bolder. Perhaps you should take charge of the duke's residence while I serve as your guard? He was not genuinely upset with Qiren. Rather, at that moment, he felt an irksome sense of being overlooked by the world. Qiren's heart skipped a beat as he knelt. Your Highness, I was wrong. I acted presumptuously. Please punish me. Yenja's gaze drifted toward the direction the carriage had disappeared, contemplating whether to pursue it. After a moment, he strolled toward his own carriage, dismissing the thought. He had too many affairs to attend to. The burdens of governance already left him harried. Had he not heard that the Jiang family had summoned Jiang Ying, fearing for her welfare, he would not have taken the time to roam about. Now, it seemed, his presence had gone completely unnoticed by that little country girl. Since she was so content in the Jiang residence, let her be. The Jiang family was still unaware of her true identity and treated her with respect. Once her status was revealed, it would be interesting to see how she would manage. With this mischievous thought, Yenja commanded Qiren, go, remove all concealments regarding the Jiang family. Conversely, let us amplify her presence. By dawn tomorrow, I shall ensure the townsfolk are abuzz with tales of her and me. Initially, he had wished to keep her identity hidden, out of disdain for the Jiang family and a reluctance to let her enter the palace, or to hear any gossip about her from outsiders. Now, however, since that little country girl was so merrily frolicking in the Jiang residence, he would curtail her joy and ensure she would henceforth remain dependent solely upon him. Moreover, whether it was Yenja's instinct or mere suspicion, he could not shake the feeling that old Madame Jiang was behaving unusually. Was her gratitude for saving her life genuine, or did she have ulterior motives? After all, Yenja had personally witnessed the miraculous effects of Jiang Ying's medicinal remedies. Human hearts are inscrutable, and she was entirely oblivious to the perils of the capital. Half a stick of incense later, Jiang Ying was brought by the old lady to the grandest tavern in the capital, Fanlu. The establishment boasted 5 stories, standing proudly in the most bustling part of East Street, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, a true standout amidst the commonplace. Ordinary folks could scarcely afford the prices here. Yet, for the matriarch of the duke's residence, she was naturally a valued guest. The waiter, merely glancing at her, promptly led them to the 3rd floor. Please wait a moment in our quietest private room. The dishes will be ready shortly. Once seated, the waiter bowed and withdrew. Jiang Ying curiously surveyed the decor of the private room. The chairs were crafted from exquisite rosewood, robust and beautiful, while the walls were embellished with calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists. The folding screens were also works of masters, elegantly positioned by the window, where a gentle breeze wafted in, muffling the sounds of the bustling marketplace. No wonder a single table of dishes cost over 50 taels of silver. This was before even considering the wine. It was known that even the finest delicacies came at a price, but some rare wines were nearly priceless. Jiang Ying gazed in anticipation at the delectable dishes to come. However, old Madame Jiang was preoccupied with matters far beyond dining. She shifted her seat closer to Jiang Ying, trembling with urgency as she grasped her hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang girl, I inside the room. The attendants had been dismissed, leaving only Jiang Ying and the old lady. Even Xiao Yanji had been taken to a neighboring room by Siyu for amusement. Upon seeing the old lady's demeanor, Jiang Ying's heart stirred. Perhaps she had finally uncovered something. Yet, she maintained a composed facade, allowing only a trace of concern to show. Had the old lady encountered some trouble? Or was her health still frail? Allow me to take your pulse, old madam. While the old lady could be anxious, Jiang Ying could not afford to be. The more natural she appeared, the better. After all, no one liked to be led around by the nose. Hearing this, old Madame Jiang's eyes crinkled as a single tear slipped down her cheek. She turned her face away, waving her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I am quite well. Since using your medicinal remedies, my coughing has markedly decreased. I can clearly sense that I have several more years to live. As she spoke, her murky, watery eyes remained locked onto Jiang Ying. This old body must live for several more years. Because I have just learned that my blood-related granddaughter was swapped by a wicked servant in the household, and after only a few days of birth, she was cast out, having never enjoyed a single day of happiness in her life. Every time I think of it, my heart aches unbearably. As she spoke, her right hand formed a fist, striking her chest with a resounding thud. Jiang Ying feared she might inadvertently harm her not-so-healthy lung, hastily pressing down on the old lady's hand. Your granddaughter? Surely. Dear matriarch, you jest. Is not your beloved granddaughter, Miss Jiang Ying, residing within this grand estate? In such a vast duke's mansion, what audacious scoundrel would dare to swap the legitimate daughter of the household? While I may hail from humble beginnings, I am not naive. Please do not tease me. Dear matriarch. Jiang Ying's tone was playful and light, as though she scarcely took the matter to heart. This provoked the matriarch, who grasped Jiang Ying's hand with greater fervor.
No.
How could I possibly jest regarding my own granddaughter? My dear Ying, you do not yet comprehend. You are indeed the granddaughter who was deceitfully exchanged by Nurse Jiang. Jiang Ying was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. The matriarch's grip had left marks on her skin, yet she made no attempt to pull away, clearly astonished. Observing this, the matriarch hastily released her hold, cradling Jiang Ying's hand gently, her expression filled with remorse. I apologize, my dear. I was simply too overwhelmed with emotion. Did I hurt you? Believe me, dear Ying, I would not have spoken of this unless I had thoroughly investigated the matter. Once you regain your composure, I shall take you back to find Nurse Jiang, who will clarify the entire situation for you. Afterward, you shall return to the Duke's mansion, and I will ensure that all the years of neglect are rectified. As she spoke, a palpable vulnerability and anxiety seeped into her voice. Fearing that Jiang Ying would reject her and refuse to return to the Duke's household as a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Ying! Oh my heavens! It is truly happening. She will be the legitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion. The thought of a newfound identity filled Jiang Ying with exhilaration, especially as she recalled the disdainful remarks of the dogged prince, who had shamelessly referred to her as a mere village girl and pressured her to become his concubine. With the prospect of a new status, Jiang Ying felt an overwhelming urge to agree immediately. However, reason momentarily pulled her back from the brink of impulsiveness. With tears brimming in her eyes, she whispered, Matriarch, how can I shake the feeling that this is all a dream? Could there be some mistake? A rush of sorrow surged through the matriarch, overwhelming her senses, and she instinctively enveloped Jiang Ying in a tight embrace. No, it cannot be. I have conducted a thorough investigation and even performed a blood test with Jiang Ying. You bear the unique birthmark of our family, and you even have children. My dear Ying, promise me you will not dismiss this outright. Once we return to the Duke's mansion and you see the birthmarks on your two brothers, everything will become clear. Jiang Ying found herself amused, yet gently patting the old woman's back. Goodness. It seems you are the one who needs to calm down, dear matriarch. After a moment of emotional release, the two embraced, tears flowing freely. The matriarch's sorrow stemmed from her regret over not discovering Nurse Jiang's deception sooner, while Jiang Ying stood by her side throughout. Once their emotional moment had passed, the matriarch eagerly took Jiang Ying's hand, ready to depart. However, Jiang Ying had noticed the waiter peering in from outside several times. The meal must have been prepared, but out of respect for their closed door and the sounds of their weeping, he had refrained from entering. The thought of the 50-some taels of silver already spent without a meal made Jiang Ying feel a pang of regret. With a playful demeanor, she patted her stomach and said, Grandmother, we've been chatting for so long that I am quite hungry. Hearing her call her grandmother filled the matriarch's heart with joy. She instantly transformed her tears into laughter. Indeed, it is time for supper. Let us eat before we leave. We must not let the chaos at home disturb our precious Ying's appetite. As the waiter began to serve the dishes, both Si and Yinping entered from the adjoining room. Little Yanji, having not seen his beloved mother for quite some time, brightened at the sight of her, only to burst into tears. His reaction was a natural instinct of a child fearing abandonment. Jiang Ying, accustomed to this scenario, hurriedly scooped him up and playfully pinched his chubby bottom. "Why are you crying? I am not going anywhere." As he sobbed, he reached for her chest, indicating his desire to nurse. Jiang Ying cast an apologetic glance at the matriarch, who gazed at little Yan Ji with immense affection. Having not cared for a child in ages, the matriarch found the situation amusing. "Go on, feed him in the inner room. But do you even have anything to eat for him?" Jiang Ying replied affirmatively, then swiftly moved behind the screen to the inner chamber, determined to resolve the matter quickly. After attending to little Yanji, she playfully pinched his bottom again, warning him not to frighten people in the future, or he would have to do without her milk. The little one whimpered in response, looking quite pitiful. "But I cannot help it if my body does not cooperate." Jiang Ying paid no mind to his protests, setting him down on a soft couch before stepping out of the inner room. Seeing this, Si rushed over to pick him up, but Jiang Ying gently stopped her. "No need, let him rest here for a moment while we eat. We have been out for quite a while, and I know you must be hungry too." Si shook her head. "No, I am fine." Mississippi Jiang Ying gave her a sidelong glance. "Trust me, you must eat. We have more than enough dishes. And my grandmother and I cannot finish them all ourselves. Let Sister Yinping join us as well." Of course, Yinping had no objections, although the Duke's mansion had its rules. Behind closed doors, she, along with Nurse Tang and the Foreigns, shared laughter and camaraderie as a family. Yinping expressed her gratitude towards Jiang Ying, kneeling before her before sitting down. "Thank you, esteemed Mississippi." Being addressed with such a title left Jiang Ying momentarily stunned. However, the matriarch swiftly served her more food, saying, "No need for thanks. There is only one legitimate daughter in our Duke's mansion, and when we return, I shall ensure that the impostor relinquishes her position. If she refuses, I shall have her expelled." Jiang Ying picked up her chopsticks, finding the matriarch's words somewhat childish. After being raised for 16 years, could one really just cast someone out at will? Even if the matriarch could do so, Madame Luo would likely not agree, and the issue of Jiang Yilin would not be resolved so swiftly. She shook her head, deciding to take things one step at a time. For now, her priority was to reclaim her identity and escape the fate of becoming a concubine. As for the future, she would cross that bridge when she came to it. In just a short moment of distraction, Jiang Ying noticed her bowl had become a small mountain, filled with an assortment of dishes the matriarch had served her. The matriarch had even moved her own bowl closer, ensuring Jiang Ying had enough room, with bowls of spicy and non-spicy dishes thoughtfully arranged. Jiang Ying felt a warmth in her chest. Having grown up as the fourth daughter in a family of 7, lacking parental affection, she had never truly experienced emotional warmth from her family. The 8th child was a brother, and once they all reached adulthood, their parents had made it clear, upon marriage, no dowry would be provided, and all resources would be allocated to marrying off the brother. Consequently, the family dynamic had become cold and guarded, devoid of emotional connection.
Now,
As she was enveloped in the matriarch's meticulous care, Jiang Ying found herself nearly finishing both bowls of food, adhering to the principle of not wasting. Raising her head, she offered the matriarch a sweet smile. "Thank you, grandmother, I am full." Seeing Jiang Ying so obediently enjoying her meal, the matriarch could not help but contrast her with the capricious and picky impostor back home. The matriarch's eyes crinkled with contentment, her lips curling into a smile as she basked in the sound of grandmother echoing around them. "Do not mention it. Once we return home, I shall have Yinping and the others prepare delicious meals for you every day." Having observed that Jiang Ying favored spicier dishes, the matriarch had already begun planning how to arrange her meals moving forward. Yinping set down her chopsticks and chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. At home, Yin Ji and Yin Rui possess culinary skills that rival those of the imperial chefs. Rest assured, the young lady will never tire of the delectable dishes prepared for her each day." She found Jiang Ying to be utterly charming, in stark contrast to that other difficult character. When the old matriarch had harbored hopes for the latter, she had insisted on the staff preparing an array of exquisite delicacies, only for the lady to complain about the overpowering fish and shrimp odors or the greasiness of the meats, while also lamenting the excessive vegetable remnants that were difficult to chew. Her delicate stomach was such that merely eating a few extra bites could lead to either vomiting or diarrhea, resulting in numerous disagreements between the Luo family and the old matriarch. Initially, Yinping had been astonished at the fine dining available at the border, which seemed to have spoiled the young lady. Eventually, she realized that it was primarily a psychological issue. The young lady simply disliked interacting with the elderly, perpetually fearing that the matriarch's illness would somehow be passed on to her. Truly, it left one at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying had yet to express much, but CU was entirely animated, exclaiming, "Oh, how wonderful! May I accompany the young lady?" Serving as a maid beside the concubine in the prince's residence, CU had felt trepidation. Yet the old matriarch's kindness and genuine affection for the young lady dispelled her fears entirely. "If you do not go, who will take care of the child?" Jiang Ying said with a smile, playfully pinching CU's rosy cheeks. The old matriarch and Yin Ping exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. Yin Ping teased, "Of course. You may. You are our young lady's indispensable little helper. We cannot do without you." The atmosphere was light-hearted and joyful, a rare moment of ease. As they descended the stairs, the manager of Fan Lu glanced at them from behind the counter. Noticing Jiang Ying's unfamiliar face, he instinctively stepped forward and inquired, "Old matriarch, may I ask who this young lady is?" To be a manager in such an establishment, one must possess keen insight. Failing to inquire now could lead to significant faux pas in the future. The old matriarch, taken aback by the approach, was pleasantly surprised and smiled warmly at the manager. This is my dear granddaughter, Jiang Ying. Should she dine here, simply charge it to the account of the Duke of Jiang." In just a few sentences, manager and was left in awe. My goodness, what a generous arrangement. But what does it mean to be a granddaughter? Is there not only one granddaughter of the Duke of Jiang, named Jiang Yilin? Chapter 059, Call Me Brother to Hear. Yu Wu knelt silently on the ground, methodically collecting shards of porcelain into a tray. Jiang Yuanyi, feeling his way to the inner chamber, spoke in a cold voice that kept others at a distance. "I am resting. Do not let anyone disturb me." His impaired vision had heightened his hearing, allowing him to discern the footsteps outside and surmise who had arrived. Having lived for 21 years, the sudden emergence of a sister was absurd. Had his eyesight been intact, he would have pursued this matter with fervent inquiry. As it was, he decided it was best to avoid drawing attention to himself. When the old matriarch called for someone to knock on the door, Yu Wu was just stepping out with the tray. Taken aback by the sight of a group outside the quiet Lingfeng courtyard, she hurriedly bowed and said, "I have seen the old matriarch." The matriarch replied thoughtfully, "Your master is not in good spirits, and you servants have endured much.
Mama Tan.
Increase the monthly pay of the two young masters' attendants by 50%, effective this month," she instructed. Mama Tang nodded in agreement, and upon hearing this, Yu Wu's eyes brightened considerably. Naturally, a wage increase was a cause for joy, and even her previously dejected demeanor improved significantly. Yet, upon seeing the old matriarch prepare to enter, she hesitated and raised a hand to stop her. "Oh, old matriarch, it is not that I am preventing you from entering. It is just that the eldest master has instructed that he wishes to rest and not see anyone. If you insist on entering, I fear it may lead to trouble." The prospect of being met with pillows or overturned candle holders was manageable, but if the eldest master were to take drastic measures... Yu Wu lowered her head, unwilling to continue. The old matriarch understood the situation clearly. After all, Ego had suffered his eye injury for quite some time. The initial comfort and persuasion had turned into repeated disappointments, and now he reacted with anger at the mere mention of a doctor. Recently, he had further isolated himself, refusing to see anyone, including family and friends, with only his attendants allowed close. Earlier, when he had expressed his desire to refrain from bitter medicine, everyone had heard him. Reflecting on this, the old matriarch's gaze dimmed. "Very well, Yu Wu. Take good care of your master. We shall return when he is in better spirits." Jiang Ying lingered hesitantly, asking, "Grandmother, are you truly not allowing me to check on my brother?" She had already seen Jiang Yuanqing, and it was not as severe as it seemed. Perhaps there was hope for Jiang Yuanyi as well. Seeing Jiang Ying's concern for her two brothers, the old matriarch felt a swell of pride. "Ying, I know you are of a kind heart, but today's intention was simply for you to meet your family and become familiar with them, rather than to assume the role of a physician or a savior. Right now, Ego is in a poor mood. It is better to wait a few days until he feels better before we visit again. Whether it concerns healing or his willingness to see others, there is plenty of time. There is no need to rush." The old matriarch spoke sincerely, her words imbued with heartfelt emotion. Everyone could tell that the old matriarch genuinely cherished her recently rediscovered granddaughter, devoid of ulterior motives. Jiang Ying felt touched by this. In her early medical studies, upon returning to the village, distant relatives would approach her at the slightest ailment. She would diligently research or consult with her seniors, recommending remedies. But when they recovered, she received no acknowledgement, and when they did not, they would speak ill of her behind her back. She had never considered that they were receiving her knowledge without compensation. What right did they have to feel entitled? In contrast, the old matriarch radiated warmth and sincerity. Thus, Even without meeting Jiang Ying in person before leaving, Jiang Ying handed a box of calming incense to Yu. I suspect my brother does not sleep well. Light this each night for him. After a few days, his spirit should improve, and his mood will surely follow. Quality sleep is often one of the remedies for manic depressive episodes. Yu held the calming incense, glancing at the old matriarch. Without the matriarch's approval, she would certainly not dare to offer such things to the eldest master. However, the old matriarch showed no hesitation, her eyes brightening with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Ying before nodding firmly. Use it. Ying is Yi's own sister and will not harm him.
With that,
They left Lingfeng courtyard. Xiao Yanji awoke from a nap, instinctively rubbing her ears. The cicadas are so noisy this spring. She overheard the old matriarch sighing, wondering who could help Yi untangle his emotional knots. Xiao Yanji chuckled. Does it even need to be asked? It must be Lu Yanran, the daughter of the general of cavalry. My silly uncle has always been at odds with the Lu family's young lady. He relies on his superior martial skills, unaware of how many times he has lost to her. She recalled her mother's words. Isn't he just a classic case of a straight man? The key point is, he secretly likes her. Last time, in a moment of heat, he shielded the emperor from an arrow, thinking that if he saved the emperor's life, he could ask for a marriage decree in return. Alas, his eyes were poisoned and blinded, leading to his current melancholic state.
now,
He wouldn't dare confess his feelings to Lu Yanran, let alone any other girls. As Jiang Ying walked alongside the old matriarch, she couldn't help but eavesdrop on the gossip. So, it turned out Jiang Ying had a crush on Lu Yanran, the only daughter of the general of cavalry. They had grown up together. Their relationship akin to childhood sweethearts, with Jiang Ying often teasing the young girl. Much like those immature boys in school who tug at their female classmates' braids to gain their attention. Recalling the ferocious roar of Jiang Ying and the information gleaned from Xiao Yanji's heartfelt words, Jiang Ying couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Her elder brother, it seemed, had a touch of the melodramatic about him. With a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment, she inquired of the old matriarch, grandmother. I have heard that my elder brother shares a close friendship with the young lady of the Lu family. If there are truly no other options, might we consider inviting Miss Lu to give it a try? Are you referring to Lu Yanran? The old matriarch was taken aback. Jiang Ying blinked innocently. Is that not feasible? I was told that this Miss Lu, being from a military lineage, possesses a bold and spirited nature. One of the few women capable of exchanging blows with my brother. She often disguises herself as a man to frequent the military camp. Surely, she would be somewhat familiar with him? As she spoke, the image of Lu Yanran, with her high ponytail, delicate features, and striking crimson riding attire, inadvertently flashed before the old matriarch's mind. She couldn't help but shake her head. It wasn't that she disdained such spirited young women, but rather that every time Lu Yanran encountered Yi, it devolved into a cacophony of bickering akin to two fighting cocks. How could she possibly persuade Yi that this would work? As they exchanged pleasantries, the group arrived at the floral hall in the front courtyard. The old matriarch declared her intention to introduce Jiang Ying to someone of utmost significance, whose presence would determine the success of her recognition of her ancestral roots. Just as they ascended a few steps, a casual whistle echoed from behind. Oh, has this household changed so dramatically in just a few days? Grandmother, I heard we have a new sister. Where is she? I want to see if she is a beauty or a fright. Turning around, Jiang Ying beheld a dandy young man, resembling Jiang Yuanqing to some extent, but with a straw dangling from his mouth and striding toward her with an air of exaggerated flamboyance. Squinting his eyes, he remarked, "You must be the new sister, huh? I didn't expect such a beautiful sister. How delightful. Call me brother so. I can hear it." Jiang Ying felt an itch in her palm. What to do? As the sky darkened, Jiang Yuanlang appeared disheveled, his tone frivolous, with a faint scent of alcohol lingering about him. If not for the fact that they were outside the Duke's floral hall, he would almost certainly have been chastised for his lewd behavior. Jiang Ying discreetly pondered whether striking him would jeopardize her quest for recognizing her ancestry. As she contemplated this, the old matriarch had already smacked her palm against Jiang Yuanlang's arm, admonishing him, "You unfortunate wretch. It's bad enough you are absent from home so often. But how dare you speak to your sister in such a manner?" "Sister? Grandmother, do not speak carelessly. I have but one sister, and that is Linlin." Jiang Yuanlang maintained his playful demeanor, still frivolous. As for the others, the brothels were filled with various sisters. He just wondered what talents this one possessed to be deemed worthy of such a title.
No talents?
Just a bit of medical knowledge, adept at rectifying various grievances. Jiang Ying interjected, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she deftly interrupted Jiang Yuanling, simultaneously plunging a silver needle into her unwitting third brother's neck. The motion was so swift that Jiang Yuanling had no time to react. When he finally sensed the sudden pain in his neck, his cries filled the air, transforming him from a dashing young gentleman into a comically contorted figure.
Ah!
You insufferable girl! What have you done to me? Jiang Yuanling stumbled back, utterly flabbergasted. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but seeing Jiang Yuanling still capable of vocal protest, their worries eased, and even a few, including Yin Ping, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. The old matriarch, regaining her composure, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuanling. Oh, my dear third son. Did you not know that your sister possesses remarkable medical skills and is not to be trifled with? Instead of reprimanding Jiang Ying, she beamed with approval. Ying. Well done. Teach him a lesson. He spends his days in such a state of disarray, only serving to tarnish the reputation of our duke's household. Jiang Ying clung to the old matriarch's arm. Grandmother, I am not treating him. I am merely unblocking his neck meridians. He, alas, must have slept poorly last night, resting his head on some divine maiden's arm, and now he has a bit of a stiff neck. If not addressed promptly, he may find it difficult to rise from bed tomorrow. You think you can bully me? You are yet to reach that level, Jiang Yuanling retorted, his expression shifting as the pain in his neck hindered his ability to think clearly. Yet he was undeniably certain of one thing. This insufferable sister of his was indeed skilled in the healing arts, and her prowess was no mere exaggeration. In anguish, he twisted his neck like a zombie, unable to find relief. Finally, he had no choice but to beg the old matriarch for mercy. Grandmother, I can't take it anymore. Please have her remove this ghastly needle. The old matriarch, her expression stern, replied, Serves you right. Who told you to speak to your sister so rudely upon your arrival? Jiang Yuanlong's face flushed crimson as he shot a glare at Jiang Ying, realizing that had he known his sister's capabilities, he would have thought twice before provoking her. Before the old matriarch could respond, Jiang Ying approached her brother with a playful smile. Little Yanji's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, mother is so impressive. Truly worthy of being Ji's mother. Indeed, like mother, like son. She never bows to malevolent forces. The foolish third uncle deserves a proper lesson. Otherwise, he will inevitably meet the same fate as in his past life, sold off while counting coins for others. What initially seemed a serious matter was almost comical in the light of little Yanji's remarks, prompting Jiang Ying to nearly burst into laughter. Drawing closer, she whispered in a tone only Jiang Yuanling could hear, Third brother, not only did I notice your stiff neck from a poor night's sleep, but it seems your vitality is somewhat lacking, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yuanling sputtered cough, cough, cough. What on earth are you implying? A young lady speaking such brazen words? You? Remove that needle immediately. Hurry. Internally shaken by this unprecedentedly candid girl, he feigned composure. With a mere flick of her wrist, the silver needle vanished. Her tone, however, turned even more mischievous. Do not be shy, third brother. We're siblings after all. If you find yourself truly in need, come to your sister. Out of brotherly love, I shall ensure you receive the best care. Jiang Yuanlong's frustration mounted, sensing that her notion of care was far from benevolent. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, and to his astonishment, the sharp pain had indeed vanished. Not only that, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his previously burdened neck. Unconsciously, he twisted his head, finding it agile and free, and he gazed at Jiang Ying in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying had returned to the old matriarch's side, who gently patted her hand. Do not rush. Take your time. With grandmother here, he cannot bully you. Jiang Yuanling rolled his eyes, pondering who is truly bullying whom. The floral hall was suffused with the fragrant aroma of tea, and Jiang Yuanling recognized it as the exquisite Yunsan Baiwu, reserved for significant guests. His eyebrows raised in curiosity. Who could be visiting? Had grandmother lost her senses to introduce an unknown sister to such important figures? While he pondered, the old matriarch had already engaged in lively conversation with a visitor. Great ancestor, I deeply regret my nephew's shortcomings in not properly receiving you. Jiang Ying's heart raced as she realized that the frail, white-haired elder before her was none other than the patriarch of the Jiang clan. A rare centenarian whose esteem within the family rivaled even that of the clan leader. With solemnity, the old matriarch introduced Jiang Ying, before instructing her to kneel. Ying, greet the great ancestor. I have invited him here to expedite your inclusion in the family tree, thus completing your ancestral recognition process. So this is the child born of the daughter-in-law? The elderly gentleman, though advanced in years, spoke with clarity. His spirit appeared robust, though his mobility was hindered. A burly young man, introduced earlier by the old matriarch, assisted him. This journey, spanning dozens of kilometers, had involved either a carriage ride or the young man's strong back carrying the elder. Jiang Ying obediently knelt, addressing the great ancestor. I am Jiang Ying. The young girl is indeed quite lovely, with perfectly aligned brows. She is a good child. Rise, there is no need for excessive formality. Jiang Yuanling scoffed disdainfully from the side. Jiang Ying cast him a fleeting glance, lifted her hand, and he immediately turned away, gritting his teeth. The gaze of the patriarch did not linger on Jiang Ying for long. He primarily engaged in conversation with the matriarch. My dear niece-in-law, I have understood the circumstances you mentioned in your letter, but I must say, it is outrageous. The matriarch nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Who would have thought that such a scandal could occur in the illustrious Duke's mansion? Thankfully, the child has been found. This is a sign of divine grace. That wretched woman must not be spared. Rest assured, I have already dealt her a severe blow. She is currently confined within the estate and will not be released lightly. My intention is to bring her to justice, ensuring she suffers greatly, and that her entire family shall serve as slaves for generations as a penance for her transgressions. Jiang Ying was aware that the matriarch harbored a grudge against the Jiang heir family, who had treated the original owner of her body like a beast of burden for years. Regardless, that family was far from virtuous, and Jiang Ying considered it a means of revenge for the original owner. After conversing for a while, the patriarch mentioned Jiang Yilin, the one listed in the family tree. What do you plan to do about her, dear niece-in-law? Upon hearing this, before the matriarch could respond, Jiang Yuanlang abruptly stood up, exclaiming, You cannot touch Linlin. Grandmother. Though Linlin is the granddaughter of Jiang Momo, she is innocent. Back then, she was merely an infant, scarcely able to comprehend her surroundings. Moreover, Linlin has lived as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family for 16 years. If her identity is suddenly altered, and she is not allowed to remain in the Duke's mansion, it would be a tremendous blow to her. I implore you to reconsider. At his words, the matriarch's expression flickered with hesitation. Jiang Yuanlang believed his persuasion to be effective and continued, Grandmother, why not allow Linlin to retain her status as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family? As for this wild child you acknowledge, she could be recorded in the family tree as a concubine's daughter. Initially, he had disdainfully refused to acknowledge even a half-sister, insisting that he had no siblings aside from Linlin. However, seeing the current situation, with the matriarch having summoned the patriarch, the momentum for recognition was undeniable. Jiang Yuanling thought of his mother's admonitions and Linlin's tears, instinctively fighting fiercely for Jiang Yilin. After all, the ease of his life over the years was largely due to the kindness of this good sister. In his eyes, Linlin was the best candidate for a sister, while this wild girl, who had pricked him with a silver needle, deserved no more than the title of a concubine sister. Chapter 061. The Swallow Returns to the Nest. Jiang Ying could hardly be bothered to regard Jiang Yuanlang's reluctant expression of generosity. In fact, there was no need for her to be angry. The matriarch abruptly stood, splashing a bowl of tea across Jiang Yuanlang's face. You wretched child. Is this how you treat your own sister? Is this how your parents taught you while stationed at the border? To betray your own flesh and blood? Not to mention that Ying is the rightful bloodline of the Jiang family. Even if she were not, she is your grandmother's savior. Etiquette, righteousness, honor, and loyalty. Have you thrown them all into the gutter? The matriarch was furious, unleashing a string of curses, her complexion alternating between pale and furious. Before turning apologetically to the patriarch, shaking her head, it is truly a misfortune for our family to have raised such a callous creature, allowing you to witness our disgrace. The tea had been held in the matriarch's hands for a while, its temperature no longer scalding. Yet, when poured suddenly over his head, with damp tea leaves clinging to Jiang Yuanlang's face, it rendered him unable to open his eyes, while his hair became soaked and water dripped down. Jiang Yuanlang stiffened, shocked that the usually benevolent matriarch would suddenly act in such a manner. I've gone mad. It must be that wild girl's enchantment. However, even as Jiang Yuanlang seethed with indignation, there was nothing he could do. The one who acted was the matriarch, his own grandmother, the unassailable matron of the Duke's mansion. Jiang Yuanling ground his teeth silently for a moment, but he could only lower his head in resignation, wiping his face in silence. As he awkwardly removed the tea leaves from his handsome visage, the tea flowed into his mouth, and he dared not even spit it out. The patriarch shook his head. Dear niece-in-law, do not be too hard on yourself. Every family has its share of miscreants. A little discipline and admonishment will surely lead to improvement. Jiang Yuanling thought. You old fool, I thank you. The matriarch refused to spare Jiang Yuanling another glance, knowing his clothes were soaked with tea, and deliberately remained silent about sending him to change. Let him remain wet. Let him learn a lesson. Otherwise, he might genuinely believe that no one in this household could set him straight. The matriarch returned her focus to discussing Jiang Ying's acknowledgement with the patriarch. The reason for calling him old man was twofold. First, Jiang Pinhua was the eldest and most esteemed, and second, he was renowned for his virtuous character and sense of responsibility. The elder, smiling, glanced at Jiang Ying. The reputation of a young lady is of utmost importance. After all, there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, and one's lineage should be clear. Upon my return, I will send someone from the clan to Xinghua village to investigate the background of Sister Ying's upbringing. Subsequently, I will discuss with the other clan elders. And after thorough deliberation, we shall add her name to the family tree as a legitimate daughter. On your end, it would be best to host a grand banquet to announce to friends and family, formally recognizing this child. Of course, the matriarch readily agreed. I have already selected the date, the 5th of next month. I shall personally draft the invitations, widely inviting relatives from the capital and our hometown to gather at the mansion. This way, our Sister Ying can properly present herself before everyone. She wished to ensure that all relatives and friends understood that the true legitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion is none other than Sister Ying. At this point, the matriarch could not help but beckon Jiang Ying forward, and when she stepped closer, continued warmly. I have even thought of a name for the banquet. The swallow returns to the nest. Jiang Pinhua pondered over the phrase, then smiled, revealing his receding gums. Indeed, that is a splendid name. Jiang Ying, touched, looked at the matriarch with surprise, not expecting her to have planned so thoroughly. However, Jiang Yuanling could not contain his eye roll from the sidelines. Stifling his irritation, he risked another splash of tea to ask, what about Linlin? We cannot simply acknowledge one sister and cast out the sister who has been raised here for so many years. Feelings of love and affection are all part of familial bonds. What you propose would be unfair to Linlin. The matriarch shot him a cold glare. Unfair? What about my granddaughter and your sister, who has suffered for over a decade in Xinghua village due to Jiang Momo's actions? That was not Linlin's doing. The matriarch, infuriated, could not suppress the urge to strike him again but held back her anger, exclaiming, Who taught you to speak like that? Is your mother Jiang Yilin? The latter, with a defiant posture, still damp from the tea, retorted, No one told me to say it. I thought of it myself. Witnessing the old and young about to quarrel again, Jiang Pinhua lightly set down his teacup. Enough, let us refrain from pointless disputes. The matter regarding Linlin is not something you can decide unilaterally. The clan will send a letter to the border to inquire about Jiang Shang's opinion, and the clan leader and uncles will discuss it rigorously. However, one thing is clear, the Jiang bloodline must not be confused. This statement directly dashed Jiang Yuanlong's naive hopes of mixing the two. Patriarch, he exclaimed, filled with indignation. Yet, no one paid him any heed. As discussions neared completion, the matriarch stood to arrange for dinner, knowing that Jiang Pinhua and his entourage would naturally be staying at the Duke's mansion that night. They would return to the clan the following morning. Since the Luo family had not made an appearance all afternoon, the matriarch could not be bothered to invite her, instead calling upon the relatively well-behaved Jiang Yuanchen and Jiang Ying. As for the sulking Jiang Yuanling, the matriarch simply dismissed him with a curt eat if you wish. Jiang Yuanling narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment, and ultimately chose to sit down. He had to keep watch, lest these people quietly expel Linlin from the family tree without him knowing. However, just as the meal was halfway through, someone, unbeknownst to us, informed the Luo family, and she stormed in, disregarding the presence of her elder, Jiang Pinhua, and shouted furiously, Mother, I refuse. Linlin is my daughter. Her name cannot be erased from the family genealogy. You are outrageous. The old matriarch had never been confronted in such a manner before her kin. She slammed her chopsticks on the table, inadvertently striking the bowl of peanuts, causing a cascade of yellow peanuts to spill everywhere, some even landing on Luo's shoes. In that moment, everyone's hearts raced like those errant peanuts, fluttering with anxiety. Mother, what brings you here? Jiang Yuanling instinctively tugged at Luo's sleeve. She jerked it away. Have you no conscience? Your sister is about to be devoured, and you can still sit here laughing and feasting with them? Yuanling, I once believed you different from your elder brothers, for you grew up alongside Linlin, sharing a deeper bond. Yet, I find you to be just as ungrateful and selfish, only caring for your own interests. Jiang Yuanling was rendered speechless, gazing at Luo with disbelief. How had he become the ungrateful one? Had he not always spoken in Linlin's defense? His presence here was to prevent them from making clandestine decisions. Faced with Luo's misunderstanding, Jiang Yuanling tried to explain. But she had already turned her ire towards the old matriarch and Jiang Ying, refusing to hear even a word from him. He bit his lip, his bright eyes eventually casting downward, silenced. It was futile. His mother had always disregarded his explanations. To her, he was merely a mischievous child, lacking ambition and intellect. With all her patience and praise reserved for his sister Linlin, at times, he couldn't help but envy Linlin. Yet, this fleeting envy was quickly overshadowed by a realization of the comfort and freedom he had enjoyed over the past decade. He concluded that maternal love paled in comparison to the liberty he relished. Moreover, this freedom had been willingly exchanged for shackles by Linlin. Thus, he could not betray Linlin. Regardless of whether his mother misconstrued him, he would always stand by her side. Luo continued her tirade against the heavens and the earth, resolutely declaring her opposition to removing Jiang Yilin from the genealogy. If the old matriarch refused to acquiesce, she would resort to drastic measures to prove her point. Jiang Ying observed Luo's fervor, remaining unmoved. Indeed, if one harbors no expectations, one cannot be disappointed. Had the original owner of this body still been present, sorrow would have been inevitable. The atmosphere became tense, with no one knowing what extreme actions Luo might take to protect Jiang Yilin. The old matriarch and Jiang Pinhuai were cautious, not to provoke her further. They softened their tone, suggesting that, considering Luo was a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family and had borne 4 children, if she insisted, they might consider allowing Linlin to be recognized as an adopted daughter. However, before Jiang Pinhuai could finish, Luo reacted vehemently to the term adopted daughter.
Impossible.
What adopted daughter? Linlin is my biological daughter. Why should she yield to someone who suddenly appears? You all, just want to force me into submission while Jiang Shang is absent. He would never agree. He also cherishes Linlin and will not allow you to bully her. The room fell silent, every gaze filled with incredulity. No one understood the reasoning behind Luo's outburst. They say both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Given the clarity of Jiang Momo's actions, what was Luo attempting to achieve by saying and doing these things? Jiang Ying remained indifferent, allowing her left ear to take in the words while the right let them out, merely relieved that she was not Luo's daughter. Otherwise, her heart might have been driven to the brink. Suddenly, Jiang Ying stood, ignoring the frenzied Luo, and turned her head towards the open window. Miss Yilin, since you are here, why do you hide away, refusing to show yourself? Is it appropriate for you to let your mother confront your grandmother and great-grandfather on your behalf? As Jiang Ying's words fell, a sound of a thud came from below the window. Jiang Yilin, startled by Jiang Ying's voice, accidentally bumped into the window frame. The crowd then realized that while Luo had been in a frenzy, Jiang Yilin had been quietly observing from beneath the window, maintaining her composure. Feeling a mix of displeasure, they watched as Jiang Yilin stepped in, her petite frame nervously tugging at her clothing, her exquisitely adorned face as pale as jade. With her eyelashes lowered and her upper teeth lightly biting her rosy lower lip, she presented an image of a pitiful little flower. Tears began to fall before she could utter a word, each drop resembling a precious pearl. No, it's not that. I just didn't know how to enter or what position I should take. Her simple statement caused the rare flicker of annoyance on Jiang Yuanlong's face to vanish instantly. He willingly sprang towards her. Linlin, do not listen to their nonsense. You are you, the best Linlin in the eyes of third brother and mother, regardless of our blood ties. It is the kindness you have shown to third brother and your filial piety toward mother over the past 16 years that transcends any nominal relationship. Therefore, even without that layer, we acknowledge you, and no one can take you away from us. Hearing this, Luo's expression softened slightly, and she begrudgingly reduced her disdain for Jiang Yuanling. Brother Lang is right. If you want to remove Linlin from the genealogy and drive her away, then you will have to step over the 2 of us. Jiang Pinhuai's face turned ashen. It was the first time he had encountered such an obstinate woman. The old matriarch was even angrier than Jiang Pinhuai, not only at Luo's lack of clarity and stubbornness, but also at her series of reckless actions over the past days. Just as she had predicted years ago, Luo's petty character and inability to prioritize had led to this untenable situation. She was unfit to uphold the Grand Jiang Guogong residence. Now, with the situation unfolding as it had, all her mistakes required the entire family to bear the consequences. You truly will not rest until you drive me to my grave. In the end, the old matriarch could only raise a hand to utter such a phrase before collapsing back into her chair, breathless and faint. The crowd was thrown into disarray. Some called for a physician, Others wept in fright, while a few managed to remain composed enough to escort Jiang Pinhui to safety, lest the old matriarch's treatment require discretion. Luo and her accomplices were promptly ejected by Mama Tang, out of sight and out of mind. Jiang Ying, of course, exerted immense effort to revive the old matriarch. Upon opening her eyes, her first words were, "Ying, I am sorry, I could not even handle such a trivial matter for you." As she spoke, she reached to slap her own face. Jiang Ying would not allow such self-punishment, quickly seizing her hand. "Grandmother, please do not do this. It is not your fault. Moreover, if they do not wish to acknowledge me, I do not wish to acknowledge them either. I feel that as long as I have you, second brother, and Mama Tang who care for me, that is sufficient. In life, affection is the most elusive of pursuits. One cannot force it." To reclaim her identity without having to become a concubine and to have a couple of close relatives, Jiang Ying was not a greedy person. She truly felt that was enough. As the inky darkness crept across the sky, calming the day's clamor, Jiang Ying was in the midst of washing up with her son when suddenly, as if made of jade, a little girl dashed in, her grin stretching from ear to ear. "Miss, you have no idea. It turns out the eldest son quite likes you. Now, our Miss has the eldest son, the second son, and the old matriarch, 3 splendid family members, while that false legitimate daughter has only 2. I am so happy for you." The little girl beamed, scooping up Xiao Yanji and spinning around joyously. Xiao Yanji exclaimed, "Crazy girl, quickly put me down. Oh dear, my head is spinning. After that hearty milk, I might just throw it all up. Mother, save me." Jiang Ying couldn't help but chuckle as she swiftly snatched her son away, casting a stern gaze at Siyu, demanding an explanation. Just recently, she had been turned away by the old matriarch alongside Jiang Yuan-yi, which made it hard for her to believe that Jiang Yuan-yi would support her. Siyu answered with remarkable speed and clarity. Just a moment ago, the third young master was beaten in the courtyard, wailing pitifully, and no one dared to help him. The maid pondered where such chivalrous heroes of the martial world could possibly come from. Upon inquiry, she learned it was the men of the eldest young master. Previously, the eldest had served as a general, commanding several deputy generals. Since his injury, they had taken turns keeping watch over him every night without fail. Therefore, why would he risk expulsion from the Duke's residence to assault the third young master without cause? It was evident that this was orchestrated by the eldest young master, who was likely infuriated by the third young master's behavior during the banquet, taking it upon himself to discipline him as a brother would. Surely, upon hearing of the incident, the eldest young master felt distressed for his own sister being bullied and decided to teach the third young master a small lesson. After all, he wouldn't dare send someone to beat up the Luo family. This alone proved that the eldest young master's heart was inclined towards his own sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying found herself momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Jiang Yuan-yi had utilized some fragrant incense to evoke such a response? Yet, no matter how potent the fragrance, it could not be so impactful as to provoke Jiang Yuan-yi into attacking his own brother. To ascertain whether Jiang Yuan-yi was indeed a champion of justice or had ulterior motives, Jiang Ying contemplated sending him a basket of spatial fruits. Although they appeared no different from ordinary fruits, she merely wished to gauge Jiang Yuan-yi's acceptance of her as a sister. Surprisingly, the usually aloof elder brother, who had previously kept her at arm's length, accepted the offering without a word. Feeling inexplicably elated, Jiang Ying began to twirl around with her son in her arms, saying, "Oh, my dear son, your uncle seems to be quite decent. We must take the time to treat him properly." She spoke to her son, fully aware that he could not reply, yet unable to resist the urge to converse with him. Likewise, she engaged with her mother, who she knew could not hear her, affirming, "Yes, yes, uncle is blind but not foolish. Far better than that scoundrel of a father. Actually the third uncle isn't too bad, either. Just caught between the Luo family and Jiang Yilin's schemes. Mother, you mentioned that. Yes, the psychological manipulation is far too severe." Prompted by her son, Jiang Ying suddenly recalled Jiang Yuanlang's astonished exclamation at the banquet, "Mother, why are you here?" His reaction suggested he genuinely had no idea how the Luo family had learned of her arrival. Thus, the consensus that he had sent word to alert them seemed unfounded. Jiang Ying pondered as she stroked her son's back, wondering if this so-called third brother could still be salvaged. Outside the lofty walls of the Duke's residence, Yanji donned a dark cloak and leapt nimbly to the treetops, gliding along the veins of the leaves as if walking on solid ground.
Kiren, pensing heavily.
Followed closely behind, "Your Highness, we could have entered through the front door. Why must we climb the wall?" Yanji replied coolly, "It is too late."
Kiren, perplexed.
Suggested, "Then we can come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yenja instinctively stiffened, her expression as cold and heavy as the moonlight amidst the clouds. Is it not permissible for me to inspect if that village girl is mistreating my son? This was her first night staying at another's residence, and she felt no discomfort. Indeed, the village girl was remarkably adaptable. Yet, what if she took the opportunity to abduct the prince's child? Who would she turn to for justice? Thus, you will remain here while I quietly investigate. Shiren, hanging upside down from the eaves, boldly declared, Your Highness, my martial skills have recently improved. I can also move silently. This earned him an exasperated roll of the eyes from Yenja. She nimbly leapt through the window, her tiger-skin boots making scarcely a sound. In her mind, she mused that on such a dark and windy night, even if she were to act with less than noble intent, that little village girl would likely remain oblivious. However, after taking only 10 steps, a clear, languid female voice issued from the tent. Prince, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chapter 63. What? Is my presence unwelcome? Yenja froze, her brow furrowing in disbelief. How did you know I was here? It was illogical. She prided herself on her stealth. Jiang Ying paused in her gentle patting of her son's back. The little one had fallen into a deep sleep, his fair face as tender as a freshly shelled egg. His lips were a charming shade of pink, his eyelashes curled, and his expression serene. Nestled beside her like a soft, round rice dumpling, a plump little hand, chubby and distinct, rested on the rice granary, which Jiang Ying swatted away with a glance. Noticing the movement, her son smacked his lips softly, still lost in the deliciousness of his dreams. Jiang Ying blew a kiss from afar, finding her child exceedingly endearing after spending so much time together, especially since he felt as soft as cotton candy. Warm and delightful to hold, almost boneless in her embrace. Having gotten out of bed, she kindly adjusted the mosquito netting to prevent her son from being disturbed by any pesky insects. Approaching the table in the outer room, Jiang Ying pretended the dog prince was non-existent, pouring herself a cup of tea and drinking it down in a few gulps. Yenja cast her a sidelong glance, mentally bestowing upon her the phrase, a cow chewing peonies. No one invited you to witness such a spectacle, Jiang Ying retorted, refusing to back down. Had he not intruded uninvited, she would have already drifted off to sleep with her child. She wondered what had suddenly driven him to act so irrationally. You have yet to explain how you discovered my arrival. Yenja settled down, pulling out a small dagger about the size of a fruit knife, glimmering with golden light under the lamp, almost blinding. Jiang Ying's gaze was inadvertently drawn to it. Everyone has their strengths. You martial artists possess keen hearing, while I, as a physician, have a discerning nose. Yenja, disliking overly sweet fragrances, wore a scent made of bamboo leaf ash, faintly refreshing like a bamboo grove in the mountains. Truth be told, Jiang Ying quite liked it, though she would never confess that to him. Understanding the situation, Yenja relaxed his previously furrowed brow. Jiang Ying sat across from him. I have answered your question. Now, what brings you here? She was puzzled. Did he not despise her immensely? After giving birth, she had repeatedly expressed her disinterest in entangling with him, yet this man continued to appear uninvited. Was he perhaps a masochist? I naturally came to check on the child. Yenja averted his gaze uncomfortably, pretending to inspect the interior of the mosquito net. The pink-hued room of the young girl revealed the sleeping form of a small creature, its chest rising and falling in a long, rhythmic pattern, indicating a peaceful slumber. Yenja felt a twinge of envy mixed with an unpleasant sensation in his heart. He had never slept so soundly as a child, whether in the royal residence or while traveling. Restful sleep had always eluded him. Why could his son Yenji enjoy such tranquility? Was it simply because he had his mother by his side? Lost in thought, Yenja's gaze returned to Jiang Ying's face. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, with skin as delicate as phosphor and brows like butterflies. In truth, she was remarkably enchanting and vibrant, which explained why he had inexplicably kept her around in the first place. Is the prince satisfied with what he sees? If so, I shall not see you out. I am tired after a long day and wish to wash up and sleep. Jiang Ying, uninterested in his musings, directly urged him to leave. Yenja froze, his hand, which had been toying with the dagger, suspended in midair. In truth, he was waiting for Jiang Ying to request the dagger from him, given that it was made of gold. The woman's vanity before childbirth and her clarity after it cannot conceal one undeniable truth. She has an insatiable love for wealth. Thus, even if he were to sit here in silence, Jiang Ying would undoubtedly find herself drawn to the golden dagger he deliberately brandished. In fact, she had indeed been captivated, her eyes lingering on it with fervent admiration. However, Jiang Ying understood the principle of earning one's keep, since the money belonged to another. She could not indulge in greedy thoughts unless she earned it through honorable means. She even approached the window, pretending to close it, as if to remind the prince that it was time for him to leave. Yanju's expression darkened, but the dim candlelight made it difficult to discern. Suddenly, he rose and turned back into the room. If he was to observe the child, he would do so with earnestness. Jiang Ying thought to herself, "You insufferable dog." At least she was now a good mother, unlike her previous self, the cold-hearted woman. Little Yanji was thriving under her care, plump and adorable, eliciting compliments from anyone who saw him. Was she to fear the prince's sudden inspection? As she slowly lifted the gauze curtain, Yanju prepared to observe his son's sleeping posture, envisioning a miniature version of himself sleeping sweetly with a smile. Yet when he looked down, he was met with the sight of a baby with his head facing outward and legs tucked in, his eyes wide open, larger than walnuts. Upon seeing him, little Yanji's eyes rolled slightly, seemingly unfazed, and perhaps it was not an illusion, as Jiang Ying could almost hear the child's disdainful thoughts. Another deadbeat dad. Why are you awake at this hour? Are you here to trouble my mother? Mother, ignore him. He has a penchant for climbing walls at night. Once he grows bored, he'll leave on his own. Jiang Ying was taken aback. What was this? The esteemed Prince Yanjun, the object of admiration for countless young ladies in the capital, had a penchant for climbing walls? Surely not the kind of wall that implies a dalliance. Yanju sensed the woman's gaze behind him was oddly intense. He turned abruptly, locking eyes with Jiang Ying's inquisitive stare, and his brow furrowed with visible irritation. What was that look in her eyes? Was she mocking him? Jiang Ying shook her head and averted her gaze. I wouldn't dare. It's getting late. You should return to your residence and rest. She was not the previous incarnation who clung to Yanju. In fact, if not for the bond they shared through little Yanji, it was unlikely they would even exchange a word. Hearing this, Yanju felt an inexplicable twist in his emotions. Jiang, you seem rather unwelcoming. Not at all, Jiang Ying replied, lacking any real conviction. Humph. Yanju was not one to miss such subtleties. But aside from her somewhat defiant demeanor, everything else seemed to have improved significantly, especially how well she was raising the child. Thus, Yanju found no grounds for reproach. He was disinterested in bickering with Jiang Ying and naturally settled beside the bed, reaching out to attempt to lift the child. Little Yanji resisted. No, no, no. Deadbeat dad. Don't hold me. Your useless hands, don't drop me. Oh dear. How did he lift me so effortlessly? His hands are fine. Acknowledging little Yanji's reluctance, Yanju softened his tone, lowering his head to engage in a silent staring contest with the child. Father, I am.
Ah, hello. Son.
Jiang Ying coughed, feeling a pang of guilt as she realized her own foolishness. She couldn't help but give the little one a reproachful glance. Chapter 064. Surely, he must be intoxicated. Little Yanji seized the moment to speak, realizing his mother was displeased, and refrained from further teasing Yanju. Instead, he began nibbling on Yanju's face, leaving it drenched in saliva. Yanju, with a sigh of resignation, placed him back onto the bed. Yet, being inexperienced with holding children, he inadvertently laid little Yanji down face first. The little one struggled to lift his head, lest his heavy noggin bury his nose in the mattress. Internally grumbling, deadbeat dad. Are you trying to smother me? Why did you come to see me? You're being overly sentimental, unaware of how carefree I am with mother at grandmother's house. Hurry and leave. Don't disturb our mother-son bond. Our freedom. The little one tilted his head, contending with his father's larger head while voicing his grievances. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught his eye, the very dagger Yanju had been toying with, now safely sheathed to prevent any harm to the child. Yanju, finally feeling some semblance of conscience, bent down to turn the child over. As little Yanji reached out, the small dagger was placed in his tiny hands. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Jiang Ying, as if to say, you are not to pawn this off. It is a gift for my son. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes at the bed frame. Was she truly so obsessed with wealth? Earlier, little Yanji's struggle had not gone unnoticed. It wasn't negligence, but rather, a brief period of lying face down was beneficial for his spine. Otherwise, she would have long since banished the troublesome prince to the corner. With the dagger presented, Yanju felt slightly dazed by the pastel colors surrounding him, almost as if he were tipsy. How else could one explain his inexplicable reluctance to depart? I shall take my leave, he stated after a moment of silence, rising to exit. The door creaked open. Jiang Ying scoffed inwardly. The audacious prince was indeed free-spirited. Relying on his martial prowess, he wandered the duke's residence as if it were his own, unafraid of being caught. Just as this thought crossed her mind, A sound of spitting echoed from outside. Who goes there? Stop. It was the deputy commander, who had volunteered to stand guard for Jiang Ying. These capable individuals feared that Jiang Ying might be targeted by enemies from his past, and willingly took on the role of his protectors.
To their surprise,
They spotted Yanju attempting to scale the wall. Jiang Ying rushed to the window to witness the spectacle, thinking, "Oh, how delightful it would be if you were caught. Mother, stop grinning foolishly. This time, deadbeat dad has had a change of heart and gifted a solid gold piece." On the bed, her son called out to Jiang Ying, who reluctantly returned to close the door. She playfully swatted his chubby little bottom. "When did you wake up? Sneaking around. Were you hoping to see me embarrassed?" Little Yanji, though unhurt, feigned grievance, his dark, grape-like eyes watery. "Wah, mother is fierce. I was merely waiting for deadbeat dad to bully you, so I could shout and scare him away." Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. "Please, with your meager skills, you could only frighten the mice in the hole, no one else." Glancing up, she found her little monkey already gnawing on the golden dagger. Jiang Ying rushed over to snatch it away, struggling for quite some time. Amused yet exasperated, she thought, "Little fool, that's gold, not a teething biscuit. Why are you gnawing on it?" "I learned it from mother, to test its authenticity." Jiang Ying, after a prolonged struggle, finally wrested the dagger from him. Under his watchful gaze, she slyly tucked it away. "Fear not, my dear. Mother will keep it safe until you grow up and need it for your wife." Little Yanji, well aware of her ruse, showed no signs of anger. Instead, he beamed a toothless smile. "No need, no need. Let it be a gift from Gigi to mother for her husband." Jiang Ying thought, "I fear your deadbeat dad will break my legs." Cradling her child, eyes closed, she drowsily pondered, "At what age do children start teething? 4 or 5 months, I believe. I must remember to prepare some teething biscuits to strengthen those little jaws." That slumber was particularly sweet, and when the sun was high the next day, Yu, the maid, entered with water to rouse her. "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" Jiang Ying tentatively tested Siyu, noting that the girl was delightful in every aspect, yet when she fell asleep, she resembled a lifeless pig. A flicker of concern for her personal safety crossed her mind. Siyu shook her head. "No, miss, did you hear something?" After inquiring with by one, Jiang Ying felt a pang of hunger and hurriedly washed up, also rousing the little Yanji to wash his face and hands. However, the little fellow had been rather troublesome last night. After all, he had managed to reclaim his small dagger, clutching it tightly and even sleeping with it all night long. Jiang Ying feigned a frown and playfully pinched his little ear, exclaiming, "You little miser." Siyu was taken aback. "Miss, where did this come from? It wasn't here before. It's quite delicate, the size of a finger, and clearly a gift for a young boy. Young ladies do not fancy such knives and swords." Jiang Ying replied casually it was a gift from Santa Claus. Siyu solved one mystery but was soon faced with another. "Ah, miss, who is Santa Claus?" By the time the mother and son finished washing up, Siyu cheerfully informed, "The old lady's maid, Yingji, has come to invite us twice to have breakfast at the Kongji Hall." This was not unexpected. Jiang Ying dressed herself and the child before making their way there. Yet, upon entering the Kongji Hall, the gazes of everyone present were filled with suspicion and curiosity towards the mother and son. Jiang Ying was puzzled, but once they reached the dining area, she noticed the old lady, clad in a light brown brocade robe, appeared in good spirits, though her gaze held a hint of keen interest. "Grandmother, why do you look at me like that?" After sitting down, Jiang Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Beside them, Yingji and Yinrui served mouthwash, embodying the blissful life of someone who is well cared for. In the Duke's residence, Jiang Ying was genuinely experiencing the joy of a rice weevil. Now, no rush. Rinse your mouth first. Let us eat while we talk," the old lady instructed. The old rule of silence at the dining table was momentarily set aside. While Jiang Ying lowered her head to sip porridge, the old lady spoke softly. "Ying, has your grandmother never inquired about your husband's family?" Jiang Ying instinctively almost spat out the porridge. Wide-eyed, she forcefully swallowed, stammering, I, grandmother." The old lady's eyes sparkled with a knowing smile. "I had always believed you were merely the protector by the side of the Prince of Yen, and thus I had observed him closely, asking questions here and there, never expecting. Ying, this morning, the rumors of your entanglement with the Prince of Yen have spread wildly among the gentry and common folk, detailing how you met him, how you became his concubine, and even how much silver he has spent on you during this time. Ying, as the prince's concubine. Why have you never disclosed this to your grandmother? It has left me thinking that you were struggling and leading a difficult life. Of course, being a concubine to Yen Zhou was not necessarily enviable, but at least it provided some form of support. especially since the Jiang family and Yanjia had just recently formed a marriage alliance. The old lady pondered thoughtfully, while Jiang Ying, taken aback, suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Nonsense. He has not spent a single penny on me. Grandmother, do not believe those falsehoods. Yanjia is a cruel and calculating person. Every penny I received from him was earned by treating his ailments. It is not as others perceive. On the contrary, he is shameless, coaxing me into bearing him a child, yet refusing to treat me with the dignity of a legitimate wife, leaving me to fend for myself. It is not that I do not wish to speak, but it is difficult to articulate." Half-truths spilled from Jiang Ying's lips, her earlier panic now replaced by a quivering voice, sounding wronged as if she were a wronged child. This brought a sheen of tears to the old lady's eyes. "Good child, do not be upset. I harbor no blame towards you." How could she blame her? She felt nothing but pity. A sense of unease and alarm crept in, for the old lady had initially hoped that Jiang Ying and her son could stay longer at the Duke's residence, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful life together. With the Duke's considerable influence, she believed there was no need to fear resistance from Jiang Ying's husband. However, the situation had suddenly become more complex. Just as the conversation between the grandmother and granddaughter reached this point, a rather flustered maid rushed in. "Old lady, it's terrible. Miss Elin has fallen into the water in the garden." Alongside the maid arrived the furious Jiang Yuanlang, his face bruised and contorted with rage as he glared at Jiang Ying. "So, you are the prince of Yan's concubine. You've been playing us for fools, causing Lin to be heartbroken and attempt to drown herself. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you." Chapter 065. "Your Highness, this way please." Jiang Ying found herself utterly bewildered. "Third brother, have you ever heard the saying, trouble comes from nowhere while one is at home? You speak so smoothly. Are you implying that I pushed Jiang Yilin into the water? I have done nothing, yet you unjustly blame me."
Jiang Yuanlang's anger faltered.
His mind momentarily blank. You, how dare you? What do I have to fear?" Jiang Ying replied with a slight smile. "Let us assume for a moment that you, my dear third brother, are so inclined to take your side against me. Do you think I would covet your so-called forgiveness?" Jiang Yuanlang found himself at a loss, utterly unable to retort. Typically basking in the admiration of others, the once self-assured third young master of the Jiang family now felt as if he had met his match. He had always assumed a position of superiority, believing Jiang Ying to be the one desperately seeking familial acknowledgement and status, thus expecting her to respond with meekness and timidity, afraid of provoking them and losing their recognition. Yet, why was she so composed, seemingly unperturbed? "You little rascal." At that moment, the old lady had summoned a ruler, pushing Jiang Ying aside and delivering sharp smacks to Jiang Yuanlang's arm. "I strike you, ungrateful fool. Do you have any idea what your sister has endured for the past 16 years? Her life has been 1,000 times worse than Jiang Yilin's. She has finally returned, and instead of protecting her, you dare to blame her for Jiang Yilin, the usurper? Have you lost your conscience?" "Ouch, grandmother, please stop." Jiang Yuanlang yelped, clutching his arm and dodging away, yet the old lady was relentless, panting heavily as she delivered a few more strikes. The commotion drew Jiang Yuanchen in, who blinked in surprise and stood protectively in front of Jiang Yuanlang. "Grandmother, no. Don't hit my brother." "Humph. He is not your brother. Our Jiang family does not have such a child who favors outsiders over kin. Chenge, come here, ignore him." The younger brother, Jiang Yuanchen, felt a pang of sympathy. With a childlike innocence, he displayed a purity and fervor that made him yearn for familial affection even more than usual. The old lady stepped forward, wrapping Jiang Ying in her embrace. "He bullies your sister, Ying. Chenge, be good. Your sister Ying treats you well, gives you candy, and takes care of you when you're sick. Can you allow him to bully her?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanchen puffed out his chest defiantly. "Then that cannot be. Brother, you cannot bully your sister. Boys must not bully girls. We are family, and we should love and support each other. Let go of me." Jiang Yuanlang had a sulky expression, clearly dismissing Jiang Yuanchen's words and even shrugging off his hand in disdain. Jiang Ying felt an uncontrollable urge to intervene, glancing at her poor foolish second brother, just as Jiang Yuanlang swiftly turned, arms outstretched, blocking her path. "No, no bullying, sister. If you dare to bully her, I will hit you," he declared, attempting to appear fierce. This scene was both amusing and ridiculous, yet it tugged at the heartstrings. The old lady's voice quivered. "Look at that. Even the daft Yuan Chen knows to protect his sister. You scoundrel. Without understanding the situation, you dare to trouble your sister? Get lost. Go as far away as you can." Jiang Yuanlang felt a sudden pang of guilt. Was he truly too impulsive? Yet, grandmother, Linlin has been under your watchful eye as she grew up. Now, she is struggling for her life after falling into the water, and you feel not a shred of sorrow? Just days ago, she was devastated by the revelation that she was not a daughter of the Jiang family, plummeting from paradise to hell. Who could have anticipated that the concubine of the prince, Yan, would be yet another blow to her? Linlin has long harbored deep affections for Prince Yan, hoping to marry him, and now her dreams lie shattered. Shouldn't we extend her some understanding in this moment of despair? Do not turn away from me, grandmother. I empathize with her plight, but who will comprehend my Ying? Furthermore, traditionally, marriage is dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. She fell in love with someone before the fates were even aligned, and her extreme reactions tarnish her noble demeanor. Is that not unjust? Grandmother. Jiang Yuanlang stepped forward, bruises adorning his face, and implored, "Can we refrain from debating who is right or wrong? I only wish for you to visit Linlin." As a final gesture of warmth after all these years, Jiang Yilin had fallen into the water, and Luo was anxiously attending to her, bustling about. She sought doctors, brewed ginger soup, and was consumed with worry, all while growing increasingly dissatisfied with Jiang Ying. Had it not been for Jiang Ying being the concubine of Yanzhua, perhaps this calamity would never have transpired. Thus, she sent Jiang Yuanlang to insist that the old lady come, to ensure that the duke's household recognized that Jiang Yilin, even if not a biological daughter, was still valued. This way, Jiang Yilin's future would not be fraught with hardship. Luo's intentions were clear, yet the old lady was not naive. "I will not go. She has you and Luo's concern. That suffices. What need have I to attend? You are still Linlin's grandmother." Jiang Yuanlang exclaimed loudly. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. "I cannot bear that burden. My only granddaughter is Ying. You may return. I am neither a comforter nor a physician. Rather than seeking me, it would be wiser to call upon more doctors to attend to her." In truth, the Lien family was not so heartless as to wish ill upon Jiang Yilin. They merely sought to maintain their stance, refusing to let Jiang Yilin's misfortunes result in any unfair treatment towards Jiang Ying. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanlang felt disheartened. "Grandmother, you are truly heartless." Lien tightened her embrace around Jiang Ying. "It is not I who am heartless. It is you. Ying has been back for a day and a night. Has her mother even come to see her once? If she does not cherish Ying, why should I? What is wrong with mirroring her indifference? And what kind of young lady falls into water so early in the morning? How coincidental that it happened just after the news of Jiang Ying being Yan Zhua's concubine broke. Is this not a blatant attempt to pressure us?" Luo, blinded by favoritism, failed to see the truth, yet the old lady was keenly aware. Just as Jiang Yuanlang departed, the steward arrived with news. "Old madam, Prince Yan has just sent a formal invitation. Would you like to step out and greet him? We cannot ascertain which young lady he wishes to see. The one who fell into the water is his formerly betrothed wife, the legitimate daughter he has recently acknowledged, and the concubine said to be quite favored." The steward was at a loss, unaware of whom to send out to receive him. Ultimately, it fell to the old lady. Upon hearing this, Lien instinctively grasped Jiang Ying's hand.
He must be here for our Ying.
That scoundrel, having accumulated such fortune, dares to bring our Ying into his household so soon. I shall go meet him, while the rest of you care for Ying and her child. This implied she had no intention of bringing Jiang Ying along. The latter found solace in her leisure, but no one anticipated that just as the old lady reached the entrance to the flower hall, she overheard the voice of Jiang Yilin's maid. "Your Highness, our young lady was in a foul mood this morning and fell into the water. The doctor says her condition is dire. Did you come to visit her upon hearing the news?" "This way, Your Highness." Chapter 066. What do you mean by divorce? You say Yan Zhua went to see Jiang Yilin? When Jiang Ying heard this from Siyu, she was surprisingly unperturbed. After all, Jiang Yilin was the principal female lead of the original narrative, seen by Yan Zhua as the most dignified and virtuous choice for a wife. Siyu, however, thought she was angry and shrank back, saying, "That maid of Miss Yilin, Chunyang, is quite shameless. She directly blocked His Highness in the flower hall." Thus, out of respect for the imperial decree, the prince had no choice but to pay a visit. In response, she cautiously stole glances at Jiang Ying's expression. Jiang Ying merely smirked. "Siyu, there is no need to defend Yanzhua. Whether he goes or not is of no concern to me. Mother out with the old, in with the new. That scoundrel father is obstinately stubborn. Wait until Gigi grows up, and I shall personally choose a better father for you." The son babbled while nursing, his small fists waving animatedly. Jiang Ying caught his hands, saying, Focus on eating properly. Little Yanji protested. Sigh, nursing is exhausting. It feels like I never get full. I don't want to eat anymore. When will I grow up quickly and change my diet? Scoundrel father? Jiang Ying, exasperated, intentionally withdrew her breast, knowing this little rascal had been playing while nursing, prolonging each feeding session. Given that his appetite was steadily increasing, Jiang Ying felt utterly drained, as if half her day was consumed by feeding him. After giving his bottom 2 light smacks, she said, "Not hungry, eh? Then don't eat." Just then a deep, magnetic voice interrupted from nearby. "I apologize, I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Jiang Ying jumped in surprise, instinctively pulling her clothes together.
See you.
Who had been bustling about just moments ago had vanished. The dog prince stepped back behind the curtain, his demeanor awkward, his cheeks suspiciously flushed. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow, tossing her son onto the bed and standing up to adjust her attire. "Your Highness, did you not go to see your future beloved? Have you already made your choice?" She could hardly blame Yanjua for not knocking. Siyu likely left the door ajar when she exited. After all, aside from Siyu, there were numerous other maids around, all of whom presumed Jiang Ying and Yanjua shared a more intimate relationship. Thus, upon seeing Yanjua approach, they were both frightened and confused, mistakenly allowing him to pass. Jiang Ying contemplated that she needed to find an opportunity to assert herself firmly. No letting any dogs inside. Yanjua's tall figure cast a shadow on the curtain, echoing Jiang Ying's words meaningfully. "Future beloved? I only just learned this morning that the humble village girl has, one day, become the true legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. Jiang family, tell me, the imperial edict names the Jiang family's legitimate young daughter. Should I believe that it refers to you, or to the Jiang Yilin, who just now sent a maid to confront me?" Jiang Ying's eyes flickered. So, he had not gone to Jiang Yilin's courtyard? Not only that, but he also seemed surprisingly astute, having discerned Jiang Yilin's schemes. The young lady feigned weakness and desperation, employing a strategy of self-pity to preserve her engagement with Yanjua. In the end, however, Yanjua had dismissed her entirely. Realizing this, Jiang Ying found herself feeling less animosity towards Yanjua. She reached for her son, lifting him and naturally placing him into the arms of the dog prince. "Your Highness, there is no need for sarcasm. I too only learned of my lineage later, otherwise." She paused, clever enough to hold her tongue. Humph. Had the original character known her true origins earlier, she might have focused her efforts on seeking familial recognition rather than scheming to become Yanjua's concubine. Yanjua had evidently considered this as well, and for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of irritation, even if he had been unaware at first. One would have expected he'd noticed the signs by now from her frequent visits to the Duke's household, wouldn't one? At the end of it all, "You have still deceived me in secret." The prince harbors the heart of a petty individual while attempting to gauge the intentions of a gentleman. Though there is nothing to accuse her of, he still absurdly casts blame upon her. What can she do? She simply refuses to acknowledge it and waits to see how he will respond. Approaching the table, Jiang Ying subtly shrugged, her mindset more relaxed than ever before. After all, she had already been recognized by the old matron and the entire Duke's residence. Did they think they could coerce her into submission with their status? Ridiculous. Mother has indeed regained her confidence with her identity restored. Disgraceful father. Retreat. Haha. Xiao Yanji was immensely pleased. In Yanjua's embrace, she kicked and clawed, appearing as if she were merely playing, yet only Yanjua understood the exhaustion of holding her, terrified that his arms might suddenly weaken and drop the little one. He was so occupied that he scarcely had time to retaliate against Jiang Ying. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the baby cradle nearby and stepped forward to place the child within. The little one was indeed bursting with energy, akin to a large mudfish. "Call me father," Yanjua insisted with fervor. Xiao Yanji turned her face away haughtily, ignoring him, yet he persisted, coaxing her, "Come now, call me father." Xiao Yanji cried out, "Mother, save me. Disgraceful father has gone mad." Jiang Ying had initially intended not to smile, but ultimately could not suppress a grin at the sight of the two father and son, who were clearly on different wavelengths, an inexplicable source of amusement. Yanjua, having tried for quite some time without success, was puzzled. He observed how Jiang Shi and their son interacted joyfully. Even when held by maids, Xiao Yanji remained remarkably well-behaved. Not crying or fussing, her big eyes darting about with lively curiosity. Why then, when placed in his arms, did she become so unruly? "What are you laughing at?" With a furrowed brow, Yanjua approached the center of the room, casting a solemn gaze upon Jiang Ying, who was leisurely sipping tea and nibbling on snacks. She appeared utterly relaxed. Raising her head, Jiang Ying maintained a serious expression, insisting, I'm not laughing at anything. I merely feel that your recent visits have become rather frequent. Yan Zhuo replied, if it were not for hearing of the mystery surrounding your origins, would I have any desire to visit? However, do not rejoice too soon. The Lien family has instructed the servants of the Duke's residence to keep their lips sealed and not to disclose even a hint about you. Thus, whether they truly wish to reclaim you, or are merely acting out of self-interest, you should contemplate carefully. This meant that, aside from those within the Duke's residence, no one else was aware of Jiang Ying's true lineage. Yan Zhuo had been keeping a close watch on the Duke's movements through Qi Ren, which is why he couldn't be fooled. Logically, one would expect a long-lost child to be celebrated publicly without delay. Why, then, was the old matron deliberately keeping things under wraps? Yan Zhuo was convinced that the old matron's intentions were not pure. Concerned for Jiang Ying's well-being, he had come to offer this warning. However, Jiang Ying was already well aware. The matron had explained to her the reasons for such caution. In 20 days, the matron was to host a grand feast at the Duke's residence, and it was best to remain silent until then to avoid the rampant speculation that could arise. Thus, Jiang Ying maintained her composure, stating, as for my affairs, there is no need for your concern, my lord. Perhaps you should devote your thoughts to how to appropriately draft the divorce decree instead. The atmosphere in the room had been relatively pleasant until Jiang Ying's last remark, which caused the temperature around the man to plummet. His eyes turned as cold and deep as a frigid pond, locking onto Jiang Ying as he demanded, what did you say about a divorce? In the Bibo courtyard, after Jiang Yilin fell into the water, her body grew weak, coughing and gasping for breath for a couple of hours, as if she could not entirely expel the filthy water she had swallowed. Luo Shi tended to her personally, her heart aching for her daughter. Just days prior, her lively little girl had suffered greatly, rapidly losing weight and becoming gaunt. Linlin, what a pity this is. Luo Shi sighed. Jiang Yilin remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the doorway. Before long, Chunyang appeared in her line of sight, causing her to sit up abruptly, only to fall back down upon realizing there was no one else behind her. Chunyang stammered, Miss, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to bring the prince. Just then, another of Jiang Yilin's maids, Fu Xia, burst into the room, exclaiming, Miss, I saw him. The prince seems to have gone to visit the old matron. Chapter 067. My lord, do not fall deeper into this quagmire. What is the matter with you, maid? Miss has fallen into the water and caught a chill. Her head already hurts, and you are making such a ruckus?
Get out.
Seeing Jiang Yilin's complexion change, Luo Shi quickly intervened. Turning back, she reassured, a distinguished guest always visits the old matron first. He will surely come to see our Linlin soon. After all, she is the legitimate wife bestowed by imperial decree. He wouldn't dare neglect her. Upon hearing this, Fu Xia, who had nearly crossed the threshold, abruptly retreated. Madam. It seems that the prince did not go to pay his respects to the old matron but headed straight to the backyard. Silence. Do you think this is a place for you to chatter? Luo Shi felt a headache coming on and shot a glance at Pinju, signaling her to escort the indiscreet maid away. Truly, every word she spoke only served to undermine the situation. Jiang Yilin, however, was not foolish. She understood what Fu Xia was implying and, choked with emotion, clutched her blanket, saying, Mother, is it true that she is better than me? Or has the prince grown to despise me upon learning that I am not of the Duke's bloodline? Before Luo Shi could respond, Jiang Yilin had already convinced herself. Nodding internally, indeed, it must be so. If he truly favored that woman, how could he have so readily agreed to the marriage proposal before? As long as it is not true love, I still have a chance. Luo Shi sat at the edge of the bed, her eyes filled with compassion. Linlin, do not think such thoughts. It is impossible. Have you forgotten? The old matron has not spread the news, so the outside world is unaware of your substitution. The marriage agreement with the prince's residence still stands, so I believe that if we can foster some affections in the meantime, when the time comes, he may choose to marry you, and who could object to that? Her words rekindled hope in Jiang Yilin's eyes. Is what you say true? Indeed. How could a mother deceive you? Our Linlin has been nurtured with care in the Duke's residence for 16 years, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And possessing such beauty, any man in the world would surely recognize Linlin's merits. How could a mere country bumpkin compare? Jiang Yilin suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude, yet her hand beneath the blanket clenched tightly. Mother, you must help me. Enticing Yan Zhuo was no simple task. She had tried before but found him cold and aloof, never sparing a glance for ordinary women. Even a handkerchief that fell at his feet would go unpicked. Capturing his attention was an arduous endeavor. Jiang Ying furrowed her brow, contemplating how to proceed, while Luo Shi racked her brain. Finally, an idea struck her. I know. Pinju, go fetch something. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ying could hardly contain her curiosity. Mother, what is the plan? Do not ask yet. You will know once Pinju returns. As Yanjue departed from the Kong Ji Tang, he was seething with rage, his dark brows knitted into two sharp swords, seemingly capable of cleaving a person in two at any moment. Qiren wisely refrained from approaching, wishing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yanjue paid him no heed, standing at the courtyard entrance, emanating an icy aura. When Jiang Ying did not appear, his fury intensified, and he bellowed at Qiren. Come here. Qiren thought, it's over. The prince is about to explode. Why did Miss Jiang always have the ability to infuriate the prince like this? The crucial point was that he could be angry, but he must not take it out on me. As Qiren approached, Yanjue's gaze scrutinized him from head to toe, akin to a condemned fish awaiting slaughter. Ah, now I understand why the old matron sought your assistance. Qiren, you are audacious indeed to impersonate the man of my woman. The statement was rather convoluted, and Yanjue himself paused, momentarily taken aback by his own words. Nonetheless, his expression remained stern and impassive, concealing his inner turmoil from others. Qiren felt a heavy thud in his heart. Your Highness, where does this come from? I do not understand at all. Do you not understand? Very well, allow me to elucidate further. Qiren perceived that every word that followed from Yanjue was as piercing as shards of ice. The old matriarch Jiang believed that Jiang Ying was your wife, and the child is also yours. Suddenly, Qiren's eyes widened in shock, turning ashen, and he dropped to his knees, clutching Yanjue's thigh. Woo-woo. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I am unworthy of life, having allowed the old matriarch Jiang to harbor such a misunderstanding. I might as well smash my head against a brick and die, lest I tarnish your highness's reputation. Before Yanjue could finish, Qiren's desperate urge to survive propelled him to turn and dash toward the wall's doghole, frantically starting to remove bricks. Yanjue's eyes glinted with cold fury. Come back. Do not think that by doing this, I shall let you off the hook. He recalled how the old matriarch had previously ignored him, a prince, while treating Qiren as an esteemed guest. Was it because she mistakenly believed him to be Jiang Ying's husband? What a grand folly. That little village girl, despite her many shortcomings, had remarkable medical skills and insight. How could she possibly take a liking to such a brutish man as Qiren? Indeed, Qiren dared not utter a word, his head hanging low as he trailed behind Yanjue, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. As if he were destined to perish on the training field, his heart ached with a sense of injustice. It was the old matriarch Jiang who had misunderstood. It was not he who had spoken of such things. Why did the prince not blame her but instead vent his frustration upon him? As they walked a considerable distance, nearing the outer courtyard, Yanjue suddenly halted, causing Qiren to nearly collide with his back. Before Yanjue turned his head, Qiren, instinctively stepping back, wished he could shrink into himself to diminish his presence. After a moment of silence, he dared not look up, but he heard Yanjue's voice steadied somewhat. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your mistakes. Do you accept? Qiren's heart leaped with joy.
What?
I am willing to devote myself to your highness without hesitation.
Huh?
Yanjue was not appeased in the slightest. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. How could the old matriarch have misjudged him? Was it because Qiren was so glib of tongue? Contemplating this, his tone turned unfriendly again. I have taught you since childhood, Qiren, to speak less and act more. Qiren, initially wanting to inquire about the task, thought better of it and refrained from asking. Fortunately, Yanjue was quite urgent, and after scanning the vicinity from the bridge for a moment, he pointed to a courtyard named Chunfengzai. Jiang Yuanling resides there, correct? Go. Give him a good beating. Be not too gentle, nor too harsh. The best outcome would be for others to clearly see that it was us who struck him. He could not fathom why Jiang Ying would utter such outrageous words about separation. What wrong had he done to her? Had he not promised to allow her to enter the manor as a concubine? He had already bestowed her with a generous bridal gift and had even been contemplating allowing her to enter the main gate in a sedan chair. Because she had borne him his first child, Jir, who possessed promising potential, he could elevate her status as the mother of his child.
Now,
she was a legitimate daughter of a duke's family, and raising her status slightly to that of a secondary consort was not out of the question. Yet Jiang Ying had not afforded him the opportunity to negotiate, demanding separation outright. This left Yanjue momentarily stunned, igniting a surge of unprovoked anger within him. Just as he was about to lose his composure, the old matriarch burst in, her words icy. "Your Highness, my granddaughter will not be a concubine. I implore you to retract your decree." Initially, she had misjudged due to her poor eyesight, mistaking Ying and that bodyguard for a couple. Now, reflecting upon it, she sighed. "Nevertheless, since Ying has borne your child, it is evident that there exists some affection between you. However, let me make myself clear. The Jiang family's legitimate daughter would rather separate than become a concubine. Should you find this unacceptable, simply write a separation letter. The Jiang family is fully capable of raising the child." As Yenja recalled these words, he could not help but grit his teeth in fury. Was this merely a simple matter of a separation letter? He wanted the child, and he wanted the adult, as well. He had heard that Jiang Yuanyi had sent someone to teach the thoughtless Jiang Yuanling a lesson, and that the village girl had seemed quite pleased. Did this imply that if he helped her seek justice, there might be room for negotiation concerning the separation? With that thought in mind, Yenja climbed a tree, positioning himself to observe Qi Ren delivering a thorough thrashing to Jiang Yuanling. It would be good to collect a favor from that woman in return. However, just as he was surveying the scene, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the flower bushes, graceful and elegant, clad in a simple dress. Each step as if treading upon his heart. Yenja's heart skipped a beat, and he could not resist leaping down from the tree to stealthily follow her. Puzzled, he wondered where the little village girl was off to after having just sent him away. He soon witnessed her leisurely strolling to the lakeside, under Yenja's watchful gaze. Her foot slipped, and with a sharp cry, she fell into the lotus pond filled with withered vines. "Be careful," Yenja instinctively shouted. Yet, all that responded was the splash of water in the lotus pond, and after she fell, there was no sign of struggle, sinking silently below the surface. Yenja's heart ignited with frustration, cursing the foolish woman. Did she not know to stay away from the water?
Jiang.
Without a second thought, he rushed toward the water, shouting. But she had already sunk, leaving only a slender arm, slowly descending. Bubbles rose in the water, as if she were pleading for help. Yenja's thoughts ceased entirely. He stripped off his outer robe and leaped into the lake. "Jiang, do not move. The lake bed is muddy. Do not sink deeper." Chapter 068. Surrender. The situation in the water was indeed more complex than Yenja had anticipated. Not only was there a thick layer of silt, but also a tangle of branches of various sizes obstructing his immediate rescue efforts. In the chaos, something sharp pricked his arm, weakening his right hand. Seeing the distance between them grow, Yenja gritted his teeth and broke through the murky surface, shouting, "Help!" Chunfeng's eye was not far off, and Qi Ren, with his keen hearing, would surely be able to hear him. He had better hear it, otherwise, he would never believe any boast about how medicine made him sharp of hearing. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As Yenja waited, he pushed aside the irritating branches and leaves, striving to swim toward who he presumed was Jiang Ying. The woman had one foot stuck in the mud, struggling to hold her breath while attempting to save herself. Seeing this, Yenja's heart raced inexplicably, and he quickened his pace. At that moment, however, her outer garment slipped away, revealing a faint blush on her bare arm, reminiscent of a mark of loyalty. In disbelief, Yenja froze momentarily. Jiang. Has she borne him a child, and yet possesses such a mark? As she struggled, Jiang Ying's hairpins fell away, her cascading hair flowing freely. Upon closer inspection, Yenja's gaze darkened further. Just at that critical moment, Qi Ren finally arrived using his lightness skill, his eyes darting between the two bubbling spots on the surface. "Your Highness, why have you jumped into the water?" Yenja, realizing the dire situation, wasted no time fixing his disheveled hair and surfaced, shouting, "No time for chatter. Save her." Qi Ren, spotting a woman in the water, immediately began to remove his clothes, ready to leap in when he suddenly asked Yenja, "Your Highness,
Who is down there?
am I going to rob you of your heroic rescue?" He wondered, could it be Miss Jiang? His prince was not one to meddle in trivial matters, but the one time he did, bringing home the village girl after her horse collided with his, had proven quite worthwhile. Responding to Qi Ren was Yenja, who turned and swam toward the shore. Qi Ren, how reckless. When the people at Kangjitang heard that someone had fallen into the lotus pond again, they rushed over to see Jiang Yilin, unconscious, collapsing in Luo's arms. "Linlin, why is your fate so harsh? Falling into water twice in a single day, does heaven not have eyes?" Luo cast a piercing glance at Qi Ren, her heart filled with an intense loathing for him. Siyu's keen eyes caught sight of the discarded outer garments beside the mother and daughter, covering her mouth in astonishment. "My lady, did I not wash and hang those garments for you just last night? In the esteemed Duke's residence, are there still audacious thieves? Stealing the clothes of the young lady?" Siyu was dumbfounded, her mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. Jiang Ying held her son. Leisurely surveying the scene, a woman in a deep slumber, two men pulled from the water. One could easily deduce what had transpired. Particularly, Luo's poor acting left much to be desired, as Jiang Yilin's maid, devoid of panic, exhibited a hint of guilt as she averted her gaze. Internally, Jiang Ying sighed, her thoughts a tangled web. Yet, the little one in her arms suddenly perked up, laughing heartily within. Hurrah, has the scoundrel father been outsmarted? That viperous woman stole Mother's garments, disguised herself as mother to fall into the water, compelling the scoundrel father into an intimate entanglement, forcing him to marry her? Or perhaps she tempted him beneath the water. Naive. These are merely remnants of my mother's ploys, after all. Jiang Ying.
Well,
Perhaps it's better not to utter that last thought. See you, do not speak recklessly. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence that Miss Yilin possesses a similar outfit. Jiang Ying remarked softly, ostensibly defending Jiang Yilin, yet inciting further speculation. She turned to cast a bright, curious glance at Yanjia, as if to say, my lord, with such warmth and elegance, enjoy the moment. Yanjia, drenched in his dark robe, had lost his jade crown, his hair cascading with droplets, exuding a strong earthy scent. The grit of mud and sand in his shoes was a stark contrast to the genteel surroundings, further accentuated by the unseemly image of a drenched rooster, observed by the household of Jiang.
for whom was all this endured?
Yet, the principal party, instead of expressing gratitude, mocked him. Yanjia's chest heaved heavily, his gaze dangerous as he stepped before Jiang Ying, arm outstretched. Are you not a physician? My arm is injured. I cannot wait for the royal physician to arrive. Tend to it. My lord, while saving the fair maiden is commendable, do refrain from lamenting your fatigue. Look, Miss Yilin has yet to regain consciousness. Let us set aside this minor injury, lest she awaken to find it unfortunate. Jiang Ying replied, her eyes growing cold, rationally asserting that she did not wish for Yanjia to marry Jiang Yilin. For Jiang Yilin represented a common adversary to both her and her son, an irreconcilable foe, one that could never be resolved. If Yanjia were to wed her, it would inevitably lead to a rift between father and son. After all, they could remain indifferent, but enmity would be utterly distasteful. Thus, Jiang Ying's expression darkened, and her demeanor turned brusque. Yanjia noticed this, and his pupils contracted slightly before he smirked. Do you truly believe that Jiang Yilin is the one I saved? Is that not blatantly obvious? If not, then who? Jiang Ying lifted her gaze, meeting Yanjia's profound eyes. Though they had known each other for some time, Jiang Ying rarely scrutinized him closely, believing them to be worlds apart. The temperamental prince, one she felt could only bring her irritation. Yet, upon this unexpected glance, she was invariably struck by his stunning appearance. Even now, drenched and imposing, his flawless visage radiated an ethereal chill, compelling yet restrained. Yanjia sensed a flicker of emotion in Jiang Ying's gaze, not of affection, but an appreciation for his beauty. His heart stirred, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. She must still be pretending to disregard him. Thus, he softened, slowly turning his attention toward Luo, the instigator, his expression icy. Pray tell, who saved her? I would rather not hear any unfounded rumors once we leave the Duke's residence. Otherwise, I shall ensure she never awakens again. Luo trembled, disbelief coursing through her as she tightened her grip on Jiang Yilin's shoulder.
Speak.
Yanjia commanded, denying her the chance to delay. As for the culprit, since she enjoyed her fainting spells so much, she ought to remain in that state, unable even to defend herself. Luo gritted her teeth. Under Yanjia's oppressive aura, she reluctantly spoke. No, it was not His Highness the Prince. She had not anticipated Yanjia's relentless pursuit. Then who was it? Luo felt a mix of resentment and regret. Had she known it would prove so difficult, she would never have encouraged Yilin to take such risks. Could she truly claim it was Qirun who saved her? Would that not condemn Yilin to a lifetime of marrying a mere guard? In mere moments, Luo felt as if her teeth might shatter, while the unconscious Jiang Yilin grew increasingly anxious, her nails digging painfully into Luo's flesh, silently pleading her not to speak. In the modest lotus garden, all eyes converged upon the mother-daughter duo, the air thick with confusion, tension, and unease. Yanjia, satisfied, slowly smirked, leaning closer to Jiang Ying's ear. Does this bring you some measure of satisfaction? This statement was utterly out of character, causing both Jiang Ying and her son to widen their eyes in shock, their pupils trembling. What? Is the scoundrel father now submitting to mother? Chapter 069. She? A prodigious talent. Mother. It seems he no longer regards Jiang Yilin as he did in the past. Previously, he would not allow her to suffer, even the slightest grievance. Unable to see through her clumsy schemes. Has he truly been struck in the head, gaining sudden clarity? Despite knowing the absurdity of her son's remarks, Jiang Ying could not help but let her gaze linger on Yenji's head. There seemed to be a slight indentation at his temple. Could it be that he had indeed been struck? Yenji, feeling the scrutiny of her suspicious gaze, swallowed hard and asserted, "I am serious. Initially, I was genuinely worried you had drowned, but later I discovered it was she who donned your garments to impersonate you. I swear, I did not lay a finger on her." Jiang Ying had interacted with Yenji numerous times. He often spoke from a position of superiority, his words infuriating enough to make one want to regurgitate their last meal. Yet today, he patiently explained himself, showing no interest in the weeping Luo or the unconscious Jiang Yilin. This was a marked departure from the original narrative. If Yenji had not been struck in the head, Jiang Ying felt a twinge of unease. Before long, the physician arrived, and Luo directed the servants to carry Jiang Yilin back to the main chamber for treatment. As they departed, she reluctantly answered Yenji's earlier question with barely contained resentment. Today, Yilin fell into the water. I thank the prince and his guard for rescuing her with a bamboo pole. Once Yilin recovers, I shall ensure she expresses her gratitude to the prince with a cup of tea. Each word seemed forced from between clenched teeth. Yenji, indifferent, pondered if her precious Yilin truly made him so averse. Or was it merely due to the presence of this woman? Luo's gaze shifted, landing upon Jiang Ying, her eyes betraying undisguised disdain and impatience. She was indeed a bane to Yilin. Observing this, Yenji furrowed his brow deeply, not from Luo's discontent towards him, but from her attitude toward Jiang Ying. If my information is accurate, Madame Jiang, it seems Jiang Ying is your biological daughter? Having resolved not to intervene in the Jiang family's affairs before arriving, Yenji found himself unable to control his thoughts. Puzzled by a mother who cherished her adopted daughter while casting aside her own flesh and blood. Had Luo been stationed at the border for too long, causing her to lose her senses? Unfortunately, Luo was indeed an anomaly. Upon hearing his words, her expression remained unfazed, her tone cold and dismissive. Your Highness is mistaken. I have no other daughter besides Yilin. As for Yilin and your Highness, I am fully aware of how to handle my own affairs without your overreach. Yenji's surprise was unmistakable. Luo gritted her teeth, ultimately falling silent. She understood well that, as a subject, she could not sway Yenji in the slightest. Her only hope lay in the prince's fear of defying the imperial decree. The humble servant does not presume to instruct His Highness the Prince, but merely wishes to counsel him that defiance of the imperial edict leads to dire consequences. I beseech you, Prince, to consider the greater good. With that, she hurriedly departed with Jiang Yilin and a retinue of maids and servants. The old matriarch snorted, her expression stern, dismissing the remaining onlookers. Have you nothing better to do? Soon, the Lotus Pavilion was nearly deserted, save for the servants of King Jitang and a few of the matriarch's close associates. Just as Jiang Ying lifted her foot to leave with her child, she was unexpectedly seized by Yenji, who firmly grasped her arm. He said nothing, holding on stubbornly like a bull. The matriarch observed the scene for a while before linking arms with Mama Tang and approaching with a knowing smile. It seems, Your Highness, that you have more to say to our Ying? Very well, I shall take the others away, to spare you any further distraction. Yin Rui, go on then. You often say how adorable Zhigur is, wishing to hold him more often, so off you go and play with him in Kingjitang. The matriarch had discerned that Yenji was not as foolish as rumors suggested. Most importantly, his foolishness was directed towards Ying, which was all the more delightful. She hoped he would spoil her Ying endlessly. After living a long life, the matriarch cared little for superficial reputation. A good life was the greatest benefit. Thus, she smiled as she allowed Yin Rui to take little Yenji away, enabling Yenji to pursue his interest. Little Yenji wore a look of utter confusion. Grandmother, do you take me for Sister Yin Rui's plaything? Could you perhaps consider my psychological trauma? Mother, Gigi doesn't want to go, sob. What is there to discuss with that scoundrel? He is as clumsy with words as a child, incapable of sweet talk. But Gigi can. Mother is the most beautiful, virtuous and gentle, loved by all, blooming like flowers. Gigi loves mother. Oh. Jiang Ying, what should I do if I suspect my son's lineage? Should I secretly take a drop of Yenji's blood for testing? Achoo. At that moment, Qiren could not suppress a loud sneeze. He rubbed his nose, his cheeks flushed, feeling quite cold. Old madam, may I change into another set of clothes with His Highness first? And, if possible, a bowl of ginger soup would be splendid. Qiren was still shaken. especially grateful for the mercy shown by the Luo family earlier. Otherwise, would he truly have to marry Jiang Ying?
No, no, no.
He did not fancy women who were cunning and pretentious. He preferred, well, someone healthier, cuter, ideally someone as innocent as himself. As he pondered, a face suddenly appeared in Qi Ren's mind, reminiscent of you, tossing him a handkerchief. Qi guard, wipe the mud off your face. Qi Ren, what? Is there mud on my face? When did that happen? Why is it that despite being in the same water, His Highness remains impeccably charming while I appear as if I've rolled in the dirt? Yanjia, unperturbed, crossed his arms. Oh, does he think he isn't cold? He was merely pretending not to be. However, despite the chill, Yanjia could not help but disdain Qi Ren's dish. If he could just hold out a little longer, he would secure the chance for a private conversation with Jiang Ying. Now that the moment had come, they had no choice but to return to Kangjitang together to change. In the room, Qi Ren, curious, asked, Your Highness, how did you discern that the figure in the water was not Miss Jiang? I thought that garment resembled hers so much that I assumed it was her until I swam closer. Surely, His Highness's eyesight could not be better than his from such a distance. I have my ways, Yanjia replied confidently, and when Qi Ren was not paying attention, his cheeks suspiciously reddened. Qi Ren paused, astonished that His Highness was being coy. Could it be that His Highness had consumed more medicinal water, thus enhancing his eyesight? This thought left Qi Ren in a frenzy. He quickly dressed and clutched Yanjia's leg. Your Highness, is it true? I told you, you cannot be selfish. Hoarding all that medicine for yourself. Share a little with me, please. Look, given that I saved someone today and prevented you from falling into a predicament, can I have 2 pieces? No, just 1 piece. Is that acceptable? Yanjia wondered if this fellow was slightly unhinged, treating the medicine as a tonic? Addicted?
No.
You are simply imagining things. Yanjia felt embarrassed to admit that it was due to that thing resembling a virgin's mark on Jiang Ying's arm. Moreover, the moment Jiang Ying's hair fell free, he distinctly saw something drop into the water. A black mass, presumably a false hairpiece. With these 2 observations, Yanjia was certain it could not possibly be Jiang Ying. After all, during that night, not only had he broken her virgin mark, but he also clearly remembered Jiang Ying's hair being abundant, glossy, and smooth, akin to silk. How could she resemble other women who needed a false hairpiece to achieve a perfect hairstyle? Reflecting on this, Yanjia lowered his head in resignation. As something stirred between his legs, he closed his eyes. This matter could not be pondered upon. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Qi Ren continued to pester him with relentless inquiries, utterly unconvinced by Yanjia's explanation about his improved eyesight. Left with no alternative, Yanjia had to tell the truth. Concluding with a threat, Ask another question, and I shall have your tongue. Qi Ren turned away, mumbling, You could have said that sooner. What is there that cannot be revealed to outsiders? In the adjoining room, after a flurry of movement, the old matriarch pulled Jiang Ying back to the rattan bed beneath the window, smiling as she pressed her hand. Did you hear that? I never expected Yanjia to understand our Ying so well. Jiang Ying's face was mortified. Thoughts of Yanjia's bizarre descriptors, talented beyond measure, flashed through her mind, leaving her quite perturbed. Did that scoundrel even attend school? What does hair have to do with talent? Do you have any idea how much misunderstanding this has caused? She pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Grandmother, please listen to me. It is truly not as you think. Chapter 070. She is the worst. The old matriarch shook her head. Ying, did you willingly choose to be with that rascal, or were you coerced? Lian Shi believed this question was of utmost importance. It pertained to her beloved granddaughter's future. If there was affection, they were a couple. Without it, being bound together was meaningless. Jiang Ying instinctively pouted, wishing to distance herself from Yanjia. Yet, upon reflection, could she truly walk away from the shameless acts of her original self? Mama Tang beside her hesitated, and Lian Shi noticed Jiang Ying's expression, mistaking it for shyness. She shot a glance at Mama Tang. You know? Then speak up. Earlier that morning, the old matriarch had been utterly stunned by the news, momentarily forgetting to inquire further. She could not believe that her darling granddaughter would follow Yanjia without reason. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of the proud Jiang Ying. There must be an underlying story they were unaware of. Mama Tang pressed her lips together, glancing between the old matriarch and Jiang Ying, feeling as if her mouth had been glued shut. The old matriarch, exasperated, slammed the table. Speak up.
Vifant.
You seem to be increasingly tongue-tied lately. Mama Tang felt distressed. It was not that she was tongue-tied. She was, well, the old matriarch was forcing her to speak.
So,
With no other choice, Mama Tang stepped forward, leaning in to whisper the whole story she had gathered from outside. Mama Tang's eloquence was commendable. She succinctly conveyed the tale without excessive elaboration, effectively articulating the various twists and turns. By the end, the old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, she clutched her chest, coughing violently, nearly losing her composure. She stared incredulously at the downcast Jiang Ying, utterly unable to believe it. Simultaneously, she was acutely aware that Mama Tang would never deceive her with baseless tales. Thus, it must be true? It is not that the esteemed Prince Yan coveted the beauty of her granddaughter, nor is it a tyrannical imposition of power. Nor is he a fickle-hearted man like Qin Shimi. Rather, it is her granddaughter who feigned innocence, relentlessly pursued him, and resorted to unscrupulous means to win him back, resulting in a child. In that moment, the old lady felt an overwhelming dizziness. Jiang Ying stood rigidly, her body tense. As Mama Tang spoke, she caught fragments of the conversation. Although it was all the original's fault, she could not shake a sense of mortification and indignation. At this moment, she dared not raise her head, striving to feign humility. Fortunately, after what felt like an eternity, the old lady finally composed herself and spoke. Indeed, our Ying is commendable. She dares to love and hate, pursuing her desires without fear of societal conventions, does she not? Mama Tang, indulge her, even if it means forsaking principles and morality.
Jiang Ying exclaimed, "Ah,
Grandmother, you are truly a wonderful person." Unable to contain her emotions, tears welled in her eyes as she embraced the matriarch. Grandmother, you are indeed my beloved grandmother. I have made my decision. I shall not marry Yanjia. A forceful union yields no sweetness. I shall remain by your side for all my days, accompanying you and my dear child. At last, she could voice her thoughts, allowing the situation to unfold naturally. Away with that dog Prince. To her surprise, the old lady's expression suddenly darkened as she delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Ying's backside, exclaiming, "What nonsense! You already have a child. How can you abandon him so easily? Besides, Yanjia is of royal blood. As his firstborn, the imperial family will not allow him to be cast aside." This predicament was indeed complex. Even if Yanjia himself was willing, the royal court would never permit it. The old lady spoke earnestly. "Ying, you may find it difficult to escape this connection." Jiang Ying wanted to weep, but she thought, "Didn't you scheme after him because you liked him?" The old lady was perplexed. Jiang Ying felt an even greater urge to cry like, "What nonsense! The original had truly caused me considerable distress. Were it not for the bond with the child, I would have easily cast everything aside." With a sigh, Jiang Ying nearly blurted out her frustrations, but out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yanjia and Shirin striding in. She quickly altered her tone. Feeling helpless, the phrase "to have loved" carried with it a wealth of sorrow and bitterness. The old lady gasped. "What? To have loved? So, you no longer harbor feelings?" It dawned on her that her precious granddaughter was indeed a fickle-hearted one. The old lady momentarily lost her composure, feeling somewhat awkward in front of Yanjia and his attendant, stammering, "Why yes, Prince Yan has arrived. Please have a seat. The ginger soup is ready. Do drink plenty." She silently lamented for the poor child. The ginger soup was hot and spicy, may it dispel the shadows from his heart. Jiang Ying felt desolate, thinking, has she done something wrong? Why does her grandmother's benevolent gaze now rest upon that dog Prince? After finishing the ginger soup, Yanjia wished to speak with Jiang Ying. He primarily intended to clarify that his initial agreement to marry Jiang Yilin was not only to legitimize their union but also because the Jiang family had long been loyal and honorable, and the emperor had instructed him to not neglect loyal subjects. This was both a matter of marrying wisely and fulfilling his responsibilities as a member of the royal family. However, he had never anticipated that Jiang Yilin could be such a person, so false that it turned one's stomach. Even if Jiang Ying had not transformed from her previous loathsome self, she still possessed a far more genuine nature. It was likely that his elder brother remained unaware of Jiang Yilin's true character, believing he had selected a virtuous wife who would satisfy his desires while also benefiting the royal lineage. It was laughable that now, with Jiang Yilin's status altered, she was no longer a daughter of the Jiang family, thus the emperor's intent to appease loyal subjects would not fall upon her. He would speak with his elder brother later, once the old lady officially declared that the true legitimate daughter of the Jiang family was Jiang Ying. This marriage would undoubtedly change. It aligned perfectly with his intention to elevate Jiang Ying's status. Yet, the old lady, who had previously been agreeable, now subtly declined, suggesting that Prince Yan should return home early to attend to his health. "Oh, Is your arm still injured? It must be examined closely to avoid any lasting damage. Yanjia, discerning her intent, feigned ignorance. Your words are too heavy. It is merely a slight injury. Ying is skilled in medicine. Let her examine this prince.
How can that be?
The old lady exclaimed, Your Highness, you are of royal blood, and Ying's medical skills are rudimentary at best. What if she were to delay your recovery? That would be a grave mistake. Ensure your master returns home promptly, and take care not to catch a chill. The old lady's heart raced, fearing Yanjia would linger. She was even more apprehensive about her precious granddaughter being left alone with him. This foolish girl had no idea of the repercussions of trifling with the affections of royalty. Her audacity was astounding. Previously ignorant, she now had to assist in navigating this precarious situation. Yanjia and his attendant exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired. Why was the old lady behaving so inconsistently? However, given her clear instructions, Qiren recalled the recent message from the royal court urging Yanjia to return and hesitated before speaking, My lord. Regarding the urgent matters, Yanjia, growing impatient, raised his gaze and fixed it upon Jiang Ying, calmly rising. In an unusually gentle and courteous tone, he addressed the old lady, I shall return in a few days. Ultimately, she sought to escape, but there was no way out. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, remaining noncommittal. That dog prince had an audaciously thick skin. He even addressed her as Ying, making her skin crawl. After much effort, she finally managed to send Yanjia away. Upon returning to Kongji Hall, the old lady observed the chubby child joyfully playing with Rui on the Luohan bed, then glanced at Jiang Ying, who appeared lost in thought and could not help but sigh deeply. Ying, have you truly changed your heart? The world often condemns men for their fickleness, for loving new faces while discarding the old. This is the first time I have realized that such behavior can also manifest in women. And this troublesome wretch happens to be my own granddaughter. How could she reconcile feelings of disdain and pity? Living a lifetime with someone one does not love is indeed a difficult fate. Jiang Ying widened her eyes. Grandmother, it is not a change of heart. I never liked Yanjia in the first place. Yet she could not voice her true feelings, her heart heavy as if filled with bitter herbs. The old lady, upon observing her distress, surprisingly nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Having lived so many years, I know how challenging it is for a woman to remain steadfast. You are still young. It is only natural to have been momentarily captivated by Yanjia. Jiang Ying brightened at her words. Is that so? Then, grandmother, could you not press me to marry him? Chapter 071. Do not take it to heart. Seeing her exhilaration, Lianshi could not help but frown. This was a thorough change of heart. Instinctively, she glanced at the small Yanjia on the bed. The little one, well cared for and with tender skin, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, was as adorable as a divine child from a temple's offerings, currently trying to stuff his chubby little feet into Rui's mouth. On one hand, there was impeccable child-rearing, while on the other, a fickle heart. Lianshi wondered whether it was fortunate or unfortunate for little Yanjia to have such a mother. On the bed, little Yanjia finally caught sight of Jiang Ying. His mouth, glimmering with a hint of moisture, broke into a beaming smile. Mother, I'm hungry. Please feed me. The intensity of his innocent grin left no doubt that the little one considered her his entire world. This was not merely a hint of affection. It was an overwhelming love. The old lady suddenly chuckled, realizing her earlier worries were unfounded. Jiang Ying approached and gently pulled her son's foot from Rui's face, admonishing little one, You must learn manners. One cannot play this way. However, Rui was reluctant to part with the fragrant little foot, as it felt like a delightful massage on her face. Sensing Jiang Ying's firm grip and stern tone, she quickly pleaded, No, missing. I truly enjoy playing with a young master like this. Please do not blame him. He is only 2 months old.
He knows nothing.
He even tries to eat his own little feet. Surely, the deliciousness compelled her to share it incessantly. In any case, she is truly endearing. Her affection knows no bounds. Jiang Ying, you foolish girl, you have been deceived by his adorably naive demeanor. As expected, the voice of that little monkey echoed in her mind. What a truly crazy girl, even revering this young master's toes. Had I known, I should have frequented the Duke's residence more in my past life, allowing them to worship my grandeur. See you, take her away, go feed the baby next door. The phrase feed the baby was bitten down heavily by Jiang Ying, sounding less like nourishment and more akin to a poison. The pivotal moment occurred when Rui, brimming with sympathy, remarked, Old madam, why does it seem that the legitimate young lady is a bit harsh towards young Master Ji? The old lady blinked. Is that so? Indeed. Yin Rui gazed longingly at the retreating figures of mother and child, wishing she could take Jiang Ying's place in feeding the baby. The old lady chuckled. You, dear child, are simply infatuated, longing to offer your very heart to them. It is merely that young Master Ji is exceedingly well-behaved and charming. Yin Rui observed the departing little one with a look of regret. Until Jiang Ying emerged after nursing, the old lady was still musing over her marriage prospects. After a satisfying meal, young Master Ji, now full, lazily lifted his eyelids to survey the crowd, curling up in Siyu's embrace, yearning for slumber. Naturally, Yin Rui was the first to step forward, eager to hold him. Siyu retracted her hand. Miss Yin Rui, the young master is going to sleep. He will be quite heavy. No matter, I have eaten plenty and am strong, Yin Rui insisted, reaching out again. Siyu, she adores the young master as well. Holding him feels like a warm stove. Why must this be a competition? I am quite displeased. When it was time for lunch, just as the dishes were being arranged, Yin Ji raised her voice, announcing, "The madam has arrived." Jiang Ying's hand, which held the chopsticks, paused momentarily, her appetite diminishing by half. What good could come from Lady Luo's visit at this moment? The old lady, clearly displeased, asked coldly, "Has Lin Jie seen a doctor? Is she not well?" How was the daughter-in-law to interpret such words? Did her mother truly wish for Lin Jie to be unwell, even desiring her demise by drowning? As she spoke, she cast a frosty glance at Jiang Ying, feeling that the old lady was exceedingly biased. They were of similar age. Lin Jie had nearly perished after 2 falls into the water that morning, yet she remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying was lavished with delicacies, treated like a princess. Was the disparity truly so vast? She could have been more amiable towards this girl. After all, she was flesh of her flesh. Yet the more the old lady treated them differently, the more she resented Jiang Ying's face. What difference did it make being biological? Was it not true that she had not been raised by her, nor had she nursed her? Jiang Ying acutely felt the old lady's gaze slicing through her like a knife. She had initially managed to endure, but now she felt liberated. Her spirit brightened as she nonchalantly served the old lady a portion of sautéed vegetables. "Grandmother, your health is delicate. Please consume more vegetables." Then, she returned to her own meal, disregarding Lady Luo entirely. Observing this, a fresh wave of disdain washed over Lady Luo's face. She opened her mouth, intending to admonish Jiang Ying for her lack of propriety, entirely lacking the grace befitting a young lady. However, as she uttered the first syllable, a maid named Pin Zhu tugged at her sleeve. Lady Luo immediately recalled her purpose for being there, suppressing her fury, and forced a false smile towards Jiang Ying. "Ying, I apologize. A mother's concern can sometimes lead to misplaced words, so please do not take offense. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished." Jiang Ying, after a fleeting moment of doubt, soon regained her composure, her gaze fixed on her bowl of rice. Her voice remained unperturbed. "It is not I who speaks without thought, but rather grandmother. Should you not be apologizing to her?" Chapter 072, The Madness of an Unhinged Being. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became tense. All eyes directed at Lady Luo. Granny Tang felt a sense of satisfaction, marveling at how Jiang Ying, the old lady's cherished one, was simply too warm-hearted for anyone to dislike. Even the eldest young master, having secluded himself for over a year due to an injury, could not help but instruct his subordinates to teach a lesson to the third young master who bullied her. The second young master, though somewhat oblivious, also recognized the need to stay close to his younger sister. This was an innate bond of blood, and most people sensed her sincerity and kindness. Only the madam and the third young master remained indifferent, much to Granny Tang's chagrin. Lady Luo pinched her nose, softening her tone. "Yes, Ying Jie is correct. My attitude earlier was inappropriate, and I should apologize to your grandmother. Mother, the daughter-in-law spoke thoughtlessly just now. Please forgive her." Yet her inner thoughts betrayed her true feelings. "If not for Lin Jie, I would not have come." The old lady simply acknowledged with a hum, fully aware of Lady Luo's unusual antics, yet choosing not to let Jiang Ying, who had been hungry all morning, suffer further. It was not just her who needed sustenance. The little one required nourishment as well. The more robust they grew, the more her beloved granddaughter would thrive. Lady Luo fell silent, and the old lady treated her as if she were invisible, continuously serving Jiang Ying with food, and even ladling the most fragrant fish soup for her. Lady Luo's mouth twitched in irritation. Although the fish soup was not an expensive dish, the old lady's blatant favoritism was bothersome. Deliberately, she placed her chopsticks heavily on the table. "Mother, I am full." In noble families, when the elder sets down their chopsticks, The younger ones must cease eating regardless of whether they are full or not. Lady Luo intentionally glanced at Jiang Ying, signaling her to observe the rules. As a result, the old lady, who had nearly finished her meal, picked up her spoon once more. "No worries, Ying Ying. Take your time eating. Grandmother will accompany you." She shot a pointed look at Lady Luo. "You are already full? I have not put down my chopsticks yet. Even if you are full, do not make a fuss. At your age, must I remind you of such dining etiquette?" Lady Luo thought to herself, has this old woman lost her senses? In truth, the Lin family rarely imposed rules on Lady Luo. Since her marriage, there had been little, and after the couple lived on the frontier, such matters were even more neglected. It was unclear why Lady Luo felt the old lady was tormenting her. But this reprimand pleased the old lady's heart. "Foolish girl, do you not wish to assert your superiority as an elder? Then I, with my old bones, am more than qualified to do so. If you seek to intimidate Ying, you shall find no success." Jiang Ying savored her meal slowly, while Lady Luo, under the old lady's unwavering gaze, had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks once more. She idled for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, her fingertips trembled slightly, and she once again cursed Jiang Ying in her heart. However, she had come with an agenda, so she refrained from reacting, forcing herself to endure. It was not until the dishes were cleared away and replaced with post-meal pastries and tea that Lady Luo finally re-established her insipid smile.
Ying Yi.
"Mother is here to discuss something with you. You are a sensible child, and I know you have endured much hardship over the years. I truly wish to make amends. Your father will surely be pleased to see you return. He will soon submit a petition to the Emperor requesting to return to the capital to see you. The Duke's residence is delighted by your arrival. However, there is a small matter. Originally, I need not explain so much to you, but since I am here, I will elaborate. Mother hopes you can be magnanimous and voluntarily withdraw from your agreement with Prince Yan, refraining from marrying into the prince's residence alongside Lin Jie. For before you were acknowledged by the Duke's residence, the Emperor had already decreed Lin Jie's marriage to Prince Yan, granting her the status of primary wife, an imperial edict that cannot be contravened. However, you may record the child under Lin Jie's name, and she will certainly treat the child as her own, providing him with the status of a legitimate heir. Furthermore, I shall do my utmost, alongside your father and grandmother, to secure a more advantageous marriage for you, ensuring a life of prosperity and stability. You must believe that this is undoubtedly a manifestation of your mother's goodwill. After all, you are not Lin Jie, who has been immersed in the intricacies of royal etiquette and the complexities of social interaction from a young age. The royal court is rife with hidden machinations, deceptions, and treachery, and even Lin Jie, having been educated in such matters since childhood, may struggle to navigate it. If you were to enter that world, you might very well be throwing your life away. Your mother, having raised Lin Jie, cannot bear to see her own flesh and blood fall into such peril. Let Lin Jie endure those hardships and engage in the intricate dance of courtly life. You should remain by the side of your parents and grandmother for a few more carefree years. Wouldn't it be delightful to live freely and comfortably? This speech left everyone in the dining hall utterly speechless. The old matriarch's face flushed with rage, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she pointed accusatorily at the Luo family. Her teeth ground together in frustration, her face crimson with embarrassment for the Jiang family to have such a madwoman among them. The servants of the Kongji Hall felt a profound sense of shame, lamenting over Jiang Ying's plight. What kind of mother behaves like this? Is she poisonous? Yet Jiang Ying remained unfazed, her eyelids barely flickering as her beautiful apricot eyes lifted slightly, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips. "Madam Jiang, I had only heard exaggerated tales of how one could twist truth into falsehood with mere words. Seeing it today, I must admit it lives up to its reputation." Madam Jiang, in her fervent desire for her adopted daughter to ascend the ranks, would even go so far as to implore her biological daughter to yield her position. Such selflessness and altruism. I ought to express my gratitude for your teachings, which fill my heart with joy, though my words proclaim happiness. My cheeks may indeed bear a smile, yet Lady Luo could palpably sense the icy chill radiating from her, a palpable aura of menace. Her gaze, disdainful and piercing, sent shivers down one's spine. Lady Luo instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling with indignation. "Jiang Ying, I speak only the truth. Believe it or not." "I do believe," Jiang Ying retorted, a smirk curling her lips in derision. "I believe you are terribly fond of Jiang Yilin, that innocent little creature who has usurped my familial affection and identity. I also believe you truly care for my well-being, wishing for me to lose my familial ties for 16 years, only to then lose my husband, my child, and all hope for the latter half of my life.
Oh,
How splendid! One might be tempted to laugh uproariously at the absurdity of it all. Whether she desires to marry Yenjia or not is one matter. But for this foolish woman to come here and ask me to make way for Jiang Ying? Has she lost her mind? Or have I lost mine? Madame Luo's already limited composure and tolerance finally shattered after Jiang Ying's refusal. Her carefully applied makeup twisted into a mask of rage and madness. You, a crude girl, think you can contend with my Lin Jia for the position of the legitimate wife? I refuse to acknowledge it. What nonsense about birthmarks and blood ties, as long as I, her biological mother, do not recognize you. Who in the capital will regard a child unloved by her own mother? Even if you are carried into the Duke's residence, you will still be at the mercy of the Mistress's commands and can be sold or discarded at will. Don't come to regret your choices today. With that, Lady Luo abruptly rose, her expression furious. It was evident that someone raised in the countryside lacked the awareness to recognize their place, daring to aspire for something beyond their reach. Such individuals rarely meet with favorable outcomes. She had tried to dissuade the girl out of maternal concern. Yet this child was impervious to reason, inciting a deep-seated loathing within her. Enough! Luo Qingyan, get out of my sight this instant. I do not wish to see you. The old matriarch, enraged, nearly toppled over, and Nurse Tang rushed to support her. Several maidservants stepped forward, gesturing for Lady Luo to leave. Xiao Yanji lay against the headboard, snoring gently, and while Jiang Ying could not discern his true thoughts, she felt certain he was cursing profusely and quite colorfully at that. Observing the support she received from everyone, Jiang Ying found her anger gradually dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The old adage rings true. Without hope, one cannot be disappointed. Fortunately, she held no strong desire for familial recognition. As long as there are those with whom she can coexist harmoniously, all is well. As for someone like Lady Luo, she could simply dismiss her as a foul nuisance. Madame Jiang, you do not acknowledge me. Yet I never claimed I would recognize you either. Jiang Ying's voice was soft, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to Lady Luo's fury. Yet, Madame Jiang insisted on expressing her disdain while simultaneously accepting her mother's gifts, urging me to be magnanimous and to bear with it. Is that not laughable? Madame Jiang, allow me to advise you instead. Be kinder, think clearly, and strive to behave like a decent person. The name Jiang Madame was spoken with a cool detachment, clearly delineating Lady Luo as an outsider. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch exclaimed, "Well said." Ignoring Lady Luo's fiery indignation, she hurriedly grasped Jiang Ying's hand, her dry, wrinkled palm offering a reassuring warmth. If she does not acknowledge you, your grandmother does. In our Jiang family, as long as I draw breath, she shall not assume control of this household. You need not worry, Ying. The old matriarch huffed in disdain, asserting that it was not a matter of whether outsiders recognized Ying's identity, but rather that certain foolish individuals, blinded by ignorance, would eventually face the scorn of all, becoming the object of disdain. I have never seen a mother treat her own child in such a manner. It is as if she has poured poison into her own navel and is sick at heart. So you two, old and young, are conspiring against me? Lady Luo's eyes were wide with fury, her expression filled with malice, as if she might strike at any moment. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the entrance. Enough! Someone, take my mother back to the main courtyard and summon a doctor. As the words fell, Zhang Yuan-yi appeared before the crowd. His eyes slightly closed as he leaned on a servant's arm while slowly entering the room. He wore an oversized light gray robe, which accentuated his gaunt figure, and the faint shadows under his eyes suggested a prolonged confinement indoors and a state of melancholy. Yet, the aura he exuded was immensely powerful, merely standing there. He radiated an imposing presence akin to a colossal mountain rather than a sword unsheathed. Everyone in the room, including the tense Lady Luo, was momentarily taken aback by his formidable demeanor. Jiang Yuan lifted his lips slightly. What are you waiting for? It was your failure to console our mother that drove her to come here and utter these nonsensical words, whether by blood or otherwise. Ying Jia is of the Jiang lineage, protected by our family and cherished by our grandmother. It is her rightful place. If anyone dares to bully Ying Jia, they must first answer to me, her elder brother. Lady Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Ego how can you? Why do you protect her? You have never even met her. But Jiang Yilin had spent at least 7 or 8 years with her 3 older brothers. Lady Luo could not fathom this, her mind spinning in confusion as she shook her head in desperation. Yet Jiang Yuan paid her no mind. With a gesture, he signaled to the matron who had accompanied him, who promptly pulled Lady Luo away from the Kangji Hall. Lady Luo attempted to resist, but the matron, quick of hand, pressed a certain point on her body, rendering her incapable of voicing a single sound. Madam, please return with me and calm down. The eldest son's intervention will surely provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. Lady Luo assumed her son would side with her, favoring Jiang Ying, and a smug smile crept onto her face as she turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, inside the Kangji Hall, Jiang Yuan, though blind, relied on his faint sense of light and intuition to gaze at Jiang Ying. A soft smile graced his austere features as he asked, "Is that you, Yingjia? My apologies for arriving late. I did not wish for you to endure our mother's reproach." Jiang Ying regarded him with a measured expression, sensing his genuine goodwill. She merely smiled faintly. She did not deem it worthy to address her as mother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was not angered. Instead, he chuckled lightly. "You are quite right, Ying. We shall disregard such an oblivious mother. However, I assure you, I stand firmly by your side. Otherwise, why would I have someone deal with the third brother?" Though he had long hidden himself away, the happenings within the household had not escaped his notice. It turns out that Jiang Ying is not their biological sister. Jiang Yuan, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possesses a robust constitution and an exceptional capacity for acceptance. Rather than feeling disheartened or conflicted, he is instead curious about what his new sister looks like. Unfortunately, his vision has already faded into darkness. This sudden venture outside was motivated by two reasons. Firstly, to stand up for Jiang Ying and spare their mother from making absurd decisions that would leave the Duke's residence subject to ridicule. Secondly, he was astonished to discover that the calming incense Jiang Ying provided, after a few uses, surprisingly restored some light to his eyes. Previously, he had been utterly blind, unable to see even an inch before him. This incense piqued his interest. He wished to know where she had procured it, for it might harbor an antidote to the poison afflicting him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yuan softened his tone, reassuring, "Ying, do not fear. From now on, with your eldest brother here, the second and third will not dare to bully you." His demeanor was unusually gentle, and his voice flowed like a soothing spring breeze. Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether her elder brother might actually be agreeable. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch was beside herself with excitement, hastily instructing someone to assist Jiang Yuan to a seat, having missed him dearly. Her words were a blend of joy and reproach. "You, my child, could have simply informed me before venturing out. Your grandmother would have come to see you." Jiang Yuan withdrew slightly, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, he had not been outside for quite some time and was rather unaccustomed to such warmth. He lowered his sightless gaze and said, "I heard that mother was making things difficult for my sister. I feared she might inadvertently harm her in a moment of frustration over Linjia." "Humph. You late, uncle. You have arrived too late. Luo sure has already wounded my mother multiple times. She is nothing but a lunatic, preferring to fawn over Jiang Ying instead of her own flesh and blood. In my past life, I was deceived by Jiang Ying and lost everything, only to be betrayed when danger struck. She sold me out without a second thought, ultimately leading to my demise in the city god temple." Upon hearing her son's heartfelt thoughts, Jiang Ying suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Was this storyline truly toxic? It seemed as though the entire Jiang family was doomed, each member suffering a series of misfortunes as if their luck had been siphoned away. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her kindred spirit, Xiao Yanji, sighed in agreement. "Ah, mother, your intuition is spot on. Indeed, the Jiang family, with the exception of Jiang Ying, is destined for calamity. Grandmother perished from a terminal illness, the eldest uncle is blind and deaf. The second uncle was turned into mincemeat, the third uncle was beaten to death, and Luo sure crashed into a pillar. Grandfather, overwhelmed with grief from battlefield losses, was pierced through the heart by a volley of arrows from the enemy. The entire Jiang family resembles a vessel, bleeding profusely, nurturing the venomous man-eating flower that is Jiang Ying." As Jiang Ying absorbed more of these dire revelations, she felt an increasing sense of disquiet. Yet, the feeling was so ethereal that she struggled to grasp it. The elderly matriarch extended her hands, one clasping Jiang Ying's and the other holding Jiang Yuan's, and expressed, "Good.
Good.
It warms my heart to see you siblings understanding one another and living in harmony. As for your mother, well, when your father returns, I shall discuss this matter with him. For now, as long as she refrains from troubling Ying, the Duke's residence will still provide her a place to reside. Considering her role in bearing you both, Regarding Jiang Ying, even the mere mention of her name caused discomfort to throb at her temples. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, Tang Mama, investigate if there are still any members of the Chow family remaining. If necessary, let them take their leave. She harbored a lingering suspicion that Luo Shi's current erratic behavior was exaggerated. Later that evening, after dining at King Jiatang, Jiang Ying sought out Luo Shi. By this time, she had been anxiously awaiting his return, and upon seeing her son, her gaze drifted awkwardly over his blind eyes, filled with regret. She then seized Jiang Ying's arm and inquired, So, did that girl agree? Jiang Ying paused, bewildered. Agree to what? I merely had a meal with grandmother and my sister. I did not wish for Ying Jie to think I had ulterior motives, so I did not even inquire about the calming incense. The young maiden, being sensitive by nature, required more time to foster a bond with them. How could their mother, after berating her so harshly, still dare to make requests? Lacking eye contact, Luo Shi took a moment to comprehend her son's meaning. So, he had not fought for Lin Jie after all. Realizing this, she angrily shoved Jiang Ying away. I thought you had more affection for Lin Jie than that foolish second brother, yet here you stand, a heartless wolf. Your sister is madly in love with Prince Yan, and that wild girl has somehow bewitched him into fathering a child with her. Because of this, your sister's eyes are nearly blinded with tears. As a mother, my only hope is to spare your sister further heartache, whether it concerns her lineage or the engagement with the prince's residence. If that wild girl would only yield and allow Lin Jie to have her happiness, I would not oppose her. Ego, you are clever. You must surely have a way to help your sister, won't you? Jiang Ying listened intently, his thick brows arching slightly, and he uttered, Mother. My true sister should be Ying Jie, should she not? No matter how admirable Lin Jie may be, she is not of our blood. Moreover, to be candid, Jiang Ying had only returned from the border at the age of 8. By then, they had all grown up, and even among siblings, there was a need to be cautious and avoid suspicion. Furthermore, Jiang Ying had never shown much inclination to socialize with them, which is why he and the second brother had not forged a particularly deep bond with her. As for the third brother, Jiang Ying refrained from reprimanding his biological mother. But when it came to teaching his younger brother, it was an effortless task. After he had exhausted his efforts to placate Luo Shi, he could not resist taking a detour to visit Jiang Yuanlong's Spring Breeze studio. The night had fully descended, and Lu Kuei was on night watch for Jiang Ying. Standing outside the courtyard wall, he announced, General, shall we continue the fight? I heard that this morning, Prince Yan's Qiren also gave the third young master a beating. That lad struck quite hard. If we continue, the third young master may not even be able to rise from his bed. Jiang Ying stood tall, his eyes naturally closing gently. No, we shall not strike today. Bring him out. I wish to speak with him. Chapter 075, Hidden Truths. Ouch, who are you? The Duke's residence is not a place for your arrogance. Jiang Yuanling, sporting a bruised face, had one arm draped over his shoulder as Lu Kuei dragged him out, wailing like a banshee. His injured eyes were blurred, and when Lu Kuei tossed him forward, Jiang Yuanling finally discerned a tall figure standing against the wall, hands extended, resting on a magnificent sword. Great hero. Realizing he was not only about to be beaten but possibly killed, Jiang Yuanlong's legs turned to jelly, trembling like overcooked noodles. I do not know how I have offended you, great hero, but let us speak civilly. This is the Duke's residence. Should you truly kill me, you will accompany me to the grave. What a needless endeavor. It was no wonder Jiang Yuanling misidentified him. After all, Jiang Ying had not left his courtyard for over a year. Coupled with the inexplicable beating he received the night before and the continuation of his misfortunes that morning, he felt as though dark clouds loomed overhead and his luck had run dry. Could it be that he had offended too many people, and someone had finally come to collect his life? Jiang Yuanling felt tears welling in his eyes. And had it not been for the last remnants of pride as a son of the Duke's residence, he might have already knelt before his adversary. Why had he squandered his years so recklessly, indulging in feasting and merriment, neglecting his studies and martial skills, and now he was particularly afraid of death? As he glanced back, he saw the burly Lu Kuei still present. The night was pitch black and unfamiliar with Jiang Ying's companions. He could not recognize them. He was overwhelmed with a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, the hero's deep voice cut through the silence. Silence. A proper man should not be weeping like a child. Wait. That voice sounds somewhat familiar? Jiang Yuanling halted his sobs, slowly gathering the courage to step forward, and finally recognized the figure who had nearly frightened him to death, his elder brother. Fury erupted within him. Jiang Ying, why do you resurrect yourself in the dead of night to scare me half to death? Jiang Ying, I now regret not having killed you outright last night, allowing you to twist your elbow outward, only concerned with protecting that fake sister you brought back from the border. Last night? Jiang Yuanlong's delayed comprehension made him spring 3 feet high, but the pain from his wounds on his body and face caused him to grimace and gasp in agony. Jiang Ying, so it was you who had me beaten. You wretched blind man, as detestable as ever, always indiscriminately striking others.
Yet.
His assailants were all of high rank within the military, leaving him unable to retaliate. Jiang Yuanling sensed that his year-long reprieve was about to come to an end. Indiscriminately? Jiang Yuanling, when have you not been at fault first? Gambling, frequenting brothels, and cavorting with those unscrupulous friends of yours. How many lives do you think you have to squander? If it weren't for my oversight, you would have long since squandered your own life. Having a troublesome younger brother who fears neither heaven nor earth is quite a headache. With our father absent and our mother fixated solely on the obedient Jiang Ying, Jiang Ying had invested considerable effort to keep Jiang Yuanling, though a wastrel, from straying too far down the wrong path. In contrast, the second brother was entirely devoted to his studies, unaffected by the outside world. While perhaps a bit reclusive, he was far less of a concern. I'm perfectly fine. It is you who meddles unnecessarily, Jiang Yuanling defiantly retorted. Jiang Ying merely tugged the corner of his mouth. Engaging in no further banter, he unsheathed his treasured sword and took a few steps toward Jiang Yuanling, causing the latter to stutter in fright. Wait. Don't come any closer. Will you still favor Jiang Ying? Jiang Yuanling frowned. How can that be favoritism? She is our sister. Sister? What about Ingjia? Have you not seen the birthmark on your nephew's earlobe? Those eyes on her face are even worse than mine. Jiang Yuanling found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed seen it. The resemblance was so striking that it left no room for doubt. Well, Jiang Ying has lived in our home for so many years. Jiang Yuanling attempted to defend Jiang Ying, acknowledging the expectations their mother had placed upon him over the years. Jiang Ying interrupted him, cutting through the chatter. As the eldest brother, I do not expect you to be fair to all, but Ingjia is bound to us by blood. You are not permitted to harbor resentment toward her for the sake of a counterfeit. When we are outside, you must protect your true sister and not shield a false one. The legitimate daughter of the Duke's household belongs to Ingjia, and Jiang Ying must not overstep. Otherwise, if we were to pursue this matter seriously, the heinous act of child swapping committed by Grandma Jiang would come to light. After all, she is Grandma Jiang's granddaughter. It would be a mercy not to cast her out to fend for herself. Jiang Yuanling hung his head in defeat, understanding that Jiang Ying was indeed right. Jiang Ying had suffered greatly while wandering alone. Now that she had finally returned, she needed the care and affection of her family. Unlike Jiang Ying, who had been pampered since childhood and had enjoyed the blessings that were rightfully hers. With this thought, Jiang Yuanling's voice turned heavy as he conceded, "All right, elder brother. I shall heed your words." Seeing him acquiesce, Jiang Ying's expression softened somewhat. He stepped closer and placed a hand on Jiang Yuanlong's shoulder. With our father gone, aside from us 3 brothers, the household is left with only women and children. Our grandmother's health is frail, and our mother's disposition is biased. The second brother is currently in such a state. If we cannot stand firm together, how can Ying feel a sense of belonging in the Duke's household? No matter how good Jiang Ying may be, she is still an outsider, and besides, third brother, I have a secret to share with you. What? Jiang Yuanling was momentarily taken aback by the brilliance in Jiang Ying's eyes. What secret could possibly render the typically aloof elder brother so animated? A wave of curiosity washed over him, making him forget to challenge Jiang Ying as he raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the resolute face before him. Unexpectedly, he was met with the sight of dark circles under Jiang Ying's eyes and his tightly shut eyelids. The calm and collected demeanor seemed to indicate he had grown accustomed to the reality of his blindness. Jiang Yuanling felt an involuntary pang of sorrow. The once magnificent elder brother, clad in silver armor and gallivanting across the battlefield, could no longer even step foot into the military camp. How tragic! And the second brother, once a fountain of knowledge, was now even less competent than a 3-year-old. He suddenly bowed his head, burdened by a weight of regret. In the next moment, Jiang Ying's deep voice echoed in his ears. "Third brother, how is your heart condition? Years ago, the renowned physician Mu Bai predicted you would not live past 25. Is that why you have indulged so recklessly these years, attempting to experience everything you would miss out on in the future?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanling felt every fiber of his being stiffen in shock. His lips mechanically moved, barely managing to utter 3 words, "You." You know? That incident occurred at the border when, as a 10-year-old, he inexplicably suffered from heart pain, finding every position, sitting, standing, lying, immensely agonizing. Jiang Shang had taken him to seek the wandering physician Mu Bai, who happened to be passing through the border. The old physician had given Jiang Yuanling a pill, and upon taking it, the pain subsided. However, the physician had warned Jiang Shang that the boy had a congenital heart condition. While the pill would ensure he remained unharmed until 25, after that, the affliction would likely return with a vengeance, and he might not survive the year. Now, at 18, Jiang Yuanling had 7 years remaining until he reached 25. The legendary physician Mu Bai, reputed to be the most skilled healer in the world, roamed freely and was rarely seen. That one encounter was sheer luck. After the troubles with Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuancheng, Jiang Shang had made countless attempts to locate him, exhausting every connection, yet no news had surfaced. No one would dare question the validity of Mu Bai's diagnosis. Thus, in the 8 years since returning to the capital, Jiang Yuanling had resigned himself to the belief that he had only 15 years left to live. Consequently, he sought to live life to the fullest, to embrace freedom and indulge in reckless pursuits, spending his days in frivolity, playing with abandon, engaging in various amusements, and reveling in every moment. Furthermore, Jiang Yuanling had requested Jiang Shang to keep this matter a secret, a bond between father and son, as he wished to evade the pitying gazes of others, particularly from his family. Therefore, he believed that no one, aside from Jiang Shang, knew of his condition. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanyi's words, he erupted in anger. How could his father betray him in this way? Jiang Yuanyi, I do not require your sympathy. Besides, considering your current state, it's uncertain who should pity whom. Third brother. Jiang Yuanyi clenched his teeth. That little rascal truly had a talent for hitting where it hurts. Gritting his teeth, he seized Jiang Yuanlong's arm as he attempted to turn away. Are you a hedgehog? Let me clarify. Father did not break his word. I accidentally stumbled upon his correspondence with acquaintances trying to find Mu Bai. After that, I encountered my own troubles. Otherwise, even if I had searched every corner of the world, I would have found Mu Bai alive or dead. As brothers, he could never have been indifferent, standing by while I suffered. Yet, stating this now sounds utterly ridiculous. Jiang Yuanyi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In retrospect, he had been so naive to think that there was nothing beyond his reach. I apologize, third brother. I must go back on my word. Given my current state, I cannot pursue Mu Bai for you with the utmost fervor. Jiang Yuanling felt his spine stiffen, the warmth of Jiang Yuanyi's touch against his skin igniting a mix of emotions, sorrow and bitterness. What's wrong with this person? Why is he apologizing? It is he who needs the physician more than anyone. The second brother needs him too. Their grandmother needs him. Compared to him, at least he had 7 years to scrape by, while they were in dire straits at present. To them, the physician was far more crucial. Thus, whether it was the inability to seek him out personally or the impossibility of finding him, Jiang Yuanyi's apologies should not be directed at him. In that instant, Jiang Yuanling was overwhelmed with self-deprecation. How could he misinterpret his elder brother's kindness so grievously, being so heartless as to blame him? Elder brother. Jiang Yuanling's voice trembled with emotion. With just a single shout, Jiang Yuanyi's voice unexpectedly carried a hint of delight. Third brother. What I want to convey is that perhaps, even if we cannot find the divine physician Mu Bai, there is still hope for our ailments. Chapter 76. Her medical skills are not inferior to Mu Bai's. Jiang Yuanling shook his head in despair. Eldest brother, enough. I understand your intention to encourage me, to prevent me from languishing through life, but we are all in the same boat of misfortune. Who among us is better off? Why indulge in empty words of consolation? Is it not better to acknowledge the harsh reality? Perhaps by relinquishing our hopes, accepting our fate, and compromising, we might find a more carefree and joyful existence. With our dear sister returning, the family can be united, which is a blessing in itself. Eldest brother, rest assured, I promise to heed your advice moving forward, to treat our sister Ying well. After all, we brothers are in this plight together. She is our only remaining kin. It is only right that we devote all the resources of the Duke's estate to compensate for the love and happiness she has been deprived of. He resolved to have an earnest conversation with Sister Lin. She would surely understand. Not at all. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuanyi stepped forward, excitement radiating from him. Third brother, what I wish to share with you pertains precisely to Sister Ying. Her medical skills, I dare say, are not inferior to those of the divine physician Mu Bai. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yuanling scoffed, utterly unconvinced. She is merely a young girl, even if she had been reading medical texts since birth, forsaking food and sleep. How much could she possibly learn? How can she be compared to the masterful Mu Bai? To this day, no one knows the true age of Mu Bai. It could be 80, 100, or even 200 or 300 years. This only serves to underscore that Jiang Ying cannot possibly be equated with Mu Bai. To believe that she could cure my heart ailment is akin to believing that a sow can climb a tree. Jiang Yuanyi took a deep breath, resigned. For he had anticipated that Jiang Yuanlang would be skeptical. However, since he had spoken with such confidence, there must be some basis for his assertions. He immediately grasped Jiang Yuanlang's hand, declaring earnestly, "I knew you would doubt me. But come, follow me, and I shall present you with irrefutable evidence." Jiang Yuanlang grimaced. "Eldest brother, stop this nonsense. Have I not promised to leave her be? I acknowledge her as our sister. Let us coexist harmoniously. Why must we exaggerate her abilities?" He grumbled impatiently, yet his feet were unwillingly dragged along. There was no escaping. He was no match for his elder brother's strength. While Jiang Yuanyi may have lost to sight, his formidable physique and well-defined muscles were far from diminished. Lost in thought, they soon arrived at their destination. Upon looking up, Jiang Yuanlang was taken aback. "Eldest brother, why have you brought me to second brother's Huanrua Pavilion?" Jiang Yuanyi raised his brow, exuding an air of determination. "This is precisely the place. You shall see for yourself." The two burly men, akin to eavesdropping maidens, stealthily approached Jiang Yuanshen's window. It was quite late, and under normal circumstances, Jiang Yuanshen would have long been lulled to sleep by his maidservant. Yet, the light within the room remained bright, accompanied by the sound of soft reading, specifically, the voice of the maidservant Xue Ji reciting aloud. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals. Thus, they must first endure hardships, labor their bodies, experience hunger and cold, and face adversity, all to cultivate inner fortitude and resilience. Though Xue Ji was a house servant, her education was somewhat lacking. As the personal maid of the young master, her duties primarily entailed managing his daily needs, thus requiring only a modicum of intelligence and sensibility. There were no stringent expectations regarding literacy unless specifically requested by the young master. Xue Ji was a typical maid, neither particularly beautiful nor remarkable. Yet she was diligent and grounded, qualities that Jiang Yuanshen had cherished before his misfortune struck. At this moment, having already read the passage a second time, Xue Ji still grasped it only partially and could not help but inquire, "Young master, what does this passage mean?" Realizing her blunder, she quickly attempted to cover up her slip. "Forgive my intrusion, young master. It must be the late hour. The dim light is making me drowsy. Perhaps I should trim the wick? However, reading at night strains your eyes. Shall we continue this tomorrow?" Xue Ji remained perplexed. For ever since the young master had sustained his injury, he had shown little interest in reading. There had been a time when he had grown irritable at the sight of books, yet he had been compelled by the lady to engage with them, even to the point of vomiting on several occasions. Afterward, feeling sympathy for the young master, she had taken it upon herself to limit the presence of books in his quarters. She could not comprehend what had suddenly sparked his interest in literature these past few days. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuanshen looked at her and explained, "What you just read suggests that when heaven intends to bestow significant responsibilities upon an ordinary individual, it first subjects them to inner turmoil, physical exhaustion, and impoverishment through a series of challenges, thereby sharpening their vigilance and strengthening their character. Only with such resilience can one achieve greatness." As Jiang Yuanshen articulated this lengthy explanation with clarity, not only Xue Ji, but also the two heads peering from beneath the window were rendered speechless. Jiang Yuanlang, incredulous, whispered, "What in the world? Has second brother been reborn?" Chapter 77. "He can't be dead, can he?" Jiang Yuanyi quickly tugged at the astonished Jiang Yuanlang. "Lower your voice. Don't startle second brother. Take me back to Lingfeng residence, and I will elaborate further." Earlier, Jiang Yuanlang had been passive, merely following Lu Kuei's lead. Now, however, the guiding hand had shifted. Observing that Jiang Yuanlang remained skeptical, yet steadfastly clung to his arm, occasionally reminding himself to watch his step, Jiang Yuanyi felt a slow smile creep across his lips. This lad, though he appeared carefree and reckless, possessed a keen sensitivity beneath the surface. The two brothers engaged in a Camelot discussion, delving into the miraculous potential of Jiang Ying's healing abilities. As their conversation progressed, Jiang Yuanlang's mind gradually connected the earlier transformation he had witnessed in Jiang Yuanshen. A glimmer of hope began to illuminate his starry eyes. Lady Luo had spent the night in the Bibo courtyard with Jiang Yilin. Naturally, neither mother nor daughter had enjoyed a restful night, especially Jiang Yilin, who had wept through the hours. In the morning, With reddened eyes, she rose from her bed and stood before her slumbering mother, casting a cold gaze at the woman who had just drifted off to sleep. Beneath her gaze simmered a mixture of reproach and resentment. It was all Luo's fault. Though she professed to care for her, she could not even manage a simple task, convincing that woman not to marry the Prince of Yen. Clearly, it was time for her to take matters into her own hands. As she dressed and groomed herself, Jiang Ying quietly left without disturbing Luo. Before exiting, she glanced at her ornate vanity mirror, realizing that her features bore no resemblance to her mother's. In her youth, this discrepancy had caused her distress, lamenting the absence of her parents' admirable traits. Even her 3 brothers possessed more striking features. While she was not unattractive, she merely lacked the stunning allure of others. Now, knowing that she was not truly a Jiang, but rather the daughter of Luo, she felt the injustice of fate. How unfair it was for the heavens to bestow beauty and privilege upon others while neglecting ordinary souls, like herself. What was even more infuriating was that, having been swapped at birth, why must the situation be reversed? Reluctant to leave the Jiang family and relinquish her status as a lady of the Duke's household, it was imperative that she take action. As Jiang Ying opened the door to leave her room, her loyal maidservants Chunyang and Fu Xia awaited her outside. The two were her trusted confidants. Chunyang was composed and sensible, while Fu Xia was lively and spirited. Jiang Ying approached Chunyang, her gaze directed at Fu Xia. "You've risen early, how fortunate. I am going to the garden for some fresh air. Fu Xia, please remain here. When mother awakens, assist her with her morning routine. And inform her that I have gone out to clear my mind.
There is no need for her to worry about me."
"Yes, Miss," Fu Xia replied, oblivious to the underlying tension. Jiang Ying's gaze flickered slightly as she hurried along with Chunyang. Eventually, Chunyang sensed something amiss and inquired anxiously, "Miss, where are we headed? Are we in such a hurry?" Without pausing her steps, Jiang Ying replied, "You know where Granny Jiang is imprisoned, don't you? Take me there." In recent days, those on her grandmother's side had been preoccupied with recognizing relatives, while her mother was solely focused on comforting her, leaving no one to care for Granny Jiang's welfare. She wished to see her, to ascertain her condition. Chunyang hesitated. She was aware of Granny Jiang's location, but was it appropriate for the young lady to visit alone? "I merely wish to take a look. Am I not entitled to this small freedom?" Jiang Ying retorted, her tone tinged with indignation. Chunyang, feeling unable to dissuade her, obediently led the way, contemplating that after all, the young lady was of the same blood as Granny Jiang. Perhaps she simply did not want her to die in such despair. At such an advanced age, with her body battered and bruised, and no one to attend to her needs for the past few days, it was likely that even if she still drew breath, it was a mere shadow of life. Once, Granny Jiang had been a respected matron close to the lady, but now she had fallen into such a wretched state. Chunyang could only feel a deep sense of sorrow. Yet little did she know that Jiang Ying's desire to see Granny Jiang was not rooted in the so-called bonds of blood. Upon reaching the room where Granny Jiang was held, Jiang Ying instructed Chunyang to wait outside while she entered alone. Chunyang, uneasy, hesitated to voice her concerns, but Jiang Ying's cold demeanor and indifferent gaze reassured her. After all, she was a mere husk of her former self, a living corpse. What could she possibly do to me? Reluctantly, Chunyang acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Jiang Ying pushed open the door, revealing a shabby storeroom filled with dusty fabric, porcelain, and discarded threads. In the far corner, amidst the piles of cloth, lay Granny Jiang, motionless, her exposed skin marred with blood. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ying faltered. Was she truly ready to step inside? Having been sheltered by the Luo family since childhood, she was a delicate young lady, accustomed to a life of privilege, and had never encountered anything as grim as this. With a firm resolve, she stepped forward, closing the door tightly behind her. Tentatively, she called out, "Granny Jiang?" The figure hidden beneath the rags remained unresponsive, causing her heart to race. Had she passed away? If she were to die quietly here, what would become of Jiang Ying? Left utterly alone, and unable to enlist anyone as aid in the future? Lost in thought, the still figure suddenly turned, letting out a pained groan. "Is that you, my dear Ying?" Granny Jiang's swollen eyelids struggled to part, revealing a sliver of recognition. Having spent every season at the Luo household, her primary concern had always been to care for her beloved granddaughter. Therefore, she instantly recognized Jiang Ying's voice. "It is I," Jiang Ying replied, her limbs stiff with emotion. She neither wept nor lamented, for what good would it do to dwell on past grievances now that the situation was dire? Instead, she knelt before her. "Granny, you are my true grandmother. I know you care for me deeply, and I feel the same way about you. However, at present, I am but an outsider, powerless to assist you. She continued, tears cascading like pearls to the ground, fragile and heart-wrenching. Granny Jiang, unable to contain herself, reached out her bloodied hand as if to wipe away the tears, but Jiang Ying deftly evaded her touch. If only things were not so urgent, she choked out. The dates loomed ominously. April 5th and 6th were merely a day apart. If only she could find a way to delay the banquet that the Jiang family was organizing. She might still have a chance to marry into the prince's household, at which point she would care little for the truth or falsehood of her identity. All she desired was to become the prince's consort, clinging to the last flicker of hope. Granny Jiang's swollen face was filled with anguish as she rasped, "Yilin. My dear Yilin." After a moment of struggle, she called out with a heart-wrenching wail. In that instant, all her pain seemed to vanish, and an invigorating energy surged through her as if she could leap to her feet. However, her injuries were grave, and she quickly collapsed back down. Jiang Yilin was there to catch her, softly calling out, "Granny." Granny Jiang, overwhelmed with emotion, wept freely. "Yes, my dear Yilin, you are indeed my beloved granddaughter. Alas, my time is short, and I can no longer protect you." Jiang Yilin thought to herself, "How dare this old woman speak of protection? If you truly wish to shield me, you should have taken my place and gone to the grave, for only in death could secrets be kept. In this manner, both of us would suffer." Yet her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil, and tears flowed freely. "No, Granny, you shall not come to harm. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." Feigning sorrow for a moment, Jiang Yilin suddenly grasped Granny Jiang's arm tightly. "Granny, let me find a way to rescue you. The household is in disarray, and no one is paying attention to me. This is the perfect opportunity. Once we escape, you must seek someone to tend to your injuries, and then return to Xinghua village. I have heard that the old lady has dispatched a clan elder to investigate there. My request is simple, just grant me one more day." For the Jiang family, the process of recognizing their roots was no trivial matter, and certainly not something the matriarch could dictate at will. All circumstances and reasons must be thoroughly examined to confirm the authenticity of that woman's upbringing. Only then could the ceremony of recognition take place. Any discrepancies could lead to chaos.
Jiang Ying, grasping a correct poteriar,
Smiled as she traced its perfect arc with her lips. "Forgive me, Granny, but for the sake of realism, you must endure a little more suffering." With that, she raised the jar high and brought it crashing down. As blood pooled on the floor, Jiang Yilin fled the room in a panic, calling out to Chunyang, "Granny Jiang has taken her own life out of guilt. Help me take her to the mountain and bury her." Chapter 078. Would you like to switch legs for a moment? Chunyang trembled in fear, glancing back at the room in horror. "Miss, has Granny Jiang really died?" "Yes." Jiang Yilin lowered her head, concealing the glint of cunning in her eyes, and pitifully tugged at Chunyang's sleeve. "Chunyang, have I not treated you well over the years? Granny Jiang, she is of my blood. Had she not died, I would not have sheltered her. But now that she is gone, it is only right to allow her to rest in peace. Don't you agree? Please help me, any mountain will do." Moved by her mistress's tear-streaked plea, Chunyang finally relented, gritting her teeth in agreement. Once Lady Luo awoke from her slumber, she was informed that Jiang Yilin had removed the deceased Granny Jiang from the estate.
Meanwhile,
Madame Tang received word and cursed Granny Jiang, the vile servant. Is she truly dead? Could it be that those two were merely acting?
"No, Madame Tang.
Send someone to verify the burial site." The old lady's concern stemmed not from fear that Granny Jiang might stir up trouble upon her release, but rather from the desire to eradicate such a wicked servant entirely. The only reason for her inaction these past few days was that a report had been filed, awaiting the Ministry of Justice to take action. Unfortunately, their timing coincided with the ministry's busy efforts to apprehend anti-government factions, leaving them short-staffed for several days. Such matters, ordinarily, could be resolved independently without involving the authorities. However, the matriarch, with a broad perspective, has resolutely decided that the entire affair must be made public, as only this way can Ing Jie-er's identity be restored in a meaningful sense. Is that even feasible? Granny Tang mused. How could Jiang Yilin, merely 16 years of age, possess such cunning? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the injuries sustained by Granny Jiang were inflicted by her own hand. A grievous wound for an elderly woman. Moreover, she had been confined for the past couple of days, neglected to the point that she might perish from it. Nevertheless, she acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall go at once, ensuring that wicked servant has no chance of survival." The matriarch huffed. This time, Lin Jie has overstepped. Does she not realize her own standing? How dare she act independently in dealing with Granny Jiang? Is it a matter of genuine concern, or does she harbor ulterior motives? Go and remind the caretakers in every corner, including those in front of the Luo family, to understand the hierarchy. After this incident, the matriarch became even more determined to send Jiang Ying away. Keeping someone so unclear in her intentions would only lead to further complications. Unexpectedly, at noon, under the blazing sun, Jiang Ying voluntarily arrived at Kangjitang, kneeling directly in the courtyard. When Yin Shuang approached to pull her up, she broke free, exclaiming, "I am at fault. I knew full well that Granny Jiang was guilty of heinous crimes. Yet I took it upon myself to collect her remains and give her a proper burial. I bear the guilt of being nurtured by the Jiang family for 16 years. And I have come to seek my grandmother's forgiveness. The Buddhist belief holds that sins committed in life and the evils done dissipate with death. The old lady, a devout Buddhist, surely would not hold a grudge against a deceased person, would she? As for Jiang Ying, her actions stemmed merely from a sense of kinship and compassion, which is entirely normal. Had she chosen to ignore the situation, even siding with others in their condemnation and exacerbation of the matter, she would not have earned a shred of respect. Rather, she would be criticized for her cruelty. The old lady, being a Buddhist, would not likely favor such a character. With these thoughts, Jiang Ying stood tall with newfound confidence, deliberately exposing herself to the scorching sun. Before long, her skin began to redden, sweat trickling down her face, presenting a pitifully delicate figure. One must remember, her skin was as fine as jade, meticulously cared for by the Luo family since her birth. Even during her time at the frontier, she received no less than daily milk baths, and upon returning to the capital, she had been lavished with various nourishing creams. Delicacies like bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin, known for their skin-enhancing properties, had been a staple in her diet. Thus, her kneeling here ought to leave the old lady somewhat astonished, should it not? At the very least, Luo Shi would surely rush to her aid upon learning of this. Inside the house, after a moment of initial astonishment, the matriarch quickly regained her composure, squinting her aged eyes to scrutinize the repentant Jiang Ying. "Do you think she is sincere?" Jiang Ying glanced over but remained noncommittal, habitually squeezing her son's chubby little leg, which felt as tender as tofu. She felt something was amiss if she did not squeeze it daily. The little one, too, was well behaved, neither crying nor fussing, his grape-like eyes roaming about. Jiang Ying suspected he was not truly observing anything, merely engaging in eye exercises. "Xiao Yanji, mother, would you like to switch legs for a squeeze?" "If I only squeeze one leg, what will happen when I grow up with one thick and one thin leg? Alas, childhood is so dull. Grandmother's house is spotless, not a single spiderweb in sight. Far better than the house I lived in after leaving the Wang residence." Jiang Ying? The old lady admired how her granddaughter could still lose herself in thought at such a moment. Jiang Ying snapped back to reality, smiling. "I do not know, grandmother. Perhaps only time or a rain might serve as a test." The old lady. Initially, she intended to allow Jiang Ying to rise, not out of concern or pity, but because it was an eyesore. Moreover, what would outsiders say about her? That she lacked compassion for her juniors? That she deliberately tormented someone who was not of her own blood? Thus, Jiang Ying's sudden kneeling, without uttering a word, did not appear to be a genuine act of remorse, but rather a veiled threat. However, Jiang Ying's remarks piqued the old lady's curiosity. Why not simply observe? Consequently, Jiang Ying, who initially thought she would not have to endure the sun for long, found herself kneeling in the glaring sunlight for a solid half-hour. Upon hearing of this, Luo Shi hurried over, shielding her with an umbrella. Luo Shi, exasperated, attempted to pull Jiang Ying up. The latter feigned a struggle, her throat choking. "Mother, please let me kneel." "Kneel for what?" "Granny Jiang is someone close to me. It is my duty to handle this matter. I consented to your actions. There is no need for you to kneel." Luo Shi was adamant. Jiang Ying calculated this to be the case. She was indeed Luo Shi's greatest weakness. Thus, forced to rise, she immediately threw herself into Luo Shi's embrace, seeking refuge from the glaring sun and fully embodying her feigned frailty. Even before summer, while the sun was not yet scorching, it was still quite torturous for someone like her, who seldom basked in sunlight. She felt the prickling sting on her cheeks. Luo Shi was heartbroken, exclaiming, "Why are you so foolish? It was merely the handling of a deceased person. Quickly, let me see if your face is sunburned. Are you trying to make the effort of the past 16 years go to waste? With less than a month until your wedding, if you do not recover, I will see you cry all you want." At these words, Jiang Ying could not help but picture Yanji's face. and tears welled up in her eyes from the sheer unjustness of it all. She did not wish for this, but if she did not act thusly, she feared losing even the opportunity to remain in the Duke's residence, let alone the betrothal. Luo Shi examined Jiang Yilin's face, finding it indeed red and swollen. Heartache laced her voice. Look at you. You truly do not cherish yourself. It is not such a grave matter. I shall accompany you inside to speak with your grandmother. The mother and daughter harmonized outside, while the assembled guests inside sat, observing the spectacle. Jiang Ying rose at an opportune moment. Grandmother. It appears Jiang Foreign has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave to avoid further discord. Ying, do not move, just stay seated. The old lady furrowed her brow, clearly disinclined to entertain Luo Shi and Jiang Yilin, even disregarding Jiang Ying's impolite address towards Luo Shi. After all, had Luo Shi not behaved unreasonably first, Jie would not have acted this way. Her impatience was palpable, and she thought, let them come and go as they please, you sit as you will. What great personage needs to avoid suspicion around you? As she spoke, the mother and daughter entered just in time. Yilin curtsied to her grandmother and greeted her sister. Upon entering, Jiang Yilin performed a graceful curtsy. Adopting the demeanor of a frail willow swaying in the breeze, her voice scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz, nearly losing her balance in her bow. The old lady's eyelids twitched. Jiang Ying, maintaining her composure, had also feigned her intention to leave. Who would actually depart? Such an epic display of White Lotus theatrics was far too delightful to miss. In her excitement, she inadvertently tightened her grip on her son's legs, eliciting a startled cry from him. The old lady immediately turned her attention away from Jiang Yilin, concerned. Ying, what has happened to the child? To answer grandmother. It is nothing serious. Perhaps he is cramped up, Jiang Ying replied promptly. Little Yanji rolled his eyes dramatically. Silly mother, you are the one cramping. You cramp every day. I have never seen someone treat a rival with such fervor as one would a beloved. Jiang Ying ignored the child's playful jibe, continuing to relish the unfolding drama. Nearby, Jiang Yilin seethed with resentment at being disregarded by the old lady, but dared not show it. Instead attempting to reclaim the matriarch's attention, grandmother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you, in light of my sincere repentance, to forgive me this once. While speaking, she took a few steps forward, kneeling before Lian Shi, revealing her flushed cheeks and neck. Such a ploy had undoubtedly proven effective with Lian Shi in the past. Yet, today Lian Shi remained unfazed, scrutinizing Jiang Yilin for a long moment before finally stating, Lin Jie, you are no longer a member of the Jiang family. It would be inappropriate to address me as grandmother henceforth, would it not? Chapter 079. Is this the humiliation you find satisfactory? Ah? Jiang Yilin was left utterly dumbfounded. Not only was she surprised, but everyone in the room was equally astonished. It is indeed surprising that the old lady has so swiftly severed ties in such a short span of time. Naturally, Luo was incensed and agitated, rushing forward to forcibly pull Jiang Yilin up. Rise. Sister Lin. She has spoken thus. Why do you still kneel before her? Mother has already stated that Granny Jiang is under her purview. Even if she has erred, it is Mother who should decide her fate. If Mother chooses to have you send her off for burial, who can dare to object? The audacity of her reasoning and the extent of her madness were akin to that of a lunatic. Jiang Ying furrowed her brow in displeasure, but chose to remain silent. For there was little to say. The old lady, in disappointment, pointed an accusatory finger at Luo. Luo, you are utterly foolish. Do you not see that Ying is also present? By uttering such words, what place do you leave her in? Luo, defiantly lifting her chin, seemed utterly oblivious to her own missteps. With a dismissive tone, she retorted, Isn't she favored by you, Mother? I, of course, have no stake in this, and can take no comfort from it. And to be frank, had I known her presence would so greatly affect Sister Lin, causing the entire family to turn against her, I would have surely sought a rural match for her, ensuring she would never set foot in the capital again. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. Jiang Ying, however, maintained an air of indifference, embodying a calmness that was almost unsettling. If you dislike me, know that I am equally unimpressed by you. Yet, in the eyes of the old lady, her icy composure only fueled her fury, prompting her to shout, Luo, you have truly lost your mind. Do you think the child you bore can be treated as you wish? That is unacceptable. She carries half the Jiang blood. You alone cannot dictate her fate. Mother is right. Thus I too have not sought to dictate her fate, but you shall not bully my sister Lin. The old lady's blood surged with indignation. Who has bullied your sister Lin? Was it not her own choice to kneel in the courtyard? It was as if she had forced Jiang Yilin to kneel. It was already generous of her not to chastise Luo for her pretentious and insincere behavior. Luo, unperturbed, continued to confront the old lady when suddenly Jiang Ying stepped forth, her voice sincere. "Mother, please do not argue with grandmother. I cannot bear the weight of disrespecting my elder. It would fill my heart with guilt." Jiang Ying observed, "See, this is an epic display of a white lotus. A masterclass in green tea performance. She deserves an Oscar for her heartfelt portrayal." Little Yanji, initially bored and blowing bubbles, felt an inner turmoil erupt at Jiang Ying's words. Poisonous girl.
Here we go again.
This was exactly her act in the previous life, making it seem as though everyone had wronged her. "Grandmother, you possess keen insight. Please do not be deceived by her." Jiang Ying nodded vigorously in agreement, pondering whether the Jiang family should possess even a modicum of discernment. Unexpectedly, a loud explosion resonated in her mind. "Ah, mother, she is coming. The green tea is seeking you out for her one-woman show." It was entirely her fault for sometimes forgetting to conceal her words and inadvertently letting modern phrases slip in front of her son. For instance, when bored, she would casually mention terms like green tea or white lotus, which had inadvertently been learned by her little monkey son. In that moment, she initially felt no anxiety. It was merely a confrontation with the green tea girl, after all, not a significant matter. Yet, her son's exclamation unexpectedly quickened her heartbeat. Jiang Ying, feeling somewhat stiff, held her child close, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ying's movements. Before the latter had even reached her, she had already lowered her gaze and performed a respectful curtsy, saying, "Sister, I apologize on behalf of Granny Jiang. In a moment of folly, she confused us and caused you considerable distress. Meanwhile, I have enjoyed the privileges of being regarded as you for these 16 years, which truly fills me with shame. Sister, I understand that the wrongdoing of Granny Jiang is unforgivable, and even if she were to die 1,000 times, it would not suffice. However, can you not overlook this? I am willing to do anything, even sacrifice myself. From now on, you shall be the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jiang, the rightful princess consort. And I humbly request that you grant me the position of a foot servant, allowing me to quietly observe Prince Yan from afar and bestow my blessings upon you both for a long and happy life together." As she spoke, she half-crouched, her gaze lowered, a single tear escaping her right eye, embodying a flawless posture of humility and endurance. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Luo, immediately feeling a pang of sympathy, shouted at Jiang Ying, "Why do you not speak? Your sister has humbled herself so greatly, yet you still refuse to spare her. Intentionally humiliating her? I knew you were a heartless child raised in the countryside." Jiang Ying was not angered. Instead, she smiled lightly. "When has Madame Jiang ever thought I possessed a conscience?" She shrugged. "Well, I truly do not require a conscience. It serves no purpose in matters of sustenance. A conscience cannot provide warmth in the cold, nor can it fill an empty stomach. When chopping wood, boiling water, and feeding pigs, a conscience does not alleviate fatigue. Even when Jiang Er's grandfather sought to sell me for 10 taels of silver, I could not rely on conscience to dissuade him. Nor could I persuade the matchmaker with it to spare me from her blows. So, do enlighten me, what use is this conscience to me?" Luo stared at her incredulously, not knowing whether to be astonished by the hardships Jiang Ying had endured or to be enraged that she had dared to rebut her. Jiang Ying was indifferent to her thoughts, scoffing and shrugging. "If Madame Jiang believes that ignoring you is an insult, I cannot concur. I enjoy all manner of food, but detest suffering losses. Therefore, as you have said, if I do not deliver a proper insult, would I not be unjustly burdened with an unpleasant reputation?" With that, Jiang Ying's smile took on a wicked gleam. "Miss Yilin, my father has only one daughter and 3 brothers. Thus, refrain from calling me sister or any such nonsense, for it is distasteful to my ears. Furthermore, I have never been so desperate as to live or die based on my marital prospects. It is far better for a young lady to maintain a modicum of modesty. Oh, and you spoke of wishing to observe Prince Yan from afar, blessing me and him with a long life together, did you not? I'm afraid your sentiments are rather twisted. Wishing to possess him while simultaneously watching him share affection with another woman seems less like a blessing and more like a curse. As for me, I wish to live a few more years. Finally, your earlier words did not touch my heart in the slightest, for they were nothing more than empty rhetoric." With a beaming smile, she turned to Luo, her expression a mix of mockery and delight. "Madame Jiang, does this humiliation satisfy your expectations?" Luo was left utterly speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief, her mind overwhelmed as if struck by lightning. Ultimately, her CPU seemed to falter, Her vision blurred, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ying, quick on her feet, managed to catch her, her face alternating between hues of red and white, tears streaming down her cheeks. She opened her mouth. Her voice choked with emotion, triggering an involuntary throb at the temples of those nearby. Before she could speak, Jiang Ying promptly raised her hand in a gesture of dismissal. No, I beg you, do not continue this charade. I am truly allergic to green tea. Grandmother, I shall take my leave now to gather my things. It is time for me to depart. You have your act of self-sacrifice, and I have my strategy of feigned indifference. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 080. The sister sees her off. Jiang Ying, holding her son, navigated around Jiang Ying, as if avoiding a plague, with the jade-like figure trailing behind her in haste. The still-acting Jiang Ying, Luo, and the others were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Jiang Ying, who had just delivered incisive rebuttals, would next execute a graceful exit without hesitation. It was evident that she held little attachment to this family. The old lady instinctively wished to call for someone to stop her, but with Granny Tang away investigating the burial arrangements for Granny Jiang, and concerned that the younger ones might inadvertently say something that could provoke Jiang Ying further, she opened her mouth but ultimately fell silent, tacitly accepting Jiang Ying's departure. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Ying's heart leapt with secret delight. Even Luo couldn't help but approach her, grasping her arm and whispering, "It's done, it's done. That wretched girl has been driven away by our Linlin. Grandmother, have I said something wrong? I never intended to force my sister away. If anyone should leave, it should be me. She is your own granddaughter. She cannot just depart." Jiang Ying pushed Luo aside and, sobbing, rushed towards the old lady. However, she was unceremoniously blocked by Insher. "Miss Ying, the old lady is unwell. Please be cautious." Lan pondered for a moment, placing a hand on Insher's shoulder as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Ying. "I believe you are right. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. I shall grant you 3 days to depart from the Jiang family and refrain from referring to yourself as a daughter of the Jiang family in the future."
What?
Jiang Ying was left dumbfounded, her face flushed like a monkey's bottom, her eyes reddened like a venomous beauty snake in the forest. The old lady's displeasure grew even more pronounced. "Enough. I have made my decree. No one shall oppose it. Consider this the price for your pretentious act of driving Ying away." With a wave of her hand, several silvers surrounded them, forcefully ushering Luo and Jiang Ying out of the hall. Such a forceful display rendered Jiang Ying's theatrical performance impotent. But at least she had achieved a small victory. Hadn't she? Jiang Ying.
Ha!
I hope you never return. Jiang Ying, feeling uneasy, stood guard along the path that led out of the residence with Chunyang, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Ying would truly leave or pretend to do so. After all, with the old lady's evident favoritism towards her, it seemed improbable that she would let her go so easily. Perhaps with a few words of persuasion, she would remain, thus rendering Jiang Ying's efforts to humble herself today in vain. Anxiously and resentfully, Jiang Ying awaited, completely unprepared for the sight of Jiang Ying actually packing her belongings. Jiang Ying herself cradled a child in her arms, while a seemingly dim-witted maid carried the bundle on her back as the trio walked coldly towards the front courtyard. It was one thing for Jiang Ying to secretly wish that no one would stop Jiang Ying from leaving. Witnessing the scene, however, left her in disbelief. Chunyang, following her thoughts, inquired, "Miss, is this true? Didn't the old lady dote on missing immensely? How could she possibly agree to her departure?" Jiang Ying too pondered this question, but could not arrive at an answer immediately. She shook her head and scoffed. "Enough of this. The old lady has a deep mind. Who knows what she is truly thinking? As long as I can force her out this once she steps out that door, returning will not be so simple. The outside world is fraught with danger. Who knows what misfortunes may befall her?" With such malicious thoughts, Jiang Ying had only intended to confirm her suspicions. But upon seeing that Jiang Ying was utterly alone, she could not resist the urge to lift her skirt and step outside. By chance, she intercepted Jiang Ying along a narrow path. "Sister, you are leaving. I have come to see you off." Jiang Ying paused momentarily, glancing at Jiang Ying, who was enveloped in the fragrance of tea, her lips curling into a calm, enigmatic smile. Jiang Ying? During her days in the residence, Jiang Ying had been like a living bodhisattva, seemingly devoid of anger. This rendered Jiang Ying inexplicably anxious, pondering whether Jiang Ying harbored some hidden trump card. At that moment, being called by her full name caused Jiang Ying to suddenly laugh, her almond-shaped eyes curving innocently. "Sister, are you upset? I thought you had grown accustomed to hardship and would remain unperturbed by any provocation. It seems you are not as emotionless as I once thought." Jiang Ying took a step back, observing Jiang Yilin's true nature as she reveled in her own triumph. You are mistaken. It is you who has taken me by surprise. I called you over to present you with a couplet. When the water is too clear, there are no fish. When a person is too discerning, there are no friends. The horizontal inscription reads, when a person is despicable, they are invincible. Jiang Ying, how dare you insult me? You seek death. Jiang Yilin's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively raising her hand. Prepared to strike, Jiang Ying. The latter raised her chin, unhurriedly lifting her hand to reveal a glimmering silver needle between her fingers. Go ahead, strike. Don't hold back. The harder you hit, the better. Let us see whether your slap is more formidable or the poison on my silver needle. The poison was not particularly terrifying. It was neither painful nor life-threatening, merely causing one's skin to feel as if it had been scorched for 3 days and nights. You have encountered smoked meat before, haven't you? Yes, just like that. Dark, lustrous, and exuding an alluring fragrance. Chunyang, the young maid, stared in horror at her mistress's hand, an image of Jiang Yilin's face resembling that of smoked meat flashing through her mind, sending chills down her spine. Jiang Yilin, too, was intimidated by Jiang Ying's words, her courage evaporating, and her hand, once poised to strike, faltered. After all, what did she have left aside from the beauty of her 16 years and her delicate figure? Yet she felt a fierce unwillingness, her face a mixture of green and white, gritting her teeth in vexation. Jiang Ying lowered her hand and rolled her eyes. That's more like it. I, being raised in the countryside, prefer action over words. Do not provoke me, especially in private. Understand? With that, she lifted her foot and continued forward, completely disregarding Jiang Yilin and her maid. Jiang Yilin, humiliated and furious, stamped her foot and shouted at Jiang Ying's retreating figure. Do not get too smug. This family will not be handed over to you so easily. You thought grandmother favored you immensely. But look now, she does not even care whether you stay or go. Clearly, you are not as important in her heart as you believed.
Fool.
Jiang Ying did not turn back, as if she had not heard a word. Shiyu followed closely behind her, feeling somewhat anxious. Miss, do you think what she said could be true? The old lady did not. Jiang Ying interrupted with a glance. Shiyu, let me teach you something. In matters of emotion, trust your own eyes and feelings, whether it concerns family or love. In any case, the worst choice is to be easily swayed by others' words. Such clumsy attempts at sowing discord, the elder sister's prowess is not so formidable, is it? Moreover, I know the old lady's temperament all too well. Her lack of intervention certainly does not indicate indifference toward me. Jiang Ying brimmed with confidence in her judgment. In the hall, several silvers took turns trying to placate the old lady, managing to ease her anger considerably. If it weren't for Shonger sending a letter, asking me to wait for him to return in a few days to deal with this matter, I would have surely knocked Luo unconscious and sent her to the nunnery. Chapter 081. They have become quite willful. The silvers shared a laugh at the old lady's humorous remarks. They thought to themselves that the old lady had only spent a few days with Miss Ying, and in that brief time, her ability to enjoy herself had notably improved. Miss Yilin had indeed transformed, putting on a show as if she were toying with them like puppets. Inrue, feeling indignant, remarked, it seems her plaything is gone. Will we not see our charming young master for a long time? Injai bit her lip. Old lady, what shall we do now? Are we truly going to let the legitimate young lady leave? Leave? No, I cannot bear to part with my Ying. The old lady shook her head vigorously, smoothing her skirt before standing up decisively. Very well, you all go and pack your things. That mother-daughter duo is quite formidable, is it not? Since I cannot confront them directly, I shall simply leave myself. Go finding. Her courtyard is enough to accommodate this old body of mine, once Shonger returns. Even if they invite me back, it will depend on whether I am in a good mood to return to this lavish cage. Oh, dear old lady. You are too wicked. Upon realizing the old lady's intentions, Injai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yinping playfully tapped her head. What nonsense are you speaking? Clarify yourself. Injai, clutching her handkerchief, revealed a mischievous smile. Hee. Once the old lady leaves, the whole capital will know that they could not tolerate her. They have forced a dignified first-rank lady to be unable to return home. When the Duke returns, he will surely be displeased. Inrue echoed, indeed, not only that, but soon the entire capital will witness the true character of Luo and the impostor she insists on protecting. Resolute in their decision, they quickly began to gather their belongings. Before long, Mama Tang returned, her expression grave. Old lady, it is gone. The old servant deliberately had the grave unearthed. only to discover that there was no sign of Grandma Jiang, but merely an empty coffin. As I had surmised, Lian narrowed her eyes, increasingly convinced that this Grandma Jiang possessed some nefarious qualities. Of course, Jiang Yilin was no paragon either. Over the past 16 years, had the Jiang family not treated her well? The Luo family had cherished her like a precious gem, providing her with only the best. Yet it seemed they had failed to raise her properly. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. Indeed. I understand now. Send someone to keep a watchful eye and ascertain her whereabouts. I wish to see what tricks those two, the grandmother and granddaughter, are up to, the old lady commanded. Madame Tang recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to make arrangements before returning to the room. How is it that I hear from Insure that Miss Ying has departed from the Duke's residence?
Not only that,
But the old lady intends to move to the Yuhui cottage as well? The old lady scoffed coldly. If I do not leave, how can I provide certain individuals the opportunity to exploit any weaknesses? This sentiment was likely understood only by Madame Tang, as the phrase certain individuals referred not solely to the Luo family and Jiang Yilin. Her countenance darkened. Old madam, what do you mean? Have we uncovered any specifics on that matter? Madame Tang shook her head. Not yet. Despite my prolonged investigation, all I have found is that a eunuch from the palace often visits Hu Xinglin under the cover of night, always donning a black hood that obscures his entire face. Since it is night, those observing cannot dare to approach too closely for fear of being discovered, thus they remain unaware of his identity.
Ha!
The old lady scoffed at this revelation. Hu Xinglin undoubtedly had something amiss. In this declining world, those once treated with utmost sincerity have turned to stab one in the back. It is utterly detestable. While we cannot definitively conclude from the clues we have that Hu Xinglin is the one who poisoned her, it seems we are not far from the truth. Therefore, Lian's departure from the Duke's residence was not an impulsive decision, but rather a calculated move to observe where the true problems lie within the household. Of course, her departure would not hinder the normal operations of the Duke's residence. Many who were completely trusted had already been placed in crucial positions to ensure the old lady could exert control from afar. With all preparations in place and the minor details nearly in order, just as the old lady was about to leave, her 3 grandsons knelt at the entrance of the Kongji Hall, weeping copiously. If grandmother departs, does that mean she no longer wants her grandson, Yuanchen? The second grandson, Jiang Yuanchen, was particularly inconsolable, a mere child who had unwittingly become the source of tears for his elder brother and younger brother. Seeing their tear-streaked faces, their eyes resembling those of frightened rabbits and their clothes soaked, Lian's heart ached as she grasped the child's hand tightly. You speak nonsense. How could grandmother ever forsake you? She exchanged a glance with Madame Tang, silently deliberating whether to take the foolish child away. His pitiful crying was truly distressing. As for the eldest and youngest, one was steadfast and composed like a soldier, and the other, though lacking formal education, was cleverer than most. Thus, it was manageable to keep them in the residence for the time being. Madame Tang hesitated, understanding the importance of accompanying the old lady. If she remained behind, the effectiveness of their plans would be severely compromised. Everyone knew she was inseparable from the old lady, and should she leave alone, the individuals behind would not be oblivious. Madame Tang contemplated the feasibility of taking Jiang Yuanchen along. Meanwhile, since Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanlang had reconciled, their rapport had improved significantly. They immediately sensed something amiss. Jiang Yuanlang, ever the playful one, jested. Madame Tang, grandmother has always found the servants of the other courtyard lacking, and the furniture is old and damp. So when we leave, are we going to the other courtyard or to a temple for meditation? Perhaps I should remind the family to send some of grandmother's favorite chicken wing wood and pear blossom wood furnishings over? This was a subtle inquiry into the old lady's intended destination. In truth, ever since the last incident where the old lady was angered by Luo and took refuge at the state minister's temple, the 3 brothers had understood that this family might be on the brink of collapse. Jiang Yuanchen, being naive, likely did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanlang, who often sought refuge elsewhere, found themselves increasingly troubled by the unresolved issues and the bizarre affair of their sister's replacement. Once their father returned, coexisting with both grandmother and mother would become exceedingly challenging. In a moment of carelessness, Madame Tang blurted out, "We are not going anywhere. We are going to find." Ahem. The old lady promptly interrupted. Yet Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanlang were astute enough to quickly deduce the old lady's intentions. "Grandmother, you intend to seek out sistering, do you not?" As they asked, their hearts brimmed with certainty. There was no doubt. Just as sistering had departed, the old lady, for the first time, had not attempted to stop her and was now preparing to leave with her belongings. It could only mean she intended to follow sistering, abandoning the vast duke's residence without a second thought. Jiang Ying, with dark circles under his eyes, hesitated to speak. Lian shot them a glare, gazing into the distance. Her resolve was firm. Do not try to persuade me. If I do not leave, what use is it to remain? With Luo's incessant bickering, even over a child not of her own blood, the entire household had been thrown into disarray. If it were not for the fact that she bore you all, I would not have tolerated her. Yet she has only grown more intolerable, unrepentant, and dares to drive Ming away. I can no longer bear it. Nor do I wish to. Yi and Lang Ge, you must fend for yourselves. With that, she commanded, Madame Tang, gather the second young master's belongings. I intend to take him with me. After all, he was dull-witted and entirely unappreciated by Luo, so why should he remain in the residence to be a nuisance? Just as parents favor their youngest, the old lady, too, harbored a special fondness for the weaker one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying and Jiang Yuanlang exchanged a glance. No, Jiang Ying could not see, but after a night of burning incense for calming his nerves, he could distinctly sense Jiang Yuanlang's gaze upon him. A strange thought emerged in their minds simultaneously. What is this? Is grandmother favoring the second son, planning to take him to enjoy a life of luxury beside sistering? How utterly unfair. Consequently, they both implored in unison, Grandmother, we wish to accompany you.
What?
You too wish to leave home? Lian's ears buzzed, struggling to comprehend. What has come over the children? Are they suddenly acting so willfully? Of course, we are going to protect you, Grandmother. Jiang Yuanling exclaimed, his words dripping with sweetness. Jiang Ying clenched his fists in frustration, inwardly cursing his younger brother's cunning. To adopt such a deceptive strategy just to be closer to their sister? Despicable. What was he to do? After some contemplation, Jiang Ying concluded that he was ill-suited to follow Jiang Yuanlang's lead. Thus, he pretended to sip water but accidentally knocked over his teacup, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Ying could not see their expressions, but he knew his grandmother would surely feel for him. He lowered his head, dejected, and said, Very well, if grandmother, the second brother, and the third brother wished to go out for a breath of fresh air and cultivate a relationship with our sister, as the eldest brother, I must remain behind to tend to the household and alleviate any concerns for everyone. After all, I am the eldest brother. Honoring grandmother and fostering affection among siblings is my duty as the eldest son of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuanling, wait, when did you ever foster affection among siblings? Was it not you who had him beaten black and blue just days ago? Jiang Ying thought. How is it that one wishes to go while feigning indifference? He had never realized his elder brother was such a manipulative person. The old lady believed him, gazing upon her eldest grandson, who had been silent for over a year and appeared gaunt and haggard. Her heart ached. This simply cannot do. Why not join us instead? In this past year, you have not ventured outside the estate, and with the arrival of spring, it would be delightful to dispel the lingering gloom. The old matriarch, upon expressing her thoughts, felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, this presents an excellent opportunity. It is rare for Yi Ge to suggest such an outing himself. Previously, he had stubbornly resisted any encouragement to step outside. Under the expectant gaze of the matriarch, Jiang Ying lifted half of his face, his eyelids fluttering. May I? Observing his cautious demeanor, which seemed to have dulled his once formidable presence, the matriarch's heart raced, and she decisively exclaimed, Of course, why not? What is the matter?
Yigad, Longgad.
Go. Gather your belongings, and include Qin Ge as well. We shall depart at once. Initially, she had not planned to bring them, believing they would be unwilling. To her surprise, the three brothers, true to their Jiang lineage, demonstrated a clarity of vision far superior to that of their mother. Perfectly so. It is best for everyone to go together, for she also hopes that the brothers can cultivate a bond with Jie. Yes, grandmother, Jiang Ying replied, a faint, secretive smile gracing his lips. Concerned for their grandmother's safety while away, he requested a brief moment. Jiang Yuancheng, unusually quiet and attentive, stood up joyfully, clapping his hands. Great. We can go find our sister now. Jiang Yuanlang's starry eyes shimmered. Previously, due to the influence of the Luo family and Jiang Yilin, he had never engaged deeply with his two elder brothers. However, in recent days, their relationships had significantly improved, and he was astonished to discover that perhaps, just perhaps, there was a disparity between his brothers and the image their mother had painted of them. Half an hour later, Pinju, lurking nervously beside Luo Shi, returned with news. Stepping into the inner chamber, she found Luo Shi and Jiang Yilin trying on jewelry. The dressing table was adorned with a dazzling array of treasures: gold, silver, pearls, agate, jade, each more fashionable than the last. Even Pinju, who had seen many exquisite items, was momentarily entranced. It was evident that the lady favored Miss Lin above all, despite not being her biological daughter. What could be the reason? Could it be that Miss Lin was the only child truly raised by the lady? Let us settle on this golden pheasant hairpin inlaid with South pearls. It is quite majestic. Tomorrow, our sister Lin shall wear this, so that Prince Qin and Princess Qin may witness what true grace and composure entail. Certainly, that rustic girl cannot compare. Luo Shi resolved to take Jiang Ying out tomorrow. Regardless of the old matriarch's opinions, she still considered Yilin as her own daughter, disregarding the 3-day deadline entirely. The most pressing matter was to facilitate Yilin's marriage to Yanjia. Tomorrow's destination was indeed the residence of Prince Qin. As long as the old prince and princess were satisfied with Yilin, what could the matriarch possibly say? While adorning Jiang Yilin with the hairpin, Luo Shi gazed contentedly at their reflection in the mirror, saying, "Do not fear her. She was once a concubine and remains so at best." To marry a rustic girl as a princess would surely invite ridicule upon Yan Junwang, and the princess would not remain unperturbed. You see, the princess herself comes from humble beginnings and is particularly sensitive to matters of lineage. Thus, when selecting a match for her son, she exclusively considers daughters from prominent families. Alas, those whom she finds suitable are often indifferent to her, and those who are agreeable to her are dismissed as unworthy, resulting in Yan Shan still being unmarried at 20, despite having several concubines. Earlier, the old prince had decreed that the eldest son should marry first, followed by the second, which explains the princess's urgency. There is no time for a fresh selection. Moreover, since it is an imperial decree, it cannot simply be overturned without significant upheaval. Ultimately, the goal remains the same. Jiang Yilin must marry into the princely house. However, for once, Luo Shi was met with an unexpected clarity as she raised her gaze to Pinju. Has grandmother truly departed? Luo Shi set her hands down and turned to look. Pinju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, she has truly left. Madam, with the old matriarch gone, you are now the highest authority in the estate. Much like when she visited Xianghua Temple to pray, we are free once more, free to do as we please. For those in the main courtyard, this was indeed the truth. Whenever the lady of the house and her mother-in-law were at odds, it was the servants who suffered the most. Since witnessing Jiang Mama's torment, Pinju had occasionally been plagued by nightmares, fearing she might become the next Jiang Mama. Of course, Jiang Mama had brought her misfortune upon herself. But Pinju could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Now that the old matriarch had departed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Shi, upon hearing this, felt a weight lift from her shoulders, her tense posture relaxing gradually. Let her go. Did she think she could threaten me with a departure? I shall not be so easily deceived. When she visited Xianghua Temple, she stubbornly claimed she would not return, yet she was back within days. This old woman grows increasingly muddled with age. Does she truly regard that rustic girl as a little deity? Is it necessary? I have not mistreated my own daughter. Although this sentiment was not meant as a compliment to Jiang Ying, when Luo Shi naturally referred to my own daughter, a shadow flickered in Jiang Yilin's eyes. At the same time, she noticed a hesitation in Pinju's expression beneath her excitement. With a cold glance, she wondered, "Is there something you wish to say? Why not speak plainly?" Pinju lowered her head. Yes. In truth, aside from the old matriarch, the 3 young masters are also absent from the estate. Luo Shi, taken aback, queried, "What do you mean absent?" "The eldest is blind, the second is foolish, and neither has left the house in quite some time. As for the third, he is perpetually away. He might not return for months on end, which hardly surprises me." Thus, she could not comprehend what Pinju meant. Jiang Yilin's gaze darkened as shadows danced in her mind. "Surely, you cannot mean that the eldest, second, and third brothers have also left with grandmother? Them?
Departing? How could that be?
Luo Shi exclaimed, as if hearing a jest. Yet Pinju timidly nodded, retracting her neck. "Madam, you are correct. The eldest, second, and third young masters have packed their belongings and left with the old matriarch." After Pinju's revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the room for several breaths. Eventually, Luo Shi exploded. "Nonsense. This is impossible. Pinju, have you the audacity to deceive me?" Pinju quaked and knelt. "No, madam, what I say is the truth." In an instant, Luo Shi ground her teeth together, her voice icy. What does this mean? Are they conspiring with the old matriarch against me? They are my own sons. How could I have given birth to such wretches? Jiang Yilin's expression darkened, her thoughts racing. Luo Shi's outbursts did not ease her tension. Instead, they fueled her anger. What foolishness! It is one thing for others to betray me, but the third brother, he has always favored Yilin. Why would he side with the old matriarch? I understand now. Yilin, the third brother, must be pretending to align with them, all the while acting as a spy, gathering information for you. Is that so? Jiang Yilin inquired, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Luo Shi grasped her hand. I am certain of it. I know the third brother's temperament well. And you two have shared the closest bond over the years. How could you not trust him? Jiang Yilin pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, she and the third brother had the strongest relationship. After having fulfilled Luo Shi's expectations for years, ensuring the third brother lived carefree and untroubled, he would not betray her. Would he? With this thought, her confidence surged. Chapter 083. Mother's Subtle Schemes. With a slight smile, Jiang Yilin eagerly instructed Pinju, continue to keep watch. If the third brother has any news to share, make sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity. Pinju immediately obliged, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. Did the third young master genuinely leave with the old matriarch for the sake of the young lady? Yet, he had taken his cherished nightingale with him when packing. If it were merely a charade, would he truly have brought his beloved bird along? At the little house of evening rays, Jiang Ying gazed at the four figures standing at the entrance, an elderly woman accompanied by three young men, and felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was this? A gaggle of followers? Oh my, isn't that my pitiful great-grandmother and my bumbling uncles? How did they come here? Could it be that they caught wind of the delightful aroma and knew that Mother was grilling meat? Mother, please don't let them in. If I can't have any food, they shouldn't be allowed to eat either. Little Yanji, fiercely protective of her food, clung tightly to Jiang Ying's neck, her lips instinctively grazing her collarbone, sending a shiver of delight through Jiang Ying, nearly making her laugh. As she smiled, her eyes naturally curved. Grandmother, even if you brought my brothers to persuade me, it's futile. I have no desire to return to the Duke's residence. Rather than endure the exclusion in an unwelcome place, she would prefer to reside in the quiet outskirts of the capital, undisturbed and at peace. The young girl's eyes sparkled with mischief, her fair complexion and slender figure revealing no trace of having given birth. Sunlight streamed in from the side, illuminating her like a radiant little sun. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled in a displeased pout, charmingly vibrant, yet adorably whimsical. The three brothers watched in rapt attention, nearly forgetting to blink. Sister is so beautiful and lovely. Yet, inside, Jiang Ying was filled with a myriad of complaints. The leading lady role was far too demanding. Managing it was exhausting. The Luo family was unreasonable and shameless. Spending 3 days in the Duke's residence was more tiring than 3 months outside. She had finally begun to grasp the bitter taste of intrigue and deception inherent in high society. If just dealing with Jiang Yilin and the Luo family had reduced her to this state, the royal and marquis residences would surely be a catastrophe. Thus, Jiang Ying grew even more averse to marrying Yanjia, almost wishing for Jiang Yilin to wed him quickly. Let her wreak havoc on Yanjia as she pleased. If he remained as oblivious as in his past life and fell victim to Jiang Yilin's schemes, it would perfectly fulfill her wish to bear a child without a father, wouldn't it? Unexpectedly, the elderly matriarch, with a beaming smile, sincerely declared, No. My dear Ying, your 3 brothers and I did not come to persuade you to return to the Duke's residence. We have come to seek refuge with you. As for your mother, it's better left unsaid, but your grandmother, along with Yi, Chun, and Lang, stand firmly by your side. What nonsense is this Duke's residence? Ying dislikes it, and we have no desire to reside there either. Wherever you are, that is where your grandmother shall be. Such words sounded rather sentimental, causing Jiang Yuan to twitch his lips, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Yuan Lang feigned interest in the sky, while secretly digging his toes into the ground, feeling quite out of place. Only the dim-witted Jiang Yuan Chen nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Wherever sister is, that's where I'll be. I want to eat the nougat sister gives me. I want to go back to the Duke's residence. Mother is fierce, and she doesn't tea like Chingu, but sister does. Jiang Ying couldn't help but question the intelligence of such a glutton. But was she not sleep-deprived? Before she could voice this, Jiang Yuan interjected. I'll sleep in the woodshed. Jiang Ying, not yet having the chance to respond, heard Jiang Yuan Lang chime in, I'll sleep on the floor. Just to keep grandmother company at night. Jiang Yuan Chen stuttered, trying to join in, can I sleep with sister? And little nephew because he has snacks. Jiang Ying blinked, turning to see you. What snacks? What snacks? Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuan Lang echoed in unison. Suddenly, the three pairs of eyes locked onto the oblivious Jiang Yuanqin, sharing a collective sense of embarrassment and confusion. Siyu chuckled, their isntne. Could it be that the young lady accidentally let the second master see her nursing, and he thought she was eating something delicious?
Jiang Ying, Jiang Yuanyi.
And Jiang Yuanlang exchanged incredulous glances at the foolish Jiang Yuanqin. In unison, they silently chastised, this one do. Although the second brother was blissfully ignorant, he was still a grown man and must learn to uphold boundaries. Otherwise, would they not be encouraging him to overstep with his sister? The matriarch reacted swiftly, instructing, Yin Shuang, from now on, you shall attend to the young lady, ensuring that neither our three young masters nor any other unsavory men approach in Jia's vicinity. In short, such misunderstandings must never occur again. Yin Shuang, aloof yet skilled, was the only one among the silver-haired attendants capable of handling herself, and her martial prowess seemed commendable. Upon hearing this, Yin Rui protested, but elder madam, one person alone isn't enough. Why not let me serve the young lady as well? I can tell stories to amuse her when she's unhappy.
Plus.
I'm quite adept at taking care of children, and I can help see sister lighten the load of looking after the young master. It was evident to all that Yin Rui was simply being greedy. Having witnessed many covet money, meat, and handsome men, it was rare to encounter an unmarried young girl so eager for a child. Jiang Ying couldn't help but smile at Yin Rui, whimsically pondering if the deity of transmigration had mistakenly chosen the wrong person to cross over into this world. Wouldn't it be splendid if she could be transported to a life of painless motherhood? Faced with the amiable matriarch and her awkward yet charming three brothers, Jiang Ying, after a brief struggle and hesitation, decided to accommodate them. However, there was no need for such exaggerated arrangements as sleeping in the woodshed or on the floor. The small residence conveniently had 5 rooms, allowing for a pair of brothers to share a room. Lady Tang and the matriarch, who were inseparable, could share a room as well. As they entered the second courtyard, Jiang Yuanqin couldn't resist sniffing the air, exclaiming, Wow, it smells so good.
What is that?
Jiang Ying replied, on my way back, I passed by the market and saw fresh lamb for sale, so I bought a bunch and grilled some fragrant lamb skewers. In truth, she had been adhering to Chen Ma's advice and eating very lightly while nursing, but today, having left the Duke's residence, her mood was particularly low, and she felt a sudden surge of frustration. Alone and inexplicably transported to this place, with a frail mother and a meager identity, she felt isolated and abandoned by her relatives. Faced with these circumstances, she was not as indifferent as she appeared. Her heart felt heavy, prompting her to crave something flavorful to lift her spirits. Now that she had been caught red-handed, Jiang Ying decided to abandon any pretense and instructed Siyu, Go tell Chen Ma that the extra lamb doesn't need to be marinated, just skewer it into the lamb kebabs I mentioned earlier, and prepare a pot of lamb offal soup. Today, I'm treating everyone to a feast, so let grandmother and my 3 brothers enjoy themselves. Whatever significant matters there are, we can discuss them afterward. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's eyes glimmered with appreciation, thinking her granddaughter was quite clever to sense that she had something on her mind. The 3 brothers, however, were oblivious to the matriarch's intentions, utterly captivated by the aroma of the grilled lamb. What a unique scent of grilled meat. Even Jiang Yuanyi, who often feasted on grilled meat during military campaigns, couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling his appetite surge. It was as if his lost sense of taste was being rekindled through smell and flavor. Jiang Yuanqin couldn't control his drooling, exclaiming, This must be tastier than nougat. He dashed forward, clutching Jiang Ying's arm. Sister, I want to eat grilled lamb. Let us hurry. Jiang Ying found herself unable to resist his enthusiasm, so she entrusted the eager child to the watchful Yin Rui. The little tyke was not pleased. Silly mother. You've softened again. It hasn't been long, hold on a bit longer. Why should they get to stay? And eat my mouth-watering grilled lamb? How infuriating. When will I grow up overnight? Jiang Ying pinched his pouty little face, unable to contain her affection. Don't be upset. Mother knows you want to eat. But you haven't grown any teeth yet. How about this? After I eat the grilled lamb, perhaps I'll have that flavor in my milk for you to savor. Little Yanji, you savor it. You savor it. Silly mother is so mischievous. After a hearty meal of grilled meat, the 3 brothers of the Jiang family felt utterly content, having nearly devoured all of the fresh lamb. There remains approximately 3 to 4 pounds of lamb offal stew. This is still under the condition that the elder lady's stomach is weak, and she has barely eaten a few mouthfuls. Jiang Ying glanced at the bones and meat at her feet, her brow furrowing as she silently calculated how long these few fellows intended to stay. Given their manner of eating, she wondered if she would be able to afford their stay. Should she seek an opportunity to ask for some living expenses?
Under the moonlight.
The elder lady observed her 3 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, together savoring spicy lamb skewers, and a smile gradually crept onto her lips. Her gentle gaze seemed to want to freeze this moment of warmth and beauty in time. Jiang Yuanling finished his last bite and noticed Jiang Ying's piercing gaze upon him, prompting him to nudge Jiang Yuanyi with his elbow. "Brother, I feel something's off. Why is sister looking at us with such a peculiar expression?" Chapter 084. One must not foolishly marry. Strange? Jiang Yuanyi's eyelids twitched as he set down his food, his expression difficult to interpret. Was this little rascal doing it on purpose? He clearly knew he couldn't see. Jiang Yuanling, entirely focused on Jiang Ying, failed to notice. Propping his chin, he mused for a moment, describing her gaze as resembling that of a stray puppy, somewhat pitiful yet tinged with disdain. "Jiang Yuanyi, you are the dog. Not me or the second brother." Just then, Jiang Yuanling, having nearly finished gnawing on a piece of lamb bone, hesitated to discard it. He held it near his mouth, intending to savor a few more slurps of marrow, when he suddenly heard that remark, leaving him at a loss. He looked at the delectable bone, caught in a dilemma. To slurp or not to slurp? If he did, wouldn't he truly become a stray dog? After struggling for a while, Jiang Yuanling ultimately tossed the bone behind him with an air of nonchalance, chuckling awkwardly in the face of Jiang Ying's puzzled gaze. "Hee, sister, your culinary skills are exceptional. I've nearly tasted every dish in the capital, yet this is the first time I've encountered such delicious grilled lamb chops." Although he was uneducated, he was genuine and never offered insincere praise to others. Naturally, he would not compromise his integrity by distorting the truth. Thus, deliciousness was simply delicious. And even if it was his newly accepted sister, he could naturally offer her compliments. "Thank you." Jiang Ying glanced at the sky. It was getting late. The children were accustomed to having a meal before bed, so she urged, "You all should return to your rooms to wash up and sleep. I must take my leave." She was well aware of Jiang Yuanlong's earlier antics. Humph. Who could resist the allure of delicious food? Moreover, the ingredients she used were all produced from her space, including some that had not existed in ancient times, such as chicken essence and oyster sauce.
Today,
she had hastily returned from the Jiang family just to engage in a tug-of-war with Jiang Yilin to see how effective her strategy of winning over the family was.
Yet,
unexpectedly, the elder lady directly brought her 3 brothers chasing after her, filling Jiang Ying with a sense of accomplishment. Even if it meant getting some free meals, she was more than willing. "Sister Ying, wait a moment." Just as she was about to leave, the elder lady beamed and called her back. While beckoning to Granny Tang, she shot a glare at the 3 Yuans. "Have I taught you no manners in your childhood? What does that mean?" Jiang Yuanling looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Yuanyi leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "A gentleman does not partake in free meals." "Jiang Yuanling, I don't understand." "Brother, can we speak plainly?" While Jiang Yuanling was speaking, Granny Tang swiftly returned with a box in hand. Jiang Yuanyi tilted his head, signaling Yu to hurry and fetch something as well. Even Shueji's eyes darted around, and with a quick press of her lips, she dashed off. Only Jiang Yuanling remained somewhat confused, his gaze flitting about, which made the elder lady want to chuckle. At that moment, Jiang Yuanyi stifled a laugh and kindly informed him, "A gentleman does not take advantage of others." "Third brother, you ought to read more." In the blink of an eye, 4 boxes appeared before Jiang Ying, presented by Granny Tang, Yu, Shueji, and Tao Su. Not to mention, Jiang Yuanling was undoubtedly a foodie, as evidenced by the unique names he had given the servants. This time, aside from the elder lady, only Jiang Yuanshen had brought 2 attendants, 1 maid, Shueji, and 1 servant, Shueyu. After all, his situation was a bit different. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanling each brought just 1. Jiang Ying was taken aback and looked at the Lian family, asking, "Grandmother, what is this?" "Living expenses. With so many of us coming to your place, how could we let you bear the costs alone? Besides, you have prepared such delicious meals for us. If this is considered a welcome, then, of course, grandmother must show her appreciation. Your 3 brothers feel the same. Jiang Yuanyi, accept it. It's the eldest brother's good intentions. Jiang Yuanshen is right. As brothers, we should spoil our sister. Hence, I am giving you all the pocket money I have saved over the years to buy rouge, powder, and beautiful clothes." With both elder brothers speaking up, Jiang Yuanling felt quite awkward, for he had only just realized why their grandmother insisted they take all their available silver when they left home. So this was its purpose. He felt uneasy, not because he was unwilling to give, but because he had not lived closely with everyone before, making him feel out of sync with the rhythm of their lives. Coughing twice, Jiang Ying awkwardly stated, "Here, this is for you, a welcome gift, or it could be meal money. You can define it however you wish." Jiang Ying looked at the 4 boxes before her and ultimately could not suppress the smile that crept upon her lips. With a gentle smile, she said, "Thank you, grandmother. And thank you, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, sister." Jiang Yuanshen grinned widely, filled with excitement, and began to spin in circles, exclaiming, "Yay! We have a sister now, we have a sister." At that moment, he was still unable to discern what kind of person Jiang Yilin truly was. He instinctively felt closer to Jiang Ying. Observing Jiang Ying accept the gifts, the elder lady felt a sense of satisfaction, while the reactions of the Yuans varied. Yet they all appeared to be in good spirits. Especially Jiang Yuanling, who stared unblinkingly at Jiang Ying's departing figure, his mind echoing her earlier address of him as third brother. It sounded sweeter than when she referred to Lin Jia. After returning home and feeding Xiao Yanji, Jiang Ying slowly opened the treasure chests. The former was burping while mumbling complaints. "Mother is bad. Mother is deceiving. The milk doesn't taste like lamb at all. Wah. I want to eat meat. Although mother's milk is delicious, it is becoming less filling, and it's too bland. I really miss the taste of meat." Jiang Ying was preoccupied with opening the blind boxes, entirely ignoring her son's heartfelt musings. Yet, when she finally opened all the boxes, Xiao Yanji suddenly exclaimed, his drowsy demeanor vanishing as if he were an old man on the subway peering at his phone. His head perked up. "Money, money, money. So much money. Did grandmother and the 3 uncles send this to mother? So much. They didn't rob the house before we left, did they?" It was no wonder Xiao Yanji was astonished. Even Jiang Ying felt a pang of guilt. What if one day the Duke of Jiang, her unworthy father, returned from the border and accused her of dubious dealings? Not thinking this way would be difficult for outsiders to comprehend why the elder lady and her 3 brothers each gifted her a box of silver notes. The 3 brothers were somewhat reasonable, mostly giving 10 or 20 taels of small notes, but the elder lady's box contained nothing but 1,000 tael notes, totaling a staggering 50,000 taels, equivalent to 500 million in her calculations. What kind of concept was this? Had she suddenly become a millionaire overnight? Originally thinking that having a few thousand taels of silver in hand was already quite good, now it was entirely on a different scale. Not to mention the combined amount from her 3 brothers also exceeded 10,000 taels. Jiang Ying swallowed hard, her eyes dazzled. The sight of the silver notes appeared almost surreal. Meanwhile, the little rascal accepted it with remarkable speed, cackling mischievously against his pillow. He had grown considerably, and aside from his inability to speak, he had become quite adept at both laughing and crying. Oh my, did several uncles suddenly become sensible? Quite well. They seem to understand the situation. Then I needn't hide anything. Actually, aside from their ailments, the path of love has been more tumultuous for my uncles. If my foolish mother can somehow mend their hearts in this lifetime, then when it comes time for them to find wives, I shall assist in the selection. I absolutely cannot allow them to foolishly marry. Chapter 085. After all, he knows nothing. Indeed, the object of marriage arranged for the foolish uncle, Sun Ruoyan, is clearly a fickle-minded individual. It is only a matter of time before she calls off the engagement, tarnishing the foolish uncle's reputation out of self-preservation due to his blindness. As for the foolish second uncle, he was initially enamored with the legitimate daughter of the Minister of the National Academy, and they had mutual affection, anticipating a union post-examination. However, the minister's wife reneged, denying that the engagement was ever established between her daughter Mu Wanbai and the second uncle, instead seeking to marry off her neglected illegitimate daughter, Mu Zijing, to him, leading to the latter's unjust demise and the second uncle being vilified by all. The third uncle, not in a hurry to marry, fared slightly better than the first 2. However, he bore the heavy expectations of the Luo family, who hoped he would secure a respectable wife to uphold the family name. Consequently, he missed his chance with his beloved merchant's daughter, Shen Xiaoxiao, who, after being tragically killed in the street, was ultimately retrieved by Shen Xiaoxiao herself. A loud thud echoed through the room as a wooden box fell to the floor, scattering a thick stack of silver notes across the ground. Xiao Yanji raised her head to glance at it, smacking her lips. Is mother dazed again? Truly vexing. She can't even hold on to a money box. It seems I must rely on myself to alter my uncle's fates, which is undoubtedly a daunting task. Impossible, impossible. I must grow up quickly, at least to the point where I can speak and communicate with my 3 uncles. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ying, who could hear his innermost thoughts, Xiao Yanji attempted to attract her attention in her infantile manner. The latter picked up the scattered silver notes, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. She inexplicably felt that the 3 boxes of mixed silver notes had grown hot and heavy in her hands. Upon reaching the bedside, Xiao Yanji fumbled and eventually retrieved the silver needle pouch hidden beneath Jiang Ying's pillow, clumsily presenting it to her, producing indistinct sounds that resembled pleas for help. The intent was clear. She wished for Jiang Ying to treat her uncle's ailments first. Jiang Ying accepted the silver needle pouch with a heavy sigh. It wasn't that she was unwilling to help them, but rather that it required time and their absolute trust in her. Without such trust, even divine intervention would be futile. Nonetheless, she resolved to give it a try. Summoning Siyue to soothe Xiao Yanji to sleep, Jiang Ying spent nearly an hour concocting 3 different remedies. One was a commonly used medicine for invigorating blood circulation, another was an eye-opening gel, and the last was an upgraded version of the Qi Ji Dan, a formula she had previously hesitated to create due to its intricate steps and the potential for suspicion. However, with Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanqing's tribulations looming, she could not afford to be overly cautious. She must heal them swiftly, ensuring that the tragedies of her past life, a wrongful engagement cancellation, and an inexplicable murder charge, would not repeat. Even if it were merely for the sake of the 2 boxes of silver notes, Jiang Ying felt compelled to exert herself. She immediately instructed Siyue to deliver these 3 remedies to the respective individuals, ensuring not to mix them up: the eye-opening gel for Jiang Yuanyi, the Qi Ji Dan for Jiang Yuanqing, and the white ointment for Jiang Yuanling. The first 2 were more complex, while Jiang Yuanling could afford to wait a little longer. After the 3 had finished washing up and were about to extinguish the lights for sleep, they were unexpectedly presented with Jiang Ying's gifts, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Thus, they gathered together in secret. Of course, Jiang Yuanqing was reluctant. He thought they were merely playing with him, feeling quite delighted. Eldest brother, third brother, you're not going to sleep? Do you want to play hide and seek with me? Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanling, having removed their shoes, sat on the bed and lowered the gauze curtain. Indeed, we shall play hide and seek. You hide, and we will seek, but only within the room. Hide well, and call out when you're ready for us to find you. They dismissively sent Jiang Yuanqing off to play by himself, while the 2 brothers whispered conspiratorially from behind the gauze. Let me see what Yingjie gave you, they asked in unison, unable to suppress their laughter. The 3 remedies, though different in content, bore similar appearances, each carefully labeled to prevent confusion. Since Jiang Yuanyi's eye-opening gel required being applied with a cotton swab, Jiang Ying had thoughtfully provided him with an additional porcelain bottle for the swabs. Jiang Yuanling, seeing this, clicked his tongue in disbelief. Sister is biased. Why does she give you more while we receive less? Jiang Yuanyi shot him a disapproving glance. Despite his blindness, his expressions were perfectly normal. And while he appeared to be oblivious, he was still very much perceptive. At this, Jiang Yuanlong's tone turned sour. Jiang Yuanyi, feeling the items in his hands, mused. Sister Yingjie is remarkably astute, immediately discerning our desires. Shall we give it a try? Jiang Yuanling lowered his head to open the remedy he held, bringing it to his nose to sniff, noting that it bore some resemblance to the ointment they typically used for bruises. It seemed it was not intended to treat his heart ailment, leaving him instinctively disappointed. Why the silence? Are you afraid to use it? Jiang Yuanyi frowned and inquired. The latter shook his head. No, it's not that. Eldest brother, as he said, our sister is truly talented. Although my trust in her isn't deeply rooted, I trust you. I'll just use this for my external injuries as a test. If it proves effective, you and second brother can then use the remedies tailored for you. Jiang Yuanling did not disregard Jiang Ying as a sister. It was merely a deeply ingrained conflict within him. After all, Jiang Ying was a young lady, and given her tender age, he found it difficult to believe that she possessed such profound medical expertise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Very well. In truth, he could hardly contain his eagerness to use the eye-opening gel. Just then, Jiang Yuanqing, having concealed himself, called out, Eldest brother, third brother. Jiang Yuanyi leaped from the bed, suggesting, how about we use it on second brother first? After all, he knows nothing, and would be spared any fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanlong's features contorted in astonishment. For the second time, he questioned his eldest brother's integrity. Was he truly a paragon of righteousness and not a bandit? Why did every action of his reek of a cunning trickster? Look, we're letting the second brother test the medicine, taking advantage of a poor fool. He pondered, well, perhaps that isn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 086. She truly possesses miraculous healing skills. Though it was said in jest, Jiang Yuanyi was merely playing around. By the time Jiang Yuanling had coaxed Jiang Yuanqing out from his hiding, Jiang Yuanyi had already begun applying the eye-opening gel at the table. Jiang Yuanling turned around to see this, suddenly freezing in place as he rushed to the table. Eldest brother, didn't you say to let second brother go first? How could you trick me like this? Jiang Ying, with his eyes closed, still bore traces of the transparent cream at the corners of his eyes. He had been applying it for a moment and found it surprisingly soothing rather than stinging or uncomfortable. Rather, it was a cooling sensation that instinctively relaxed his nerves. Smiling, he quipped, as the eldest brother, I must lead by example. Such a trivial matter. Allow me to pave the way for my younger brothers. Jiang Yuanling was unable to contain his emotion, disregarding the bewildered Jiang Yuancheng, and quickly opened his own bottle, rolling up his sleeves and pant legs to apply the ointment to his bruises. The most concentrated injuries were on his face, but as he could not see, he decided to treat his limbs first before locating a mirror to tend to his face. Seeing this, Jiang Yuancheng became curious. Standing nearby and poking Jiang Yuanlong's bruised mouth with a finger, third brother, how did you get hurt? The inquiry only served to deepen Jiang Yuanlong's frustration. With a timid glance at Jiang Yuanyi, he muttered, eldest brother, could we perhaps avoid hitting the face next time? After all, I am the foremost young rake in the capital. My looks are my only asset. What if I were to become disfigured? Second brother, come here. I have candy for you. Jiang Yuanyi said dismissively, pulling the bewildered Jiang Yuancheng closer and opening the medicine bottle to pour 10 pills into the latter's mouth. Jiang Yuancheng, in a state of confusion, swallowed the medicine with water, his handsome face resembling that of a bitter melon. Brother, this is not candy. It is not sweet at all. He lamented. Jiang Yuanling, furrowing his brow in suspicion, picked up the medicine bottle and glanced at it. But brother, doesn't he say on the bottle to take 8 pills 3 times a day? Why did you give second brother 10? Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. What? I couldn't see. Why didn't you say something sooner? Jiang Yuanling retorted. One needs an opportunity to speak. Jiang Ying, however, was oblivious to the comedic antics of her 3 brothers over something as simple as taking medicine. The following day, none of them rose particularly early. They waited until Mama Chen had prepared breakfast before leisurely getting up to wash and eat. Sistering, your courtyard is quite nice. Although it is a bit small and plain, it is exceptionally tranquil, and the morning air is refreshingly crisp, allowing for a restful night as sleep. The old lady seemed quite satisfied after spending the night here. With a creaking sound, the doors to the brothers' rooms opened. Each of them appeared in good spirits, particularly Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Yuanling. The former, who had been blinded by poison, still bore dark circles around his eyes, resembling a walking panda, which greatly affected his once strikingly handsome features. The latter, having been previously battered by Jiang Yuanyi and Yan Zhe in a mixed doubles match, had a face that looked like a swollen pig's head, but after just one night, both brothers' appearances had significantly improved. The dark circles around Jiang Yuanyi's eyes had lightened by at least 3 shades, transforming from panda eyes to ordinary dark circles. Jiang Yuanling, aside from a slight redness at the corners of his mouth and forehead, showed no other signs of distress. Being somewhat vain, he had just checked his reflection before stepping out and was quite pleased. He excitedly bounded over to Jiang Ying, exclaiming, Sister, your skills are truly miraculous. Brother does not deceive me. Jiang Yuancheng turned his head to survey the surroundings, his gaze having lost some of its previous bewilderment, though he had yet to fully recover. The longer one suffers an injury, the slower the healing process. My eyesight seems to have improved somewhat, Jiang Yuanyi remarked, extending his hand and, to his astonishment, could vaguely discern the outline of his fingers. Seeing this, the old lady quickly approached her 3 grandsons, examining this and touching that. Eventually, with tears in her eyes, she grasped Jiang Ying's hand and said, Ying, there's no rush regarding your brother's ailments. Take your time, just don't overexert yourself. Why did you spend the night preparing medicine for them? While others were unaware, the old lady was keenly aware of Jiang Ying's capabilities. The chronic cough that had plagued her for years was alleviated far more effectively by her granddaughter's treatment than by the ungrateful Hu Xinglin's remedies over the years. Thus, she had no doubt that Jiang Ying would be able to heal her 2 brothers. It was merely a matter of time. The old lady, however, was unaware of Jiang Yuanling's heart condition, or else she would have been even more worried. Jiang Ying smiled gently. It's fine, grandmother. I'm not tired. The sooner I treat them, the sooner my brothers will recover. You mentioned father would be returning soon? When he sees that my brothers are improving, he'll surely be in high spirits. The main concern was that the Lian family and her 3 brothers had come out, leaving the Luo family and Zhang Yilin unattended at home. When Zhang Shang returned, even if he dared not show resentment, he would likely feel uncomfortable. But if his sons were recovering, then any grievances suffered by the Luo family or Zhang Yilin would pale in comparison. Moreover, The entire household had witnessed how the Luo family had behaved. It was clear who had truly been wronged, and Jiang Shang would surely be able to discern the truth. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes brightened, her expression more gratified. Yes, Ying, you've considered this well. If your father finds out that Brother Yi and Brother Cheng were treated by you, he will only cherish you more, his own daughter. As for the false Jiang Ying, she can stand aside. After breakfast, the old lady inquired if Jiang Ying had any plans. Jiang Ying shook her head.
No.
But I intend to ask Mama Chen to procure some additional provisions. Grandmother and my brothers are staying here, and many things are quite sparse.
No.
I think everything is quite good, Jiang Yuan pondered aloud, his eyes roaming the surroundings, marveling at the recovery of his vision. He could vaguely discern the layout of the courtyard. Indeed, it was a bit rudimentary, and he inwardly cursed Yanjia for being so stingy as a prince. He resolved to arrange for his sister to have a separate, beautiful courtyard or residence. Jiang Yuanling, however, was not one to hold back. Sister, could you arrange for a bathtub for third brother? And yes, please buy second brother a few more outfits. He is quite mischievous and sometimes changes several times a day. It would be better if he had more to change into. One could say he was a person of detail. Furthermore, he wasn't very familiar with Jiang Ying yet and felt a bit embarrassed to ask for things solely for himself. Jiang Ying smiled and replied, Very well. My 3 brothers and grandmother have given me plenty of money. I would feel uneasy if I didn't spend some of it. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanqing stood up and firmly declared, I don't want clothes. If possible, could you buy me a few books instead? Books had once been Jiang Yuanqing's greatest passion. He used to read voraciously. However, since his injury, he had not mentioned them for quite some time. The old lady looked at Jiang Yuanling, who suddenly had a resolute gleam in his eyes, and felt an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over her. It had been such a long time, and it had been so difficult. Mama Tang was equally excited, rubbing her hands together and moving to stand beside Lian Shi. Old lady, the second young master is showing signs of improvement. Indeed, who could deny it? The old lady's piercing gaze shifted from Jiang Yuanqing to Jiang Yuanyi, finally landing on Jiang Ying, just as she was about to speak when a knock echoed at the courtyard door.
Who is it?
They V arrived. Mama Chen hurriedly ran to open the door, only to find none other than Bai Ji, a trusted maid by the side of the princess of Qinchuan. Upon seeing Lian Shi present, Bai Ji appeared unfazed, politely bowing. Miss Jiang, our princess invites you to the estate for a discussion. Jiang Ying, disinterested, replied coolly, I am but a humble countrywoman, vastly different from the esteemed princess of Qinchuan. There is nothing to discuss. Please return, Miss Bai Ji. The last time she went, Lady Tong had nearly locked her away, and Jiang Ying certainly did not possess any masochistic tendencies to entertain her again. However, Bai Ji was evidently prepared. Glancing at Lian Shi before gently saying, Miss Jiang, we are aware of your recent news, and as it happens, your biological mother and sister are at the Qinchuan estate. Hence, the princess wishes to invite you to discuss matters, particularly regarding next month's marriage arrangements. Upon hearing this, it was not Jiang Ying who reacted most strongly, but the old lady, who suddenly stood up, exclaiming, What did you say? That mother and daughter went to the Qinchuan estate? How incredibly audacious. They have no idea what they're doing. Such eagerness was utterly embarrassing, bringing disgrace upon the Jiang family. The old lady felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the Qinchuan estate and apprehend them. Yet, Jiang Ying was far more composed than the old lady. She noted the titles of biological mother and biological sister in Bai Ji's words and thought to herself, did they assume she was a concubine's daughter? Only a concubine's daughter would refer to the main wife and her daughter as biological mother and biological sister. It was the same for children born from extramarital affairs. But how could she have been so misunderstood? Could it be that Luo Shi had said such things?
Contemplating this,
Jiang Ying found it even more amusing and was even less inclined to waste her breath with them, resolutely refusing to go. Mama Chen, see them out. Bai Ji was left speechless, finally understanding why Zhao Mama was so reluctant to make this trip. She had yet to fully recover from her last scare and thus ventured out sparingly. Miss Jiang, our princess demands the presence of a lady. No young lady would dare disobey. You would do well to reconsider. Bai Ji began to apply pressure on Jiang Ying. However, Jiang Ying remained steadfast in her refusal, impervious to persuasion. The old lady, realizing that this was not a viable approach, furrowed her brow and said, Miss Bai Ji, my girl is unwell. Please do not make things difficult for her. How about this? I will accompany you to the estate and personally explain the situation to the princess. Would that be acceptable? For the sake of Ying girl, she felt compelled to humor the so-called princess of Qinchuan. I too wish to discern the true intentions of Luo Shi and Jiang Ying. These two meddlesome individuals never grant us a moment's peace. With the passing of the old matriarch, 3 of the Yuan brothers remained to bolster Jiang Ying, ensuring that the likes of ordinary folk would dare not wreak havoc at Yu Hui Cottage. However, it seems this does not extend to Yanjia. Chapter 087. Her response is not acknowledged by this prince. The sky darkens ominously, heralding an impending storm. Yanjia, having received a report from Qiren, learns that Jiang Ying has returned to Yu Hui Cottage, and he secretly rejoices, pondering whether she has had a change of heart. Yet, he soon hears that old Lady Jiang and the 3 elder brothers have all relocated there. The men wear expressions of confusion. Why would they choose to squeeze into the prince's modest courtyard instead of finding comfort in the duke's residence? Qiren dares not speak, for who can fathom the reasons behind such peculiar behavior? Yet, having observed the eccentricities of the Jiang family, he has grown cautious. When the master and servant arrive, the Lien family has yet to return. Just as Yanjia and Qiren prepare to enter, they are confronted by 3 imposing figures blocking the entrance. Their expressions severe. Does the duke wish to see our younger sister? The voice belongs to Jiang Yuan, whose impaired vision does not diminish his commanding presence. With a black sword planted before him, he stands with an air of authority. Yanjia, seasoned by the trials of battle, recognizes this as the ferocity cultivated by Jiang Yuan on the battlefield. As for the other 2, mere pretenders to power, he regards them with disdain. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Yuan, Yanjia steps forward, clad in dark garments, his features strikingly composed, and he matches Jiang Yuan's intensity. His tone, however, is unexpectedly gentle. By rights, I ought to address Brother Yuan as my uncle. Having heard that Inger has returned, I came to pay my respects. Is it not the case that you are blocking my way because Inger has faced some grievance at the duke's residence, fearing to inform me? It is the first time Jiang Yuan has encountered such brazen disingenuousness. Instinctively twirling his sword, he replies, earlier, your stepmother sent someone to summon you. Ying found it bothersome and did not appear. Therefore, it should be quite clear what her sentiments are regarding your union. Today, the Yuan brothers have discovered that Jiang Ying does not wish to marry Yanjia, and the stepmother appears to be deliberately giving her a hard time. Even before she is wed, what a masterful manipulation of the duke's household. Yanjia's eyes narrow. A stepmother is a stepmother, and a prince is a prince. Does Brother Yuan not understand that I have always abhorred her interference? That is your concern. Regardless, do not involve our Inger in this matter. Indeed, you speak true. Uncle. Yanjia's gaze deepens. Thus, I shall seek out Inger myself to clarify the matter. As for my stepmother's opinions, they bear no weight. I shall not acknowledge her response. Now is not the time. Grandmother has gone to the prince's residence on Inger's behalf, and until she returns with concrete news, it would be inappropriate for the prince to visit, lest it tarnish my little sister's reputation. Yanjia finds it incredulous. She has even borne a son. What reputation could possibly be at stake? The eldest brother is clearly fabricating tales. The raindrops patter down, falling between the 2 men who stand at an impasse. None are willing to yield. Jiang Yuanchen and Jiang Yuanlang are steadfastly by Jiang Yuan's side, refusing to concede even an inch. Seeing this, Qiren hastily returns to the carriage to fetch an umbrella for Yanjia. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan and his brothers are also prepared, each brother holding an umbrella, leaving Yanjia looking rather pitiful by comparison. Qiren, suddenly incensed, declares, my lord, I can handle 2 umbrellas myself. Yanjia, ever the focal point at crucial moments, closing his eyes, he decides that what is unseen will not trouble the heart. If uncle insists on this standoff, it is of no consequence. I can wait until the old matriarch returns to discuss matters further. Just as he thinks this, the sound of a carriage draws near. Jiang Yuan realizes their grandmother has returned but is unable to move, so he quickly gestures for Jiang Yuanchen to go out and greet her, while he remains in place to block Yanjia, preventing him from making an opportunity. Second brother, go quickly. I will hold the umbrella for elder brother. Jiang Yuanchen asserts confidently. Yanjia glances at him, sensing that second uncle seems to have returned to his usual self. Previously, the old matriarch had helped Jiang Ying create a space for private conversation, so Yanjia remains unperturbed, even anticipating the old matriarch's intervention to rebuke the eldest brother. However, upon entering, she sees Yanjia and her expression darkens. She strides forward, unfazed by the rain, her voice sharp. What are you doing here? We do not welcome you. Yanjia is taken aback, but cannot argue with his elder. Qiren is about to speak. This courtyard belongs to our prince. How can you treat him so harshly after taking advantage of our hospitality? Yanjia, sensing the tension, preemptively halts him, performing a respectful gesture. Grandmother is understandably upset. I shall visit later. His priority is not to force his way in, for as long as she does not flee, opportunities to meet will abound. Moreover, even if she were to escape, he is confident she cannot elude his grasp. His immediate concern is to uncover what mischief the Tong family has wrought to provoke the usually composed old lady Jiang to such fury. A cold smile creeps upon his lips as he contemplates the Tong family's knack for causing him trouble. Upon hearing that Yanjia was dismissed, Jiang Ying feels a mix of surprise and schadenfreude. Well done, grandmother. Well done, brothers. She rushes into the house, taking a cotton towel from Yingji to dry Lian's damp hair. With a playful inquiry, she asks, Grandmother, what transpired? Before you left, you instructed me to treat the Tong family with disdain, yet upon returning from the prince's residence, you seem as if you've been doused in explosives? Lian turns to her, having removed her hairpin, her regal demeanor softened, now imbued with warmth and kindness. Silly child, I was merely putting on a show for King Yan. Did you not wish to avoid seeing him? Jiang Ying feels a twinge of shame. True, she had wished to avoid him. But she also knows that Yanjia's esteemed position cannot be easily sidestepped. Her grandmother and brothers may shield her temporarily, but the matter of marriage must eventually be faced. Surely, grandmother encountered some displeasing events while at the prince's residence? Jiang Ying's eyes flicker. 3 women in a drama, especially with the likes of Luo Shi, Zhang Yilin and Tong, could only spell trouble. This was precisely why she had resolutely declined any encounters today. Who would wish to engage with them? Upon hearing this, the old matriarch gazes deeply at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, increasingly convinced of her intuition, responds with a self-deprecating tone. Just say it, grandmother. I am already prepared for the worst. Lian sighs heavily. That stepmother of Yanjia brought Zhang Yilin before the prince, failing to grasp the nuances of the situation, and once again affirmed Zhang Yilin's position as the legitimate wife. No wonder I am enraged with Yanjia. The younger lacks responsibility, and the elder is muddled, failing to recognize Tong's interference in this marriage. Jiang Ying snorts derisively. Dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. It is no surprise that a mouse's offspring will burrow. Yanjia was led by Zhang Yilin last time, so it is no wonder that the prince is now being toyed with by his stepmother. Jiang Ying remains composed. Besides this, is there anything else? Chapter 088. What nonsense is he speaking? On the 5th day of the 4th month, Tong plans to host a grand celebration at the prince's residence for little Yanji's 100-day feast, marking the milestone of the prince's first grandson. Jiang Ying rolls her eyes. Who cares? Ying, she is deliberately making a grand spectacle to expose your illicit status as a concubine. Listening to her words, one might mistakenly assume you are the illegitimate daughter of the duke's household, leveraging the noble title of the heir from the royal family, which is scarce in progeny, to invite friends and relatives, thereby elevating the child's status while ruthlessly suppressing the biological mother's dignity. Furthermore, she has made the scandal of maintaining a courtesan widely known, ultimately causing harm to others while reaping all the benefits for herself. Jiang Ying blinked. Her grandmother's analysis was so astute that it seemed impossible for the Tong family's schemes to succeed. But you agreed, did you not? Lian Shi snatched the handkerchief from Jiang Ying's grasp and turned to present it to Yingji, nodding affirmatively. Yes, grandmother did agree. Jiang Ying was perplexed. Why? Lian Shi snorted. Ha! They wish to ruin your reputation and embarrass you. Can grandmother allow them to succeed? Just in time, on the morning of the 5th, there will be the 100-day banquet, and in the afternoon, grandmother will host the recognition feast. By then, the truth will be revealed. Who could underestimate our Ying? A warmth surged within Jiang Ying as she regarded Lian Shi, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Lian Shi would go to such lengths for her. Yet, Lian Shi did not linger on this emotional moment for long. Her mood shifted swiftly to amusement. However, dear Ying, you are unaware that the princess consort of the Qinjun is not without her troubles. When grandmother visited, the servants in the palace were all long-faced in sorrow. Grandmother inquired and discovered there was a thief among them. It is said that many of Tong's precious ornaments were stolen, and yet she searched high and low for several days, with maids and servants selling off several items. But not a trace of the treasures could be found. Serves her right. Jiang Ying's eyelids fluttered, recalling the pile of items she had casually taken from the space. Before she could react, Lian Shi burst into hearty laughter. Moreover, even before grandmother left that afternoon, Zhang Mama beside Tong was in a flurry, claiming there were ghosts. Several servants were so frightened they wet themselves, saying that countless mosquitoes, cockroaches, and earthworms had inexplicably appeared in Tong's chamber, densely packed. Surely the vengeful spirits come to collect their due. Tong suffered a great embarrassment, her face a palette of colors, and quickly shut herself away, not daring to meet anyone. Otherwise, she might not have returned so soon. The image of chaos within the Qinjun residence made the old lady unable to suppress the upturn of her lips, feeling a sense of vindication for her wronged granddaughter. Though she had not orchestrated it herself, nature has its own justice. Such detestable individuals as Tong, along with the muddle-headed Luo, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Jiang Ying envisioned the scene and let out a soft laugh. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known the incident would erupt today, she would have made an effort to witness it. This affair had stirred the entire capital for 2 days, especially since Tong had previously boasted about the auspicious feng shui of her courtyard, claiming it nurtured vitality and good fortune. Now, with such a scandal, while everyone laughed at her, the whispers about her reputation grew even worse. If the feng shui were truly so favorable, how could it harbor pests and vermin? Could it be, as Zhang Mama suggested, that the new princess consort had employed ruthless methods that led to such bizarre occurrences? In the tea houses, there were even bold storytellers embellishing the tale, presenting it as a supernatural event. Eventually, it was the Qinjun who stepped in, reprimanding those storytellers and rumor-mongers, which gradually quelled the fervor surrounding this supernatural incident. At this point, only 5 days remained until the 5th of April. During this time, Yanjia had not been able to enter the Yuhui cottage. He even lowered his pride to deliver numerous gifts, from large furniture to small flowers and foodstuffs, all of which Lianxia coldly rejected. Yanjia dared not utter a word of protest, nor did he attempt to force his way in. This made Jiang Ying experience a profound joy in being protected by her family, though she understood that such opportunities for Yanjia might not last long. As expected, that night, Yanjia climbed over her wall. In the dead of night, with her 3 brothers sound asleep and grandmother unable to assist, Jiang Ying once again caught the refreshing scent of bamboo. She opened her eyes momentarily, before closing them again. The hand of her son gently caressed her face. Had it not been for Yanjia's intrusion, she would have fallen asleep in her child's embrace. Jiang Ying turned, irritated, to silence Yanjia's call. After venting her frustrations for so many days, to be honest, she had lost the will to argue. She thought, since he had come, they might as well have a good talk. It was not until she had lulled her son to sleep that Jiang Ying lazily rose to face him. Yanjia immediately explained, "I just missed the child a bit. The old lady wouldn't let me in. Rest assured, I'll just take a glance, and be on my way." "But you didn't seem to just glance, did you? What else with you sitting there, your chilly gaze fixed on me at the table?" Jiang Ying, unwilling to confront him directly, slowly poured tea. "Yanjia, even if I do not become your concubine, the child remains yours. I assure you, no matter the day, he will never call another man father." How does that sound? Only then did she lift her gaze, her expression calm. In truth, Jiang Ying had come to terms with the fact that regardless of whether she had lost her innocence to Yanjia or he had fathered her child, she was no longer a maiden and now bore a child. The prospect of marriage was not something she needed to consider. Raising a child and pursuing a career was just right. Therefore, what did it matter if the child called him father? If the child grew older and Yanjia was not as muddled as in the past, she would not oppose him spending a few days at the Duke's residence with his father. Just like modern divorced couples, a child has the right to choose whether to stay with their father or mother. Yet, she wondered if Yanjia would agree. Upon contemplating this, her gaze fell into Yanjia's furious eyes, and Jiang Ying realized she was indulging in wishful thinking. Instinctively, she withdrew her gaze in disappointment, only to feel her wrist firmly grasped by Yanjia. "Only 5 days remain. Do you still refuse to marry me?" Jiang Ying chuckled. "Your Highness, what do you mean? A legitimate wife is wed, while a concubine is merely taken. What is there to discuss about marriage? If I were to agree with your Highness, would you then accuse me of lacking self-awareness? Jiang, are you angry jealous?" Jiang Ying laughed. "Your Highness, you worry too much. I have always been of lowly status, never daring to aspire for more. I merely wish to be a transparent courtesan. What right do I have to feel jealousy or anger? Then, why do you not understand? The gifts I sent, were they not meant for a concubine?" Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, recalling that she had thought he was indifferent to wealth. Could it be? Seeing the mix of confusion and astonishment on Jiang Ying's delicate face, Yanjia spoke each word with careful seriousness. "I wish to take you as my wife, to bear children, and to manage the household. Would you be willing?" Jiang Ying was so shocked that every hair on her body stood on end. Was he out of his mind? Instinctively, she reached out to check his pulse. However, her left hand was already held captive by Yanjia, and noticing her movement, he swiftly seized her right hand as well. In a decidedly intimate posture, Yanjia gazed at her, his hands enveloping her soft wrists, one at her waist, the other near her neck. Their eyes locked, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes held an unfathomable depth, shimmering with subtle ripples that Jiang Ying could not comprehend. "Are you drunk? Or unwell?" Jiang Ying inquired while exerting pressure with her right hand, managing to touch Yanjia's pulse. He was quite sober, having neither consumed alcohol nor taken the medicinal powder he used to suppress his arm pain. He remained in a languid posture, allowing Jiang Ying to examine him. After a while, Jiang Ying could indeed find no signs of intoxication or drug use in his pulse, which meant that his earlier words had originated from his true feelings. This left her utterly disoriented. The dog prince was not playing by the rules. If he was resolute about marrying her as his legitimate wife rather than a concubine, it was likely that both her grandmother and brothers would waver in their stance. Clearing her throat, Jiang Ying lowered her head, trying to withdraw her hand forcefully. Initially, Yanjia did not let go, but then suddenly released her, causing Jiang Ying to nearly tumble off her chair, only to be caught by his long arm around her waist. Yanjiao's eyes shimmered with a quiet astonishment. Her waist was exquisitely soft and slender. It had been so long since that fateful encounter, clouded by the haze of memory, and he was not one to dwell on the past. Yet, the sudden sensation of their bodies brushing against one another was a fresh delight, eclipsing the old. Yanjiao raised an eyebrow, a thought emerging in his mind that perhaps it would not be so bad to bring this petite woman home. As Chiron had remarked, her medical skills were exceptional, a boon for him in the household. In this way, he could gain both a son and a mistress in one fell swoop. The more he pondered, the more appealing the notion became. Yanjiao lingered for a moment on Jiang Ying's waist before releasing her, inquiring, "What do you think of my proposal?" Jiang Ying shifted uncomfortably, her response not particularly favorable. "You do not wish to be a legitimate wife?" "Some may not wish to." Of course, she did not desire that. Whether it was the luxury of a lifelong partnership or the sentiment of mutual affection leading to the altar, such thoughts were futile in the context of ancient customs. Yanjiao's gaze deepened at her words. "As long as you are willing, the rest is for me to manage." Jiang Ying thought. No, she was not willing. Her eyes darted around as she concocted a myriad of excuses, feeling it unnecessary to burden the prince with the effort of marrying a woman he did not favor. Not only would the emperor who granted the marriage be displeased, but the loyal subjects might also be incensed, leading to a cascade of troubles from her stepmother's slanderous accusations and becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. "You still refuse," Yanjiao observed, his gaze piercing. Jiang Ying fell silent, staring at the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yanjiao's right hand resting on his knee and recalled the peculiarities she had discovered while feeling his pulse. She bit her lip. "I do not wish to pry into your privacy, Your Highness, but during my examination, I noticed that your right hand's tendons had been severed, though they have been repaired. The damage appears irreversible, and I fear it may hinder your daily life." The little woman was intentionally diverting the topic to evade the discussion of marriage. Yanjiao smirked, feigning ignorance. "Ah, so your right hand is incapacitated. What of the left?" Jiang Ying discreetly exhaled in relief, raising her gaze to his left hand. As long as the topic of marriage was avoided, she felt at ease. "The left hand is functioning adequately, particularly since I've used your medicinal remedies recently." There was no hint of exaggeration in her words. In this regard, Yanjiao held Jiang Ying in high esteem. This was one of the factors influencing his change of heart. Another aspect, naturally, was the child. Having lost his mother at a young age, he had never experienced the joy of a mother's companionship, and he wished to ensure that his own child would not suffer similar regrets. Moreover, she was indeed adept at child-rearing. A premature baby born 7 months ago had not fallen ill once in over 3 months. Such infants typically exhibited noticeable frailty, even under the care of numerous court physicians. Yet she managed to nurture the child to be plump, robust, and endearing. With a mistress like her, he found himself unconcerned about the future of his offspring. Jiang Ying suddenly realized that the medicines he purchased were for this purpose, which was acceptable. "From your tone, it seems my approach is not deemed the most optimal? Your Highness, given your lack of medical knowledge, your persistence in seeking treatment over the years has been commendable. However, in my view, your right hand still has hope for recovery, and with treatment, your left hand could also improve significantly." Yanjiao was incredulous, his expression widening. "Do you truly mean that? To deceive you with falsehoods would serve no purpose for me." Suddenly, as her words fell, Yanzhao leaned forward, his fiery gaze locking onto Jiang Ying. Then, I must not let you go. What do you say? Jiang Ying did not flinch or shy away, seemingly resolute. However, contrary to your intentions, I wish to negotiate a trade involving your hand as treatment. At this juncture, if Yanzhao could not deduce Jiang Ying's condition, he would indeed have wasted 22 years of his life. Acknowledging this, he refrained from immediate inquiry despite the tumult within. The little woman's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. She would not marry. So direct was her stance that Yanzhao could not help but be self-deprecating, questioning whether he truly was so inadequate. She had drugged herself, threatened him with her pregnancy, and yet he had not mistreated her in any significant way. Now that he had altered his stance, she had grown obstinate again. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. What terms do you propose? Jiang Ying smiled, knowing he could not resist. Cancel the engagement. You truly hold me in high regard. The imperial decree is not a trifling matter. Have you ever witnessed a decree being rescinded? Jiang Ying remained unfazed. You must choose between treating your hand and marrying a reluctant woman. I could marry this unwilling woman first, then persuade her to willingly treat my hand. Why must it be an either-or scenario? A single word from Jiang Ying conveyed her disdain. People do indeed take liberties. Ever since you exhibited a willingness to relent, my courage has grown bolder.
Indeed.
She dared to dismiss the esteemed prince. What was more surprising was that he remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping his tea. Yanzhao, mimicking her demeanor, abruptly shifted the topic. Did you know that the audacious Jiang Momo, who arranged for your relocation to suffer for over a decade in Xinghua village, is not actually dead? What? Jiang Ying glared at him, her gaze sharp as a thorn. Chapter 090. Just as my heart for you. Yanzhao spoke patiently, his voice soft and soothing, recounting how Jiang Momo had faked her death to escape and return to Xinghua village, how she had spun tales to malign Jiang Ying, and how the Jiang clan's inquiries had ended in disappointment. After listening, Jiang Ying's expression turned incredulous. So, I can no longer return to my roots? Not quite. The individuals arranged by the old matriarch Jiang have actively dispelled the rumors and personally delivered Jiang Momo to the Ministry of Justice. Your return ceremony in 5 days will remain unaffected. The prince, suddenly amiable, left Jiang Ying bewildered. What had caused this drastic change in behavior? As she scrutinized him with suspicion, Yanzhao produced a fragrant sachet seemingly from thin air. Its simple fabric of modest quality briefly capturing her attention before she shifted her gaze away. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt as if the corners of his mouth had subtly lifted before he spoke. Why do you not reprimand me for my clandestine actions? He referred to his surveillance of the Jiang residence, ensuring that any unusual occurrences related to her did not escape his notice. Jiang Ying remained composed. Is this not your usual style, Your Highness? What is so surprising? Her demeanor was that of a calm observer. A suspicious person jumps to conclusions, while a gentleman adapts to change with steadfastness. In that moment, Jiang Ying felt an unexpected elevation in her own demeanor. Yanzhao had inadvertently allowed her to bask in her newfound confidence. Since giving birth, she had transformed remarkably. Now, she was almost beyond his comprehension. Yanzhao felt an unusual irritation, yet he could not articulate it. In such moments, the only remedy was to find someone to share in his vexation. His gaze, dark yet smiling, remained fixed on Jiang Ying. The Lien family genuinely regards you as a cherished granddaughter. Jiang Yuanyi, Jiang Yuancheng, and Jiang Yuansheng all hold you in high esteem. From my observations of the Duke's residence during this time, aside from the Luo family, the others have treated you quite well, much like my own feelings toward you. Jiang Ying could not restrain a laugh. I concede to your earlier remarks, but as for the last statement, Your Highness would do well to remember your own standing. What kindness had he shown her? Was it merely a decree that she could only serve as a concubine? Was it his loud proclamations? Or was it his doubts and suspicions? She could not fathom from where the prince derived such confidence. If I were not concerned for you, fearing that emotions might cloud your judgment, would I go to the lengths of assigning a team to monitor the Duke's residence? Noticing her ungrateful demeanor, Yanzhao, in a fit of frustration, could not help but retort. Yet, when Jiang Ying met his gaze with wide eyes, he quickly masked his embarrassment by serving tea, only to realize that his cup had long been emptied. Observing this, Jiang Ying hesitated for a moment before rising to refill his cup. The faint scent of her fragrance wafted through the air as she moved. As the saying goes, after dusk, one sips wine by the eastern fence, where a subtle fragrance fills the sleeves. In a moment of reverie, I could almost envision her languidly seated by the window, savoring her drink while delighting in the picturesque scenery of the courtyard. The delicate aroma wafted gently, akin to her very essence, elusive and beguiling, yet undeniably captivating. Jiang Ying, having poured the tea, lowered her gaze and caught Yen's slightly dazed stare upon her. Taken aback, she hastily returned to her seat. Her tone abruptly stiff. "Look at what the prince says. Those who do not know might think he harbors a fondness for me, but in truth, it is merely for the sake of the child. Is it not? Moreover, for the prince, with the merits and prestige of the duke's residence, it is only natural to keep a vigilant watch. Given the circumstances of a widow and her children, it is only to be expected that the prince would be both wary and protective." Yenja let her finish her speech. Yet none of her words struck at the heart of the matter. Frustrated, he gulped down the tea in the cup, then pushed it back toward Jiang Ying for a refill. Jiang Ying clenched her teeth inwardly, tempted to chastise him for his childishness, but ultimately swallowed her indignation and obediently filled the cup again, considering it a token of gratitude for the prince's unusual concern. The atmosphere was laced with sarcasm. Yenja, momentarily choked, seemed oblivious to Jiang Ying's inner tumult. She mused. The prince's mention of Granny Jiang was likely not merely to inform me of her capture by the Ministry of Justice. When Yenja referenced Granny Jiang, there was a clear subtext. What leverage had he seized now? Jiang Ying pondered, feeling somewhat beleaguered. Regrettably, after she posed her question, Yenja intentionally left her hanging, adopting a leisurely tea-drinking demeanor, exuding an air of pride that suggested he would not divulge anything unless she uttered a few flattering words. This only intensified Jiang Ying's curiosity. After a prolonged silence, during which she restrained herself from speaking out, Yenja finally broke the quiet, revealing that he had indeed discovered some peculiar occurrences. "Would you care to hear?" he inquired. "I dare say even the Lien family is unaware of this, or if they are, they would not share it with you." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ying could not help but retort, "Why? Just a servant. Her success in bearing a child was merely a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Such luck cannot be relied upon perpetually. I refuse to believe it. Just a wet nurse. How could my grandmother not manage her? Furthermore, since she had been sent to the Ministry of Justice, what opportunity remained for her to cause mischief?" Jiang Ying was convinced Yenja was deceiving her. He was far too cunning and had to be harboring some ulterior motive. With this thought, she felt an urge to dismiss him. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman sharing a room was hardly appropriate, especially since everything that needed to be said had been articulated with utmost clarity. If he persisted in his stubborn intention to marry her, be it as a legitimate wife or a concubine, she would comply, for it was not worth risking her life over such matters. However, whether she would assume the role of a dutiful wife or craftily dismantle the household was another question entirely. Just as Jiang Ying contemplated surrendering to fate, Yenja, having played his part long enough, spoke slowly, invoking a curse from the Miao region, one that required the cursed to nurture the curse with their own body and blood, ensuring that not only would they suffer misfortune, but their lifetime of good fortune would be transferred to the descendants of the sacrificial bloodline. "I suspect someone has covertly placed such a curse on Granny Jiang against the Jiang family. The perpetrator remains elusive and unidentified. Even I have found no trace. Only fragments of conversation from Granny Jiang upon her return to Xinghua village, when she spoke with Uncle Jiang Er. I had no intention of alarming the snake in the grass, yet the Lien family has already dispatched individuals to swiftly apprehend Granny Jiang. You cannot imagine the horror. When that old woman was taken to the Ministry of Justice, she was bloodthirsty and deranged, using concealed porcelain shards to cut her arms and bleed, incessantly crying for blood debts to be repaid. Those who witnessed it were left trembling in fear. Jiang Ying's heart raced, her ears ringing as her gaze fixated on Yen's lips. He was lying. He must be lying. Such sinister curses could not exist. Yet, the weight of his unwavering gaze gradually extinguished the flicker of hope within her, plunging her into panic. She recalled the harrowing tales of her family's misfortunes as recounted by Xiao Yanzi. Without allowing Jiang Ying time to process this information, Yenja continued, "While at Xianghua Temple, you diagnosed the Lien family with poisoning, did you not? My words are not mistaken, are they? Regrettably, your good intentions have complicated matters. After the Lien family returned, they swiftly investigated everyone around them, ultimately identifying a plausible suspect, the imperial physician who concocted the medicine for her. However, the trail led to a perplexing twist that even the Lien family found troublesome. It turns out that this physician colluded with a mysterious eunuch to poison the Lien family. Inger, you are quite astute. Can you guess who this obscure eunuch is? Does he hold a grudge against the Lien family or target the entire Jiang Duke's residence? Who is the one employing such malevolent curses against the Jiang family? With so many questions, dangers, plots, and unscrupulous acts, how will you, once you reclaim your status as the legitimate young lady of the Duke's residence, address these matters? Will you turn a blind eye or fight to the bitter end? Therefore, Inger, whether for yourself, your child, or the entirety of the Jiang Duke's residence, marrying me is undoubtedly your best option. After all, my ability to uncover these truths attests to my power and influence, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. Your grandmother has been discreetly investigating for quite some time and, to this day, knows but a fraction of the truth. Meanwhile, my success rate, while not guaranteed, stands at least at 80%. So, will you still refuse to marry me? Do you not care for your grandmother, brother, or father's well-being? Chapter 099. If you do not wish to be used, use others instead. With a sharp sound, nearly 8 or 9 noble young ladies present turned their gazes toward the direction Jiang Ying pointed. She too lifted her eyes and, indeed, beheld Jiang Yuanyi, Jiang Yuansheng, and Jiang Yuanling, encircled around something precious, slowly making their way into the garden. Most notably, Jiang Yuanyi was obscured from view, cradling an unknown object, while Jiang Yuansheng and Jiang Yuanling supported him, guiding his path and ensuring his safety. Their pace was agonizingly slow, to the point that even the ants beneath their feet had nowhere to escape. Narrowing her eyes, Jiang Ying attempted to discern what it was, only to hear the long-lost voice of her son echo in her mind. Mother, woo-woo. The 3 uncles are treating me like fragile glass. It's absurd. They took nearly half an hour just to come from the front courtyard. Mother, they're acting strangely. Xiao Yanji is so scared. Jiang Ying realized that the precious treasure her brothers were escorting was, in fact, her own son. What had initially seemed like the old matriarch's indulgence had transformed into a cautious procession by her 3 brothers. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted the elderly matriarch Qi emerging from behind her brothers, her hair as white as snow, her voice solemn and measured.
Missing, EAMCIS maternal kanmo.
You are a remarkable woman for giving birth to such a lively and adorable child. I apologize. It is the child's grandfather who has been neglectful. No matter how much he adores the child, he should not have taken him away for so long without a word. I have already admonished him. Rest assured. It will not happen again. Yes. I initially intended for a servant to bring the child, but the 3 Jiang brothers insisted on personally escorting him. I have heard that you are siblings, correct? Jiang Ying remained silent, hastening to check on her son, once assured of his well-being. Particularly noting the extra adornments on his hands and feet, she instinctively raised a hand to her forehead. Turning back, she offered a slight nod to Matriarch Qi, responding yes. My 3 elder brothers are very fond of me and my little nephew. I hope I did not cause you any embarrassment, Matriarch. In these 3 brothers, Jiang Ying found her source of strength. She contemplated that even if her son were to grow up without a father, he would still be well protected by 3 formidable uncles, which brought her considerable solace. However, as she gazed at the trio, her expression was a curious blend of intrigue and skepticism. Could they possibly be afflicted by some serious ailment? They had clearly recovered, so why feign illness in such a public setting? Was it possible that their prolonged suffering had formed a habit that they could not easily shake off? Just then, Jiang Yuanling, perceptively sensing Jiang Ying's rising irritation, swiftly approached and whispered in her ear, "This is the elder brother's intention. Play along a bit. It's essential to discern between man and spirit." Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts crystallizing into a single second of confusion. The elder brother, ever the cunning strategist. He could even turn his own family into a trial stone. She inadvertently cast her eyes into the crowd, silently lighting a candle for her elder brother's betrothed, Sun Ruoyan, who she found distasteful, and for her capricious second brother's infatuation, Muan Bai. Thank you, elder brother, second brother, and third brother. I shall take care of this. Jiang Ying retrieved her little monkey of a son. The little fellow, initially sullen and wearing a face that seemed to have lost all joy, sprang to life the moment he found himself in Jiang Ying's embrace, flailing his limbs and chortling with glee, showering her neck with kisses that made the elderly matriarch Qi beside them green with envy. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Girl, you are truly fortunate. And you have raised the child splendidly. One can see the demeanor of a noblewoman in you." Such words, akin to an official endorsement, were indelibly stamped upon Jiang Ying's brow. Jiang Yilin staggered slightly, her heart shattering into pieces. Her younger sister barely managed to steady her as they prepared to approach the matriarch Qi, when Yu Weima suddenly burst forth, her eyes sparkling, running eagerly towards Jiang Ying, exclaiming, "What an adorable and beautiful child! I want to hold him too." In her haste, she inadvertently collided with Jiang Ying, nearly sending the latter tumbling to the ground. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth in frustration, rubbing her sore shoulder, while Yu Weima had already inhaled deeply around the little Yanji. Her expression akin to that of someone addicted to a potent drug. So fragrant, so delightful, a scent more enticing than any delicacy. Sistering, I beg you, just let me hold the baby for a moment. She had never been fond of children, as her mother had suffered greatly during her birth, never to bear another. Her mother often recounted the terrors of childbirth, how many women lost their lives or suffered irrevocable harm. Thus, she typically avoided the children of extended family. However, in this instant, her resolve wavered, for the child before her was simply too intoxicating. The aroma was exquisite, a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of freshly cooked rice, steam wafting, each grain a pearl of sweet temptation. Had the child not been so young, she might have been tempted to devour him. Yu Weima lingered, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, glancing between the astonished Yanji and Jiang Ying. Sistering, you smell delightful too. The scent emanating from both of you is utterly captivating. I implore you, just let me hold him, will you? As she spoke, she began to rub her hands together in a rather comical manner, adding, if you refuse to let me hold him, I shall hold you instead. Jiang Ying's expression was one of sheer incredulity. Yet, she surmised that Yu Weima must possess an extraordinary sense of smell, capable of detecting the fragrance of the spatial spirit spring emanating from both herself and little Yanji. Otherwise, such exuberance would be inexplicable. Amusingly, the multitude surrounding them bore expressions akin to a color palette, their faces reflecting the absurdity of the situation. Ultimately, Jiang Ying could not resist. Yu Weima's soft and endearing demeanor was remarkably similar to that of her little monkey son. After patiently instructing Yu Weima on how to hold a child, Jiang Ying cautiously placed the baby into her arms. Little Yan Ji's expression morphed back into one of despondence. Mother, how many playthings do you intend for me to become? Within the span of a single banquet, he had encountered the scoundrel father, the scoundrel grandfather Yanwei, followed by the matriarch Qi, the three uncles, and now the little enchantress Yu Weima. Yan Ji couldn't help but speculate. Did one have to first endure the indignities of others to avoid their own? Chapter 100. When do you plan to marry? Why is Yu Weima referred to as a little enchantress? It is not for her devilish traits, but rather her enchanting nature. She was merely 12 years old. Yan Ji recalled vividly that Yu Weima was among the few noble girls in the capital who did not obsess over marriage and childbirth. She seemed to harbor a certain aversion to such matters. Moreover, her father was the director of the Astronomical Bureau, skilled in interpreting celestial phenomena and divining auspicious signs, imparting some of his eccentricities to her. Yet, she possessed a remarkable talent for metaphysics, and after reaching her 20s without marrying, she had taken up the practice of astrology and divination for various households, gaining a modest reputation. 1 year, Jiang Ying had also sought her services. Whether or not she succeeded in averting disaster remained unclear to Yanji, but during their encounter, he had slipped on a fruit peel she had thrown from a tree. To atone, Yu Weima had offered him a free divination, and later, by sheer coincidence, he had saved the young emperor's life during a hunting expedition, a feat credited to that very reading. Yu Weima had teased him into calling her sister and predicted a calamity on his 20th birthday. At that time, Yanji, having little attachment to life, had dismissed her words. Little did he know, he would indeed perish on his 20th birthday. Seeing Yu Weima again, this time in her youthful form, little Yanji was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening from indifference to a subtle warmth. You are Yanji? With those small eyes, tiny nose, and pudgy cheeks, you resemble a delightful character from a storybook. However, there seems to be a dark aura about you. Your fate does not appear to be fortuitous. Yu Weima murmured, observing the little bundle in her arms. Yanji could only think, well, you certainly came out of nowhere. However, even if you are impressive, you have yet to discern my reincarnation, have you? And as for my mother, she is no longer the lovesick mistress of the past. The fates of my grandmother and the entire Jiang family have shifted, so who knows what awaits me, Yanji. Though these thoughts occupied his mind, Yanji resolved that once he could walk and speak, he would diligently investigate the nature of his so-called calamity. Jiang Ying, through her son's thoughts, realized that Yu Weima would indeed grow to be a prominent figure in metaphysics, instantly piquing her interest, prompting her to glance back at the girl repeatedly. The latter, feeling a twinge of guilt, blinked and asked, Sistering, may I hold him a little longer? Jiang Ying grinned broadly. Of course, hold him for as long as you wish. You can take him home if you like. Heaven knows. She held the greatest admiration for those who delved into the mystical arts. Perhaps by befriending Yuema, she could uncover the reasons behind her own transmigration, and who knows, she might even find a way back. At the very least, she could consult her regarding the curse looming over herself and the Jiang family. From the moment matriarch Qi expressed her appreciation for Jiang Ying, the atmosphere in the garden underwent a subtle transformation. The throng that had previously clustered around Jiang Yilin had shifted, with 7 or 8 out of 10 now gravitating towards Jiang Ying, while the remainder either observed cautiously or were among her closest allies. Jiang Ying and Yuema sat together, surrounded by an increasing number of onlookers, both standing and seated, who took advantage of the opportunity to praise little Yanji and, in doing so, ingratiate themselves with Jiang Ying while keeping a watchful eye on the expressions of matriarch Jiang and matriarch Qi. The young girls were quite busy. Jiang Ying remained indifferent to the attention from these girls, listening passively, occasionally responding with a casual remark, but mostly feigning ignorance. Her gaze was drawn to her 3 brothers, specifically to the 2 unfortunate ones, and their ill-suited matches. Son Ruoyan, distracted, was poked by a friend who whispered, "Roy, that eldest son of the Jiang family seems to be looking at you. Aren't you 2 betrothed? When do you plan to marry?" Upon hearing this, she quickly turned to face away from Jiang Yuani, her shoulder directed towards him. Confused, she pondered. Was he not blind? Yet, why did she feel as though he was indeed looking at her? With a dismissive flick of her lips, she thought, "What are you staring at? Are you unaware of his condition? And marriage? That coarse brute is hardly my type." Previously, there had been occasional interactions between our families, but over the past year, they've scarcely acknowledged each other. The Jiang family has lost the face to propose, while my parents seem to be waiting for them to initiate the annulment. Yet, the Jiang family has remained silent, and the longer this drags on, the more it jeopardizes her prospects for a match. As Sun Ruoyan spoke, she cast a cold glance towards Jiang Yuani, who pretended to be clumsy and knocked over a cup of tea when she looked his way. This only intensified her distress, making her wonder if he intended to delay their union indefinitely. With the Jiang family in turmoil, the Sun family could not overtly demand an annulment, as that would tarnish their reputation in the capital, branding them as cruel opportunists. Thus, despite their reluctance, the Sun family has remained passive, hoping for the Jiang family to act with a sense of honor. However, over a year has passed, and Sun Ruoyan is utterly perplexed by the Jiang family's intentions, especially Jiang Yuani himself. During their few encounters when he was in good spirits, he had been quite polite, yet he always donned armor, which gave off a cold and rough demeanor. Sun Ruoyan, well-versed in literature, has little fondness for brutish individuals. Suddenly, her thoughts became animated. Might Jiang Yuani's unusual attendance at the royal banquet, after a prolonged seclusion, be related to her? Previously, he was a favored son of heaven, pursued by many, but now, blinded, he is akin to a useless man, and it is plausible that he could feign ignorance to prolong their engagement. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Sun Ruoyan could no longer remain seated. "I need to use the restroom. I shall return shortly." She stood abruptly and walked ahead, while her maid discreetly whispered something to Jiang Yuani's attendant, Yu Wu, as they passed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ying noticed her elder brother rising, his gaze clear as he glanced in her direction before hastily pursuing the path Sun Ruoyan had taken. Mimicking him, Mu Wanbai also left her seat. Though it was not of her own volition, her second brother had sent Shuiyu to coax her away with a few words. Sighing, Jiang Ying reflected on the entangled fates before her. She was uncertain whether her brothers were aware of Sun Ruoyan and Mu Wanbai's true natures, but both possessed extraordinary intelligence, and their deliberate actions today likely indicated their awareness of the situation. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuani was left alone in the small pavilion. Feeling rather bored, Jiang Ying stood and exchanged a few words with Lian Shi before quickly making her way to Jiang Yuani. Chapter 101. A forcibly twisted grape is not sweet. Though it is customary for men and women to sit separately by the age of 7, it does not preclude them from sharing the same space. As long as their respective attendants are present, and it is not a secluded area, sharing a meal and exchanging a few pleasantries is harmless. Thus, the 3 Jiang brothers did not return immediately to the front courtyard but instead found a corner pavilion to linger in, which did not raise any eyebrows. However, it was acceptable for Jiang Ying to approach now, being siblings, while others would not dare to mimic her unreserved demeanor. Upon entering the pavilion, Jiang Ying offered Jiang Yuani a piece of pastry. "I noticed you didn't have any. This one is neither overly sweet nor greasy, and quite enjoyable." The pastry, wrapped in a handkerchief, appeared solitary and somewhat pitiable. Jiang Yuani, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Once we return home, I shall spare no effort to procure a female chef from the Jinyao pavilion for you." Jiang Ying was taken aback. Why? The pastry you hold is a staple in households of any standing, enjoyed by children from a young age. I must apologize once more. I was remiss in not recognizing how much we have owed you over the years. You should have been in Lin's position, enjoying all that rightfully belongs to you. His expression conveyed a profound sense of guilt. Jiang Ying's hand froze in midair, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She had merely sought to address a matter with him, yet it felt as if she were eliciting pity. Setting the pastry on the stone table, she lowered her gaze to avoid revealing her carefree nature to Jiang Ying. Where have elder brother and second brother gone? Jiang Ying sat down, stroking his head. They must have gone to resolve personal matters. This past year, they have borne what few could endure, and none but themselves truly know the suffering involved, even among brothers. The bitterness they experienced was beyond true empathy. It was disheartening to see them, once healthy, now needing to maintain facades during what should have been a jubilant occasion. Jiang Ying cast a glance at him. Is that so? I noticed Miss Sun and Miss Mu, who is quite close to the royal consort, left almost simultaneously with elder brother and second brother. Surely, they are not entangled in anything? Jiang Ying remained concerned, fearing her brothers might suffer. In her previous life, it was not merely physical wounds that had led to their demise, but deeper emotional scars. Jiang Ying was taken aback that his sister had discerned this and lowered his voice to briefly explain the relationship between Sun Ruoyan, Mu Wanbai, and the Jiang family. He concluded, elder brother and second brother are not children anymore. They have their own calculations in mind, and we should allow them to handle it on their own. This is also what our grandmother and father have tacitly approved. When their father learned that both he and his brothers had been healed by their sister, the usually stoic and formidable man knelt in gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion at the arrival of a savior for the Jiang family. He longed to see his daughter, the one he had lost for 16 years. A general, accustomed to commanding on the battlefield, found himself with red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, nearly embracing their grandmother in a moment of shared sorrow. Such a scene tugged at the heartstrings, evoking a collective urge to weep. Eventually, it was the elder brother's earnest counsel and grandmother's insistence that they refrain from alarming their sister, who had already been brought to the royal consort's residence. That quelled their father's emotions. Upon hearing her third brother's tone, Jiang Ying gained clarity and quickly dismissed thoughts of Jiang Ying and Jiang Yuancheng, propping her chin with a smile as she looked at Jiang Ying. As for the chef, I shall forego that. I have another matter to discuss with you. Would you be willing? What is it? Her expression was mischievous, half smiling and half teasing, making Jiang Yuancheng feel a twinge of alarm, as if he were looking at a reflection of his own scheming self. Nearby the rockery, Jiang Ying observed Sun Ruoyan standing with her back to him at a distance, his pace gradually slowing. Miss Sun, do you seek me? His voice was low and somewhat rigid, lacking the softness favored by young ladies, though it was far from cold. The sharp lines of his face and broad shoulders exuded an unmistakable sense of security from a side view. With his commanding posture and long legs, his mere silhouette could enchant countless innocent young maidens. Yet, Sun Ruoyan only recognized him in his cold and imposing armored guise. Hearing this long-missed, brusque inquiry, she visibly furrowed her brow in annoyance, even too lazy to turn around, responding curtly, I sought Jiang de Gongzi to clarify something. Jiang Ying halted 3 paces behind her, maintaining decorum by not stepping closer, his eyes reflecting the young lady's slender figure adorned in pale yellow. Amusingly, he struggled to recall her precise appearance, only vaguely remembering her jet-black hair and a small dark mole on her left chin. What is it? Jiang Ying's breath slowed, all emotions, good and bad, seemingly relinquished in that moment. Absurdly, another person's image flashed through his mind, a pampered figure. Unbeknownst to Sun Ruoyan, had she not been so haughty, even a mere glance over her shoulder would have revealed that Jiang Yuanlong's gaze was far from vacant. It sparkled with the same vibrant spirit it had possessed a year prior. It is likely she would have refrained from uttering the self-destructive words that followed. She pinched her own hand, her eyes fixed on the bamboo grove opposite, pondering when the esteemed young Master Jiang would come to the Sun family to break off their engagement. We are all acutely aware that the notion of a betrothal arranged by elders is little more than a verbal contract between them. To this day, no genuine affection has blossomed between us, and in terms of family background and temperament, we are utterly mismatched. A forcibly cultivated relationship bears no sweetness. Young Master Jiang need not feel compelled to persist. Severing ties promptly would spare us both from the entanglements of marriage and mourning. Having said this, she left without granting Jiang Ying a chance to respond, hastily retreating with her maid, as if escaping a plague. After a few steps, her maid cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ying, hesitating to speak, only to be silenced by Sun Ruoyan's displeasure. What was she doing? Did she intend to criticize her for being too pragmatic and heartless? Yet, in the course of life, compassion and kindness are often scarce. Xiang Cao, remember this. Having fought so hard to live a single life, one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens bring ruin. If you dare to speak out of turn upon our return, I shall sell you off without hesitation. The young maid, upon hearing this, promptly shut her mouth in fright. She herself was uncertain if she had truly seen what she thought she had. Could it be possible? Had young Master Zhang's sight, which had been lost for over a year, miraculously returned? She immediately shook her head in disbelief.
How could that be?
If it were true, the Jiang family would surely host a grand feast to celebrate. Young Master Jiang himself would joyfully share the news with his family. Yu watched the pair of master and servant vanish around the corner. Enraged, he kicked a rock formation with all his might. The rock formation remained unscathed, yet he clutched his leg in pain, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Nevertheless, despite the discomfort, as a son of the family, Yu understood the proprieties well and made not a sound of complaint. Jiang Yuanyi, witnessing this, could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He stepped forward, pulling off Yu's shoes and socks to find only slight redness, with no serious injury, and playfully nudged a shoulder. You foolish boy. Have we not endured enough disdain over the past year? One more incident is neither here nor there. What is there to be upset about? As if it were worth the trouble, Yu, ever stubborn, retorted, it is not the same. Others may be excused, but she is the young master's fiancée. Her year-long neglect is already heartless, and today she dares to utter such ungracious words. It is truly shameful. Leaning against the rock formation with arms crossed, Jiang Yuanyi scoffed lightly. What is there to be ashamed of? She is merely weighing her options. In truth, it is better to distance oneself from those who are not of one heart. Marrying such a person would only lead to further complications. He felt gratitude for the past year, for it had illuminated who truly mattered to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanchen had summoned Mu Wanbai to the lotus pond. Upon her arrival, she found him perched at the pond's edge, feeding the fish with a foolish grin, nearly bursting with excitement, as though he wished to leap into the water and frolic with the fish, thus wasting his handsome visage. Enraged, Mu Wanbai struck her maid, exclaiming, "You said he called for me. For such a fool, what is there to see or say? You imbecile, how could you be so clueless?" Overcome with fury, she failed to control her volume, her voice ringing out clear for all within a 10-meter radius. She was utterly unperturbed by the fact that Jiang Yuanchen might overhear her tirade, displaying a complete lack of restraint. Once her anger had subsided, she turned her slender waist, intending to return to the previous garden, only to be halted by Xueyu, who stood beside Jiang Yuanchen. With a furrowed brow, his dark eyes swirled with inscrutable emotions. He addressed her, "Miss Mu, my master wishes to inquire if you still remember the poem to Wanbai?"